Perfect Superstar Chapter 190 to Chapter 247. Jiangnan Beautiful Land, Jinling Emperor State. Jinling is the capital of Jiangsu Province, located in the eastern part of China, downstream of the Yangtze River, near the river and offshore, with a population of over 10 million. This city has a history of more than 6,000 years of civilization, nearly 2,600 years of city building and nearly 500 years of capital building. It is one of the four ancient capitals of China, known as Ancient Capital of 6 Dynasties and Capital of 10 Dynasties. It is also an important birthplace of Chinese civilization. In history, it has blessed China several times. It has long been the political, economic, and cultural center of southern China, with a deep cultural heritage and rich historical relics. Taking the G107 high-speed train from Beijing, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu arrived at this ancient and very modern city in only 3 hours. It was the first time for Lu Chen to come to Jinling to shoot his first commercial. Half a month ago, Silver Horse Advertising Company in Beijing and Lu Chen Studio reached a cooperation agreement, inviting Lu Chen to be the brand spokesperson of Xianxia Sportswear. The contract period is 1 year and the contract amount is 1 million yuan. Both sides are very satisfied with this contract. The endorsement fee originally proposed by Silver Horse Advertising Company was 800,000 yuan, but after Lu Xi's struggle, the contract amount was finally increased by 200,000 yuan. The contract mainly includes promotional posters, commercials, and so on. Xianxia is a new clothing brand on the market, focusing on the sports consumption market of young people. The reason why this brand, which is in the ascendant period, chose Lu Chen was mainly because Lu Chen was young enough and had a very healthy image. Especially recently, under the hype of Beijing television, his performance of I Love You China was exposed in advance, and he gained a high reputation both inside and outside the circle, and finally prompted the two sides to sign a contract successfully. For his first endorsement advertisement, Lu Chen also attached great importance to it. He rushed to Jinling just after National Day. The reason why the Xianxia commercial was shot in Jinling instead of Beijing was that Xianxia was a local brand in Jinling. Some of the posters that Lu Chen needed to shoot would be shot at the headquarters of Xianxia. Secondly, Jinling Film City was one of the top 3 film cities in the country. It was large in scale and had advanced facilities. It had Xiangjiang Road, Minghua Street, Ming and Qing Palace, along the river during the Qingming Festival, Buddhist Temple and Taoist Temple, and many other large-scale real-life buildings. In addition, Jinling had many historical sites, countless gardens, and a modern metropolis cluster. Therefore, many film companies and TV series production units in Beijing used Jinling as a fixed shooting base. Every year, countless celebrities entered and left Jinling. Moreover, there are many local film and television companies in Jinling. Silver Horse Advertising Company in Beijing has a branch in Jinling. It is very convenient to shoot commercials and can save a lot of costs. For example, the Xianxia commercial that Lu Chen is going to shoot involves urban scenes. If it is shot in the capital, the issue of approval alone can give people a headache. The capital is quite strict in this regard. In Jinling, this wasn't a problem at all. Not to mention the film studio city, even if they wanted to shoot in the city, the government had a green channel to encourage and support the film industry. Therefore, if everything went well, Lu Chen would be able to finish shooting the advertisement and posters in a day or 2. He could easily earn 1 million. When the high-speed train arrived at the station, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu got off the train. At the exit gate, the sharp-eyed Li Feiyu was the first to find a young man holding a reception card. The 2 big words Lu Chen were very conspicuous. Before leaving for Jinling, Lu Chen Studio had negotiated with Silver Horse Advertising Company. When Lu Chen arrived here, the other party's branch would arrange for accompanying personnel and accommodation. This young man in a blue t-shirt was undoubtedly the person sent by Silver Horse Advertising Company to greet him. Lu Chen passed the ticket gate and walked directly to the other party. He smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Chen." The other party was stunned at first, but then he came to his senses. He hurriedly put down the sign and shook hands with Lu Chen. Hello, Mr. Lu Chen, hello." This time, Lu Chen was wearing a pair of sunglasses, so Chuyi didn't immediately recognize him. Although there was no large amount of hype and publicity, Lu Chen was now a little famous. He was often recognized by fans when he went out and walked on the road. Wearing sunglasses was just to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go." Probably because he didn't expect Lu Chen to be so polite, Chui was so excited that his face turned red. He was a little incoherent. "No, not long. The car arranged by the company is outside. I'm Lu Zhe from Silver Horse. Call me Xiao Lu." Lu Chen nodded and introduced Li Feiyu to him. "This is Li Feiyu, Li Guo, my assistant." "Hello, hello." Lu Zhe should be a newcomer who had just come out of society. He didn't have much work experience and wasn't good at interpersonal communication. In other words, Silver Horse Advertising Company sent him to greet and accompany Lu Chen, which was somewhat suspected of negligence. However, Lu Chen didn't care, or to be more precise, he didn't have the airs of a star. He wouldn't do such a thing as acting like a big shot. The car that picked up Lu Chen was just an ordinary Buick business car. The driver was a silent middle-aged man. After everyone got on the car, he drove all the way to a hotel near Jinling Film and Television City in Jiangning District. In terms of hotel accommodation, Silver Horse Advertising Company followed the provisions of the contract and arranged a 5-star hotel. Now was the National Day Golden Holiday. Even if it was booked in advance, it would be difficult to find a room around the Film and Television City, as a tourist hotspot in Jinling. Being able to arrange for Lu Chen to stay in a nearby 5-star hotel undoubtedly showed the power of Silver Horse. The only problem was that the room booked was an ordinary standard room, not a business suite. When stars go out to work, they usually discuss the treatment conditions with the reception party in advance, such as means of transportation, hotel standards, etc. The more famous the artist, the more detailed the requirements. There were often star artists who lost their temper and even went on strike because the reception standards of their partners did not meet their own requirements. As a result, they were published in the entertainment gossip news. Many artists regarded face as more important than life. Even if their status was not high enough, they would find ways to improve the treatment. Lu Zhe felt very sorry for this. "Mr. Lu Chen, the hotel room is too tight now. As early as 2 months ago, the business suites of the 5-star hotels here have been booked. If you think it's not appropriate, then, it doesn't matter." Lu Chen smiled faintly and interrupted his explanation. "The standard room is very good, thank you." Lu Zhe couldn't help but breathe a big sigh of relief. "It's my duty, my duty." What he was most afraid of was that Lu Chen would lose his temper. At that time, in order to appease the latter's anger, the company would definitely put the blame on him and let him take the blame. A few days ago, Lu Zhe received an artist who also came to shoot a promotional video. Because the car that picked him up was a Buick business car instead of a Mercedes-Benz, he actually turned hostile on the spot and wanted to leave, which made him anxious. Although the company urgently transferred a Mercedes-Benz over later, Lu Zhe was criticized internally on the grounds of inconsiderate reception. He had to come to work as usual during the National Day holiday to atone for his mistakes. At that time, Lu Zhe was so wrong that he really wanted to quit. But good jobs were too hard to find now. The treatment of Silver Horse was first class in the industry, so he could only endure it. Fortunately, this time LVZ did not run into an unreasonable person. Originally, the company arranged for a Mercedes-Benz business car to pick up Lu Chen, but because another star temporarily changed the itinerary, the Mercedes-Benz was called over, and he could only continue to use a Buick. On the way here just now, Lu Zhe's heart was anxious and fearful. Lu Chen's tolerance and understanding really moved him. The assistant of Silver Horse Company asked politely, "Mr. Lu Chen, if you are not tired, I will accompany you to the Confucius Temple to taste the local specialties, and then play by the Qinhuai River. What do you think?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "A guest should follow the host's wishes. You can arrange it." He had known about the Qinhuai River for a long time. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to enjoy the legendary Qinhuai River. After settling down, Lu Chen and Lu Zhe followed Lu Zhe to the Confucius Temple. After a sumptuous dinner in the century-old Savants building, the three of them went for a night tour of the Qinhuai River. During this period of time, Lu Chen had been working hard for his career. Today, he had a rare opportunity to relax. Therefore, he temporarily put his work and responsibilities aside. The scenery of the Qinhuai River was the most prosperous and lively in the area around the Confucius Temple. The street was bustling with people. There were restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the river. There were countless shops selling handicrafts and traditional snacks. The shop signs were flashing with neon lights, which set off the scenery on the river. Wui Lane, Zhuke Bridge, Wangxia Tang Qianyan, the former relics had already become such a bustling tourist place. Countless tourists were walking through the streets and alleys of the Confucius Temple, or taking a cruise ship on the water. On the riverside where the willows drooped, many old people sat around a table, drinking tea and playing chess, enjoying themselves. At night in the Qinhuai River, the moon was warm and the stars were bright. The sound of oars on the river was bursting with lights. From time to time, the beautiful sound of flute with silk strings came from the richly ornamented cruise ship, making people feel as if they had traveled through ancient time and space. Lu Chen strolled between the corridors on the riverbank, smelling the fragrance of the vines and flowers wrapped around the wooden frame and listening to the gurgling sound of the Qinhuai River. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. Looking from the railing on the Wendy Bridge, he saw big and small light boats shuttling back and forth. The pedestrians on the boats held cameras and mobile phones to take pictures everywhere, flashing frequently. Some people pointed the camera at Lu Chen standing on the bridge, laughing and recording his image. This scene reminded Lu Chen of a famous poet's poem, "You stand on the bridge to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery look at you from upstairs. The bright moon decorates your window, and you decorate other people's dreams." Although he didn't drink to his heart's content, he felt drunk. Leisure was leisure, and work was work. Lu Chen clearly distinguished the two. No matter how beautiful the scenery of Jinling was, and how moving the wind and moon of the Qinhuai River was, it couldn't make him forget to go home and neglect his work. On the second day in Jinling, Lu Chen got up early. Li Feiyu was still sleeping soundly. He quietly left the hotel and ran outside to exercise. After returning, Lu Chen woke up Li Feiyu, and the two went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. After breakfast, Lu Zhe came just in time. Today was the day of shooting the commercial. According to the arrangement of Silver Horse, if the shooting could be completed smoothly in the morning, then he would go to Xianxia's headquarters in the afternoon to take promotional poster photos, and then he would be able to return to Beijing in the evening. Of course, this was the ideal situation. The shooting work of film and television has never been simple. Even the simplest commercial, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be any accidents and twists and turns, such as the wrong costumes and props, the poor state of the actors, etc., which will affect the shooting process. Under the leadership of Lu Zhe, Lu Chen first met with the shooting team of Silver Horse Advertising. Although it was only shooting a commercial, there were many members of the shooting team. The director, photographer, photography assistant, field clerk, art, lighting engineer, lighting assistant, prop master, makeup artist. Plus the field workers who were responsible for odd jobs, pushing the track, and transporting, there were more than a dozen of them. This also showed the strength of Silver Horse Advertising. If it was the kind of amateur team, maybe the director and a few photographers could handle it, and they wouldn't be able to arrange such a big lineup. In addition, it could also be seen that Xianxia attached great importance and investment to this commercial. The shooting location was Xiangyang Road in Jinling Film and Television City. Jinling Film and Television City was built in cooperation between the government and enterprises. It has invested tens of billions of yuan, and has long become one of the famous tourist attractions in Jinling City. This Xiangyang Road, which was built in imitation of Jiulong Commercial Street in Xiangyang, was surrounded by high-rise shops, commuter trams, and real subway stations. It was not much different from the real scene. Many domestic movies and TV shows were shot here. Interestingly, it was said that even Xiangyang's film and television companies had shot films full of Hong Kong flavor on Xiangyang Road. When Lu Chen arrived, the shooting team had just been in place. According to the plan, the outdoor part of the commercial would be shot first, and then the indoor part would be shot after that. The plot was not complicated. The plot of the commercial was about the male lead, played by Lu Chen, and the female lead, who overslept with him. The latter was in a hurry to attend an important meeting at the company and accidentally left a document at home. After the male protagonist found out, he immediately put on Xianxia sportswear and Xianxia sneakers and ran out to chase after her, only to find that the female protagonist had already left in a taxi. Therefore, the male protagonist ran all the way down the street, crossing many obstacles in the process. When the female protagonist arrived at the conference room and realized that she didn't bring any documents with her, the male protagonist, who was sweating profusely, descended from the heavens. The female lead was so touched that she gave him a kiss on the spot, causing everyone in the company to applaud. Finally, the camera focused on Xianxia's logo. Lu Chen had already read the script for the advertisement, so he had already memorized a few lines. The role he was playing didn't require a lot of acting skills. The only difficulty was that during the running process, in order to show the brand's sports characteristics, there were a few scenes that involved parkour. Silver Horse Advertising was going to use a stunt double, that is, a professional parkour enthusiast. Lu Chen came a little early. Under the introduction of Lu Zhe, he chatted with the director of the shooting team and listened to the latter explain the key points of the shooting. After all, the main shots of this commercial were all on Lu Chen. The director also introduced Lu Chen's stunt double. The stunt double was a professional fitness coach, surnamed Wang, who was nearly 30 years old. He was slightly shorter than Lu Chen, but the muscles all over his body were very strong. He was a little shy when he spoke. Obviously, he was the type with a straightforward personality. The director told Lu Chen that the fitness coach was a soldier and usually liked parkour. He once won the 5th place in the national parkour competition. After understanding the director's intentions, Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Director, can you not use a stunt double? Let Coach Wang demonstrate those parkour moves to me first, and then I'll do it myself." "You don't need a stunt double?" The director was shocked and looked at Lu Chen with incredible eyes. "Are you going to do it yourself?" The cameraman, lighting technician, makeup artist next to him, including Coach Wang, their expressions were a little strange. Professional things, of course, needed professional personnel to do it. Although it was more troublesome to use a stunt double, it required post-editing and modification to avoid being exposed, and big increased the difficulty of shooting. But it was better than Lu Chen taking risks. One of the scenes in the commercial required the male lead to flexibly climb over the railing and then jump over a 3-meter-wide flower bed. It was impossible to complete it without enough jumping ability. If he didn't know the skills, he might even get injured. The director felt that Lu Chen didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, he concealed his disdain very well. The director of a commercial was not a film and TV director. The difference in status was too big, and star artists couldn't afford to offend him. So he could only explain in kind words, "That's too dangerous. We can't take such risks. Please understand." Lu Chen smiled and did not insist on his own idea. He chose to respect the director's arrangement. Well then, the director secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had shot a lot of commercials and knew how difficult it was to deal with some star artists. Lu Chen was obviously not that kind of person, and he was very easy to talk to. After appeasing Lu Chen, the director raised his wrist and looked at his watch, frowning. He turned around, pointed to his watch and asked his assistant, "Look at what time it is now. Why hasn't Miss Sunshine come yet? Call and urge her again." "What are you doing here?" The assistant shrank his head after being scolded and quickly took out his mobile phone to contact. The director said to Lu Chen again, "Mr. Lu Chen, I'm really sorry. Please wait a little longer. Miss Sunshine may have encountered something. Would you like to sit here first?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll wait a little longer." Sunshine was the female protagonist of Lu Chen's commercial, a 3rd or 4th tier film and television star. Lu Chen searched the other party's information on the internet and knew that the other party had appeared in several films and TV series. Although they were all supporting roles, she was quite popular on the internet. It was said that she was very good at hype and had won 1 or 2 unknown awards. Sunshine was very beautiful, but her reputation was not very good. Of course, Lu Chen didn't care about the other party's character. Anyway, it was just cooperation in an advertisement. But he soon knew that he thought too simple. After the phone call, the assistant came over and said, "Director, Miss Sunshine is still in the hotel. She said that she will arrive in about an hour. What do you think? Another hour?" The director was so angry that his eyes widened. "So many people are waiting for her." He suppressed his temper and waved his hand hard and said, "Forget it, then don't wait. Let's shoot the Male lead part first. Everyone, hurry up and get ready. As soon as the director gave the order, the shooting team immediately got busy. The cameraman set up the camera, the makeup artist rushed over to put on makeup for Lu Chen, and the lighting assistant ran around with the reflector in his arms. The field clerk led the field workers to isolate the curious tourists who gathered around to watch the fun, so as not to interfere with the shooting work. The first to start shooting was not Lu Chen, but his double. Coach Wang changed into a full set of sportswear and sneakers. After warming up, he began the first round of shooting, which was mainly an action of climbing over obstacles. This professional coach was very strong. He ran for a dozen steps and suddenly jumped up. He easily jumped over several boxes stacked on the side of the road. His movements were very vigorous and smooth. The camera installed on the guide track followed his footsteps and filmed the whole process completely. The first take went very smoothly. The director was very satisfied. After watching the replay, he passed it directly. The next second parkour scene was a lot more difficult. It required the double to climb over the railing and then jump over the flower bed and land on the grass. Because the distance of the jump was relatively long, there was a certain degree of danger. While the double was trying, Lu Chen received a phone call. A phone call that he didn't expect. Sister Fei? The person who called him was actually Chen Fei. Lu Chen, where are you? Lu Chen wondered, I'm shooting a commercial in Jinling now. Sister Fei, what can I do for you? Chen Fei chuckled and said, can't I call you if I have nothing to do? Lu Chen, Chen Fei said with a smile, I'm not joking with you. Are you shooting in Jinling Film and Television City? Lu Chen said, yes, I'm on Hong Kong Road now. Chen Fei said, I've shot there before. I'm more familiar with the place than you. I'll hang up first. Lu Chen was stunned, oh, goodbye, Sister Fei. After ending the call with Chen Fei, Lu Chen felt a little inexplicable. Ah. As he was thinking, suddenly there was a scream of pain in front of him. Lu Chen was taken aback and rushed over with several staff on the scene. Then he found out that his double, that is, Coach Wang, had an accident. It turned out that when shooting the scene of jumping over the flower bed, Coach Wang did not handle it well when he landed. As a result, he twisted his foot and couldn't stand up in pain. Everyone helped him up and moved a stool to sit down. When he took off his sneakers, Coach Wang's ankle had begun to swell. Although it was not known whether Bonehead was okay or not, it was definitely impossible to continue shooting with him like this. And the previous scenes were equivalent to shooting in vain. Because it was necessary to replace him. The problem was where to find a replacement now. It should be known that these movements were a bit difficult, and not just anyone could do it. The director's sadness was almost like a river. Parkour is an extreme sport that is popular all over the world. It uses the environment of daily life as the sports venue and relies on one's own physical fitness to control any known and unknown environment quickly, effectively, and reliably. Parkour was first born in France and entered China around 2000. After more than 10 years of development, it has become one of the favorite sports for young people in China, and a national parkour competition has also been set up. The prize is very high. As an emerging fashion sports brand, Xianxia's market positioning is young people who like sports. Therefore, the elements of parkour have been integrated into this commercial in order to achieve the publicity effect of resonating with the target group. Silver Horse Advertising invited Lu Chen to endorse Xianxia, and used a professional stunt double for the parkour scene. It should be said that all aspects were well considered. No one expected that there would be a problem on the first day of shooting. In fact, for parkour, injuries are simply common, especially when there is no perfect equipment protection. It is easy to have problems. Although Coach Wang and Wang Hai are professionals, they are not immune to accidents. But for the director, it couldn't be worse. This commercial was rushed to finish shooting. Silver Horse Advertising and Xianxia have a contractual agreement. If it is not on the screen within the specified time, the company's credibility and interests will be greatly damaged. Otherwise, they would not have rushed to start shooting on the second day of National Day. Coach Wang's injury made the following shooting work very troublesome. Although it was not difficult to find professional parkour athletes in Jinling or the surrounding areas, it was not easy to ask for a height and body similar to Lu Chen. Parkour is more suitable for young people with small and flexible figures. Lu Chen is 180 plus tall. Wang Hai struggled to stand up. He drooped his head and his face was full of shame. Director, I'm so sorry. He was a professional, but this mistake was very low level and purely careless. It was not the first time that Coach Wang had worked as a stunt double, but it was the first time that something went wrong as soon as the shooting started. It was not a big deal to sprain his ankle, but it was not good to delay the shooting of others. The director said with a wry smile, forget it, it's not your fault. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen? I'll ask my assistant to take you to the hospital. It's best to take an X-ray to see the bones. We will pay for the medical expenses. Reputation was very important in this industry. Unless you were a big shot, you would not be able to survive if you were mean and unkind. This was especially true for stunt doubles. They worked hard to earn money, so they had to take responsibility if there was a work-related injury. The director's surname was Zhong, and he had been in the industry for many years, so he knew how to do things. Wang Hai quickly waved his hand and said, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I just hurt my muscles. I'll recover after applying some medicine and resting for 2 days. There's no need to go to the hospital and waste money. He was honest and straightforward. An assistant brought the ointment over and applied it for him. Director Zhong sighed helplessly and asked, do you know anyone who can come and help? Director, before Wang Hai could answer, Lu Chen, who had just come over, said, let me try. Director Zhong was speechless. Mr. Lu Chen, if you are injured, it will be more troublesome. If there was a problem with the stunt double, they could always get another stunt double, but if there was a problem with the male lead, could they still get another stunt double? This was too ridiculous. There was even an inexplicable fire of irritation in his heart, and he didn't want to explain more to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, Director Zhong, I often exercise. I think I can still do simple parkour. Let's shoot the first scene of jumping over the box first, and if there's no problem, how about shooting the second one? He added, it's better than waiting like this. This sentence poked the director's Achilles heel. The scenes in the film and television city were not used for nothing. If they couldn't finish shooting today, they would have to continue shooting tomorrow. Not to mention the cost of time and energy, the rent had to be paid. Then let's try it, Director Zhong gritted his teeth and said, okay, you have to pay attention to safety. Don't try to be brave. The first scene was jumping over a cardboard box full of flowers. There was not much danger in that. Lu Chen said with a smile, I know. Since the decision was made, Director Zhong no longer hesitated and immediately asked his staff to start preparing. Camera ready, put the camera in place. Don't stand here and watch the fun. Separate the tourists here. Makeup artist, touch up Lu Chen's makeup. 10 minutes later, wearing Xianxia sportswear, Xianxia running shoes, and Xianxia sports bag, Lu Chen, who could be said to be fully armed, stood on the sidewalk and did a few warm-up movements. At the door of the flower shop more than 10 meters in front of him, there were 3 large corrugated cardboard boxes stacked with roses that were as delicate as fire, still with morning dew. On the left side of Lu Chen, the cameraman was controlling a high-definition digital camera and pointing the lens at him. The cameraman was ready to push the track at any time. All units, attention. Street chase, first scene, first shot. Action. With the director's order, Lu Chen immediately stepped forward. Since experiencing that strange and long dream, he basically came out every morning to exercise, running plus practicing martial arts, regardless of rain or shine. Therefore, running has become one of Lu Chen's daily habits. When he took a step, his movements were very skillful and smooth, without the slightest stiffness and discomfort, and he rushed to the front of the cardboard box in a breath. The next moment, Lu Chen's left foot stepped heavily on the ground, and the extremely elastic sole gave back a heavy force. His right leg was lifted and stretched forward at the same time, and his whole body rose into the air, jumping over the flower box more than 1 meter high in an instant. Then landed steadily. In order to ensure the safety of Lu Chen, the director deliberately arranged to lower the height of the cardboard box. It turned out that there was obviously no need for this. Lu Chen's jumping ability was excellent, even better than Wang Hai. Good. Director Zhong couldn't help but shout, very overjoyed. Just jumping over the cardboard box on the ground, there must be many people who can do it easily. But Lu Chen, from starting, running, boosting, jumping to landing, all his movements were done in one go, as smooth as flowing clouds and water, which gave people a pleasant feeling and seemed very unusual. As Lu Chen said, he often exercised, otherwise, it would be impossible to jump so beautifully. Most of the worries in director Zhong's heart disappeared in an instant. There was applause around, and the members of the shooting team were cheering for Lu Chen's performance. There were very few stars who had such excellent athletic ability. Although it was simple running and jumping, it could also show the quality and ability of an individual in sports. However, things were not so simple. When director Zhong looked back at the filmed picture, he couldn't help but show a wry smile. He found that he had made a mistake that was neither big nor small. The original arrangement was to let a stunt double jump, so the camera was always shooting from the side. Now that Lu Chen was doing it in person, the side shot was meaningless and even flawed. In addition, Lu Chen ran a little fast, and the camera did not keep up well, so the picture was not good. Director Zhong could only invite Lu Chen over and let him reshoot it after explaining the situation. Lu Chen nodded to show that there was no problem. Lu Chen's cooperative attitude made director Zhong have a very good impression. There are not many artists like him who respect the director and take their work seriously. Many young people who are new to the circle are very impetuous and very self-righteous. When shooting commercials like director Zhong, he is often put on the spot by some star artists who like to play big shots. For the second reshoot, director Zhong arranged for the front and side double camera positions, and increased the number of people pushing the track to improve the speed. This round of shooting was completed smoothly, and Lu Chen's performance was still impeccable, but the action of the second scene was troublesome. Lu Chen needed to run quickly on the sidewalk, jump up on the steps, and then hold the railing with his hand. He used the force to climb over the flower bed that was almost 2 meters wide, and finally landed on the grass. The difficulty was not something that ordinary people could do. Just now, Wang Hai twisted his foot when he was doing this action. Director Zhong was very worried that the tragedy would repeat itself. After all, Lu Chen was not a professional parkour athlete, and he was not even an enthusiast. It was undoubtedly a great challenge for him to complete this action. He thought about it and said to Lu Chen, "Why don't we use post-production synthesis for this action?" Post-production was with the help of green screen technology. With the help of wire, any difficult and thrilling action could be completed. It was definitely troublesome, and the effect was definitely not realistic, but it was better than having an accident with Lu Chen. There was a special green screen studio in the film and television city. Of course, Lu Chen knew the meaning of post-production synthesis. He couldn't help but smile and said, "That's too troublesome, Director Zhong. Let me try it first. If it works, I'll shoot it directly. If I can't believe it, I'll think of another way." Director Zhong thought for a moment and agreed. It was mainly because of Lu Chen's previous performance that gave him a lot of confidence. Otherwise, he would definitely not agree. Although it was a practice, Director Zhong arranged all the shooting staff for the actual shooting. In the face of the approaching camera, Lu Chen was not nervous at all. He continued to run forward along the sidewalk. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the steps leading to the small square, and suddenly jumped high. At this moment, everyone's heart was raised. They saw Lu Chen in the air, his right hand firmly pressed on the top of the railing, and with the strength of his arm, he flew forward over the flower bed more than 2 meters wide, like an eagle spreading its wings and gliding through the air, and then landed on the grass. The next moment, Lu Chen's body squatted down to unload the force due to inertia. He pressed the ground with his left hand to stabilize his body, and then jumped up again like a spring full of strength, and jumped into the square freely. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Wang Hai stood up in disbelief, completely ignoring the pain in his ankle. The series of movements that Lu Chen had just completed, not to mention ordinary people, even professional parkour athletes couldn't do better than him. Has he really never done parkour before? Wang Hai didn't believe it. Lu Chen really hasn't played parkour. But the result of long-term efforts to persist in practicing martial arts has made his physique more and more excellent. Big increases in his running speed, physical flexibility, and nerve responsiveness. Movements that he couldn't do before can now be easily completed. There is no pressure to deal with the uncomplicated parkour movement. And from Mo Rant's memory, Lu Chen felt as if he had practiced thousands of times during the shooting process, and naturally achieved the effect that the advertisement needed to achieve. What the director just said and what Wang Hai had demonstrated formed a complete picture in Lu Chen's mind. He only needed to do it according to the requirements. This feeling was really wonderful. If he wanted to, he could. In the eyes of others, he was a god. There was a burst of applause around. Several foreigners in the crowd who were watching the fun gave Lu Chen a thumbs up and praised loudly, "Good." Parkour was originally a sport that spread from abroad to China. Relatively speaking, foreigners have seen more of it, but they were still impressed by Lu Chen's wonderful performance. Many people have raised their cameras to take pictures. Today was the second day of the National Day holiday. There were a lot of tourists in Jinling Film and Television City. Many people thought that Lu Chen was shooting a movie. There were at least hundreds of people inside and outside, which put a lot of pressure on the workers in charge of clearing the scene. Watching movies and TV series shooting was a tourist feature of the film and television city. If you were lucky, you could see the live performance of famous actors, and tourists also had the opportunity to be background or extras. Someone actually recognized Lu Chen and shouted his name. Well, it was a girl. Lu Chen smiled and waved at the other party and continued his shooting work. Director Zhong was really overjoyed by Lu Chen's extraordinary performance. He struck while the iron was hot and quickly finished shooting all the scenes of Lu Chen. What made the director very speechless was that, in addition to the sports scene, Lu Chen's acting skills in ordinary scenes were also remarkable. For example, when he chased downstairs to search for his girlfriend, the anxious expression on his face was very vivid and natural, without the slightest stiffness of a newcomer. Director Zhong knew that Lu Chen was a singer from a talent show. He really thought that he was a graduate of a film academy. Big also sped up the filming process. Most of the scenes were shot in one take. Commercials are different from movies or TV series. The requirements are not so high, but director Zhong feels that Lu Chen is fully qualified to shoot a real film. With his appearance and amazing acting skills, he is more than enough to be an idol. But director Zhong was not completely satisfied. This was because Lu Chen's scenes had been shot, but the female lead of the commercial had yet to arrive. Seeing that it was noon, Sun Shan was nowhere to be seen. Other scenes involving the male and female protagonists could not be filmed. Director Zhong's original joy quickly turned into annoyance. His original plan was to complete the shoot in one day. He was well prepared. For example, the members of the filming team were all present, and the filming location and extras were all in place. Unexpectedly, the heroine dropped the ball. She was supposed to arrive before 9 o'clock, but now it was already 11 o'clock. Director Zhong wanted to swear. He scolded the assistant. The assistant felt so wronged. He had called several times to urge the other side, but the other side kept saying that they would arrive soon. Could he be blamed for not coming? When Sun Shan arrived at the shooting site, it was already 12 o'clock, and she was 3 hours late. This third-tier star's extravagance was not small, at least 3 streets ahead of Lu Chen. She came in an extended white Lincoln, accompanied by a black Mercedes-Benz in front and behind. Before the people here got out of the car, an assistant rushed over to serve them attentively. It felt that her style was no less than that of a real heavenly queen, which could attract the attention of passers-by. There were tourists who thought that a big star had come and wanted to take photos, but they were blocked by Sun Shan's entourage. The young star was dressed very fashionably, and the skirts, shoes, bags and accessories on her body were all famous brands. It's just that Lu Chen found that her figure was far from as good as the photos on the internet showed. Director Zhong was relieved, and hurriedly asked Lu Chen to go together and introduce him first. "This is Mr. Lu Chen." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Sun Shan." He didn't take the initiative to shake hands, because according to etiquette, on such an occasion, the lady should reach out first. However, Sun Shan had no intention of shaking hands with Lu Chen at all. She reached out and took off her sunglasses, frowned and said, "What's the matter? Why did you find me such a tall partner? How can we shoot this film?" Sun Shan's height was estimated to be less than 1.6 meters. Even if she wore high heels, she was much worse than Lu Chen. She looked up at Lu Chen, and her expression was very unhappy. "Too tall." The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. What kind of bullshit reason was this? Director Zhong was also stunned and explained, "It doesn't matter. We are shooting a commercial. You two don't need to stand together to compare, so it won't affect." He knew that some stars paid great attention to their own image. For example, short people would not easily take photos with tall people. Plump people would not look for slim ones, and slim people would be happy to look for plump ones. But now it was just a commercial, and there were very few scenes involving the two together. If they were concerned about the height and image, there were actually many ways to solve it. Sun Shan's difficulty was beyond Director Zhong's expectation. No, I want to change my partner, or I won't shoot this film." As she said this, she looked at Lu Chen with arrogant eyes, as if she wanted Lu Chen to retreat in the face of difficulties. "My partner, it's not enough to have a long face. His temperament must match me." Obviously, she was deliberately looking for trouble. Lu Chen keenly felt that there was something wrong with the attitude of the star. The two of them never knew each other. It was reasonable to say that there was no grudge between them, but things in the world were hard to say. Maybe Sun Shan had a reason to dislike him. Lu Chen didn't quarrel with the other party. That would be too low. He turned away quietly anyway. He wasn't the one who was really anxious. Of course, Lu Chen didn't just wash his hands and quit, he just didn't bother to pay attention to Sun Shan. Why bother? Director Zhong was anxious. He was very anxious. He wanted to argue with Sun Shan, but he was blocked by the latter's agent. The two sides were in a stalemate. Lu Chen asked the field worker to bring him a chair and sit down. He took out his mobile phone and began to browse the blog in no hurry. Lu Chen sat very steadily, because the endorsement contract had already been signed, and the advance payment had also been transferred to the studio's account. He neither violated the contract nor slacked off. What was there to worry about? After browsing for more than 10 minutes, Li Feiyu ran over and said something to him secretly. It turned out that this Sun Shan, who was said to have a relationship with a vice president of Senki, signed an endorsement contract with Senki early on. She once asked that the leading actor in the commercial should be designated by her. As a result, she didn't get what she wanted. Senki signed Lu Chen through Silver Horse Advertising Company. Li Feiyu's gossip was just revealed to him by Director Zhong's assistant. Everyone was talking about it in private, Lu Chen understood. It turned out that this person had a background. He probably thought that he was in the way, so he took the opportunity to make trouble. It was undoubtedly very wise for him not to haggle with the other party just now. Otherwise, he might give the other party something to use against him. If he relied on the power of the background to make trouble, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. It's just shooting an advertisement. Is it so complicated? Looking at the director who was still negotiating, Lu Chen shook his head a little helplessly. The entertainment industry was really too complicated. At this time, he suddenly saw a silver-gray BMW just parked on the side of the road. The car door opened, and a woman wearing a white dress and a pair of large sunglasses walked out. She looked around. Lu Chen was stunned. Although the other party's face was covered by sunglasses, he easily recognized the identity of the woman. Lu Chen immediately got up and walked over. The woman in the white dress also found. Lu Chen showed a sweet smile and stepped towards him. Sun Shan noticed it. She curled her lips disdainfully and said to Director Zhong, "You don't have to say it anymore. Anyway, if this Lu Chen is the leading actor, I won't shoot it. If you think it's a waste of time, then find someone else. Isn't there another one here? I think she's quite suitable." A sarcastic smile appeared on her face, as if she was going to eat the other party. Director Zhong was about to die of anger by Sun Shan, and he couldn't help but look at the woman in the white dress. He knew Sun Shan's background very well and knew the reason why the other party was fearless. He had to bear the fire in his heart. Otherwise, if he lost Senki, a big customer, his job would be ruined. Director Zhong even knew that when Senki chose Lu Chen instead of the person recommended by Sun Shan to be the male spokesperson, it might involve the internal strife at the top of Senki Company. As a result, he was the one who was caught in the crossfire. If possible, Director Zhong really wanted to slap this arrogant Sun Shan away. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't find a replacement, even if it was the woman in the white dress who had just come to find Lu Chen. She was also more suitable than Sun Shan, at least the other party's height and body shape were very suitable for Lu Chen. Sun Shan didn't lower her voice when she spoke, so Lu Chen and the woman in the white dress heard it clearly. The woman in the white dress stopped and looked at Sun Shan with a smile. Let me do it. That's fine. Sun Shan chuckled and sneered loudly. Let you do it? Who do you think you are? The woman in the white dress had an excellent figure. She had a pair of long and straight legs, and her skin was like jade and lotus. Although her face was covered by sunglasses, it could be seen that she was a beautiful woman. Sun Shan would never admit that she was jealous. She was a star. The woman in the white dress reached out and took off her sunglasses. She smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Can't I really do it?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Seeing the true face of the woman in the white dress, Sun Shan's expression instantly froze, and she was as dumb as a wooden chicken. Not only her, but Director Zhong, his assistant and others next to her were also dumbfounded. It was as if all of them had been petrified. Taking off the sunglasses, the true face of the woman in the white dress was revealed. Her appearance was very beautiful, and her every frown and smile was full of the unique charm of a mature woman, which made people's hearts palpitate. And there was no one present who didn't know this face. Chen Fei-er, the queen of sweet songs in the pop music world, a big star in the circle who has been famous for more than 10 years since her debut. For Sun Shan, Director Zhong, and others, this discovery was too exciting. Who would have thought that the person who came to visit Lu Chen was actually Chen Fei-er? Everyone was stunned at once. Especially Sun Shan, her mind was simply blank. She just sneered at Chen Fei-er. Although Chen Fei-er was a singer, she has also made movies and played guest roles in several blockbusters. The people who worked with her were all top figures in the circle, big directors or big stars. Whether it was popularity, reputation, or status in the circle, Chen Fei-er could be said to completely crush Sun Shan. The two were not on the same level at all. If Chen Fei-er was serious about it with Sun Shan, then the latter would have endless trouble, and her development in the circle would inevitably be met with many obstacles, unless Sun Shan had heaven-defying strength or a strong background to resist. Sun Shan knew very well that she didn't have either of these things. In front of Chen Fei-er, she had nothing to be proud of. The gap between the two was too big. And even if Chen Fei-er was magnanimous and didn't take her seriously, if others knew what she had done today, she would become the object of ridicule in the circle. Chen. Sister Chen, Sun Shan stammered, so, sorry. Her original arrogance had disappeared, and her face was red and pitiful like a little wife who had been bullied. Sun Shan wanted to find a crack to drill into, because such a scene was too embarrassing for her. But she couldn't turn around and leave, otherwise, she would offend Chen Fei-er to death. Chen Fei-er glanced at Sun Shan faintly and didn't say much. In fact, Sun Shan thought too much. Chen Fei-er has been in the business world for more than 10 years. What kind of people has he not seen? There were those who had a silver tongue, those who had a dagger in their belly, those who were thick-skinned, and those who were sanctimonious. She wouldn't take it too seriously just because of one or two offensive words from others. That would really be beneath her status. It might even give the other party a chance to create hype. Chen Fei-er doesn't have Sun Shan in his eyes, and he won't give her a chance. Director Zhong came to his senses and asked with a smile on his face, "Miss Chen Fei-er, are you here to visit me?" Seeing Sun Shan like a frosted eggplant, the director's heart was so refreshed. "Who asked you to pretend? You've become an idiot by pretending, haven't you?" He couldn't express his inner feelings directly, so he could only express his admiration towards Chen Fei-er. "Sister Fei, you are so powerful." There was also Lu Chen. Lu Chen was silent. Who knew that he had such a great ability to invite an empress to visit him? This made Director Zhong really look at Lu Chen with new eyes, and he wrote a big word admire in his heart. Chen Fei-er smiled and said, "It's not a visit. I'm a friend of Lu Chen. I know that he is filming here, so I came to have a look." "It didn't affect your work, did it?" No. Director Zhong shook his head like a rattle. "It's our honor that you can come. He has shot a lot of commercials, but the objects he has worked with are basically second and third tier star artists. A big shot like Chen Fei-er usually can't be touched at all." Today, Chen Fei-er came to his place to visit him, which was a lot of face. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Fei." He and Chen Feier's eyes met, and the latter's eyes contained a shallow smile, as if they could speak. Although Lu Chen had a lot of questions to ask her, it was obviously not appropriate at the moment. Chen Feier's eyes were also dissuading him. The Empress pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You're welcome. I just came by, so I won't disturb you." At this moment, some of the onlookers recognized Chen Feier and immediately shouted her name. "Chen Feier! Chen Feier, it's Chen Feier. It's really Chen Feier. I'm not mistaken, am I?" Yes. It was normal to run into artists and stars in the film and television city, but it was really lucky to run into someone at the level of Chen Feier. Immediately, countless people gathered around and wanted to see her. Fortunately, the shooting team and Chen Feier's assistant were very experienced. They immediately protected her and separated her from the onlookers. Chen Feier winked at Lu Chen, turned around and returned to her car. If she didn't leave now, it would be difficult to leave. Lu Chen watched her car go away, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. When Chen Feier called him before, he had a vague premonition. He didn't expect his premonition to come true. "Mr. Lu Chen." The voice from Director Zhong made Lu Chen take back his attention. The director asked cautiously, "It's noon now. Let's go to lunch first and come back to shoot again?" His attitude towards Lu Chen was at least twice as polite. Lu Chen smiled and said, "You are the director, you make the decision." Director Zhong's heart was really comfortable. The appearance of Chen Feier did not change Lu Chen's respect for him. He said with a smile, "Everyone has worked hard this morning. I'll treat everyone to a good meal at noon. Let's continue in the afternoon." Director Zhong didn't even ask Sun Shan for her opinion. Because he knew very well that as long as Sun Shan still had a little bit of brain, she would not make trouble again. On the contrary, she needed to work hard to have a good relationship with Lu Chen. The relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Feier was obviously not ordinary. Sure enough, as Director Zhong expected, after lunch, they came back and started shooting again. Sun Shan was as obedient as a quail, very cooperative and obedient to the command, and completed all her scenes with Lu Chen. After the outdoor and indoor shots were shot, it was not dark yet. The shooting team of Silver Horse Advertising Company finished work and went home, and the next step was the task of post-production. After shooting today's advertisement, Lu Chen had to stay in Jinling for another night. Because he was going to shoot a promotional poster tomorrow, maybe he would continue to stay in Jinling tomorrow night. Of course, he didn't need to pay for the hotel accommodation. At the time of parting, Director Zhong shook hands with Lu Chen hard and said sincerely, "Mr. Lu Chen, if there is a chance, I hope to work with you again next time." He wasn't just being polite, but he was truly moved by her words. Needless to say, Lu Chen's work attitude was very serious and sincere, and his acting skills were beyond expectations. As a singer, Lu Chen performed better than professional actress Sun Shan. In the scene at home, because of Sun Shan, there were 4 NGs, and Lu Chen only had 1. Lu Chen nodded and said, "I think there will be a chance." Director Zhong took out a business card like a magic trick and presented it with both hands. "This is my contact number. If you want to shoot commercials, MVs, promotional videos, please take care of me, thank you." Lu Chen smiled, took Director Zhong's business card, and asked Li Feiyu to give the other party his own business card. One more friend, one more way. Even if the other party is just an unknown little director, maybe he will find an opportunity to soar in the future? One can't be too snobbish, otherwise, it's easy to be embarrassed like Sun Shan. Speaking of Sun Shan came to find Lu Chen. She asked with a charming smile, "Lu Chen, I'm really sorry today. Let me treat you to dinner tonight to make amends, okay?" The third-tier star smiled with watery eyes, revealing a trace of temptation, which was quite seductive. But Lu Chen didn't like her at all. Sun Shan's face was estimated to have undergone plastic surgery. The muscles on her face were a little stiff when she smiled, and there was a lot of powder. He was glad that the kissing scene in the last part of the commercial was not a real shot, but a borrowed technique. Otherwise, it was estimated that he wouldn't have to eat at night. Lu Chen politely declined, "Miss Sun Shan is too polite. I've already made an appointment with a friend tonight, so I'm really sorry. Next time I have a chance, I'll invite you." He said it very politely, but his tone was unshakable. Sun Shan was a little embarrassed. In the past, she would have lost her temper on the spot. I invite you because I think highly of you. Who do you think you are? You're just a little singer from a talent show. However, now she had to bear with her temper and reluctantly smiled and said, well then. In fact, Sun Shan's real intention of inviting Lu Chen was to use the latter to get along with Chen Feier. Even if it was just to meet and have a meal, it would be very good for her. Unfortunately, Lu Chen didn't fall into the trap at all, and let her charming eyes fall on the soles of her feet in vain. This woman. On the way back to the hotel, Li Feiyu said disdainfully, she's simply. Forgive his poor vocabulary, he couldn't think of the most appropriate adjective, and could only say bah. Lu Chen smiled and said nothing. Chen Jianhao told him that the entertainment industry was the most complicated. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds, and there was no lack of exotic flowers. For such a person, it was the wisest choice to stay away from them. It would be troublesome to get involved with them. Beep. Beep. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang twice. A short message came. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and looked at it, and then calmly replied to the message. He reached out and patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder and said, Li Gu, I have something to do and will go out. You can take care of dinner by yourself. Li Feiyu smiled a little mysteriously. Understood. Did someone ask you out? Lu Chen touched his nose with a wry smile and said, yes. He knew that he couldn't hide it from Peter Pan. Li Feiyu made a ha sound and said proudly, I knew it. He had already guessed who asked Lu Chen out. That was really enviable. Li Feiyu was not a fool, and as Lu Chen's assistant, he knew more than Lu Shi. Then have a good time. It's best if you don't come back at night. Lu Chen was speechless. He stopped a taxi on the side of the road and told the driver the destination. The address was from the text message he had just received. Fan Fan was an entertainment reporter. He had a lot of titles printed on his business card, and the most conspicuous one was the special reporter of daily entertainment broadcast. In fact, it was commonly known as paparazzi. Paparazzi was first born in Italy in the 1950s. It originated from the Italian photographer Pigno Paparazzo. Later, after it was introduced to Hong Kong, people in Hong Kong changed the name of paparazzi to puppy. First, the pronunciation was similar, and second, the tracking behavior of such reporters was similar to that of dogs. Paparazzi hyped up the news by prying into the privacy of celebrities. In the 1980s and 1990s, with the rapid development of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong, paparazzi working in newspapers, magazines, and TV stations formed groups, which made star artists miserable. There were no secrets in the privacy of their lives. After entering the new century, the domestic entertainment industry continued to grow. Many Hong Kong reporters went north to seek development opportunities, so the domestic paparazzi circle came into being, which made people in the circle change their expressions. In Beijing, there were hundreds of newspapers, magazines, websites, and radio stations. These media employed a large number of entertainment reporters, and Fan Fan was one of them. He majored in journalism in college, but he had no connections after graduation and could not enter a formal news unit. He could only bend to the private media and became a veteran paparazzi entertainment reporter after a few years. Relying on his hard-working spirit and keen observation skills, Fan Fan mingled quite comfortably in this industry. Although people in the entertainment industry talked about paparazzi, they either disdained them or gnashed their teeth. Fan Fan was very clear that their existence was mutual with star artists. Paparazzi certainly relied on stars to make a living. If stars were not pursued by paparazzi, would they still be stars? There were always many artists who deliberately exposed their privacy to paparazzi to hype up, and even secretly paid for photos. Fan Fan made a lot of money. But recently, his life had been very unpleasant. Fan Fan's immediate boss didn't know whether she took the wrong medicine or her menopause came early. She always found trouble with Fan Fan and made things difficult for him, which made him very annoyed. What's more, it was finally the National Day holiday. He thought he could sleep in for a few days, but the old woman actually asked him to go out to run the news, saying that others could have a holiday, but entertainment reporters had no rest days. Damn, are entertainment reporters not human? Paparazzi also have dignity. Fan Fan left the capital in a rage and ran to Jinling. He had thought it through very clearly. He would Just treat it as a vacation in Jinling so that he wouldn't have to wander around under the old woman's nose. As for catching news, he just needed to go to the film city and find a crew to take some photos. If he really couldn't muddle through, then Uncle Fan was ready to leave. If this place doesn't keep me, there will be a place for me. Comrade Fan Fan arrived in Jinling on the 1st and played for a whole day. As a result, the newspaper office called to urge the manuscript. Fan Fan verbally agreed, but in fact, he was indifferent. Today, he slept in and woke up at 10 o'clock in the morning. Then, he leisurely wandered to Jinling studio. As an entertainment reporter, this was not the first time Fan Fan had come to Jinling Film City. He was very familiar with this area, so it was actually very easy for him to deal with this errand. Near noon, Fan Fan was a little tired from wandering around and was thinking of finding a nearby restaurant to fill his stomach. Suddenly, he heard someone shouting in front of him, "Chen Fei-er." Upon hearing this name, Fan Fan suddenly quivered. It was as if a switch in his body had been pressed. His strength continuously poured out, and his spirit instantly focused. It was a professional conditioned reflex. Chen Fei-er, that was a big star. She also came to Jinling. Fan Fan immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there were a lot of people there. He couldn't see Chen Fei-er's figure at all, but the shouts from the crowd were enough to prove the fact. Fan Fan didn't immediately run to grab the news, but looked around. He soon found a statue standing in a small square nearby, with a granite pedestal that was very high. So Fan Fan immediately ran over, climbed up in 2 or 3 steps, and raised the camera condescendingly. For any paparazzi, a digital camera with a telephoto lens was more important than their wife. It was a weapon that they always carried with them. Fan Fan was no exception. Even if the camera with the lens was very heavy, he would feel empty and uncomfortable if he didn't bring the equipment. He often carried it during non-working hours. This habit also allowed him to grab several exclusive entertainment news. When he focused the camera, Fan Fan's intuition told him that he could grab big news today. The camera drifted left and right, and quickly focused, from blurred to clear. Fan Fan accurately captured the figure of Chen Fei-er. Sure enough, it was the Queen of Sweet Song, and beside her, Fan Fan's eyes were very sharp, and his memory was quite good. In addition to completing his job, he often looked at the photos taken by other colleagues and published news. Therefore, even if many stars were in disguise, he could easily distinguish them and lock on to the target. It was precisely because of this ability that Fan Fan was not afraid of not being able to make a living. Fan Fan remembered the heroes list in the entertainment industry very well, and updated it from time to time. He recognized that the tall and handsome young man opposite Chen Fei-er was called Lu Chen, the winner of Singing China. And he remembered that Chen Fei-er was one of the judges, and he seemed to appreciate Lu Chen very much. Then the two of them appeared here. Of course, they weren't talking about love. There were cameras next to them, shooting a movie. I didn't hear that Chen Fei-er was going to shoot a movie or TV series. Fan Fan, regardless of the consequences, first pressed the shutter and took more than a dozen photos in a row, capturing Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er in the camera at the same time. The location he chose was very good, and the people around him didn't form a barrier. It would have been better if there were no onlookers. Fan Fan could give the photos a wonderful title. For example, Chen Fei-er meets Lu Chen privately, and the two are affectionate with each other, staging a teacher-student relationship. It's sure to be a hit. Fan Fan regretted that Chen Fei-er seemed to have said a few words to Lu Chen and then left. There was nothing more to shoot. As for Sun Shan, who was standing next to them, Fan Fan directly ignored her. "Who the hell is this?" Reporter Fan Fan was a little unwilling. He thought about it and immediately jumped off the stone platform and ran all the way to the street. Fan Fan's luck was good. A taxi with a green light passed by and was stopped by him. Fan Fan couldn't wait to open the front passenger's door and sat down. He anxiously pointed to the silver-gray BMW in front of him and said, "Master, please help me keep up with this car." The taxi driver asked calmly, "Are you an entertainment reporter? Which newspaper are you from?" Fan Fan knew that this was a real veteran driver as soon as he heard it. He quickly said, "I'm from Beijing. I know the rules. I'll give you double the fare." Among the 3 major film and television cities in China, Jinling Film and Television City was the closest to Beijing. With good shooting conditions and the support of the local government, many film and television production companies in Beijing filmed here all the year round. With more movies, there would be more stars and artists, and paparazzi would naturally gather around. It was normal to stop taxis to chase stars and grab news. Local drivers had long been accustomed to it and called it taking dogs. "Old Wang, where are you? It's time to change shifts. I brought 2 dogs today." I'm at your house." Not only were they not surprised, but they even wanted to make more money and increase the price of the paparazzi. In order to grab news, entertainment reporters didn't care about this small amount of money. Anyway, it could be reimbursed. Seeing that Fan was so understanding, the old driver said with a smile, "Then you sit well. Remember to fasten your seatbelt. I promise I won't lose you. Otherwise, I'll pay you 4 times the fare." Under the guidance of the old driver, Fan followed Xianxia's BMW and came to a 5-star luxury hotel in the city. He paid the fare and got out of the car. He didn't go into the hotel. Instead, he found a hidden place outside and squatted down, ready to fight for a long time. Waiting like this was likely to have no result and he would waste his time in vain. But if he squatted down, he would have a chance. If he didn't, he would have no chance at all. Fan had worked in this industry for 7 years, and he had already deeply understood this truth. And it turned out that his insistence was correct. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Fan saw Xianxia coming out of the hotel. Although the Queen of Sweet Song had changed her clothes and put on a hat and sunglasses, her long black hair still exposed her. Fan paid attention to the details of people, especially star artists. Some of them were very good at disguising themselves to avoid the paparazzi. Xianxia was undoubtedly very alert. She even changed her car to a black Mercedes-Benz. Unfortunately, she was targeted by Fan, so she was doomed to not be able to escape. Fan stopped a taxi at the entrance of the hotel before she left and followed the Mercedes-Benz all the way. Finally, he followed the Wangjiang Tower, which was located on the Yangtze River. Wangjiang Tower was a century-old shop in Jinling. It was very famous in Jinling. Sitting in the building, one could see the magnificent view of the Yangtze River. Many tourists would come because of its reputation. Fan watched Xianxia enter Wangjiang Tower alone. He didn't follow her. Because Fan knew very well that it was Golden Week at this time. It was impossible for there to be an empty seat in Wangjiang Tower. Xianxia must have booked a seat in advance. If he wanted to find a place to secretly take pictures of Xianxia inside, he would definitely be taken directly to the police station by the security guards. Therefore, Fan simply ran to the river embankment in front of Wangjiang Tower and aimed his telephoto lens at the restaurant. He was betting that Xianxia had booked a seat by the window. If he wanted to get something, this was the best position and opportunity. Fan gambled right. His camera captured Xianxia again. Sure enough, she was sitting by the window. The paparazzi began to wait patiently again. He didn't believe that Xianxia didn't even bring an assistant with her just to eat alone in Wangjiang Tower. There must be something fishy about it. Thinking about it, Fan couldn't help but get excited, and the secretion of adrenaline accelerated. Wangjiang Restaurant was overlooking the river. For most Jinling people, being able to treat others to dinner in Wangjiang Restaurant was a very prestigious thing. This century-old restaurant had been operating for a long time, inheriting the tradition of Jiangnan cuisine, combining the characteristics of Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, and foreign cuisine, creating its own unique flavor, which was highly respected by countless gourmets. The most commendable thing was that there was only one Wangjiang restaurant in Jinling on the Yangtze River, and there was no other branch. The taste was the most authentic, so the business was naturally extremely hot, and the seats were booked several months later. In particular, the seats by the window, where one could enjoy the river view, could not be booked just by having money. The restaurant was only 3 stories tall, and it was built in an antique style, with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters, giving it a sense of antiquity. The most special thing was the 108 palace lanterns hanging under the eaves of the corridor. At night, they shone brightly, making the whole building look magnificent and amazing. When Lu Chen arrived at Wangjiang Restaurant, a bright moon had just risen above the vast Yangtze River. The green willow trees along the river gave him a faint feeling of the moon on the willow branches, people meeting after dusk. On the highest floor of Wangjiang restaurant, which was the so-called upstairs floor, Lu Chen once again saw Xianxia. The queen of sweet song changed into a white long-sleeved t-shirt with floral patterns and dark blue denim pants, revealing two sections of her jade-like calves. Her sneakers and colored crystal glasses made her look very fashionable and young. Her long black hair hung down smoothly, most of it draped over her shoulders, and a small part stuck to her undulating chest, which had a kind of seductive charm. She tied a small ruby bow in her hair, which made her look even more charming. Sister Fei. Lu Chen appreciated it for a second, and then very naturally greeted her. Xianxia, who was swiping her mobile phone, raised her head, took off her glasses, and showed a charming smile. "You're here." Lu Chen nodded. "I'm here." The two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had been friends for many years, and had a tacit understanding that there was no need to say much nonsense. Lu Chen sat down opposite her and asked curiously, "Where's Sister Zhang?" Xianxia said, "Just the two of us tonight." Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and asked, "Is this considered a date?" Xianxia smiled sweetly and asked, "Does it count as a date for an older sister to treat a younger brother to a meal?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and handed him the menu. "I ordered 2. You can order a few more." She added, "The food here is very good." "Then eat more." Lu Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He took the menu, looked through it, and picked a few dishes. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. Ever since he started practicing martial arts every day, Lu Chen's appetite had at least doubled. Usually, he needed a lot of nutrition to replenish his exhausted physical strength, not to mention today's tiring day. He felt like he could swallow an entire cow. Most importantly, Lu Chen's intuition told him that he didn't need to pretend to be polite in front of Xianxia. After ordering the dishes, Lu Chen called the waiter of the restaurant and asked him to serve the dishes quickly. Xianxia smiled and asked, "Are you very hungry?" Lu Chen nodded and asked, "Sister Fei, why are you in Jinling?" Xianxia explained, "I came to participate in a brand endorsement event, and then I saw on your blog that you were shooting a commercial in Jinling, so I wanted to treat you to a meal." Lu Chen asked, "Then when are you going back?" "I have to attend the opening of the brand's flagship store tomorrow. If there are no accidents, I will return to Beijing the day after tomorrow," she said helplessly. "I have to go to the radio station to do an interview later tonight. I can't turn down a favor." As an artist, especially a famous artist, time really didn't belong to them. For a big star like Xianxia, her schedule was usually full, and she rarely had private time. Because of this, it was too common for couples in the entertainment industry to break up and get back together. Everyone was busy and didn't have much time to fall in love, so it was normal to have a weak relationship. Many artists simply didn't fall in love before the age of 40. Xianxia turned 30 this year. Although she had a lot of scandals in the past, she didn't have a real boyfriend. The two chatted like friends, and the dishes were quickly served. Wangjiang restaurant really lived up to its reputation. The dishes looked, smelled, and tasted good, which made Lu Chen's mouth twitch. He didn't care about the beauty in front of him and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Before eating, he didn't forget to put food in Xianxia's bowl first. His mother once told Lu Chen that if he ate alone with a girl, he must remember to put food in her bowl first, and then eat by himself. This was the demeanor that a man should have. Lu Chen always remembered his mother's teachings. When he was dating Wang Ying, it had become a habit to put food in the latter's bowl every time he ate. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it, but Xianxia looked at the food he put in her bowl and was suddenly stunned. Except at home, no one would help her put food in her bowl. First, she was very famous, and others didn't dare to offend her. Second, she didn't like people doing this. Unless it was her family. Of course, Lu Chen was not Xianxia's family, but when she saw Lu Chen put food in her bowl naturally, not only did Xianxia not feel the slightest disgust, but she even felt a touch of shyness and joy, which was an emotion that even she couldn't explain. Xianxia didn't know that she had a good impression of Lu Chen. Lu Chen was tall, handsome, and had outstanding talent. What was rare was that he was very assertive, tolerant, easygoing, and not arrogant. He gave people the feeling that he was the big boy next door, outstanding, but not unattainable. Unfortunately, the age gap between the two was a bit big. Lu Chen was 22 years old, and Chen Feier was 30 years old. There was a gap of 8 years. Chen Feier knew that age was not a problem. With her identity and status, she could fall in love with anyone. However, this barrier still prevented her from continuing to have a deep relationship with Lu Chen. However, yesterday, she accidentally saw Lu Chen's news on the blog and knew that both of them had come to Jinling. Therefore, she couldn't help but contact Lu Chen again. That was why she visited him today, and also, dated him tonight. Chen Feier felt very relaxed when she was with Lu Chen. The latter didn't have the kind of fear and trepidation that young artists had in front of her, nor did he deliberately try to please her. It was natural, as if they were old friends for many years. She could see that Lu Chen was also interested in her, but he didn't take the initiative to pursue her. He was very rational. Of course, even if Lu Chen took the initiative to pursue her, Chen Feier wouldn't agree. However, at the same time, she also had some unconvinced thoughts in her heart, and she couldn't help but tease this big boy. "Thank you," Chen Feier said softly. Lu Chen was surprised. "You're welcome, Sister Fei. The food won't taste good when it's cold." "Are you a pig?" Chen Feier was really annoyed by him. She picked up the honey-roasted lamb chop in the bowl and took a big bite. It was as if she was biting Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen was a little inexplicable, but his attention was quickly attracted by the delicious food that was constantly being served. To be honest, at this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, Chen Feier's charm was really not as good as these delicious food. Fortunately, Chen Feier didn't know this. She was a little depressed. At the same time, on the Yangtze River embankment 100 meters away, Fan Fan, who was hiding in the bushes, was very excited. Although there were many mosquitoes here, and he probably got a lot of bruises from being bitten, reporter Fan Fan didn't care at all. He concentrated on holding the SLR camera in his hand, aiming at Wangjiang Tower and taking pictures. Big news, the Queen of Sweet Song and the leader of the Jade Maiden sect actually secretly dated someone for dinner, and the person she was dating turned out to be Lu Chen, a newcomer in the circle, and it was in Jinling instead of the capital. Teacher-student love? Love between an older woman and a younger man? The Queen of Heaven was infatuated with a newcomer? A talented man and a beautiful woman, Chen Feier secretly meeting a folk song talent. If you want to pee, you can pee. If you want to explode, you can explode. Fan Fan felt that his luck was too damn good. He came to Jinling and slacked off, but he was able to catch a big fish. This was definitely going to be the headline news of the entertainment section. Fan Fan firmly believed in this, because neither Chen Feier nor Lu Chen brought an assistant with them. Generally speaking, artists in the entertainment industry often brought their own assistants when they had dinner with celebrity friends, especially ordinary male and female friends, so that people would not misunderstand that they were in a relationship or something. Even if they were photographed by paparazzi, they could have a big explanation. Gossip was a double-edged sword. Some artists liked to use gossip to hype up, but many stars were reluctant to get involved, fearing that they would lose fans and popularity, and attract the disgust of hardcore fans. In Fan Fan's view, there must be something fishy between Chen Feier and Lu Chen. They were probably in a private relationship, and the relationship between the two was completely traceable. It did not suddenly appear out of thin air. Moreover, even if it was not true, what did it matter? The photos were irrefutable, and with the great reporter Fan Fan's wonderful writing, there was a 99% chance that it would make the entertainment headlines tomorrow, unless it was unfortunate to run into a big event like Wang Bin's arrest. The more Fan Fan thought about it, the happier he became. While secretly taking photos, he roared in his heart, "Don't just focus on eating. Have some intimate scenes. You guys hold hands. Feed me. Kiss me. Can you please add some big stuff?" Unfortunately, such an intimate scene never appeared. Lu Chen and Chen Feier left Wangjiang restaurant after dinner, and the two parted at the door. The scene that Fan Fan expected did not appear. Chen Feier quickly left in the Mercedes-Benz, while Lu Chen walked towards the river embankment alone. It was in the direction of Fan Fan. Fan Fan was shocked. He thought that Lu Chen had found him, so he quickly put away his camera and everything else. But Lu Chen did not expect that there would be paparazzi squatting here, and they would take photos of him and Chen Feier having dinner. He just went to the river for a walk to digest and enjoy the night view of the Yangtze River. So he did not notice the great reporter fan who had quietly disappeared. The noise coming from the living room made Xianxia wake up from his sleep. He opened his sleepy eyes, groped for his mobile phone on the bedside, and lit the screen to look at the time. October 3rd, 9:22 in the morning. It was almost time to get up. Xianxia sat up, stretched, and then lifted the thin quilt covering his body to get up. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the bedroom door and came to the living room, ready to wash in the bathroom. Shortly after joining Luchen's studio, Xianxia moved out of his original underground dwelling and moved to a talent apartment in the Blue Sky Creative Park area. The rent did not increase much, but the conditions were much better. This two-bedroom apartment belongs to the Creative Park and is only rented to people who work in the park. It was rented by Luchen's studio and assigned to Xianxia and one of his peers. The other party works for Mukin crowdfunding network company, and is also a colleague. Xianxia was really satisfied. This small apartment was located on a high floor. The room was clean, sunny, and refreshing. There was no need to worry about rats or cockroaches crawling out from under the bed, and there was no need to hear the annoying noise that made a certain part of the body congested with blood at night. Moreover, it was very close to his workplace, so he didn't have to get up early every day to squeeze the bus and subway. He really had enough of that kind of hard life. Although Luchen's studio was small, it was full of vitality and vitality. The relationship between colleagues was very good. Everyone was like friends, and there was no intrigue or discord. If possible, Xianxia wanted to keep doing it. "Old Chen, you're up?" His colleague was preparing breakfast in the living room. Soybean milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and rice porridge were placed on the table, exuding a tempting fragrance. "Let's go together. I'll buy your share." Xianxia rubbed his hands and said, "Thank you, you eat first, I'll be right there." After hurriedly finishing his personal cleaning work in the bathroom, Xianxia sat at the table and couldn't wait to pick up a warm steamed bun and stuff it into his mouth. The aroma of meat gave him a great sense of satisfaction. "Old Chen, I'll show you big news." Xianxia had just swallowed a meat bun when his colleague stuffed a newspaper over. "I saw it on the way." "What big news?" Xianxia took the soybean milk with his left hand and took the colorful newspaper with his right hand. Daily entertainment broadcast, the gaudy style and the advertisements that could be seen everywhere clearly explained its identity and origin. Second- or third-rate private tabloids mainly focused on entertainment news. After entering the new century, with the development of the internet industry, the traditional newspaper industry had been severely impacted. The rise of new media was the trend of the times. The country gradually loosened its control over the newspaper industry and turned to full marketization. Many private tabloids appeared as a result, snatching the already shrinking market. Although privately run newspapers weren't very strong, their management methods were very flexible. They didn't seek to be comprehensive in the content of the newspaper, but they sought to take the route of uniqueness. Some of them were still doing very well. In Beijing, there were hundreds of tabloids like Daily Entertainment Broadcast. Noticing the puzzled expression on Xianxia's face, his colleague smiled mysteriously and pointed, "Turn it over and look at the front page." Xianxia turned the newspaper over and spread it on the table. Puff, he spat out all the soy milk in his mouth, and a lot of it sprayed on the tabloid. He saw that on the front page of Daily Entertainment Broadcast, a line of bold black and large font was very eye-catching. Queen of Sweet Song Xianfei met Luchen privately in Jinling, acting intimately, suspected to be in love with a younger brother. My corium gold dog eyes, Xianxia felt that his eyes were blinded by this headline. Xianfei and Luchen are in love, this is really big news. It can really make the headlines. Needless to say, Xianfei, the whole country knows who she is, a real queen of heaven star. Luchen, that's Xianxia's real boss, although they don't see each other every day. In his feeling, Luchen is not much different from ordinary people except that he is taller, more handsome, and more talented. He can't believe that he is actually with Xianfei. But this third-rate tabloid is not talking nonsense, but has a full-page photo as evidence. This report was written by a reporter named Fan Fan. He used a long article to describe the process of catching the news with pictures and text. During the day yesterday, Chen Feier appeared on Xiangyang Road in Jinling Film and Television City to visit Lu Chen, who was shooting a commercial, while Chen Feier himself attended a brand endorsement event in Jinling. That night, Chen Feier changed her clothes and left the hotel where she stayed. She went to Wangjiang restaurant to have a private dinner with Lu Chen, and neither of them was accompanied by an assistant. The front page of Daily Entertainment broadcast was conclusive, so it was determined that Chen Feier was dating Lu Chen. Daily Entertainment broadcast also listed Lu Chen's photo and profile on the second page. It has to be admitted that this kind of third-rate tabloid is extremely efficient in publishing. The photos that were secretly taken in Jinling last night made the headlines this morning. Things are going to get big, Chen Xiang came to his senses. Since there are photos, it may be true. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the number at the top of the address book. This must be known to Lu Shi. In fact, there is no need for Chen Xiang to call to inform. Lu Shi has already got the news. While Daily Entertainment published the headlines in the newspaper, its website and blog also released the news simultaneously. Then it was quickly reposted by the sensitive peers, and it has already set off a storm in the Waves blog. Chen Feier and Lu Chen, when everyone saw this news, their first reaction was similar to Chen Xiang's, that is, they didn't believe it. How is this possible? But the photos taken by Fan are very clear. Although Chen Feier is dressed differently from usual, it is easy for people who are familiar with her to distinguish it. Needless to say, Lu Chen didn't even wear sunglasses. Although all the photos do not show any overly intimate actions between the two, the private meeting is a fact. In the past, Chen Feier has been rumored to have been involved in many scandals, and many photos have been taken by reporters. Later, it was proved that these scandals were either deliberately hyped up or groundless, and they were quickly quelled. Now the situation is obviously a little different. Lu Chen is the champion of singing China, and Chen Feier is one of the judges. The latter's appreciation of the former is obvious to all, and the two have many interactions on the blog. Chen Feier even invited Lu Chen as a guest to her solo concert to be held next month. The relationship between the two is undoubtedly very good, and it is not surprising that they are in a relationship. Even if the age gap between the two is a little big. Chen Feier's fans were the first to explode. This is impossible, 55555 Chen Feier, my goddess is in love? Hype, it must be that Lu Chen is deliberately hyping it up, asking someone to take photos secretly. It's too despicable. Everyone calm down, don't make wild guesses, wait for the official news to come out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. To say this weakly, in fact, I feel that Lu Chen is not bad, and he is worthy of our Feier. The one who says it's not bad, can you please go to hell? Thank you. Many Feier fans were emotional. Some questioned the authenticity of the news, and some cursed at Lu Chen, as if the latter had tarnished the sanctity in their minds, and they wished they could cut him into pieces. Chen Feier has been in the limelight for more than 10 years, and her beautiful and pure image has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. She has a wide influence among the post-70s and post-80s crowd and is loved by countless people. For many fans who like Chen Feier, they hope that their idol will always be pure, and it's best to never fall in love. And for those who dare to destroy, it is absolutely irrational hatred. This is the helplessness of idol stars. Many artists dare not announce their relationships, and are secretive. In contrast, the reaction of Lu Chen's fans is completely different. Really? It should be true. He was photographed. I can only say that Brother Chen is too powerful. Hee, that's Chen Feier. My family's Lu Chen is so talented. It's normal for Chen Feier to like him. Everyone, let's give him our blessings. In fact, there have been signs for a long time. Just look at the Singing China competition. I'm sad. Why does the man I like always fall in love with someone else? You're a man, too. Nowadays, the news media spread very fast. As soon as the headline of Daily Entertainment broadcast came out, there were dozens of websites that forwarded and published it, and it increased rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the topic was heated up. As for the Waves blog, needless to say, with the collision of the fans of both sides, the search for Chen Feier plus Lu Chen reached the top of the homepage hot search list in just a few hours, and the number of clicks, forwards and comments on the topic kept rising. compared with the revelry of the media and fans, the people in the circle were much calmer. Most people kept silent and waited for follow-up news. There were also some artists who said some blessings or sour words, and stirred up their own popularity. When Lu Chen, who was far away in Jinling, got the news, it was already noon. His task today was to shoot Xianxia's promotional posters. Some of the photos needed to be taken in the headquarters of Xianxia Company, so he was very busy. There were a lot of photos to be taken, and there were 2 photographers accompanying him. His mobile phone was temporarily put in the hands of Li Feiyu. Although the latter knew about the scandal between Lu Chen and Chen Feier, he did not immediately tell Lu Chen, so as not to affect him. But after all, the fire couldn't be contained in the paper. After Lu Chen finished shooting, Li Feiyu opened the web page for him to see. Lu Chen simply didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never dreamed that he was secretly photographed having dinner with Chen Feier last night. And made such a big headline gossip news. This made Lu Chen feel for the first time the power of the entertainment paparazzi. Ha ha ha, from the high-quality receiver of the smartphone, there was a silver bell-like laughter, which touched Lu Chen's heartstrings. Such a big thing happened, and the news has made the entertainment headlines. Compared with his anxiety, the other party didn't care, but seemed to find it very interesting. Lu Chen helplessly said, "Sister Fei, do you think I should issue an explanation statement?" In just half a day, the gossip of his private meeting with Chen Feier spread throughout the entertainment industry and became the hottest topic on Wave's blog. During the photo shoot, Li Feiyu received dozens of calls. Lu Chen had just refreshed his blog, and the comment area of his blog was simply boiling. On one side, his fans were sending their blessings, on the other side, Chen Feier's fans or other haters were spewing nonsense, stirring up a foul atmosphere. Among them, the most poisonous argument against Lu Chen was that he was deliberately hyping up and using Chen Feier to create a scandal to raise his value. The reporter who broke the news was hired by him. This kind of slanderous and defamatory argument was really not something that haters came up with out of thin air. There were really too many dirty things in the entertainment industry. There were countless incidents of small stars and small artists blackmailing big shots to hype themselves up. Chen Feier had encountered similar situations before, and it was normal for her fans to be sensitive. After all, compared with the Queen of Sweet Song, Lu Chen was now a complete newcomer in the circle, but Lu Chen was really wronged. As an independent artist, he has not done many announcements since his debut, and rarely takes the initiative to hype up and promote himself. Several times he stood on the cusp of the storm. It was out of the need to fight back. With the strength he has, if he wants to become a big shot, all he needs is the accumulation of time and network resources. In fact, as far as Lu Chen's current achievements are concerned, not many newcomers can match him. Why does he need to use such despicable means to attract attention? Therefore, after knowing the situation, he called Chen Feier as soon as possible. He couldn't let the other party misunderstand that he was playing tricks. Chen Feier said with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll explain it. The studio will also make an announcement. Just focus on your work and bring some popularity." She knew that the news came much earlier than Lu Chen, but she did not immediately make an announcement until Lu Chen called. Chen Feier trusted Lu Chen. When he heard Lu Chen's exasperated explanation, he couldn't help but laugh. This was because Lu Chen clearly attached great importance to the relationship between the two of them. Otherwise, with his composure, he wouldn't be so anxious. Now that Sister Fei is satisfied, of course, she has to solve the problem. It's just a small matter for her. Lu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. His blog was being scolded to the skies, and the fans of both sides had already started fighting. Of course, Lu Chen was very happy that Chen Feier trusted him so much. The gloominess in his heart disappeared without a trace. In fact, at this time, Lu Chen did not realize the weight of Chen Feier in his heart. Unknowingly, at 7 o'clock that evening, at the opening celebration and new product introduction banquet of an international brand flagship store in Jinling, Chen Feier, who had just walked the red carpet, was surrounded by a large number of media reporters. Their questions were like a storm attacking Chen Feier. "Miss Chen Feier, is it true that you and Lu Chen are in a relationship? Miss Chen Feier, is it true that you and Lu Chen are in a relationship? Miss Chen Feier, Miss Chen Feier." Tonight, Chen Feier was wearing a gorgeous evening dress. Facing the bombardment of media reporters, she calmly replied, "Last night, I invited Lu Chen to dinner at Wangjiang restaurant." Wow, it's actually true. Many reporters thought that Chen Feier would deny it. After all, she was wearing sunglasses in the photos. Unexpectedly, Chen Feier admitted it without hesitation. A reporter asked excitedly, "Are you in a relationship with Lu Chen?" Chen Feier smiled sweetly and said, "Lu Chen and I are very good friends, and I'm here to tell everyone a piece of good news. The 2 title songs of my new album have been confirmed. Both are written and composed by Lu Chen. If everything goes well, then the new album will be released next month. It will be my transformational work." Album? What the hell is an album? We're asking if it's a relationship. The reporters were stunned. They thought they could dig out big news from Chen Feier, but in the end, well, Lu Chen wrote the title song for Chen Feier's transformational work. It was also news. But the value of this news was really different from the value of the love between the two of them. In this way, the reason for the two of them to eat alone was very simple. It was not worth making a fuss at all. Another reporter asked unwillingly, "Miss Chen Feier, are you really not in a relationship with Lu Chen?" He had a look of disbelief and doubt. Entertainment reporters were like this. In order to get news, they would do anything. Such an impolite question was considered a child's play. If it weren't for Chen Feier's high status, she would have asked something even worse. Chen Feier was used to ups and downs. She wouldn't be provoked by the other party at all. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Lu Chen is a very talented and good boy. If I were 10 years younger, maybe I would really pursue him. Now, we can only be good friends." Chen Feier has a characteristic that she has never been afraid to talk about her real age. Unlike many female stars who hide their age. When asked by others, they will use answers such as "you guessed" to keep it mysterious. And her answer now showed her magnanimity, and at the same time, it also raised Lu Chen to a very high level. If she were 10 years younger, this heavenly queen would be willing to pursue him. Which newcomer could get such praise? Really not. The reporters wanted to continue to ask, but unfortunately, Chen Feier didn't give them the chance. She turned around and entered the banquet. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Feier's blog released a public statement. At 8:20, Lu Chen's blog also released a statement. The contents of the statements on both sides were similar. First, they explained the friendly relationship between the two, followed by the new album. And with the release of these 2 public statements, the storm of sibling love quickly subsided. Feier's fans were satisfied. Chen Feier was still the perfect goddess in their hearts. Although Lu Chen's fans were a little regretful, the news that Lu Chen wrote the title song for Chen Feier's new album still made everyone feel very excited and expectant, because this was the first cooperation between Lu Chen and a real big star. Moreover, Chen Feier's praise for Lu Chen also made them feel very comfortable. Look at what Chen Feier said. He wanted to pursue him even though he was 10 years younger. Our family's Lu Chen's strength was needless to say. The entertainment media didn't want to give up. They made up gossip news such as, Chen Feier said he wanted to pursue Lu Chen, in an attempt to gain attention, but unfortunately, it couldn't make any waves. The most important thing was that this incident was purely accidental. There was no big V pushing force to hype it up, so the thunder was loud but the rain was small. Moreover, there was too much news in the entertainment industry. It was unknown how many artists were rushing to the headlines, so naturally, it couldn't have a greater impact. In a few days, everyone would naturally forget about it, unless the two were captured in a really intimate scene. For Lu Chen, the most direct consequence of this scandal was that his Waves blog fans soared to 7.5 million plus, and the sales of his album You Who Sat Next to Me, which was still being sold on QQ Music Online, actually recovered, and it was a foregone conclusion that it would eventually break through the platinum standard of 500,000. Of course, there were also advantages and disadvantages, that is, because of Chen Feier, the number of his anti-fans increased at the same time. As for Chen Feier, this incident had no impact on her, but it promoted her new album. At about 11 o'clock that night, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu returned to Beijing. When Lu Chen opened the door of the single apartment he rented in the entrepreneurial park, he found that the lights inside were on. The aroma of food wafted in the air, and the dining table in the small living room was filled with steaming delicious food. Lucy poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Are you very hungry? Eat quickly." Lu Chen was surprised. "Sister, why are you here?" When he got in the car and was about to arrive in Beijing, Lu Chen sent a message to Lucy, telling the other party about his itinerary. He didn't expect his sister to run to the apartment to make supper for him. Lucy said angrily, "Li Fei, you said that you didn't have enough for dinner and drank too much." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. In the evening, Xianxia Company held a banquet to entertain him, and several executives came to accompany him, which was very respectful. How could he eat heartily on such an occasion? So he drank a lot of wine and didn't eat half a grain of rice. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. Because he was already very tired when he arrived in Beijing, Lu Chen went home first. He didn't expect his sister to prepare food for him. No wonder Lucy's reply to him just now was to let him go home and rest. Lu Chen's heart was warm. Having family around to accompany and take care of him was really better than anything. All the hardships and tiredness were worth it. But he was obviously happy too early. He just sat down and ate a few mouthfuls. After his sister served the last dish, she sat down and began to interrogate him. "Are you really with Chen Fei? She's quite a good person, and she's a big star. I'm afraid that others will say that you're climbing up. Age is also a problem. She's 8 years older than you. Tell me, what do you think?" Lu Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly explained, "Sister, there's really nothing between me and Chen Fei. We're just friends." "Really nothing?" Lucy sneered, "Do you dare say that you don't like her? She really doesn't have that kind of feelings for you?" Lu Chen was speechless. He touched his conscience and said that he liked Chen Fei, but this kind of love didn't reach the level of admiration and pursuit. Chen Fei seemed to be the same, or was it more of a friendship? Perhaps the most appropriate way to describe it would be, more than friends, but not lovers. Lucy picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into Lu Chen's bowl, which was his favorite dish. She said softly, "You can handle your own emotional affairs. I just want to remind you that your identity is different from before. You have to consider all aspects of influence when you get along with others, especially people in the entertainment industry." Lu Chen nodded silently. Since choosing this path, his life can be said to have changed dramatically. The life of an ordinary person has gradually left Lu Chen. Although he knew that this was the inevitable result, he was still a little depressed. The so-called happiness trouble. Lucy blinked and said, "Mom called me just now and asked me if you really fell in love with Chen Fei. She said that she liked Chen Fei very much." Saying that, his sister couldn't help laughing. "Mom still wants you to carry on the family line of our Lu family as soon as possible." Lu Chen's face, at this moment, was a big embarrassed character. Speaking of which, he was really the only man in the Lu family. Lu Chen said with a wry smile, "Let's not talk about this. I won't think about personal matters for the time being. My career is the most important." Lucy said with a smile, "Everyone is very concerned about you. Li Mushi mentioned to me that her sister-in-law has a younger sister who has just returned from abroad. She asked you to find an opportunity to meet and get to know each other. Just as a friend." Su Daiwan's younger sister? Lu Chen was stupefied. Li Mushi's big brother was Li Morong, and Li Morong's wife was Su Daiwan. Lu Chen once met Su Daiwan at Li Mubai's home and sent a song to the once famous female star on Taiwan. Later, he was busy with work and had no contact with her. Su Daiwan originally intended to make another album, but after that day, she never mentioned it again. It was reckoned that she was impulsive at that time and regained her rationality after calming down. After all, her current identity was different from the past. There was no point in stepping into the entertainment industry again, but it would be troublesome. Lu Chen said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it when we have the chance." Lucy glared at him and said, "Don't take it lightly. People are very serious." Li Mushi said that Mukin crowdfunding will hold a celebration dinner on the 8th. At that time, her sister-in-law's sister will come. You have to give her face, right? Mukin crowdfunding was a company jointly established by Lu Chen and Li Mubai. Although Lu Chen held 51% of the controlling stake, he basically didn't care about the affairs of the new company, so he asked Lucy to help take care of it. The same was true for Li Mubai. Mukin crowdfunding was basically monopolized by Li Mushi. As the first business of the new company, Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me album crowdfunding project was launched on September 23. So far, it has raised more than 1.5 million, reaching 300% of the pre-funding goal. The first crowdfunding project was undoubtedly a great success, so Li Mushi decided to hold a celebration party on the 8th, the day of the end of the project, inviting guests from all walks of life to come and take the opportunity to expand contacts and new customer business. Although Lu Chen wasn't in charge, on such an important occasion, as the legal representative of the company, he must be present. Socializing was necessary. He also had to go on a blind date with Su Daiwan's sister. Lu Chen felt that his head had grown a circle. He said with a wry smile, "Then let's meet." He thought about it in his heart. At worst, he would say it wasn't suitable after they met. Su Daiwan couldn't force him to be a matchmaker, could she? She was finally satisfied. "It's right that you remember." As a result, the next day, Lu Chen threw the matter to the back of his mind and began to busy himself with work. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the National Day holiday was over. For Lu Chen's studio, a lot of important things happened during this 7-day holiday. The first major event was the scandal between Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er. At that time, it was quite an uproar. Although it quickly subsided under the timely refutation of the rumors by both sides, it still had a great impact on Lu Chen. At least now when he runs outside, sunglasses and a hat are standard. On the evening of October 4, China Music Chart announced the rankings for the first week of October. In Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me album, all 10 works were on the chart. Lu Chen's Outdoor Cinema/Popularity Index, 2074, ranked 50th this week. Lu Chen's Beauty/Popularity Index, 2756, ranked 42nd this week. Lu Chen's Cinderella/Popularity Index, 3015, ranked 39th this week. Lu Chen's The Brother Who Slept on My Upper Bunk/Popularity Index, 3566, ranked 33rd this week. Lu Chen's The Bright Times of Youth/Popularity Index, 4223, ranked 22nd this week. Lu Chen's Love in the Wind/Popularity Index, 4357, ranked 20th this week. Lu Chen's Song of Time/Popularity Index, 5250, ranked 15th this week. Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me/Popularity Index, 5980, ranked 7th this week. Lu Chen's Those Flowers/Popularity Index, 6682, ranked 3rd this week. Lu Chen's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky/Popularity Index, 8790, ranked 1st this week, although it had been expected. The fact that all the works of You Who Sat Next to Me album were on the original music chart still caused a lot of sensation in the industry, making many people really begin to realize the talent possessed by Lu Chen. Since the birth of the original music chart, there have only been 2 times when all the songs of the same album were on the chart, and both happened in the early stage when the data collection was not perfect and comprehensive. Nowadays, the scale of the domestic pop music industry is huge, and the new generation of singers and artists are emerging one after another. There are many albums and singles released every week. It is really too difficult to replicate such a miracle. The most important thing is that the strength of domestic original works is not as good as before. In order to squeeze the maximum benefits, entertainment and brokerage companies will not include multiple good songs in the same album. Most of the independent singers write their own songs, and their works are inevitably mixed, so they naturally don't want to be on the chart. Lu Chen's album is undoubtedly a subversion and can be called a real miracle, not to mention that all 10 works are on the chart. Among them, You Who Sat Next to Me, Those Flowers and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky are also in the top 10, and The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is the first time to reach the top of the chart. In an instant, Lu Chen's position in the pop music industry has risen. In fact, the emergence of this miracle is normal. The creative quality of You Who Sat Next to Me is really too high. The campus folk song style it has brought has become popular in society and schools. Countless young people and folk singers who like music have even regarded You Who Sat Next to Me as a classic, and videos of playing and singing cover songs can be seen everywhere on the internet. For a time, in the Waves blog and Postbar forums, a large number of music reviews and articles about the album You Who Sat Next to Me have appeared, all of which are full of praise. Some people think that it is fully qualified to be the best album of the year. Lu Chen's reputation has risen, the number of people calling the studio to inquire about the price has increased sharply. The price of 350,000 yuan per song has not scared some ambitious agencies and singer-artists. But even if they want to ask Lu Chen for a song now, they can't get it. Because at present, Lu Chen has Chen Fei-er's new album on hand, as well as an important invitation from the MSN Beautiful Girl group of Flying Stone Records, so if others want songs, then they have to wait in line first. Chen Fei-er has already given 2 songs, but the Queen of Sweet Song was so satisfied that she added another one, and the MSN Beautiful Girl group is scheduled to have 3 works. It's not that Lu Chen can't come up with songs. In fact, as long as he wants to, it's very easy to release dozens or even hundreds of works in one go, and it can be done in a day or 2. But Lu Chen is not that stupid. He doesn't have to be afraid of offending people at all. On the contrary, the more he is reluctant to sell, the more others value him. In the view of these entertainment agencies, those who can produce the title song of Chen Fei-er's album are all top writers in the industry. Although Lu Chen has not made his debut for long, his talent undoubtedly far exceeds his own fame. If possible, they would like to recruit Lu Chen under their banner, but unfortunately, it is not realistic. The reputation of Lu Chen's studio has also rapidly become loud in the circle. On the original music chart, also released on October 4, Lu Chen's I Love You China, which he sang at the National Day Party of Beijing Television, directly parachuted to 9th place, making his works on the chart reach 11 at the same time. This original music chart record was really established by Lu Chen. On October 7, the project of You Who Sat Next to Me album on the online crowdfunding website was announced to be successful, with a total of 2 million plus funds raised, and the pre-sales of Lu Chen's CD record have also been pushed to 110,000 plus. Although the sales of CD records are far from comparable to the sales of online albums, such a result is enough to kill a large number of famous singers, and at the same time represents huge profits. Lu Shi estimates that the total sales of this album alone plus peripheral products can bring Lu Chen's studio 3 million to 5 million, not counting other incidental value added. It can be said to be a lot of money. On the evening of October 8, Beijing Mukin Crowdfunding Network Company, Limited, jointly with Lu Chen Studio, held a grand celebration dinner at the 5-star Regent Hotel, and invited hundreds of guests from all walks of life. Among them were representatives of a number of venture capital funds. The business model of the online crowdfunding website, coupled with the copyright protection certificate that Mukin Crowdfunding has obtained, made these crocodiles in the financial industry smell the smell of profits, so they gathered around one after another. Of course, this was mainly due to the influence of the Li family. If it was Lu Chen himself, it was estimated that he would only invite a few friends in the circle to support him. How could he put on such a big scene? In addition, the background of the Li family also made these crocodiles dare not play any tricks. They could only rely on their own strength and conditions that were attractive enough to compete. The bait thrown by Li Mushi. As the legal representative of Mukin Crowdfunding and the core of Lu Chen Studio, Lu Chen was duty-bound to attend the dinner, wearing a well-ironed suit and socializing with many guests with a smiling face. But this was not what really gave him a headache. The real trouble was the girl brought by Su Daiwan, the object of Lu Chen's blind date. Across the table, sitting opposite Lu Chen was a pure and lovely girl. She was no more than 19 years old at most, which was the best age for a young girl. She was as delicate and pitiful as a blooming cherry blossom. She was the most worthy of cherishing and retaining. Chen Qian, Su Daiwan's biological sister. She was also Lu Chen's blind date tonight. Chen Qian's appearance was at least 60 to 70% similar to Su Daiwan's. Her skin was snow white, her eyebrows were picturesque, her big dark eyes were watery as if they could speak, and her bangs were no different from the girls in the ivory tower. She was pulled by her sister to be introduced to Lu Chen. She looked very shy and kept her head down without speaking. Su Daiwan took Chen Qian's hand and said to Lu Chen with a smile, Little Chen has just come back from abroad. She also studies music. You two must have a lot of common topics. Can you get to know each other and make friends? Since Su Daiwan said so, how could Lu Chen say no? He nodded quickly and said, Okay, sister-in-law, I will treat little Qian as my own sister. Lu Chen keenly noticed that when he finished this sentence, Chen Qian's body shrank significantly. He could also see that Su Daiwan really loved her sister. Su Daiwan smiled, got up and said, then you guys talk. Let's talk about music. Little Qian, you have to learn from Little Chen. Chen Qian said softly. Su Daiwan took the initiative to leave, obviously to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. But as soon as she left, the atmosphere became a little awkward. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen touched his nose and asked, Chen Qian, what kind of music did you study abroad? Modern or classical? Instrumental? Chen Qian said softly, I studied modern music. She didn't seem to want to continue this topic. She raised her head and looked at Lu Chen quickly. She said, Brother Lu Chen, it's too stuffy here. Can you accompany me outside for a walk? Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, but he still agreed. In fact, he didn't really like this kind of occasion. Everyone was dressed up and standing in the hall, wearing hypocritical masks, socializing, and saying insincere words. However, many people still enjoyed it. Therefore, Lu Chen did not want to get involved in the business circle, nor did he have any intention to develop in the business circle. He knew that he did not have the talent for business. The crowdfunding website was purely to earn a sum of money to pay off his family's debts. When the time came, he would sell his shares and retire. Chen Qian was very sensible. Before she left, she deliberately talked to Su Daiwan about it. Su Daiwan didn't object, and she was very happy. She said to Lu Chen, Little Chen, take Xiaoqian out to play. She is not used to such occasions. Please send her home before 10 o'clock. Although Lu Chen was the legal representative of Mukin crowdfunding, Li Mushi was the real protagonist in the evening. Therefore, it didn't matter if he left now after the celebration ceremony was over. Su Daiwan trusted Lu Chen very much and was very relieved to leave her sister in his care. Lu Chen took the opportunity to say goodbye and left with Chen Qian. Before leaving, he said hello to Li Mubai, who was circling around a beautiful girl. Knowing that Lu Chen was going out with Chen Qian, third young master Li smiled rather lasciviously. He said meaningfully, Brother Chen, take care of yourself. Lu Chen speechlessly punched him. Lu Chen and Chen Qian took the high-speed elevator and went down to the underground parking lot of the Regent Hotel. Because of his identity as the chairman of Mukin crowdfunding, Lu Chen socialized with many people in the evening and drank a lot of wine. But in fact, what he drank was not real wine, but a concocted drink. This was a little secret in the business world. Otherwise, as the host, if he drank too much, it would make a fool of himself, and it would be impolite to talk to others with a mouth full of alcohol. Therefore, Lu Chen could drive his own car and didn't have to worry about drunk driving. After finding his Zhonghua X7, he had just unlocked it with the remote key when he heard Chen Qian say timidly, Brother Lu Chen, you drank wine. Let me drive. It's not good to be caught drunk driving. Lu Chen scratched his head a little. He couldn't say that he actually drank all the drinks, could he? Chen Qian was really pure. She didn't know much about the business world. It was probably because Su Daiwan protected her too well. She was a bit like a flower in a greenhouse. He didn't know why she was willing to send her abroad to study. She was wearing a lady's dress with broken flowers tonight. Her delicate and soft appearance really made people feel sorry for her. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, do you have a driver's license? Chen Qian nodded and said, I got a driver's license in the United States, and I will renew it when I return to China. Brother Lu Chen, you can rest assured that I drive very slowly and steadily. She blinked her big eyes. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, and she was eager to give it a try. She was a well-behaved girl who wanted to find a little excitement in life. Any man, especially a young man, really couldn't refuse such a request from her. Isn't it just driving a car? It's no big deal. Of course, Lu Chen was a man, a normal young man. But he didn't impatiently hand over the car key as Chen Qian wished. Instead, he said with a faint smile, Sister Chen Qian, I think I'd better drive it myself. My car can't stand the torment of the Little Witch of Milan Road. The Little Witch of Milan Road, hearing these words, Chen Qian's expression suddenly changed. It was as if she was a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. All of her fur stood up, and her ladylike demeanor was nowhere to be found. Her eyes were filled with a sharp light that made one's heart palpitate with danger. Lu Chen wasn't surprised, and he smiled lightly. Milan Road was a winding mountain road in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Because of the steep terrain, rich kids often raced on this mountain road, resulting in several deaths. The title of the Little Witch of Milan Road belonged to this good girl in front of him. Xianxia asked coldly, "How did you know?" This matter, even her sister Su Daiwan didn't know, but Lu Chen, who they met for the first time, actually knew very clearly. Her disguise was completely exposed. How could Xianxia not be embarrassed and annoyed? Lu Chen smiled and said, "I also know that you're very dissatisfied with your sister's arrangement, and you don't want to go on a blind date with me at all. You even hate me, so you want to drive your own car to torment me, so that I'll suffer a bit and give up, right?" If not for his prior understanding of Chen Qian, Lu Chen really would have fallen for it. Chen Qian's acting was very good. To be honest, he hadn't seen any flaws before. Until just now, she revealed her fox's tail. Chen Qian was speechless. She had indeed planned to drive Lu Chen's car and race like crazy. Even if she didn't scare Lu Chen to death, she would torment him to death. Chen Qian couldn't persuade Su Daiwan, so she wanted to vent her anger on Lu Chen. She dressed like this tonight to make her sister happy, and also to make Lu Chen less vigilant. Who would have thought that such a pure and lovely girl was the famous Little Witch of Milan Road in the sports car circle of Greater Los Angeles? Lu Chen put away his smile and said seriously, "Chen Qian, I actually don't want to pursue you, and I don't want to have a girlfriend at the moment. It's just that sister-in-law Daiwan wants to matchmake us, so I can't not give face. So we're not enemies. Now that we've made it clear, shall I take you home?" Chen Qian stared at Lu Chen, and the light in her eyes gradually softened. She pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, "Okay then." The Little Witch of Milan Road took the initiative to extend her hand to Lu Chen. "I'm really sorry for what just happened. I apologize to you." Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and held Chen Qian's small hand. "You don't have to." What he never expected was that Chen Qian's 5 fingers suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. She suddenly raised his arm and pulled it back. At the same time, she turned her back to Lu Chen at lightning speed, putting his arm on her shoulder. Her left hand also grabbed Lu Chen's arm, and she bent down, wanting to throw him away. This was a very standard shoulder throw. People who hadn't trained for a long time would not be able to do it so skillfully and perfectly. Moreover, Chen Qian's attack came without any warning. It could be said to be unexpected. She had full confidence that she could throw this annoying guy in front of her until he was confused. However, Chen Qian caught Lu Chen off guard. She grabbed Lu Chen's arm and completed the attack of the shoulder throw, but there was a problem at the last step. Lu Chen was like a mountain, motionless, and she couldn't do anything to him no matter how hard she tried. This guy's strength is so great. Chen Qian was taken aback. But she didn't panic. Without hesitation, she raised her right foot and stepped heavily toward Lu Chen's foot. She was wearing a pair of crystal high heels, and the heels were very thin. However, Chen Qian's plan failed again, because at the moment she raised her foot, Lu Chen's other hand was on her waist, and he suddenly pushed her to the side. Ah! Chen Qian lost her balance in an instant, and her whole body turned around. She couldn't help but scream. Bang! The next moment, her buttocks had an intimate contact with the engine cover of Xianxia X7. It was actually placed on the car by Lu Chen. After a while, Chen Qian finally woke up, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Lu Chen retracted his hand and said with a smile, "Have you played enough? If you have, I'll send you home." Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were full of impatience. Lu Chen didn't have a good impression of this unruly girl who didn't know what was good for her. If it weren't for Su Daiwan, he would really let Chen Qian taste what pain was. In the situation just now, if it weren't for Lu Chen's quick reaction, he would have suffered a lot. He didn't know where the other party learned such a sinister trick. Chen Qian glared at him with a stubborn look on her face, and she seemed very unconvinced. Lu Chen shook his head, took a step back, took out his mobile phone, and said, "Then I'll call your sister. Don't you dare." Chen Qian screamed. "I don't dare." Lu Chen glanced at Chen Qian, unlocked the screen indifferently, and opened the address book to look for Su Daiwan's number. He has the private phone numbers of Li Murong and his wife, Li Mushi, and Li Mubai. It's right to return this kind of surly and spoiled girl as soon as possible. Originally, Lu Chen didn't want to expose Chen Qian. Everyone could just play along and deal with it. However, Chen Qian tried to play with Lu Chen, so he didn't need to be polite anymore. What Luchan didn't expect was that as soon as he found Su Daiwan's number, Xianxia suddenly burst into tears. Crying like a pear blossom in the rain. She cried and shouted, "You all bully me. My mother doesn't want me anymore. My father is a gambler. My sister," Xianxia cried loudly, and her cries spread far in the enclosed space of the underground parking lot. And there were not only Luchan and Xianxia in the parking lot of the Regent Hotel. Some people heard the noise and came over, and some people looked over. Luchan shook his head helplessly, put down his cell phone and said, "Forget it, don't cry." As a result, Xianxia cried even louder, as if to demonstrate to him. Luchan was so angry that he laughed. He asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" Xianxia cried for a moment, then suddenly jumped down from the front of the car, opened the door and sat down without saying a word. She sat in the passenger seat and said, "I want to go home." Luchan finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly got on the car and left. If he didn't go, he would be surrounded by people. Driving out of the underground parking lot and onto the road, Luchan asked, "Where do you live?" Xianxia wiped her tears and said bitterly, "Why do you care where I live? Just drive anywhere." Luchan couldn't help but get angry. To be honest, he knew a lot of girls, but he had never seen such a fickle one. She felt like everyone owed her something. Ding ling ling. Luchan was about to retort when his phone rang. Because he was driving, Luchan directly pressed the Bluetooth button on the steering wheel to answer. "Hello." Su Daiwan's gentle voice came from the car stereo. "Luchan, is Xiaoqian by your side?" Luchan looked at Xianxia and said, "Sister-in-law, yes." Su Daiwan lowered her voice and said, "Luchan, Xiaoqian is still young and not very sensible. Help sister-in-law take care of her. If she's naughty, don't bother with her, okay?" Su Daiwan clearly knew that Xianxia's behavior at night was a little abnormal, so she was worried. Luchan was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay, sister-in-law." "Xianxia, you have a good sister," Su Daiwan reminded Luchan of his mother, Fang Yun. Fang Yun used to worry about him. Luchan's heart softened a lot. After hanging up the phone, he kept driving forward in silence. Xianxia didn't say anything either. It was just that after Luchan drove for almost half an hour, she finally couldn't help asking, "Where are you taking me?" "Don't you mean where you go?" Luchan's lips curved and he said disdainfully, "Are you afraid?" Xianxia's eyes sparkled. Luchan said lightly, "I'll take you to a place." After driving for a few more minutes, Luchan found an empty parking space on the side of the road, parked the car, and got out to swipe his card. Xianxia followed him out. Her face was very unkind, and she seemed to be gnashing her teeth. She was not worried that Luchan would sell her. This was a bustling commercial area. It was very lively. Luchan glanced at her and then walked forward. Xianxia gritted her teeth and followed. She wanted to see what tricks Luchan was playing. After walking along the sidewalk for about 100 meters, they came to the exit of an underground passage. Luchan took the lead to go down. Xianxia followed him into the underground passage. This underground passage was very spacious, brightly lit, and people were coming and going. The walls on both sides were full of all kinds of lightbox advertisements. The light of the LED box lights was projected into the passage through the colorful spray, casting colorful lights and shadows. On the right side of the passageway against the wall, there were one or a few performers at regular intervals. Most of them were singers. Some were holding guitars and singing, and some were street bands. This was the famous Xidong Underground Passage, which connected the subway and the Xidong Underground Cultural Square. It was said that there were hundreds of long-term licensed singers. Unlike those street singers of varying levels, those who could establish a foothold in the Xidong Underground Passage had some strength. Whether it was singing or playing, their standards were remarkable. There was no lack of masters. However, the pedestrians were in a hurry, and few people stopped for these singers who were singing hard. Only a few singers who had wonderful performances were surrounded by people in twos and threes, holding their mobile phones to take pictures and videos. Luchan stopped at a corner. There was also someone performing here. It was a woman in her 30s, with an ordinary appearance, thin and dark skin. Like most singers, she was holding a guitar, with an open guitar case in front of her. There were a few coins and a few small notes scattered in it. Obviously, the evening's harvest was not good. The female singer was sitting on the ground, her legs unnaturally curled up, and there was a crutch next to her. When Lu Chen and Xianxia came over, she was playing and singing a classic folk song called Pencil Box. Her fingering was very skillful and sophisticated. Her slightly hoarse voice was very beautiful. Her singing was no weaker than that of ordinary professional singers. In Beijing, with a population of 30 million, there were many talented but unknown people. There were countless singers who drifted in Beijing, and only a very small number of them could stand on the real stage. Lu Chen quietly listened to her play and sing, and then put a prepared bill into the piano case. The denomination of 50 yuan surprised the female singer a little. She looked up and said, "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sister Sun, long time no see. How have you been?" The female singer suddenly showed a surprised smile and said, "Xiao Lu?" She instinctively wanted to stand up. However, this simple action was not easy for her to complete. Lu Chen immediately walked over, leaned over, and gave her a hug. He said, "Don't get up. Sit down." Sister Sun held the guitar in one hand and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder with the other hand. She said with a smile, "You are getting more and more handsome now. I saw you in the newspaper, haha." Lu Chen helped her sit down again. Sister Sun looked curiously at Xianxia, who was standing aside, and asked, "Is this your girlfriend?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "She's my friend's sister." "How have you been recently?" Sister Sun said, "I've always been the same. I'm still doing well. Everyone takes good care of me," she said with emotion. "Someone mentioned you and said that you are now a big star." Lu Chen said with a wry smile, "What big star? I'm just a small artist. Not many people know me on the street." Lu Chen said this a little modestly, but just now along the way, no one really recognized him. Sister Sun said with a smile, "Even if I'm a small artist now, I will definitely become a big star in the future. I've sung several of the songs you wrote." "You are so talented." Lu Chen smiled. Sister Sun said, "I'm really happy that you can come to see me. You must be very busy, right? You don't have to come here. Especially." She looked at Xianxia again and said, "You go. I'll go back later." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Then I'll go. Sister Sun, call me if you need anything. My number hasn't changed." After saying goodbye to Sister Sun, he took Xianxia back the way they came. In the car, Xianxia couldn't help asking, "You brought me here and let me see this person. What do you mean?" Lu Chen said lightly, "Sister Sun came to the capital 7 years ago. She brought her husband to the capital for treatment, but he died. She also owed a lot of debts, so she continued to work in the capital to make money. But not long after, she had a car accident. When she was crossing the zebra crossing, she was hit by a speeding car that ran the red light and broke her leg. As a result, the driver ran away after the accident. Because it was a fake car, he was never caught and there was no compensation. Sister Sun's leg was crippled, and she lost her original job. Later, she borrowed money from others to buy a guitar and a speaker. She taught herself to play and sing and performed here. Some of the money she earned was used to pay off her debts, and some was sent to her parents in her hometown to support her children. Xianxia was stunned. She didn't expect Sister Sun's life to be so pitiful. Lu Chen stopped and said to her in a deep voice, "I brought you to see her to tell you, don't think that everyone owes you, that everyone is sorry for you, and that the whole world should revolve around you. Your greatest luck is to have a good sister. If you really want to compare, you can't even compare to one of Sister Sun's fingers." Xianxia bit her lips so hard that her lips turned white. Her expression was still stubborn, and she stared at Lu Chen without showing any weakness. She asked, "Then why didn't you help her? You can make a lot of money now, right? A song can sell for hundreds of thousands, and you only gave her 50 yuan just now. Don't you feel embarrassed?" She obviously had a good understanding of Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered and said, "I only gave her 50 yuan because Sister Sun doesn't need other people's sympathy and charity. She can support herself and her children. In the past, someone raised money for her, and she donated it to charity. You don't understand her pride and self-esteem at all, because you only know how to stretch out your hand to ask for money from her and squander it." Lu Chen's reprimand was like an incomparably sharp knife, which instantly pierced Xianxia's psychological defense line. It was too hurtful. The most painful thing was that Lucien was right. She had squandered a lot of her sister's money. Xianxia was speechless. She was ashamed and wanted to open the car door and escape. Click, Lucien's eyes and hands were sharp, and he instantly locked the car door. He said indifferently, "I promised your sister that I would send you home." Xianxia pulled the door handle hard, but she couldn't open the car door. She buried her face in her hands and began to weep softly. It was clear that she was crying in a very sad voice. Lucien felt that this little witch of Milan Road could still be saved. But he had no interest in continuing to be a doctor. "Brother Chen, please teach me." On the phone, Li Mubai's exaggerated voice came out, as if something extraordinary had happened. Lucien, who had just walked out of the gate of Jingyin, was confused. "What are you talking about? Teach you what? Does this guy want to learn music seriously? Then Lucien really doesn't have much to teach him. He himself is now coming to Jingyin to listen to lectures to recharge. Today is Lucien's first day in Jingyin to listen to lectures. Although it has been more than a month since the beginning of the new semester, freshmen start classes today. Because according to the state regulations, freshmen are required to undergo a month of military training after enrollment, and then classes officially start after the 7-day National Day holiday. The further Lucien goes on the road of music, the more he feels his own shortcomings. Although he has the memory of 3 lives, and there is no problem with experience, the accumulation of theoretical knowledge is relatively small, and the arrangement of works has to be completed by others. Lucien came to Jingyin to listen to lectures and learn, mainly to make up for the shortcomings. He has the conditions in this regard. Without the constraints of an agency, he doesn't need to run notices to brush his face and make his presence known, so he can arrange his time more freely. The most important thing is that Lucien knows Gao Yu, a professor in the Department of Composition of Jingyin, and this famous teacher can guide him. Moreover, the quality of the students in Jingyin is very good. When Lucien came to listen to the lecture before, he was recognized. No one gathered around or asked for photos and autographs, so he was very comfortable. Jingyin's deep foundation is worthy of the name of the 3 major music academies. If Li Mubai really wants to learn music, it's not bad to pull him over to listen to lectures together. Li Mubai replied with a smile, "Teach me how to tame that little witch, Xianxia. Last night, she cried for half the night after she got home. Originally, sister-in-law wanted to find you to question you, but she stopped her. Both her eyes are swollen like walnuts. I've known her for so long, but I've never seen her cry like this, haha." Third young Master Li was simply gloating. He didn't have the slightest sympathy, but was extremely happy. So that's what happened. Lucien understood his feelings very well. Although they were relatives, Li Mubai had suffered a lot at Xianxia's hands. He was gnashing his teeth when talking about it. However, he was afraid of his big brother Li Murong, who was like a tiger, and respected Su Daiwan very much. He could only bear it when he suffered losses. Now that Lucien had helped him vent his anger, he was naturally in a good mood. And it was Li Mubai who revealed the details of Xianxia to Lucien. Otherwise, how could Lucien expose her disguise? He would have to suffer a loss like Li Mubai. Lucien smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I just want her to realize her mistake." Li Mubai was suspicious. "Really? That's it? This chick is not to be trifled with. She's very powerful." He had suffered a lot of losses. The psychological shadow of Xianxia was very big. Lucien said, "No matter how powerful she is, she won't look for me again, but you have to be careful of her revenge." Li Mubai was shocked. "Brother Chen, you didn't sell me out, did you?" Lucien sighed and said, "Why would I sell you out? But if she's really powerful, she should be able to guess that I saw through her pretending to be a lady yesterday. She will naturally look for whoever sold her out." Li Mubai directly knelt down. "Brother Chen, don't say anything. I'll book a ticket now." Lucien laughed. After talking with Li Mubai for a while, he ended the call. Just as he was about to walk to the parking space, Lucien suddenly felt that someone was watching him and instinctively turned his head to look. He saw a woman in a white dress standing 10 meters away, and their eyes happened to meet. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her appearance was stunning. Her eyes were as bright as the morning stars, and she had an otherworldly temperament. There were many beautiful women in Jingyin, but none of them could compare with her. The eyes cast around her were enough to show her popularity and charm. Qing, Lu Chen recognized her identity. It was Qing, who he had met once in Yeming Tea Garden. Qing was a student of Jingyin and studied folk music. He nodded at the other party. Among all the girls that Lu Chen knew, Qing was the most outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Her family background should also be very good. She could be called a real goddess. But it was precisely because of this that Lu Chen didn't have much feeling for her. He only appreciated her and didn't pursue her. It wasn't that Lu Chen didn't have self-confidence or inferiority complex, but in his opinion, a girl like Qing might be good as a friend or confidant. If she was a girlfriend or wife, that would shorten one's life, and there were too many beautiful things in the world, some of which were better seen from a distance. But what Lu Chen didn't expect was that he didn't want to go over and say hello. Instead, Qing hesitated for a moment and took the initiative to walk towards Lu Chen. Senior Lu Chen was a little surprised. "Hello, Junior Qing." Qing looked indifferent and asked, "Excuse me, did you drive here by yourself?" Lu Chen nodded. "Do you want to go home? I'll take you back." Last time, it was Qing who brought him to Jingyin to apply for a lecture permit. If the other party needed help, he was naturally duty-bound. Qing said, "Then I'll have to trouble you. I have a piano to take back to the tea garden." Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's no trouble." Lu Chen noticed that Qing was carrying a long piano case in her hand. He was a little strange. Why didn't Qing drive by herself? Why did she ask him for help? As long as she asked, he believed that a lot of boys would be willing to serve her, right? Of course, although he was curious, Lu Chen wouldn't take the initiative to ask. After all, this was the other party's privacy. At this time, a thin boy walked quickly towards the two of them, holding a bunch of flowers in his hand. He obviously summoned up his courage, stared at Qing with burning eyes, presented her with roses with both hands, and said loudly, "Junior Qing, I like you." The boy had been waiting for Qing outside the campus for a long time. He was still hesitating until he saw Qing talking to Lu Chen and about to leave. He became anxious and desperately chased after her to confess to the latter. Qing didn't take his flowers. She took a step back and said faintly, "Sorry, I don't like you." She said to Lu Chen, "Let's go." Lu Chen suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that Qing was looking for a ride because she noticed the boy's existence and was afraid of being entangled by the other party. There were already many people around pointing and watching. The boy's face turned red, but his expression showed that he didn't want to give up easily. Lu Chen took the piano case from Qing's hand and smiled at the other party. "I'm really sorry, brother. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you're really not likable." The boy wilted like a frosted eggplant. In terms of height and appearance, he was much worse than Lu Chen. He felt very powerless. With Qing, Lu Chen walked to the place where he parked his car. He secretly sighed in his heart that a girl like Qing's daily life was very troublesome. Unless she hid at home and didn't go out, she always had to face all kinds of pursuits and even harassment. As Lu Chen was thinking, a silver-white Porsche sports car quietly drove over and steadily stopped in front of the two of them, blocking the way. The Golden Shield logo on the front of the car was shining in the light of the setting sun. "Beauty," the window slid down silently, and the person sitting in the driver's seat poked his head out, whistled frivolously at Qing, and said, "Come and sit in my car. It's too beneath your identity and beauty to sit in his broken car." Seeing the Porsche blocking the road, Lu Chen's expression instantly became very strange. But Qing not only didn't get angry, but also blossomed with a very moving smile. "Sister Mushy." The person who picked up Qing was Li Mushy. The Porsche F17 she was driving was originally Li Mubai's, and Lu Chen had sat in it several times. Lu Chen didn't expect Li Mushy to appear here, and to know Qing. Li Mushy asked with a smile, "Girl, what's the matter with you two?" Qing's pretty face blushed and explained, "Nothing, I just asked this senior to help me." "This senior?" Li Mushy said with a smile, "Your senior is my immediate boss, the chairman of my company." "Ah?" Qing was taken aback and looked at Lu Chen with unbelievable eyes. Qing knew that Lu Chen was a singer-artist, and he was also a little famous, But she didn't expect that Lu Chen actually had such a relationship with Li Mushi, which really surprised her. Qing Qing was very clear about the latter's identity. Li Mushi said, "I'm here to find him. You can take my car together. I'll take you back first." Qing Qing quickly calmed down and said with a smile, "Thank you, Sister Mushi." She opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Li Mushi waved her hand and said, "We sisters have nothing to thank, but you have to be careful of this guy. He's very fickle. Don't be deceived by him." Lu Chen, who had just sat in the back seat, heard the other party's slander and said with a wry smile, "Sister Mushi, how can I be fickle?" He was really wronged. Since he met and fell in love with Wang Ying in college, he has not taken the initiative to provoke other girls. Until now, although he has met several very good girls, he has not pursued any of them. Like Yi Zitong, Mu Xiaochu, and even Chen Fei'er. Because Lu Chen's current thoughts are basically on his own career. His career has not been successful, and his family's debts have not been paid off. He will not consider personal emotional problems for the time being. Li Mushi turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes seemed to say, "This old lady has seen through you long ago." Lu Chen was speechless. Qing Qing pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I know, I will be careful." She obviously has a good relationship with Li Mushi, talking and laughing, without the previous indifference and coldness. Driving the four-door sports car that originally belonged to Li Mubai, Li Mushi first sent Qing Qing back to Yuming Tea Garden. Then she took Lu Chen to a private club. The capital has the most high-end clubs and private clubs in the country. Some high-end clubs have strict rules and extremely expensive membership fees, forming a special small circle. When Lu Chen worked at Forget Worries Bar, he heard a lot of rumors about clubs and clubs, some of which were quite bizarre. In the eyes of ordinary people, these places were extremely mysterious. The private club that Li Mushi brought Lu Chen to was called Borui Club. It was located near the CBD of the Second Ring Road, near the park and quiet. The external building was made of steel frames and glass, and the style was very modern. Before it was dark, the parking lot outside the Borui Club was already full of all kinds of luxury cars. The number was so large that it could hold a luxury car exhibition. When Lu Chen got out of the car, he saw several security personnel in black uniforms, sunglasses, and headphones. Li Mushi was obviously a regular here. She walked straight in with Lu Chen without showing any card. The security personnel and waiters saluted respectfully when they saw them. It had to be said that this kind of dignitary style made people sigh. Lu Chen was a little curious, but not envious. Everyone had their own fate, and he also had his pride. Unexpectedly, the decor of the club was not magnificent. Instead, it presented a deep and reserved design style, without the slightest trace of the nouveau riche, so it looked very special. Li Mushi said to Lu Chen, "Let's talk about things first, and then eat, okay?" Although it was an inquiry, her tone was strong and decisive. Lu Chen nodded calmly and said, "The guest follows the host. I'll listen to you, sister Mushi." Li Mushi glanced at him and said with a smile, "If you really listen to me, that would be good." She said it a bit ambiguously. Lu Chen smiled faintly, but there was a trace of vigilance in his heart. She told him directly that the eldest daughter of the Li family brought him here deliberately today. "I'm afraid it's not a good thing," but he was not afraid. Following Li Mushi, they took the elevator to the third floor of the club. On the third floor, they turned right, and there was a large space inside, with 3 arenas on the left, right, and middle. There were a lot of fitness equipment around, and large mirrors were pasted on the walls on both sides. At the very front was a long row of floor-to-ceiling glass, through which one could see the bustling scene of the central business district in the distance. The black ceiling was densely covered with lights, and the bright lights illuminated the entire space. Dozens of men and women were exercising, and there were people sparring in the 3 arenas. It was a lively scene. Big Sister Mushi." Seeing Li Mushi, many people came over to greet her. At the same time, they looked at Lu Chen curiously. Li Mushi responded to them one by one with a smile on her face, giving people the feeling that she was the queen here. Patrolling his own territory, the two of them sat down at a table near the window, and the waiter served them tea. Li Mushi personally poured a cup of tea for Lu Chen and said, "Let's talk about business first. A venture capitalist is very interested in our online crowdfunding and wants to buy a part of the shares, at least 25%. Lu Chen immediately perked up. What's the price? To be frank, in addition to making it convenient for him to release his album, he also wanted to make a quick sum of money. It was a good thing that VCs were willing to hold shares, Li Mushi said. Their valuation of Mucho crowdfunding is 20 million. 20 million, Lu Chen frowned. This valuation was a little low. If Lu Chen did it alone, and someone else was willing to pay 20 million, then he would sell it all without thinking. But now that the online crowdfunding has a stake in the Li family and has obtained a copyright protection certificate, its value has naturally risen. The most important thing is that the online crowdfunding has completed its first crowdfunding project, and it has been very successful. This kind of internet business model is undoubtedly feasible and has great potential. The future is promising, Li Mushi observed his expression and said, this valuation is definitely low. Frankly speaking, I am very optimistic about the online crowdfunding now. If you are willing, I can buy 41% of your shares at a valuation of 50 million. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. With a valuation of 50 million, 41% of the shares is 25 million. Li Mushi's offer is undoubtedly very sincere. It should be known that it has only been 2 months since the online crowdfunding was established, and the Li family has contributed a lot. Lu Chen only provided an idea. An idea in exchange for more than 20 million yuan, in today's era, is also a miracle of the internet. However, Lu Chen was not overwhelmed by the sudden huge sum of money. He calmly asked, why not buy it all? Leave 10% for me? Li Mushi smiled and said, at least for now, the online crowdfunding needs your existence, especially in projects involving the entertainment industry. You can play a good role. The first project of the online crowdfunding, Lu Chen's debut album, was completed entirely through his fans, proving the appeal of Lu Chen and also setting a good example in the entertainment industry. Mucho crowdfunding had already received inquiries from a few entertainment agencies. Moreover, the publicity effect of crowdfunding projects in the entertainment industry is not comparable to that of other commercial projects, Lu Chen said with a smile. In that case, I agree with your offer, but my 10% shares must be converted into non-dilutable founders' shares. When he originally cooperated with the Li family, he promised to transfer most of his shares in the future. But Lu Chen still has to stick to his own interests. The so-called non-dilutable founders' shares refer to that no matter how big the company expands in the future, no matter how much the amount of investment increases, his 10% of the shares will be fixed and unchanged. Li Mushi was very surprised. She originally thought that she could easily knock down Lu Chen with 20 million yuan, but she didn't expect Lu Chen to put forward such a condition. His question just now was obviously a question that he knew the answer to. She was really a little careless, or underestimated Lu Chen. 10% of the non-dilutable founders' shares is not much, but it's actually not little, but Li Mushi was not so easy to admit defeat. She pondered for a moment and said, let me think about it first. Let's put aside this business matter first. Let's talk about private matters. Lu Chen asked calmly, is it about Xianxia? Li Mushi stared at him, her eyes a little fierce. Yes, what did you do to her last night? Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What can I do to her? He told the story of taking Xianxia out last night, so that Li Mushi and the Li family could rest assured. After listening to it, Li Mushi's eyes softened a lot. But she didn't intend to let Lu Chen go. She said rudely, who asked you to be nosy? She is my sister, and I can't let you bully her for nothing. Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised, because in his impression, Li Mushi was not that kind of unreasonable person. Lu Chen asked, then what do you want? Li Mushi pointed to the ring in front of her without thinking and said, it's very simple. As long as you defeat me on the ring, then this matter will be written off, and I will agree to your conditions of buying the shares. If you lose, a sly smile appeared on her lips, then you apologize to Xianxia and make her happy. Lu Chen felt that he couldn't keep up with Li Mushi's thoughts. You mean you want to fight with me? Li Mushi nodded, yes, Xianxia learned judo self-defense from me, and she said that she is no match for you. This woman, Lu Chen saw the flames of excitement in her eyes, revealing a sense of belligerence. She was serious. Lu Chen shook his head and said frankly, you are no match for me, and I don't beat women. Li Mushi sneered, how do you know if you don't try? You don't have to treat me as a woman. She felt that Lu Chen was really boasting. Lu Chen looked at Li Mushi in a daze, and suddenly said with a smile, "In this case, if you agree to one more condition, then I can fight with you." Li Mushi couldn't wait to ask, "What condition?" Lu Chen said lightly, "It's very simple. If you lose, you are not allowed to harass my sister in the future." Li Mushi was commonly known as a lesbian. Lu Chen didn't know at first, but later she told him several times that Li Mushi was strange to her. Lu Chen felt that something was wrong, so he asked Li Mubai, and the latter mumbled that she didn't understand. But Lu Chen already understood. Lu Chen didn't discriminate against and Li Mushi didn't do anything too excessive, but he still hoped that his sister wouldn't be troubled by it. Li Mushi was stunned for a moment, and then she giggled. She glanced at Lu Chen flirtatiously and said, "In fact, I quite like your sister. Since you have asked, then I will give you face, but the premise is that you must defeat me." "Then come on." Lu Chen stood up calmly and said, "The sooner it's over, the sooner it's over." His confidence and calmness made Li Mushi frown involuntarily. But Li Mushi didn't take it to heart, because she didn't believe that she would lose to Lu Chen. "Change your clothes." The facilities in the hall were very complete. Soon, someone brought Lu Chen a set of brand new clothes that fit him. After Lu Chen changed, he went to the middle ring. Li Mushi was already waiting for him there. Lu Chen was wearing a black Daoist robe, and she was wearing a white tight-fitting outfit, which outlined her figure to be vigorous and sexy, especially her pair of long legs, which were simply captivating, full of power and beauty. Seeing the two of them on the ring, the people around them gathered around to watch. There were men and women among these people. They were all young, but all of them were well-proportioned and fit. Obviously, they had been exercising for a long time. Many of them had strong muscles, and their eyes were shining. Undoubtedly, they were not ordinary fitness enthusiasts. The duel between Lu Chen and Li Mushi attracted everyone's attention. In Lu Chen's impression, Li Mushi belongs to the kind of beautiful and shrewd modern woman. Regardless of her sexual orientation, the eldest daughter of the Li family, who graduated from the Wharton School of Business, had a candid personality and a keen business sense. Under her control, Mukin crowdfunding was full of vitality and vigor. Lu Chen still admires her very much. It was just that at this moment, Li Mushi, who stood in front of Lu Chen, had a completely different image. She was like a female leopard with her claws and fangs, beautiful and dangerous. In particular, Li Mushi's eyes, which were staring at Lu Chen, were shining with excitement, as if she was staring at a delicious prey and was eager to pounce on him. "Haha, who is this guy? Isn't competing with our big sister looking for abuse? Do you think this brother really has courage, or doesn't he know how powerful our big sister Mushi is? He must not know." In terms of body size alone, Lu Chen, who is more than 180 centimeters tall, is firmly superior to Li Mushi, and after a long period of unremitting exercise and nutritional supplements, his physique is also quite strong. In addition, Lu Chen is a man. It stands to reason that the onlookers should be worried about Li Mushi. However, the truth was the complete opposite. Most of the people around the ring looked at Lu Chen with ridicule in their eyes. There was no lack of schadenfreude, and there was even pity and sympathy. "Someone recognized Lu Chen, eh? Isn't this Lu Chen, the champion of Singing China?" "What Singing China? You said he sings?" "Well, she's a singer. She sings very well. She's very talented. Have you heard of her? That's what he sings." "Haha, Sister Mushi is going to abuse a noob." Their comments were clearly heard by Lu Chen, making the corners of his mouth twitch. "So I'm a singer? It seems that's not wrong." Li Mushi noticed Lu Chen's look and said with a chuckle, "Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." Lu Chen felt that the corner of his mouth was about to twitch. He sighed and said, "Sister Mushi, you go first." Li Mushi's eyes flashed. She suddenly strode forward and approached Lu Chen in an instant. It was like a leopard pouncing on its prey in the jungle. In close combat, she suddenly waved her right arm, 4 fingers of her right hand closed together, and her thumb bent close to the base of her index finger. A standard palm knife chopped towards Lu Chen's neck like lightning, swift and powerful, breaking through the air and creating wind. Had it been an ordinary person, they would not have been able to react in time and would have been slashed to the ground instantly. It was very likely that he had fainted, but Lu Chen was prepared. He raised his left arm without hesitation and accurately blocked Li Mushi's palm blade with his elbow. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and punched straight at Li Mushi's face. Pa! Li Mushi's palm knife chopped Lu Chen's elbow and did not complete the winning blow. Facing Lu Chen's fist, she nimbly dodged sideways, twisted her waist, and suddenly jumped up. At the same time, her slender right leg flew up, and a beautiful roundhouse kick was thrown out. Both sides were in close combat. Li Mushi's evasive counterattack was wonderful, and her roundhouse kick was full of power. Good. The onlookers around the ring all cheered, and all of them were extremely excited. In their view, Lu Chen was bound to lose. Li Mushi's strength in kickboxing, although not comparable to the top masters, was absolutely easy to take down a singer. Even Lu Chen seems to have a few tricks up his sleeve. Bang! But to everyone's disappointment, Li Mushi's roundhouse kick was unexpectedly blocked by Lu Chen's raised left arm again. Before her body fell, Lu Chen turned sideways and punched again. This punch seemed slow, but it was actually fast, and it was silent. It hit Li Mushi's abdomen in the air. Li Mushi was in the air and could not dodge at all. With a muffled sound, her whole body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the ring a few meters away. The cheers around the ring stopped abruptly, and the onlookers' expressions froze as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? In their view, Lu Chen, who dared to compete with Li Mushi, was destined to be beaten to a pulp. It was just a matter of how long he persisted, and there was no suspense in the outcome of the match. But now, the two sides had just started fighting, and Li Mushi was sent flying to the ground. She was actually vulnerable. This completely subverted everyone's common sense, and suddenly there was silence. Lu Chen closed his hands and smiled faintly. Sister Mushi, thanks for letting me win. But under his smile, there was hidden pain. Although he unexpectedly defeated Li Mushi, in fact, Lu Chen was not unscathed. His left arm, which had just received the roundhouse kick, was numb and sore, and it was estimated that his muscles were injured. The strength of Li Mushi's kick was very strong, and his body's tempering was far from enough. Li Mushi struggled to get up and stared at him fiercely. Her eyes were full of shame and unwillingness. Her right hand pressed on her abdomen. Lu Chen's fist was very heavy. There was no tenderness for the fairer sex. After a moment, she said dejectedly, I lost. Miss Li was a very proud person. A loss was a loss, and she would never do anything to go back on her words and deny it. But she was really unwilling to accept it. Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Li Mushi's foundation was very strong, but she was eager to win. In a situation where she didn't have an absolute advantage, she actually made a roundhouse kick. She simply didn't put him in her eyes. The martial arts that Lu Chen mastered came from Imoran. Although this actor in the dream world didn't have much fame, he had put a lot of hard work in practicing martial arts and training his body. He also had a lot of experience in fighting with others, so he had real martial arts. Since he woke up that day, Lu Chen had been training every day regardless of rain or shine. His basic physical quality was good, and he had talent in this area. Although he didn't dare to say that he had learned all the skills, it was not a problem to defeat Li Mushi, who underestimated him. In time, Lu Chen could be stronger than Imoran because he was still very young. If Li Mushi fought steadily with Lu Chen, the result would be hard to say. Now she could only swallow the bitter fruit of defeat. Li Mushi also could afford to lose. She quickly calmed down, raised her head again and said to Lu Chen, next time, it won't be so easy for you to beat me. There will be a next time. Lu Chen shook his head. It was not interesting to defeat a woman, and there was no glory. If there was a chance, he wanted to find other people here to practice a few times. Lu Chen's eyes swept over the people around the ring. There should be a suitable opponent among them. Lu Chen also had a good idea in his heart. But the time was not ripe yet. He got off the ring. At this time, the onlookers looked at Lu Chen with completely different gazes. Surprise. Awe, curiosity. Lu Chen went to the locker room to change out of his Taoist robe and put on his own clothes. He returned to the original resting seat and sat down. Soon after, Li Mushi also came. The eldest daughter of the Li family had completely calmed down, and seemed to have accepted her crushing defeat to Lu Chen. But the light flashing in her eyes showed that she didn't intend to give up. Lu Chen, where did you learn martial arts? Li Mushi was really curious. She had read Lu Chen's information, and there was no mention of Lu Chen practicing martial arts. The fact was that he was very good at martial arts. The eldest daughter of the Li family felt a dull pain in her abdomen, and she couldn't help but grit her teeth. She had never lost so miserably. Lu Chen knew that Li Mushi wanted to get information out of him, so he smiled and said, self-taught. He reached out and tapped on the table and asked, you won't change the conditions you promised, will you? Li Mushi snorted and said, 20 million to buy 41% of your shares in Mukin crowdfunding. You can retain 10% of the non-diluted founder's shares. We will sign the contract tomorrow. As for your sister, she glared at Lu Chen and said, I won't take the initiative to find her in the future, unless she comes to me. Lu Chen couldn't help the joy in his heart and said sincerely, thank you, Sister Mushi. Lu Chen was really grateful to Li Mushi. With this money, he could finally pay off all the debts of his family. Not only that, the money left after paying off the debts could also help him realize a wish that had been buried in his heart. From then on, he would be free from debt, and from then on, he would be able to jump freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky. Of course, Li Mushi wouldn't suffer a loss. Under her control and management, the prospects of Mukin crowdfunding were extremely bright. Although if Lu Chen transferred most of his shares now, he might lose future benefits. But a person should know how to be content. Compared with his efforts, 20 million was already an amazing excess return, not to mention the retention of 10% of the shares. Lu Chen was satisfied. Li Mushi couldn't see Lu Chen so happy and said, don't be happy too early. I also have a condition. Lu Chen was stunned, what condition? Li Mushi said, in the future, you have to come here several times a month to practice martial arts with me, otherwise, without waiting for her to finish, Lu Chen agreed, no problem. As long as I'm free, I'll definitely come. It was great to have such a martial arts training ground. As for being Li Mushi's sparring partner, it was a complete trifle. Li Mushi was a very good opponent. Lu Chen agreed so happily that Li Mushi felt that her calculation seemed to have failed again. This eldest Miss Li was very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She remembered it in her heart, one day, she would get back at him. The next afternoon, in the new Mukin crowdfunding company, the two sides formally signed an equity transfer agreement. According to the agreement, the funds for the acquisition of shares would be transferred into Lu Chen's personal account within 3 days. After solving this important matter, Lu Chen didn't relax. His career had just started. On the morning of October 10th, Lu Chen came to Flying Stone Records in the New Era Art Park. He was invited by Xianxia to participate in the audition of the title song of the debut album of the MSN Beautiful Girl group. The title song of this album, of course, was written by Lu Chen. Flying Stone Records, Listening Room. As a veteran record company in the industry, the strength of Flying Stone Records was still very deep. Its equipment and facilities were among the best in the industry, and the listening room was no exception. Although the area of this listening room was not very large, the decoration was strictly in accordance with the industry's first-class standards. Whether it was the floor, the wall layout, or the audio and video system, they were all very advanced. With special seats, it could be used as a very high-specification home theater. Today's day was a bit special. The listening room that could accommodate 24 listeners was full, and there were several people who had no seats standing directly in the aisle. It could be said to be crowded together. And all the people present were the top figures of Flying Stone Records. Xianxia, the vice president of Flying Stone Records, Xianxia, the manager of the public relations department, the manager of the brokerage department, the chief contracted author Fan Jun, and a number of agents gathered together, including the protagonists of this listening session, MSN Group. In addition, Xia Guiyuan, the general manager of Flying Stone Records, also came. Xia Guiyuan was in his 50s this year. He has been in charge of Flying Stone Records for more than 20 years. He has experienced the process of the record company from its most glorious peak to its decline, and then to its resurgence. His prestige in the company is extremely high. In the circle, everyone's evaluation of Xia Guiyuan was that he was shrewd and tenacious. He had a wide network and a deep background. He acted swiftly and decisively. He was very old and could accept new things. The establishment of the MSN Beautiful Girl group was the result of the promotion of Xia Guiyuan and Lin Jijie, so he would personally attend the listening session of the title song of the album. Otherwise, a mere song, even if it was the title work, was not worth Xia Guiyuan coming out to suppress the scene. Some time ago, there were some different voices within Flying Stone Records about MSN's debut album, thinking that the investment was too large, leading to a doubling of the risk. In particular, the cost of hiring Lu Chen to compose and supervise the production was as high as 1 million plus. Giving a newcomer the treatment of a top author had never happened in the history of Flying Stone Records. Although Lu Chen's talent was excellent, and his solo album has also been recognized by the market, there were always people who had doubts, and even suspected that there was any insider trading. This brought a lot of pressure to Lin Jijie. It wasn't until Lu Chen swept the original music chart recently and shocked the industry that the voices of doubt weakened a lot. But there were still doubts. Today, Xia Guiyuan was actually sitting here to support Lin Jijie. In addition to the senior management of Flying Stone Records, the company also invited a number of well-known people in the industry. One of them was Zhen, editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine. She had a good relationship with Lin Jijie and was very interested in MSN's debut album. She was invited to come today. There were also 2 music radio hosts and a well-known music critic. Such a scene made the 3 girls of the MSN group, Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian, all tremble with fear. They sat in the corner of the listening room and did not dare to breathe. In fact, the beautiful girls were even more excited because this song was of great significance to their debut album. The door of the listening room was pushed open, and an employee of Flying Stone Records let a young man in. Mu Xiaochu and the others were sitting close to the door, so they were the first to see the newcomers. They immediately stood up and said to the young man in unison, "Hello, Teacher Lu." The crisp and melodious greeting of MSN alarmed the other people present, Xia Guiyuan, Yi Xiangjuan, Lin Jijie. They stood up one after another. The calmer was Lu Chen. He didn't expect so many people to come to today's main audition. He was very surprised. Lu Chen nodded to Mu Xiaochu and the other 2. He put his hands together and apologized to Lin Jijie, who had just come over. "I'm really sorry to have kept everyone waiting. There was a traffic jam on the way here just now." Lin Jijie said with a smile, "You're not late. Let me introduce you. This is our general manager." He first introduced Xia Guiyuan to Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been to Flying Stone Records 4 or 5 times, but it was the first time he had seen the helmsman. He has also heard a lot about Xia Guiyuan's name, a real senior. Xia Guiyuan held Lu Chen's hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Lu Chen is young and promising. It's also our luck that Flying Stone Records is fortunate to cooperate with you." Such an evaluation was really high, which made Lu Chen a little fearful and in awe. Lin Jijie introduced him to several other guests, including Zhen, the editor-in-chief of Pop Music magazine. Everyone was very respectful and polite to Lu Chen. This respect was not just out of politeness, but Lu Chen's status in the pop music world was no longer as simple as the winner of Singing China. It could be said that he has erected his own style. Lu Chen's current position was achieved with 11 original works on the original music chart. This unprecedented record was enough to make everyone feel deep veneration for him. After some pleasantries, Lu Chen sat down next to Xia Guiyuan. This position was specially vacated for him. Lin Jijie personally operated the playback equipment. Before the audition, he said, "Thank you for coming to listen to the album title song of MSN Group. This song was composed by Lu Chen and co-arranged and produced with me. After listening to it, please give me more valuable comments." In the audition room, there was a soft applause. Lin Jijie said with a smile, "The name of this song is called Not Yet Lovers." As soon as his voice fell, he pressed the play button at the same time. The audition room became extremely quiet in an instant. Until the prelude sounded. "Why am I the only one who can talk to you all night? Why do I want to see you again after saying goodbye? Among my friends, you are the most special. You always make me feel very close and considerate. Why do you care who goes shopping with me? Why do you worry about who makes love to me? You say you have feelings for me a little more than others, but you don't say how much. Friends and above, not yet lovers, sweet but upset, happy and chaotic. In the future, what will become? I can't wait to know the answer." This song Not Yet Lovers was the title song selected by Lu Chen for MSN's album. The meaning of the title of the song, Not Yet Lovers, comes from the Japanese friends and above, not yet lovers. It means that the relationship between two people is above the relationship of friends, but has not yet reached the level of lovers. It is most suitable to express the green and astringent feeling between young people. The first 3 parts of the song were sung by the 3 beautiful girls of MSN. They used their respective sweet or clear voices to sing the expectation of love and the sweetness of being trapped in the dream of love of semi-mature girls, and delicately conveyed the longing and dreams of girls in this awkward period. In an instant, it caught the ears of almost everyone present. The singing of Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian vividly expressed the unique feelings of little girls. The beautiful melody, the just right arrangement, and the simple but beautiful accompaniment created an atmosphere that was intoxicating. Just a little closer, I'll let you hold my hand, a little braver, I'll go with you. What are you waiting for? There's not much time left, if it goes on, we can only be friends. A little closer, I'll nod, a little more impulsive, I won't dodge. Just 3 words, don't hesitate so long as you say it, you can have me. The chorus part was also the climax of the whole song. The combination of the 3 girls was perfect, the reserve of youth, the friendship of youth, and the inexplicable heartbeat of youth. The ignorant pure love, the brave encouragement, and the impulse to pursue true love made people feel as if they had returned to the past, and they couldn't help but think of the people they had missed. Whether it was sad or sweet, perhaps only they knew. The farthest love was that you were on the left and I was on the right. The most memorable love was that it was more than friends, but not lovers, although he had heard it many times. When he heard the final version, Lu Chen was also moved by their voices. As newcomers in the circle and members of the new girl group of Flying Stone Records, Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian were all under a lot of pressure. Many people were staring at them and paying attention to them. And this kind of attention was not only well-intentioned, but also some people wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. MSN withstood the pressure. When Lu Chen brought the music score of Not Yet Lovers, they practiced hard, tried to figure it out, practiced it over and over again, and even the slightest flaw had to be corrected repeatedly. Now, the hard work of the 3 girls had finally produced a beautiful flower. Although the final fruit has yet to be tested by the market, at least now, in this listening room, both the senior management of Flying Stone Records and the invited listeners were immersed in the singing. Their looks were enough to explain everything. Can you make up your mind quickly and tell me I love you? When MSN finished the last sentence of the chorus and the accompaniment ended, applause suddenly rang out. Xia Guiyuan was the first to stand up and clap his hands hard. He was the oldest of the people present, and he should have been the least moved by this song, Not Yet Lovers. Because the most suitable people to listen to Not Yet Lovers were young people. But the general manager of Flying Stone Records could hear the sincerity and value contained in this song. It was worthy of his appreciation and applause. Whether it was Lin Jijia, Lu Chen, or MSN, they all lived up to his expectations. The others followed suit and gave warm applause and praise to the 3 girls sitting in the back. Good song. It's really good, and the singing is also very good. It can definitely be on the original music chart, at least in the top 10. This song made them, senior industry people, have a premonition that an album with great market potential and even a big hit was about to be born. It may only be a matter of time before MSN becomes popular. In the face of the praise of their predecessors, Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian were obviously unprepared. They stood up a little bewildered, their pretty faces flushed, and then bowed in a panic to thank them. In the end, MSN's eyes focused on Lu Chen. Because they all knew who had given them everything they were enjoying now. Note, Not Yet Lovers lyrics, Shi-wrenching/composition, BK/WA, Lu Chen, it's really thanks to you this time. In the music director's office of Flying Stone Records, Lin Jijia said to Lu Chen with a smile, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. The title song of MSN's debut album, Not Yet Lovers, was written by Lu Chen and co-arranged and produced by Lin Jijia. At the just completed audition, it received unanimous praise from the company's senior executives and people in the industry. This song was too in line with the temperament and characteristics of MSN. Although Lin Jijia had always been full of confidence in the production process, it was not until the dust had settled that he was really relieved. The music director of Flying Stone Records has rich experience in the industry. He has produced many albums, and there are many big star idols he has cooperated with. It stands to reason that he is used to big storms and waves, and there is no need to be so serious. The reason was that there was a lot of controversy from within the company some time ago, which made him, an old gun, feel pressure. In particular, Lin Jijia's decision to invite Lu Chen to sing a song had caused a lot of gossip. The price of Lu Chen's song was 350,000 yuan, and the friendship price given to Flying Stone Records was 300,000 yuan. Plus the remuneration of the producer, it had completely reached the level of the top writers in the industry. He was a newcomer who had just made his debut. What ability did he have? Some people even suspected that Lin Jijia had taken a kickback. It was not until a large number of Lu Chen's works landed on the original music list that the rumor disappeared in the company. There were also people who thought that Lin Jijia seizing MSN and MSN's debut album was an act of usurping power. Some people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Today's audition passed smoothly, and the future of MSN was broad. Lin Jijia was naturally very grateful to Lu Chen. He also admired his own vision and determination. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Big brother Lin is too polite. I still need your help with my album." His own album You Who Sat Next to Me completed crowdfunding a few days ago. At present, the CD and peripheral products have been put on Flying Stone Records to start production. If everything goes well, it can be sent to all parts of the country next week. Lin Jijia had put in a lot of effort in this process. Lin Jijia laughed. "We are open for business. How can we reject customers? What do you mean by helping?" After a pause, he said, "But I really have something I need your help with." Lu Chen asked curiously, "What kind of help?" Lin Jijia said with a smile, "We are going to shoot the MV of the title song for MSN. We are currently lacking a male lead." The male lead of the music video for Not Yet Lovers. Lu Chen didn't expect that Lin Jijia actually wanted him to star in MSN's MV. It was really a joke to say help. There were many artists under Flying Stone Records. It was really easy to find someone who was about the same age and appearance as Lu Chen. Many people would break their heads to get such a good thing. How could the fertile water of Flying Stone Records flow into Lu Chen's field? Lu Chen didn't believe it. "Big brother Lin, don't joke like this." Lin Jijia said sternly, "It's really not a joke. You are the original author of this song, and you meet all the conditions. There is a publicity explosive point. I think it's very suitable." It turned out to be a publicity opportunity. Lu Chen understood that Flying Stone Records really spared no effort to make MSN popular. With his identity and fame, it was indeed a good publicity stunt to shoot a MV with MSN. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "When will it be shot?" Lin Jijia replied, "It will be shot the day after tomorrow." "Can you spare time?" "It will be shot in 2 days at most. The main shots are all in the school, so it won't take too much time. As for the pay for the performance, our budget is limited. Do you think 30,000 is okay?" MV was completely different from advertisements and movies and TV plays. The male lead of MSN like Lu Chen was usually of a friendship nature. The price of 30,000 was very good. If it was an artist of Flying Stone Records, it was completely free. Lu Chen still had some understanding of the market. He nodded and said, "The pay doesn't matter. I just have one request. Originally, things like this should be discussed by Lu Shi, but because the amount was very small and it was of the nature of friendly help, he agreed directly. Later, his sister would make up the contract." Of course, Lu Chen was not completely without requirements. He had conditions. Monday, October 12, Northern Conservatory of Music. Northern Conservatory of Music was one of the 3 major conservatories in Beijing. It had the same status as Beijing Conservatory of Music and Zhongyin Academy. Among the advanced conservatories in China, it was famous for its open-mindedness and freedom of study. Beijing attached great importance to social practice. After graduation, most of the students entered various media and entertainment companies and had a wide influence in the circle. As a veteran music production company, Flying Stone Records has always had a good cooperative relationship with Beijing. Therefore, the MV of MSN's Not Yet Lovers was filmed in Northern Conservatory of Music. Flying Stone Records still attached great importance to this MV and sent an elite team. There were 3 cameramen alone, and others such as art, lighting, makeup, costumes, props, and so on were all available. In the lecture hall, Lu Chen was sitting in front of a vertical piano. He was wearing a special school uniform and playing the song Not Yet Lovers with rapt attention. The early morning sun shone through the gaps in the leaves and the glass windows, casting mottled light and shadow on his face and body. The three members of MSN, Mu Xiaoqiu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian, sat in the first row, enjoying Lu Chen's performance with a smile on their faces. Mu Xiaoqiu was in the middle, with Su Jiejia and Ning Tian on her left and right. This was the second scene of the MV of Not Yet Lovers. In this MV, Mu Xiaoqiu was the female lead partnered with Lu Chen, and Su Jiejia and Ning Tian were her best friends. Originally, Flying Stone Records wanted Ning Tian to be the female lead, because she was the most beautiful and had the best appearance. But Lin Jijia thought that Mu Xiaoqiu's pure and sweet temperament was most in line with the theme of Not Yet Lovers, so he chose her in the end. After playing half of the song, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the seat in front of him, just in time to meet Mu Xiaoqiu's eyes. He smiled and winked at the other party mischievously. The latter bowed her head shyly and didn't dare to meet Lu Chen's eyes. She was as shy as a frightened rabbit. Although he knew that they were filming, although he knew that two cameras were pointed at him at the same time, Lu Chen still had a wonderful feeling in his heart, and inadvertently thought of two lines of poetry. The gentleness of bowing her head was just like a water lotus that was too shy to resist. As for the sound of the zither, it was like a clear spring that spread out, forming circles and circles of ripples. It was just like Lu Chen's mood at this moment. Sitting in the corner of the classroom, MV director Feng Hui bit her lip. She was afraid that she would shout out on the spot. This shot was amazing. Feng Hui was an external director of Flying Stone Records. She was famous in the circle for being good at shooting movies and dramas that express women's delicate emotions. She has also shot a lot of MVs and has extremely rich experience. Feng Hui originally didn't want to come, because the male and female leads of this MV were newcomers who had just debuted. They definitely lacked shooting experience and would waste a lot of her time. She has very strict requirements for her work. But because it was Xia Guiyuan, the boss of Flying Stone Records, who personally invited her, Feng Hui still gave her face. What she didn't expect was that the shooting process was unexpectedly smooth. First of all, the female lead, Mu Xiaoqiu. She obviously didn't have much experience in acting. At the beginning, she made several mistakes, all of which were low-level mistakes. But her understanding was very high. After being reminded and pointed out, the same mistakes would not be made again. The most important thing was that Mu Xiaoqiu herself was a college girl. It was a natural performance. She played the female lead's psychological state of longing for love, longing to be loved, and not daring to take the initiative to confess to the male lead very naturally. Feng Hui even felt that her feelings for Lu Chen. As for Lu Chen, Feng Hui really didn't believe that Lu Chen was a newcomer who had just debuted, and had no previous learning experience in acting. His performance in front of the camera was impeccable, and his movements and eyes were very on point. Lu Chen's acting skills seemed to be natural, and his acting talent made Feng Hui's heart palpitate with excitement. He was simply a natural actor. In Feng Hui's view, Lu Chen's performance today was the biggest surprise she had received. The female director even had an idea. Cut. When Lu Chen finished playing the song, Feng Hui finally couldn't help standing up and said with a smile, "It's over." If he could maintain such an excellent state, it wouldn't take 2 days at all, and all the shooting could be completed today. Not far from Feng Hui, Li Feiyu was still holding a mobile camera and shooting non-stop. All the scenes he shot were being transmitted to the live broadcast room of Whale TV, through the 4G network. Lu Chen's condition for agreeing to star in this MV was that he hoped that Flying Stone Records would allow him to broadcast the shooting scene live. Lu Chen signed a 2-year contract with Whale TV. According to the requirements of the contract, he must have enough time to host live broadcasts and interact with fans every month. Although there were ways to circumvent the restrictions of the contract, and this contract had become untimely with the rise of Lu Chen's fame, so far, he has no plans to give up live broadcasting. Because Lu Chen has not forgotten what has supported him all the way to the present. Most of his fans came from the live broadcasting platform. It was the rewards from these fans that helped him get through the initial difficult period. Even if Lu Chen's time to play and sing in the live broadcast room was getting less and less, fans had no complaints. They also enthusiastically bought his album and participated in his album crowdfunding activities. One must know how to be grateful, therefore, when conditions permit, Lu Chen will appear in his own live broadcast room. It's not necessarily to sing. Just like shooting a music video now, it can also bring a great surprise and novelty to fans. This is also a small reward for his fans who have been supporting him. Lu Chen stood up and waved at Li Feiyu's camera. Good morning, everyone. Ring ring, there was a shrill bell in Ningguan Second High School, telling all the teachers and students that the time for the first class had arrived. Meng Meng rushed out of the classroom and ran all the way to the bathroom. She found the innermost position and squatted down. She carefully closed the door, then took out her mobile phone from her dress pocket and turned it on. She didn't forget to plug in the headphones. According to the school regulations, high school students are not allowed to carry electronic products with them, especially smartphones. Once they are caught, they will be confiscated on the spot, and their parents must come and sign before they can take them back. Meng Meng was a very good girl. She didn't dare to violate the school rules, but today's situation was a bit different. She decided to do something bad. It took 15 seconds to turn on the phone, but Meng Meng felt as if it had been a long time. Entering the UI interface, she couldn't wait to connect to the data network and skillfully opened the browser. She logged into the address that had been stored in the favorites column. Whale TV, Lu Fei Live Broadcast Room. Lu Fei is Lu Chen, and Meng Meng is a fan of Lu Chen, a real fan of Lu Jejun's group. After a few seconds, the live broadcast screen and a large number of bullet screens were brushed out at the same time. Meng Meng glanced at the number of people online and was suddenly shocked. There were more than 270,000, which was incredible. It should be known that today was Monday, and it was also early in the morning. There were people working and studying. Not many people would be immersed in the live broadcast website. Such a high number of people online was simply breaking through the sky. That is, our Lu Chen is big and has high charm, Meng Meng thought happily and felt very happy. As a die-hard fan of Lu Chen, Meng Meng never thought about being with her idol. She liked Lu Chen's songs, liked to listen to Lu Chen's voice, and liked to see Lu Chen's face. That was enough. Yesterday, in the fan group, Meng Meng saw an announcement that Lu Chen and a girl group called MSN would shoot a music video today, and the shooting process would be broadcast live. Therefore, she secretly brought her phone over and watched it during the break of class. Even if it was just a glance. This was Lu Chen's first music video. Although it wasn't his, it was said that the female lead was Mu Xiaoqiu. Many fans of Lu Chen are no strangers to Mu Xiaoqiu. They knew her in the competition of Singing China, and Mu Xiaoqiu has also appeared on Lu Chen's live broadcast. Everyone affectionately calls her little sister Xiaoqiu. To be honest, Meng Meng was very envious of Mu Xiaoqiu, and even a little jealous. On the phone screen, Meng Meng finally saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen was playing the piano. He was playing a piece that she had never heard before. The place he was in was obviously a school classroom, probably a university. Meng Meng also wanted to go to college. Around them, they could see the staff, the director, the cameraman, the lighting, and the set. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Chen. It's really interesting. So this is how music videos are filmed. It should be similar to filming movies and TV shows, right? A smile appeared on Meng Meng's face, and she clicked on the screen and typed out a bullet screen. Come on, big Lu Chen. And at this moment, in the live broadcast room, the bullet screen and gifts were even denser than a storm. The anchor is so handsome, it's simply irresistible. This is the first time I've watched someone else shoot a music video in a live broadcast. It's really interesting. Lu Chen is the male lead, right? Who is the female lead? The female lead is little sister Xiaoqiu. She is now a member of the MSN group. The anchor wrote a song for her and shot a music video. The anchor big is so awesome. I must like it and throw 100 fish balls. So handsome. So handsome. So handsome. So handsome. The night before yesterday, Lu Chen issued an announcement in the live broadcast room, post bar, and QQ group, saying that there would be a live broadcast this morning. Therefore, even on a Monday morning, the number of online viewers was still quite considerable. And it was still increasing, making people unable to help but sigh at the strength of the fans. As a member of the fans, Meng Meng squatted in the bathroom, holding the mobile phone with both hands, watching Lu Chen in the video staring at Mu Xiaochu, watching him finish playing the song, watching him smile at the camera. She was a little silly. Until the bell for class suddenly rang. Oh no, Meng Meng quickly stood up, pressed the off button in a hurry, pushed the door open and hurried out of the bathroom. On the way to the classroom, she clearly felt that her eyes were black and her head was dizzy. Recently, Meng Meng's health was not very good, and she was a little anemic. It was probably because of the numbness from squatting, and the blood circulation was not smooth enough, Meng Meng thought and hurried back to her seat before the teacher entered the door. Fortunately, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her deskmate asked curiously, Meng Meng, where did you go? Why is your face so ugly? Ah! She suddenly screamed, pointed at Meng Meng and shouted, you have a nosebleed. Meng Meng instinctively reached out and touched it under her nose. Her fingers touched the sticky liquid, which was still warm. She was stunned, and then she felt dizzy and didn't know anything. When she was in a coma, Meng Meng heard her deskmate shouting her name loudly. She was very anxious. In the evening, Beyin Auditorium. It had just gotten dark, and at least 60% of the seats in the auditorium, which could accommodate 1,000 people, were occupied. The audience was basically students of Beyin, and there were also a few teachers. Many of them were notified to cooperate with Flying Stone Records to shoot the last scene of the MV. Many people came purely to watch the fun. Everyone was a little curious when they heard that Lu Chen, the champion of singing China and the founder of campus folk songs, was present. There were very few students in Beyin who chased after stars, but there were still some. For the needs of the shooting, the stage of the auditorium has been refurbished, with a long banner of the graduation party hanging on the top, and the background of the large LED screen changing blurred colors. Mu Xiaochu and two classmates' best friends were sitting in the audience, and a spotlight was falling on her. But people's real focus was on Lu Chen. Lu Chen changed into a simple t-shirt and jeans. He sat there with his guitar in his arms and was about to start performing. For Lu Chen, shooting a MV was only a little more difficult than shooting a commercial. A lot of content was shot today. He and Mu Xiaochu met in the music classroom, met in the library, bumped into each other in the restaurant, and met each other in the garden. Although there was no holding hands, no kissing, and no intimate scenes, they only communicated with eyes and music. This didn't pose a problem to Lu Chen at all. The shooting process was very smooth, and there were very few NGs, so Big sped up the progress. After shooting the last scene, they could call it a day and go home. The existence of hundreds of extras on the stage only added a little more pressure to Lu Chen. He plucked the strings lightly and played the prelude skillfully. Most of the people present understood music, and many of them had heard this song before, so they recognized it immediately. Those flowers. Lu Chen first sang the song Those Flowers at the graduation party of Xianxia University. Later, he also sang it in the Singing China competition and won a very high score. But this work really became popular because the video of the graduation party singing it was spread on the internet. There were a lot of young people, especially students, high school students and college students, especially those who were about to graduate. They liked this song very, very much. Many people played and sang Those Flowers at their school's graduation party. It could always move those sentimental girls. Therefore, Those Flowers had the nickname Graduation Divine Song. Countless people have heard this song, and now, hundreds of Beyin students were listening to the original version of Those Flowers. That laughter reminds me of my flowers blooming quietly for me in every corner of my life. I thought I would stay by her side forever. Today, we have left in the vast sea of people. Are they all old? Where are they? Just like this, we run to the ends of the world. La. I miss her. La. Is she still blooming? La. Go, they have been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the world. A touch of sadness, a touch of nostalgia, whispering and singing about the past. The auditorium became very quiet, with only Lu Chen's singing echoing. Those who were able to be admitted to Beyin were all top students in their professions. They usually received music training from an early age and put in countless painstaking efforts, as well as talent and luck to be able to sit here. therefore, they were proud. Although the teachers and students of being present did not despise Lu Chen, they always felt a little condescending sense of superiority or disapproval. However, now that they had seen Lu Chen play the guitar with their own eyes and heard him sing with their own ears, even the most picky person could not accept his talent and the power in his singing. Some stories haven't been told yet, so let's forget about it. Those feelings have been difficult to distinguish between true and false over the years. Now there are weeds and no flowers here, fortunately. I once had your spring and autumn, winter and summer. La. I miss her. La. Is she still blooming? La. Go, they have been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the world. Are they all old? Where are they? Just like this, we run to the ends of the world. In the audience, Mu Xiaochu sat motionless, and a camera was shooting at her. Her eyes were sparkling, and there was a smile on her face. She stared at Lu Chen like this, without the slightest shyness. This was different from the requirements of the MV script, but director Feng Hui did not call for a stop. She just let the cameraman keep shooting like this. She had shot so many MVs, but she had never forgotten her job duties like this. Immersed in the atmosphere of the scene. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Mingyuan City, in the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital, Meng Meng, who was hooked up to an intravenous drip, was lying on the hospital bed and sleeping soundly. Her mother was sitting by the bed, holding a test sheet in her hand, tears streaming down her face, but she tried hard not to cry. The music video of Not Yet Lovers was shot in the Northern Conservatory of Music for 2 days. Originally, they could have finished shooting the required content in 1 day, but Feng Hui felt very good, so she added more scenes. As a result, they shot a few more scenes. In the end, she still wanted to say more, regretting that the preparation this time was not enough. Lu Chen didn't care. Shooting music video was a very new experience for him. Even Mo Ran in the dream world had never shot a music video, let alone himself. He felt it was very interesting. His biggest gain was not finding the feeling of shooting, but getting to know Feng Hui. Feng Hui was a very characteristic female director. She was in her 40s this year. She looked ordinary and even a little ugly, but she had a very delicate heart and had a unique understanding of that kind of hazy youth love. There was not much plot content in the music video, and Feng Hui grasped it very well. She was not very famous in the circle, but the strength and talent of the director were beyond doubt. It was undoubtedly the right decision for Flying Stone Records to invite this master to shoot MSN's first main music video. During the shooting process, Lu Chen communicated with Feng Hui and was also greatly impressed. Feng Hui had a very good impression of Lu Chen. This kind of good impression was like a talent scout who found a fine horse, or a sculptor who found a peerless unpolished jade. She couldn't help but reveal some of her thoughts. At present, the domestic film market was showing a trend of change. After more than 10 years of baptism and impact of foreign commercial blockbusters, the domestic audience had begun to get tired of the popcorn movies that relied on special effects and CG. The affluent life brought by economic prosperity could not fill the spiritual needs. When visual feast became synonymous with boredom, people yearned for a higher level of pursuit. As a result, many films with rich characteristics and connotations, such as nostalgic films, youth films, and comedies, gradually occupied a part of the market and were flourishing and promising. Feng Hui was aiming at the youth film market. She wanted to shoot a low-budget youth film at the end of this year and the beginning of next year, which would be released on Valentine's Day in 2016. But the problem was that Feng Hui could pull up a team and pull in a few investments, but she had not been able to find a suitable theme. Or more accurately, a script that could make her heart palpitate. Feng Hui felt that if she could determine the script, then Lu Chen was one of her ideal male lead candidates. Feng Hui was extremely satisfied with Lu Chen's appearance and acting skills. Of course, for now, her thoughts were still on paper. Maybe she would give up for one reason or another. Maybe she found a suitable script, but Lu Chen might not be the right protagonist. Feng Hui didn't promise anything to Lu Chen. The two sides happily exchanged contact information. Lu Chen kept this matter in mind. But for Lu Chen now, filming a movie was not important. What was important was that he was going home. The day after filming the MV for Not Yet Lovers, Lu Chen and Lu Shi returned to Binhai together. He had returned to his real home. Ah. Fang Yun, who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen, heard the sound of the key opening the door. She turned her head and saw Lu Chen and Lu Shi coming in. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why are you back?" The kitchen knife almost cut her finger. Lu Chen, who was the first to enter the door, smiled and said, "Mom, my sister and I are here to give you a surprise." In fact, it was not just a surprise. There was a platter concert in Hangzhou on October 18th. He would sing 2 songs on stage as an invited singer, and the contract for the performance was signed last week. The so-called platter concert was a concert that many singers and artists were organized by performance companies or agencies to hold together, and the remuneration was calculated according to their position. Compared with the high-end solo singing, the risk of a platter concert was much lower, and it was more recognized by the audience. At present, this market cake was very big. Basically, most singers had participated in 1 or more platter concerts, and some artists even specialized in grabbing platters and made a lot of money. The performance contract that Lu Shi signed for Lu Chen was not high, only 150,000 yuan, but it was still in line with his current status in the circle, slightly lower. However, because the place of the performance was in Hangzhou, which could be regarded as half of Lu Chen's home ground, and the organizers included Zhidong Satellite TV, Lu Shi did not hesitate to make the decision. In fact, during this period of time, there were a lot of performance companies that approached Lu Chen's studio, and Lu Shi just did not accept them. Lu Chen's position was not that kind of second or third-rate singer. Since he was going to sing in Hangzhou, he must first go home to see, so there was today's surprise. "Big brother!" Lu Shui came out of the room and screamed and flew into Lu Chen's arms. Her relationship with Lu Chen was much better than before. Because Lu Chen secretly gave Lu Shui a lot of pocket money, and with Lu Chen's growing fame, coupled with her beauty, she was almost a star in school, and even the teachers looked at her differently. Look, this is Lu Chen's sister." "Who is Lu Chen?" "You don't know Lu Chen? He's the one who sang You Who Sat Next to Me, Those Flowers, in the Night Sky." "Ah, she's Lu Chen's sister." These discussions greatly satisfied the vanity of the little girl. Her recent life had been very comfortable, and there was a smile on her face every day. Although Lu Shui was not that kind of superficial girl, after experiencing the changes in her family, she understood that these beautiful things were not easy to come by. She hugged Lu Chen tightly like an octopus, as if she was hugging the whole world. Lu Shi, who was behind, couldn't help rolling her eyes. Lu Shui stuck out her tongue at her sister with a proud look on her face. Lu Chen hugged his sister. "Well, you've gained a lot of weight." "How can that be?" Hearing this, Lu Shui exploded like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, and quickly jumped down. "How can that be?" Lu Chen laughed. Lu Shui felt guilty. I've gained at most 1 kilogram, not a lot." She angrily reached out to Lu Chen. "Where's my gift?" While the brother and sister were playing here, Fang Yun hurriedly took off her apron and said, "I'm going to the supermarket to buy more food." "You too, really? Why didn't you call me first before coming back?" Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other and smiled. Lucy originally wanted to make a phone call, but Lu Chen refused. Because Lu Chen wanted to give his mother a big surprise, Lu Shi said, "Mom, I'll go with you." For Lu Chen, there was nothing happier than a family reunion and eating the food made by his mother. With the help of Lu Shi, Fang Yun made a table full of dishes. By the time they started to eat, it was already dark. Lu Shi opened a bottle of red wine bought from the supermarket and poured it for Fang Yun, Lu Chen, and herself. Even Lu Shui had half a glass. Fang Yun's eyes were red. Only when you've lost something will you know how precious it is. In the past, it was very common for the family to eat together all day. Now that Lu Chen and Lu Shi are working hard in Beijing, such days will not be much in the foreseeable future. The atmosphere in the small living room was a little depressed. Lu Shui was very smart. She quickly said to Lu Chen, "Brother, you have to give me a few more autographs. My classmates want them." Lu Chen said with a smile, "You've told me 10 times. This time, I brought a lot of CDs back. Just give them records." Lu Chen handed over the recording and discovery of the CD album You Who Sat Next to Me to Flying Stone Records. Before he came to Binhai, all the CDs had been produced, and the peripheral products were also in the process of being produced. So, he brought back dozens of them. Lu Shui was overjoyed. Great. She leaned over and kissed Lu Chen on the face. Brother is so nice. Lu Chen said in disgust, it's all oil. Fang Yun and Lu Shi both laughed, and the depressed atmosphere just now disappeared. Lu Shui glared at her brother and asked curiously, Brother, is it true that you and Chen Feier are together? The scandal between Lu Chen and Chen Feier has been on the entertainment headlines, and Fang Yun and Lu Shui certainly know about it. Fang Yun was very happy, but it turned out to be an empty joy. Lu Shui didn't give up. She thought that if she had a heavenly queen as her sister-in-law, it would be so cool and beautiful. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I refute the rumor long ago? I just have a cooperation with Chen Feier. You're a child. Just take care of your studies. Don't ask about adult affairs. Lu Shui muttered, I'm already 18 years old. Lu Chen was afraid that she would be long-winded again, so he said to Fang Yun, Mom, I made a sum of money from selling shares, so this time I came back to pay off all the family's debts. Clatter, the chopsticks in Fang Yun's hand fell on the table. She said in surprise, What did you say? She couldn't believe her ears. Lu Shi said softly, Mom, it's true. Lu Chen has opened a company with others. Now the company is selling shares in value. The money earned can not only pay off our debts, but also redeem our villa. Fang Yun was completely speechless. At that time, Lu Qingxing borrowed 15 million yuan from his relatives and friends because of business difficulties. Later, he went bankrupt and only paid back 5 million yuan, leaving her and her 3 children with a huge debt of nearly 10 million yuan. Fang Yun gritted her teeth and shouldered this debt. She used to think that her family wouldn't be able to pay off the debt in their lifetime. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would suddenly embark on the path of an entertainment star after going to Beijing for a year, and remitted more than 2 million yuan. Now there was still 7 million in debt. Lu Shi knew the situation. Now, Lu Shi actually said that she could pay it all off and redeem the villa that had been taken away by the bank. How much did Lu Chen earn? Fang Yun really can't believe it, it's as unreal as a dream. Lu Shui's thoughts were simple. She jumped up directly. Really? We can move back? In that villa, there were the best memories of her life. Lu Chen touched his sister's head lovingly, of course it's true. We can go home. This had always been his dream. He originally thought that it would never be realized. Later, he firmly believed that it could be achieved in 2 or 3 years at most. Now, the clouds parted to see the moon. Lu Chen sold a total of 41% of Mukin crowdfunding shares to Li Mushi, or the Li family. The total amount of the transaction was 25 million. Then after deducting taxes, lawyers' fees, notarization fees, and other miscellaneous fees, he finally got 17.5 million. This money was more than enough to pay off the debt, but to redeem his family's original villa, it really wasn't enough. Although Binhai was a 4th-tier county-level city, because it was located in the economically developed coastal area of eastern Zhejiang, the housing price was quite high. The average price was 15,000 plus, and buying a decent big house often cost 2 or 3 million. And the villa that the Lu family had originally taken away by the bank, in the best Jingsheng district in Binhai City, the current market price was definitely more than 10 million, conservatively estimated to be about 12 million. So when he came back this time, Lu Chen asked Lu Shi to transfer another sum of money from the studio's account. He almost emptied the account. But this villa that originally belonged to the Lu family, he must take it back. In that big house, there were too many joys and sorrows that belonged to this family, as well as countless memories. Before, Lu Chen couldn't do anything about it, but now that he had earned the money, he wouldn't let himself regret it. Fortunately, this house has not been auctioned off by the bank so far. The reason was not that the bank didn't want to sell it, but that the previous few auctions were unsuccessful. A villa of 12 million was not something that anyone could afford to sell casually. With this money, one could buy a very good house in Beijing. It was true that Binhai was rich, but the really rich didn't have to worry about a place to live. The most important thing was that the Lu family's business had an accident, and Lu Qingxing died of illness in the villa. For those who could afford it, it was undoubtedly a big taboo. As for the bank, the current real estate market was booming, and housing prices were rising. Naturally, they were unwilling to sell this rare property at a low price, so it was delayed. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it should have been sold long ago, and it wouldn't have been Lu Chen's turn to redeem it. When Lu Chen checked the account with his mobile phone and showed the account balance to Feng Yun, she finally believed it. Feng Yun's heart was filled with emotions. She was pleasantly surprised and didn't know what to say. What made her happiest was not paying off the debt and redeeming the house, but that Lu Chen had truly grown up and could become the pillar that supported the Lu family. Feng Yun believed that Lu Qingxing's spirit in heaven could rest in peace. The corners of her eyes overflowed with tears of joy, excitement, and sadness. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his glass and said, "Come. Let's have a toast and wish our family a brighter future." Lu Shui couldn't wait to raise her glass. Cheers. Feng Yan wiped her tears and raised her glass. Cheers, for crystal-clear wine glasses gently collided with each other, and the dark red wine rippled with fragmented light. He believed that the future would be even better. Lu Chen and Lu Shi lived in Benhai for 4 days, mainly to accompany Feng Yun to pay off the debt and redeem the house. Paying off the debt was actually very simple. The small part had already been paid off, and the rest were all large ones. They directly transferred the money with their mobile phones, and then sent a gift to express their gratitude. In the past few years, the Lu family had owed so much money, and there were only a few people who really came to the door to press for the debt. Everyone knew that the Lu family really couldn't pay off the debt, not that they didn't want to. Some creditors even gave up the idea of pursuing the debt. Now, it could be said that they had gained a pleasant surprise. The Lu family had finally come out of trouble. The process of redeeming the house was a little more troublesome, but the Lu family still had acquaintances in the bank. When the business was difficult, they couldn't help, but now it was much easier to redeem the house with money. On the 4th morning after Lu Chen returned to Benhai, he got the door key of the villa. The retransfer procedures were still being processed, but that was not the point. Returning to Jingsheng district and coming to the villa where he had lived for many years, Lu Chen's mood couldn't be described in words. Excitement, joy, and even a little timidity. Jingsheng district was the best district in Benhai city. Although it was built very early, whether it was the geographical location or the surrounding environment, it couldn't be compared to the newly developed real estate in recent years. Therefore, the housing prices here were very expensive. The price of second-hand houses was big, much higher than the new houses in other places. The Lu family's single-family villa was purchased in 2002. At that time, it was considered cheap. It only cost a little more than 1 million. Including the renovation, the total cost was a little more than 2 million, and the area was 350 square meters. Lu Chen had lived in this house for a whole 10 years. He and Lu Shui could be said to have grown up in this villa, and they were very familiar with every grass and every tree. It was just that no one had taken care of it in the past 2 years. The private garden in front of the villa was full of weeds, climbing vines could be seen everywhere, and even the doors and windows showed signs of damage. Fortunately, the door could still be opened. A smell of old moldy dust hit him in the face. The furniture and furnishings in the living room were still there, all covered with dust-proof white cloth, including the piano that Lu Chen received as a gift on his 13th birthday. It seemed that time had frozen here. Everything brought countless memories to Lu Chen. Even if the ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, Feng Yun, Lu Shi, and Lu Shui, who came back with Lu Chen, were very happy. This was their real home. Lu Shui didn't care about the dirt and dust. She quickly ran up the stairs and rushed to her room. A string of laughter like silver bells sprinkled down. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Mom, I think it's better to redecorate it first. It's simple and doesn't cost a lot of money." Feng Yan's idea was to find someone to clean it. After all, they had spent too much money recently, and it was better to save as much as possible. She shook her head and said, "Let's talk about it later." Lu Chen gave Lu Shi a look and let her sister persuade his mother. He went straight to the piano, lifted the white cloth, and sat down on the piano stool. Lifting the cover, Lu Chen gently pressed the piano keys. This piano had been bought for nearly 10 years. In fact, he rarely practiced it, and it was just a big toy. Now the sound of the piano was still the same, but the people had changed. After sitting up straight, Lu Chen began to play seriously. At this moment, here, he had a song he wanted to sing to his mother and his late father. His mother who gave everything for this family. You leave quietly, step by step, lonely figure. I want to accompany you, tell you how much I love you in my heart. Flowers bloom quietly in the night when I suddenly miss you. I want to tell you, in fact, you have always been my miracle, year after year, the wind and frost cover your smile, who else can understand your lonely heart, is. It's spring flowers and autumn moon heartless, spring leaves and autumn comes, your love is silent, you give me all your love, you give me the world from then on, I don't know the pain and joy in your heart. I want to be close to you, nestling in your warm and lonely arms, tell you that I have always understood you, I want to tell you your loneliness and my heartache are together. The name of this song was Understand You. In Lu Chen's dream world, it was an episode of a movie. It expressed the child's nostalgia and love for his parents. The wind and frost of the fleeting years mercilessly dyed the mother's black hair white. Year after year, spring leaves and autumn comes, winter comes, and summer comes. The children are fully fledged and have a sky of their own, but also exhausted most of the mother's life. The white hair and frost on the temples could not cover her smile. It was the mother's life that only knew, give me all your love, give me the world, without a trace of enjoyment. The mother was used to silent dedication, and she never thought about repaying. And when the children let go of their dreams, have they ever forgotten to walk into their mother's heart and understand the world of their mother's mind? When the family changed and his father died of illness, Lu Chen seemed to fall into the dust overnight. At that time, he had hatred and resentment. At that time, Lu Chen did not understand why Fang Yun wanted to bear all the huge debts by herself. In the traditional view, when a person dies, the debts disappear. After all, it was Lu Qingxing who wrote the IOU. But now Lu Chen has fully understood that Fang Yun chose to face and bear all this because she did not want the Lu family to bear the stigma of ingratitude. She did not want her father to be cursed and hated after his death. She was telling herself that a person should know how to be grateful and stick to morality and conscience, thinking back to those relatives and friends who received the debts, the joy and relief on their faces, he really understood. Fang Yun and Lu Shi stood side by side in the living room, quietly listening to Lu Chen play and sing this song. They had never heard it before, but they both understood the lyrics. Fang Yun smiled, but her tears couldn't stop flowing down, wetting her clothes little by little. She knew that Lu Chen sang this song for her. She felt that all the efforts of her life had been repaid at this moment. Clap. 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 When Lu Chen finished playing the last note, applause suddenly came from the gate. No one knew when, but a lot of people gathered at the gate, and they were all the neighbors of the Lu family. They had lived in the house for about the same time as the Lu family, and they had known the Lu family for a long time. They had a good relationship with each other and knew the changes that the Lu family had gone through. Everyone thought that the Lu family would never come back, but they did not expect to see them again. Everyone was attracted by the sound of the piano and Lu Chen's singing. The villa, which had been quiet for several years, suddenly became lively. Fang Yun and Lu Shi greeted the neighbors with a smile, telling them that they had redeemed the house and would soon move back. Of course, the neighbors congratulated them warmly. It was really not easy for the Lu family to turn around, and Lu Chen, who had become a celebrity in Binhai, naturally received the most attention. There was even someone who wanted to be a matchmaker for him on the spot, selling him the daughters and nieces of the 7th aunt and the 8th aunt. In this regard, Lu Chen could only run away. The next day, October 18th, he and Lu Shi took the high-speed train to Hangzhou. They were going to perform that night. Note, Understand You lyrics, Huang Xiaomao / composer, Shui Ruiguang. The platter concert that Lu Chen participated in was the opening ceremony of Hangzhou Shizi Cultural Festival and the completion of Shizi Square. Shizi Cultural Square was one of the key projects completed by the municipal government this year, and a large number of private capital cooperation construction was introduced. Therefore, the celebration was particularly grand. More than 20 star artists were invited to participate in this concert alone, which could be described as star-studded. Among them, the one with the highest status was Li Xing, a superstar who excelled in film, television, and music. This female star in her 30s had won many awards for Best Actress in Movies and had also released 2 solo albums. Her TV series were all guaranteed to have high ratings. In terms of status in the circle, Li Xing was even higher than Chen Fei-er, and was definitely one of the top stars in China. Li Xing was invited to the opening concert of Xizi Cultural Festival because Li Xing was a Hangzhou native. In addition, there was Lu Zhonghan, who was also very famous and high-ranking. He came from Hong Kong and has been developing in China. He is good at singing love songs and R&B, and can also write his own songs and has produced many best-selling albums. In addition to Li Xing and Lu Zhonghan, the others, including Lu Chen, were all second- and third-tier singers and artists in China. To put it bluntly, they came to make up the number, so it was called a platter concert. This large platter contained two main dishes, Li Xing and Lu Zhonghan, which was undoubtedly quite eye-catching. It was said that all the tickets were sold out half a month ago, and they made a lot of money from selling advertisements. Moreover, Zhejiang Satellite TV will broadcast it live. Generally speaking, many artists were willing to come on stage to show their faces at such a concert if they didn't make money. Lu Chen was able to occupy a place mainly because he was a native of the province. Therefore, after receiving the invitation, Lu Xi quickly signed the performance contract. At 6 o'clock in the evening, under the arrangement of the concert organizing committee, Lu Chen took a welcome car to the stadium. The party was held in Westlake Stadium. Xizi Cultural Square was located to the south of the stadium, only a few hundred meters away from the famous Westlake. As soon as it got dark, there was already a hubbub of voices outside Westlake Stadium, and the surrounding roads were blocked. Of course, the welcome car was still unimpeded. As part of the celebration ceremony, the organizing committee arranged for star artists to walk the red carpet. In the earliest days, walking the red carpet was very grand and usually only appeared at large film festivals. But later, with the rapid development of the domestic entertainment industry, the prestige of walking the red carpet dropped big. As long as a lot of celebrities were invited, it was very common to roll out a red carpet at a brand promotional event and invite media reporters to take photos to create a gimmick. Everyone was already used to it. The Xizi Cultural Festival concert was no exception. Nearly 30 stars could support a red carpet show. Of course, the prestige of walking the red carpet had dropped, but the basic rules had never changed. That was to sort them according to their status. The one with the highest status would go first. Lu Chen was lined up in the 12th car, with another female star, Bai Wei, walking the red carpet with him. Bai Wei was an actress. She had been in the industry for 5 or 6 years and had appeared in many TV shows. Lu Chen's impression of her was that of a supporting actress in an urban TV series. She was pretty and had good acting skills. The man was not very famous, but he had a rather cold temper. After he sat in the car, he nodded at Lu Chen as a greeting. He did not respond to the latter's polite greeting. He scrolled through his mobile phone. Since the other party's attitude is cold, of course, Lu Chen will not ask for a snub and stick his hot face to someone else's cold butt. It was just that the atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. Fortunately, it was very close to the stadium from the hotel he stayed in, so he did not have to wait too long. The welcome car that Lu Chen took stopped steadily at the beginning of the red carpet. The on-site staff in black suits helped open the door, and Lu Chen immediately got out of the car. Ka! 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 The flashes from the surrounding flashed instantly, which made him more or less startled. There were simply too many people. The red carpet in front of Lu Chen to the main entrance of the stadium was almost 50 meters long, which was of a very high standard. The two sides of the red carpet passage were separated by security fences. Behind the fences, there were countless people. There were also fluorescent signs held high, shining with the names of different star artists. Naturally, there were many reporters and photographers in the crowd. Long and short cameras were everywhere, and there were countless camera phones. Walking on the red carpet really made people's blood boil. It was as if all the glory was gathered in one person, and it was a great sense of accomplishment. Bai Wei's attitude in the car was cold, but when she started to walk on the red carpet, she seemed to be a completely different person. She smiled like a spring breeze, and from time to time, she stopped to make a pose, showing off her Hermes dress. That night, Lu Chen dressed very formally. An Armani suit set off his perfect figure, and with his confident and calm posture, he also attracted a lot of attention from the cameras. This suit was picked out for him by Lu Xi last night. His sister had good taste. Although they were walking the same red carpet, Lu Chen and Bai Wei actually walked their own paths. They minded their own business. There was at least a meter between the two of them, so safe that there would be no gossip. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen walked more than half the distance, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name. He couldn't help but turn his head and see several female fans trying to squeeze in front of the fence. Ignoring the scolding of the security guards, they shouted at him excitedly, "Lu Chen, I love you." Lu Chen was stunned at first, and then he was a little moved. These fans were very young, probably girls who were still in school. They were all squeezed in the crowd, and their hair and clothes were messy. They looked quite embarrassed, but they still tightly held the fluorescent signs with Lu Chen's name in their hands. They waved at him with all their might. Without hesitation, Lu Chen walked straight to them and said with a smile, "Hello." Ah. Several girls suddenly screamed in surprise, their faces flushed with excitement. One of the girls stammered, Lu Chen, can I have your autograph?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Of course, do you have a pen? Where do you want to sign?" The girls didn't expect that not only did they summon Lu Chen, but also Lu Chen's attitude was so kind. They were also prepared. Not only did they immediately take out their autograph pens, but they also lifted their t-shirts. Sign here, sign here." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still satisfied their request and signed his name on the t-shirt. After signing, several girls became bolder and asked for a group photo. Mr. Lu Chen, unfortunately, the security guards who maintained order at the scene had objections because many people were crowding over here. Lu Chen quickly made an apologetic gesture and then quickly returned to the red carpet. He could only let these girls down. On such an occasion, he could interact with the fans closely, but he must not stay too long. Otherwise, it would be easy to get into trouble. It was also because his status was not high enough that he could sign. If it were Li Xing, he would probably be killed. So sometimes it was not that the stars deliberately put on airs, but for safety reasons. After walking the red carpet smoothly, Lu Chen walked to the welcome desk and left his name on the autograph wall. Then there were reporters taking photos and a simple interview with Zhidong Satellite TV. The person in charge of interviewing the stars was a program host of Zhidong Satellite TV, named Tian. The host graduated from Media University of China and joined the satellite TV for only a year. Because of her beautiful voice, she became a well-known female anchor. The music and food programs she hosted had quite high ratings, and she was very popular on the internet. She was known as the first beautiful host of Zhidong Satellite TV. Tian was very young. In terms of appearance and temperament alone, she was better than several second-tier and third-tier female stars on the scene. Especially when she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. When it was Lu Chen's turn, she first shook hands with Lu Chen generously, and then asked, "Lu Chen, everyone knows that you are from Binhai, and you are still a university student in Hangzhou. How do you feel about going back to your hometown to sing on stage this time?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm very happy to be able to sing for my fellow countrymen in Hangzhou. Tonight, I will try my best to sing to my best level and promise not to let everyone down." Walking the red carpet and taking photos and interviews were all arranged by the organizing committee, including the questions raised by the female host. Lu Chen could just read the answers he had prepared in advance. Tian said with a smile, "Then I wish you a success in singing tonight, and I hope to hear your singing here in the future." Lu Chen nodded, "Thank you." After the interview, the big photo of the stars was also completed, and the staff on the scene began to guide everyone to the staff passage. The staff passage led to the backstage dressing room in the stadium, and the time for the official performance was coming. The host, Tian, followed the staff in front, followed by the cameraman, and then Lu Chen and two other artists, who walked down the stairs together. At this time, in the crowd of onlookers more than 10 meters away, a man suddenly jumped over the security fence and jumped into the forbidden zone while the security guard was not on guard. The man was wearing a dark brown windbreaker and a mask on his face. He was originally holding a fluorescent card in his hand, but when he jumped over the fence, he directly threw it away and rushed straight over. While running, the man took out a glass bottle from his pocket and skillfully unscrewed the cap. His eyes were fixed on Tian, and there was a crazy flame in his eyes. Because it happened so fast, It was not until the man in the windbreaker rushed to within 4 or 5 meters of Xianxia that the star artists who had just walked down the welcome stage reacted. Exclamations and screams rang out at the same time. The staff member who was walking at the front was scared out of his wits. He instinctively stepped back. He just hit the cameraman. The scene was in chaos. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs running. No one present had a low IQ. The man in the jacket was menacing. He wore a mask and had a fierce look in his eyes. He held a glass bottle in his hand, which instantly made everyone have a terrible association: sulfuric acid disfigurement. It was not uncommon for sulfuric acid disfigurement to occur because of emotional disputes or other grievances. Moreover, there were victims among the artists in the entertainment industry. The intention of this man was already very obvious. It was because of distinguishing the malice of the other party that everyone felt extraordinarily terrible. The stories that they used to see in the news were about to happen in front of them. How could they not be afraid, therefore? Whether it was those who had just walked down the stage or those who were walking up the stairs, whether it was men or women, almost all of them screamed in fear and involuntarily took a few steps back, trying to avoid the disaster that might befall them. Even if they were not the target, being accidentally injured would be a great disaster, and even lead to the destruction of their future. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The people on and off the stage were in chaos in an instant. Tian, who was stared at by the man in the jacket, had a blank mind. Intuition told her that the other party was coming for her, and what he held in his hand was sulfuric acid that could cause disfigurement. She should run away immediately. However, Tian was so shocked and scared that she couldn't move. She could only watch as the other person waved his arm and splashed the liquid in the glass bottle at her. "It's over," Tian closed her eyes helplessly. But the terrible disaster did not fall on her. At this critical moment, a black suit jacket flew through the air and blocked in front of Tian, catching the liquid spilled out of the glass bottle. It was Lu Chen who saved Tian. The only one who could remain calm at the scene here was Lu Chen. Just now, when the man in the jacket jumped over the railing and rushed over, he felt that something was wrong. When others retreated to dodge, Lu Chen suddenly stretched out his arms, arched his back, and clenched his fists. The Armani suit worth more than 10,000 yuan was instantly shaken off his body. This move was called Overlord's armor removal. It was used to escape when the clothes on the body were caught by the opponent. The reason Lu Chen threw off his clothes was because he saw his opponent trying to injure Tian. He definitely couldn't use his own body to block it. Lu Chen's reaction was extremely fast. The Overlord's strip armor could also be said to be exquisite, blocking all the liquid. Sizzle! When the liquid spilled by the man in the jacket collided with the suit, it was immediately absorbed by the material and fell to the ground. Under the violent corrosion, it sizzled and emitted white smoke. There was a choking smell in the air. Sure enough, it was sulfuric acid, and it was a very concentrated sulfuric acid. If one were to be splashed on the face, disfigurement would be considered a light punishment. If it was serious, it could be fatal. After shaking out his suit, Lu Chen kept rushing forward, put his backhand around the willow waist of Tian, who was as dumb as a wooden chicken, and protected her behind him. He was facing the perpetrator himself. The man in the jacket didn't expect Lu Chen to appear halfway and destroy his plan. He was obviously stunned and immediately retracted his hand and grabbed into his pocket, trying to grab something out. But Lu Chen's movements were faster. As soon as his front foot landed on the ground, he lifted his back foot, twisted his waist sideways and made a beautiful side spin kick, hitting the man's neck. Boom! Lu Chen hated the other party's cruelty and shamelessness, so he used enough strength in this kick and immediately kicked the man in the jacket down, and he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, several security personnel, as if awakened from a dream, flew over and pressed the man in the jacket to the ground. In fact, the latter had been knocked out by Lu Chen's kick. Countless flashes lit up, and the reporters on the scene and onlookers who reacted were taking pictures. Something big happened. Lu Chen withdrew his leg and turned to Tian and said, "It's all right." The beautiful host's face was pale to the extreme, and her eyes were dazed. Obviously, she hadn't recovered from the state of fear, and her whole body was trembling involuntarily. Lu Chen held her hand and said in a serious tone, "It's really all right. You don't have to be afraid, wow." Before Lu Chen finished speaking, Tian Tian suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried loudly. In an instant, his arms were full of warmth and softness. Lu Chen, he hugged her and wanted to push her away, but the other party held on tightly, so he couldn't push her away. As a result, he hesitated for a moment, and he didn't know how many photos were taken. This incident, Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he was also a little scared. If his reaction was half a second slower, the bottle of sulfuric acid would most likely have been poured on Tian Tian. So he could still understand the other party's feelings. But holding on like this was not a good thing. Fortunately, Tian Tian quickly came to her senses and quickly let go of Lu Chen, sobbing, "Thank you." She was really very grateful to Lu Chen. At this time, a large number of security personnel and staff rushed over, and the scene was even more chaotic. Tian Tian's colleagues also came, comforting her and quickly taking her away from the scene. And Lu Chen, together with other star artists, entered the stadium under the guidance of the staff. What happened just now was so shocking that many people were still in shock. They were not in the mood to put on makeup and prepare for the performance backstage. Everyone took out their mobile phones to make calls or send messages. Lu Shi, who had been backstage for a long time, asked in surprise, "Little Chen, what happened?" At this time, the backstage was really a scene of doomsday, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. "Don't mention it." He told his sister what had just happened. There was no need to hide it. It was estimated that it would not take long for the whole country to know. The organizer had lost face. Even whether the concert could be held smoothly in the evening was estimated to be a bit of a problem. After listening to it, Lu Shi's face turned pale and she said angrily, "You are too bold. You dare to go up like this." She couldn't imagine the consequences of Lu Chen's accident. Lu Chen explained, "I can't watch others be harmed, can I?" In fact, at that time, Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. No matter who the other party was, he would come forward to help. "That's also," Lu Shi nodded, "that person is terrible." She was also a woman, so she understood the result of being disfigured. She sympathized with Tian Tian and hated the assailant even more. She should be sentenced to death. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. It was impossible to sentence her to death. He just didn't know what the motive of the other party was. "Excuse me, are you Lu Chen?" At this time, a group of people came over in a crowd. The leaders were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. They were the two biggest artists of tonight's concert, Li Xing and Lu Zhonghan. Beside and behind the two were assistants and several other star artists. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with admiration in their eyes. Lu Chen quickly stood up and said, "Hello, Sister Li, Brother Lu. I'm Lu Chen." Lu Zhonghan was nearly 40 years old, but he took good care of himself. He looked like he was in his 20s. His appearance was very handsome, a little mixed race, but he was a little short. He took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Chen. "It was really thanks to you just now. You are very good at martial arts." At the time of the accident, Lu Zhonghan was on the welcome stage and saw the whole process clearly. He admired Lu Chen very much. Li Xing said with a smile, "Xiao Lu is very brave." She didn't see the incident happen with her own eyes, but after listening to others, she also had a lingering fear. Such a thing was terrible, and she also had a lot of crazy fans. Lu Chen said modestly, "You flatter me too much. I was also hot-headed. Now that I think about it, I feel scared." Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. Li Xing said with a smile, "Xiao Lu is very modest. In fact, no one wants to see such a thing happen. Now the situation is a little troublesome, but we artists who come to perform can't mess up. So I discussed it with Brother Zhonghan and suggested that everyone keep calm and finish the performance well. Otherwise, we will be sorry to the audience." Lu Chen said, "I absolutely support it." With the two big names, Li Xing and Lu Zhonghan, coming forward to preside over the overall situation, and the high-level organizers also rushed over, the people in the backstage dressing room quickly stabilized. Not long after, people from the Hangzhou municipal government, Zhedong satellite TV and the Hangzhou police arrived. As the person involved, Lu Chen also made a statement to the police. The party was delayed for half an hour, but all the programs were performed on stage. Lu Chen appeared at 9:27 and sang "You Who Sat Next to Me" and "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," which were 2 famous songs, and 1 warm applause from the audience. Especially you who sat next to me, when he sang to the climax, many audience members also sang along. Overall, the performance process was uneventful, and everything went smoothly. But at the same time, on the internet, there was a ruckus, because there were too many onlookers at the scene. The whole process of the assault of the man in the jacket and Lu Chen's interception was completely filmed, and there was more than one section. A large number of videos and photos quickly appeared on blogs, forums, post bars, and QQ groups, and then spread like a virus, causing countless netizens to discuss it, and various conspiracy theories emerged one after another. Some people speculated that Tian had offended someone and was being retaliated against. Some people vowed that the murderer was her ex-boyfriend, and that the acid was thrown because of emotional disputes, but others said that Tian had no boyfriend at all. In short, before the police announced the results of the investigation, there were all kinds of theories. This matter quickly became a hot topic on blogs, and many people in the entertainment industry came forward to condemn the assailant. They believed that tomorrow's entertainment headlines would not be able to escape. And Lu Chen, who tried to save her, was suddenly pushed to the forefront of the struggle. Before the beginning of the internet era, even if the means of communication had been very developed, the transmission of information still had great limitations, and it could easily be controlled by the authority and could not be spread out. If an earth-shattering event happened in a certain place, and if the news was controlled, and the TV stations and newspapers did not report it, people in other places would often be ignorant. But the rise of the internet has changed everything. Even if the media control still exists, in today's era, a rooster laying an egg in a remote mountain village thousands of miles away is very likely to appear in blogs and forums on the same day, and be known by people all over the world. This is the power of the internet. Recently, the domestic entertainment industry has been a bit calm. Since Wang Bin was arrested for drug involvement, except for the Daily Star quarrels and gossip hype, there was basically no topic that people could talk about. However, on the evening of October 18, in front of the Westlake Stadium in Hangzhou, Lu Chen's side spin kick directly kicked out a big news, which shocked the news and public opinion circle that had been silent for a long time. The most intense reaction was undoubtedly the Waves blog, which has hundreds of millions of users. Only 10 minutes after the assailant was subdued, the first live video was posted on the blog. Then more and more photos and new videos swarmed in, accompanied by all kinds of exaggerated and frightening titles, as if a ladle of cold water had been poured on boiling oil, and it suddenly exploded, and among them, there were many official V of entertainment media, adding fuel to the fire. Without any prearranged hype, this matter was hyped up by countless people, attracting a large number of star artists in the entertainment industry to comment and forward. Under normal circumstances, these artists would not be free promoters of others, but this incident was too bad, and the culprit was targeting people in the industry. Everyone could not help but feel a common hatred for the enemy, and were willing to voice their opinions. While condemning the assailant, many artists were also questioning the security measures at the scene. No one wanted the same thing to happen to them. Tian was lucky that someone happened to help her. What if Lu Chen was not present at the time, or was further away? The consequences were unimaginable. With these star artists with a large number of fans joining the topic, the keywords were quickly pushed to the home page. The beautiful host of Zhejiang Satellite TV was almost disfigured by sulfuric acid. Was it a personal grudge or an emotional dispute? The hero saves the beauty. Young singer Lu Chen takes off his clothes to block the sulfuric acid and kills the assailant with a flying kick. Exclusive reveal: the inside story of the beautiful host of Zhejiang Satellite TV being splashed with acid. Too handsome. Look at the style of this kick. There are pictures to prove it. Who is Lu Chen? The ones who were the most excited were undoubtedly Lu Chen's fans. They learned about what had happened in Hangzhou City through different channels, and all of them worshipped Lu Chen. Thousands of fans have used computers and mobile phones to comment on blogs, forums, post bars, and QQ groups. Brother Chen is mighty. Not only is he handsome, but he can also sing. Not only can he sing, but he can also create original songs. Not only can he create original songs, he can also fight. How are others supposed to live? From today onwards, I'm a true fan of Lu Chen. Don't stop me. I've watched this video 10 times. The more I watch, the more excited I get. Hee, look at the performance of the others and you'll know how amazing our boss is. Yes, Lu Chen is a real man. The video that was most forwarded and commented on the blog was 2 minutes and 17 seconds long. This video should have been shot by a professional camera. Not only was the picture very clear and stable, but the camera angle was also excellent, recording the whole process of the incident from beginning to end. Through this video, everyone saw how the assailant climbed over the safety fence and rushed over. They could see the action of him taking out the sulfuric acid bottle and opening it. At the same time, they could also see the reactions of the people around him. Some were screaming, some were dodging, some were retreating, and some were stunned in place. Only Lu Chen, and only Lu Chen, did not show fear in the face of danger, and showed a high degree of calmness. He first threw out his suit with an almost inconceivable action, stopping the sulfuric acid that the assailant had spilled. Then he stepped forward to protect Tian behind him and kicked the assailant, who tried to continue to attack, to the ground, completing a wonderful and incomparable killing move. Although the video was more than 2 minutes long, in fact, the core content was only a few seconds. In this process, the bravery and fearlessness that Lu Chen displayed, as well as his outstanding skills, were truly admirable. In the domestic and foreign film and television circles, there is no shortage of action stars, but few action stars have shown such strong strength in reality, not to mention Lu Chen's identity as a singer. In particular, his most critical action of throwing off his suit has attracted countless netizens to talk about it. How do you think Lu Chen did it? I tried it myself, but I couldn't throw it off at all. There is no doubt that this is one of the top 10 most handsome scenes of the year. This move is called cicada shedding. You naturally don't understand it. This is ancient martial arts. Do you know what ancient martial arts are? Ancient martial arts, my ass. I think you read too many online novels, but it is really handsome. Don't say it, I must practice this move and use it to save a beauty in the future. Then you have to find someone to throw sulfuric acid first. What a pity, an Armani suit worth tens of thousands is enough for me to eat for a year. The person above is an idiot. Everyone, ignore him. With the increase in the number of comments, Lu Chen's fans and Waves blog showed an explosive growth. There were also those who benefited from it, such as Xianxia clothing. This company, which focused on young sports brands, took the opportunity to post the commercial that Lu Chen had shot not long ago on their official V, specifically stating that Lu Chen did not use a stunt double during the shooting process, which also attracted a lot of attention. When Lu Chen finished the performance and returned to the hotel where he stayed, Luxi's mobile phone was exploding with calls. Some relatives and friends called to inquire, and some media asked for an interview. Most of the calls were handled by Luxi, but some calls, Lu Chen had to reply to them himself. Big hero, you are so powerful. Sitting on the soft big bed in the hotel room, listening to the beautiful voice coming from the phone, Lu Chen felt a little itchy in his heart, as if something was going to drill out of his ears. He said with a wry smile, Sister Fei, this call was from Chen Fei. She was now in Beijing, but she had already heard the news. Chen Fei smiled softly and said, I mean it. Everyone says that you are very brave. If it weren't for you, then Tian would really be destroyed. At the last sentence, her voice became a little heavy. Crazy fans are the most terrible. As a heavenly queen who has been in the industry for more than 10 years, Chen Fei has countless fans, and naturally, there is no lack of unusual existences. All star idols have been harassed by fans more or less, and there have been some outrageous things that have happened. It's just that a situation like tonight is very rare. Lu Chen was sensitive. Are you sure that person is a fan? Chen Fei said, the murderer has confessed. He is a fan of Tian. He wrote many letters to Tian, but he didn't get any response. Some time ago, he was detained for breaking into the TV station to woo her, so he holds a grudge. So that's how it is. Lu Chen suddenly understood. He didn't doubt the source of Chen Fei's information. The latter's status and connections in the circle were not something he could compare with. Chen Fei continued, Tian is really scared this time. Maybe she will retreat behind the scenes. Lu Chen was stunned. You and her? Chen Fei explained, yes, I have known Tian for a long time. She is my little sister. The entertainment circle can be said to be big, but it can also be said to be small. Two people who originally seem to be in different worlds may have some kind of connection, which is complicated and extensive. Chen Feier said with a smile, I guess Tian Tian will come to thank you in person. She is so beautiful and a top student, and she has never had a boyfriend. You saved her, so you have a chance to pursue her. Do you want me to help you? Although it was a joking tone, it was a bit serious. Lu Chen blurted out, I already have someone I like. Chen Feier was surprised, who is it? Lu Chen regretted saying it out loud. He didn't answer and just stayed silent. But silence was the answer. Some words actually didn't need to be said. After a while, Chen Feier should have understood something. The Heavenly Queen said in a panic, I have something to do. I'll hang up first. Talk to you later. Without waiting for Lu Chen to answer, she hurriedly hung up the call. Lu Chen held the phone with a busy tone and smiled bitterly. The relationship between him and Chen Feier was a bit complicated. They met because of a reality show and became friends because of music. Lu Chen knew that Chen Feier had a good impression of him. This good impression may have the friendship of a sister to a younger brother, but there was also a different meaning. Just like the title song, Not Yet Lovers, he wrote for MSN. Lu Chen also knew that he also had a good impression of Chen Feier. He wouldn't deceive himself. But was it really possible between the two of them? Lu Chen was a little at a loss. He suddenly felt something strange and couldn't help but raise his head. He saw Lu Shi standing at the door of the room looking at him. There was a sneer on her face, as if to say, I caught you. Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. Sister. He lived in a luxury business suite with 2 bedrooms, so he lived with his sister. Obviously, the conversation between him and Chen Feier just now was heard by Lu Shi. Lu Shi didn't tease Lu Chen and said, there is something you must pay attention to. It's very important. Her expression was very serious. Lu Chen couldn't help but get serious. He straightened up and asked, what's the matter? This matter is related to one of your fans. Without any accident, the entertainment headlines of the major media the next day were occupied by the sulfuric acid incident. The beautiful host of Zhejiang satellite TV, the crazy fans, and the brave good Samaritan with extraordinary skills, all of them attracted everyone's attention. Overnight, the blog fans of Lu Chen, as the person involved, soared to more than 9 million. At the same time, the Hangzhou police also timely announced the results of the investigation of the case, basically confirming that this was an attempted malicious injury caused by personal reasons, and the perpetrator will be severely punished by the law. Hangzhou's local City Express also further revealed in its news headlines that the perpetrator was unemployed. Last night's action was carefully planned by him, and he had also stepped on the spot in advance and was very well prepared. The perpetrator's mentality had been distorted. He not only wanted to destroy Tian Tian, but also wanted to make big news. Tian Tian was one of the hosts of the party. It could be imagined how big a sensation it would cause if she had an accident in front of everyone. In addition to the concentrated sulfuric acid purchased from a special channel, the perpetrator also carried a controlled knife, but was stopped by Lu Chen in time, and did not cause a tragedy. While strongly condemning the perpetrator, the City Express also praised Lu Chen's bravery, calling him the pride of the men of Zhejiang, and did not hesitate to praise him. This made Lu Chen, who saw the newspaper when he got up to eat breakfast in the morning, feel very ashamed. The trouble was that a lot of media reporters came to the hotel where Lu Chen stayed, all of whom wanted to interview him. They were temporarily blocked in the hall by the hotel security. Lu Shi said with a smile, are you considered to have become famous with a kick? Lu Chen was speechless. At this time, the door of the living room was knocked lightly. Huh? Lu Shi was a little surprised, because she had already told the hotel that she didn't want to be disturbed, especially by reporters. Lu Shi went over and opened the door. She saw a group of people standing at the door, and Tian Tian was among them. The well-known female anchor of Zhejiang satellite TV had a haggard face, her eyes were swollen like walnuts, and the dark circles under her eyes looked like smoky makeup, but it couldn't hide her natural beauty, giving people a feeling of pitifulness. There were men and women who came with her, old and middle-aged, and a policewoman in uniform. The ingredients seemed to be very complicated. Seeing Lu Shi opening the door, Tian Tian was stunned and asked cautiously, excuse me, is Mr. Lu Chen here? Lucy smiled and said, yes, please come in. She understood Tian's feelings very well. Any girl who encountered such a thing might not be able to perform better. This female streamer probably didn't even sleep last night. Thank you. Tian thanked him politely and asked as she walked into the room, may I ask who you are? Lucy explained, I'm Lu Chen's agent, Lucy, and also his sister. Tian quickly said, hello, Sister Lucy. Lucy smiled and said, hello, you're welcome. I'm Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked out of the bedroom and was surprised to see so many people in the living room. Tian stepped forward and bowed to him and said, Mr. Lu Chen, I'm here to thank you. The female streamer handed over the paper bag in her hand at the same time, this is the clothes for you as compensation. On the black bag, the Armani logo was very conspicuous. Lu Chen took it and said, call me Lu Chen. Thank you. In fact, you don't have to take yesterday's matter to heart. You are Sister Faye's friend, so you are my friend. There is no need to be so polite between friends. A faint smile appeared on Tian's pale face, this is what I should do. She said, let me introduce you. In addition to her assistant, Tian came to see Lu Chen together with Director Chen of Zhejiang Satellite TV, two people in charge of the concert organizing committee and representatives of the Hangzhou police. They came with Tian in the morning. In addition to expressing their gratitude to Lu Chen, they also hoped that Lu Chen would not hype up this matter and minimize the negative impact. In addition to such things, Hangzhou has lost face in all aspects, at least there is a big problem with the security organization. Of course, Lu Chen agreed. First of all, he is from Zhejiang, and he must give face to his hometown. Secondly, he doesn't need to use this matter to hype up. There is no need at all. The communication between the two sides was very pleasant. At the suggestion of Director Chen of Zhejiang Satellite TV, Lu Chen, together with Tian and the police representative, directly borrowed a conference room in the hotel, invited all the reporters who were squatting under the hotel, and held a small press conference to face up to it. At this informal press conference, a reporter asked Lu Chen, Mr. Lu Chen, what was your motive at that time to protect host Tian regardless of the danger? What were you thinking at that time? This question was somewhat sinister, because on the internet, many people thought that Lu Chen risked his life because he wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, and also joked that the beauty's power was great. There were crazy fans, and there were brave heroes. Lu Chen answered very calmly, if you ask me what I thought at that time, then I really didn't think too much at that time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't see me sitting here with host Tian to answer your question. There was a soft laughter among the reporters. Lu Chen was right. At that time, things happened too suddenly. Even if he hesitated for half a second, the result would be different, only an instinctive reaction could be so fast. It was really nonsense to say that Lu Chen wanted to be a hero to save the beauty, he had no time to think about it at all. Lu Chen added, at that time, whether it was host Tian or anyone else, I would have stopped the assailant. The reporter from the Morning Post was unwilling to give up and asked, then what prompted you to do this? Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, it should be responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Since I have the ability to stop evil, then I should have the corresponding responsibility. The reporter's eyes lit up, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This sentence is good. There was applause in the conference room. Although it was not very warm, it was enough to show the attitude of the reporters present. Another reporter stood up and said, Mr. Lu Chen, I'm a reporter from EasyNet. Many netizens are very curious. How did you take off your suit and throw it out at that time? Have you practiced martial arts before? Lu Chen didn't hide it and explained, I often exercise and practice martial arts. The move I used to throw my clothes is called armor removal by the Overlord. Armor removal by the Overlord, this name is really domineering and has a selling point. Many reporters quickly bowed their heads and typed on the keyboard, quickly entering the content of the interview. Today's press release has been published. After failing to dig out any inside story from Lu Chen, the reporters turned to another protagonist, Tian. Tian's mental state was not very good, but in the face of the reporters' various questions, she answered them very appropriately, showing the qualities that a show host should have. After all, she was half a peer and also a victim, so the reporters didn't make things difficult for her. Next, representatives of Zhejiang Satellite TV and the police also answered a lot of questions. After the impromptu press conference, Lu Chen and Lu Shi were ready to leave the hotel. Tian originally wanted to invite the two to dinner to express her gratitude, but Lu Chen declined. He and his sister still had important things to do. He exchanged contact information with Tian. After the end of his trip in Hangzhou, Lu Chen did not return to the capital immediately, but took the high-speed train to Ningguan. Ningguan was a prefecture-level city under Jiangsu province, only more than 200 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Therefore, it only took 40 minutes to get there by rail. After leaving the railway station, Lu Chen and Lu Shi stopped a taxi and went to the First People's Hospital in Ningguan. The two went to visit a fan of Lu Chen, whose name was Meng Meng. For thousands of Lu Chen's fans, perhaps not many people know the name Meng Meng, but her online name Meng Meng was a well-known ID in the fan group. Meng Meng often wrote some fresh articles and song reviews in blogs and forums. In addition, she was a girl, so she was pursued by many otaku fans. Lu Chen also read one of her song reviews and felt it was very interesting at that time. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that this girl who liked to dream actually got acute leukemia. Last night, when Lu Shi was looking through the mail, she found a letter from Meng Meng's classmate. In this letter, the classmate revealed Meng Meng's situation, saying that Meng Meng's situation was very bad and needed a lot of money to treat her. She was from a single-parent family, and the economic conditions of her family were completely insufficient to support the expensive medical expenses. Meng Meng's classmates and the school donated money to her, but it was still a long way from the full cost of the bone marrow transplant. The classmate was also helpless, so she sent a letter to Lu Chen for help. Tian, not sure if it's a good idea to get a bone marrow transplant. Meng Meng herself didn't know about this. At the end of the letter, Meng Meng's classmate also wrote Meng Meng's home address, contact phone number, and the hospital where she stayed for verification to prove that she was not a liar. After Lu Shi saw the email, she immediately told Lu Chen. So Lu Chen decided to change his itinerary and come to Ningguan to visit this seriously ill fan. He was willing to provide help as much as he could. It was really unexpected to encounter such a thing. Lu Chen knew very well that relying on his own strength alone, he couldn't help all the people who needed help. Once there was a precedent, there might be a lot of trouble in the future. For example, some real or fake fans would come to him for help. Most importantly, after paying off his family's debts and redeeming the house, he didn't have much money. But these were not the reasons why Lu Chen chose to avoid it. He couldn't watch one of his fans, a young girl, wither because of illness, just like he couldn't let Tian be innocently hurt in front of him. A solution could always be found. As a man, there were things he shouldn't do and things he must do. Su Province, the First People's Hospital of Ningguan City. In Ward 1207 of the Department of Hematology and Oncology, several girls were talking to Meng Meng around the bed. Meng Meng, who was wearing a hospital gown, looked a little pale, but she was in good spirits. She was talking and laughing with 3 classmates and friends. There was no sign of serious illness at all. It was just that the medical record hanging on the bed frame was clearly marked with the bold black font ALAL, acute leukemia, the English abbreviation for acute leukemia. The malignant cloning disease of hematopoietic stem cells used to be a terminal disease. Now that technology has advanced, there have been a variety of treatments for acute leukemia. The best effect is bone marrow transplantation, with a high cure rate. But the cost of treatment is also astonishingly high. Meng Meng's mother, Zhang Feng, was sitting in a chair not far from the bed. Although she had a smile on her face, there was sadness in her eyes that couldn't be concealed. She was completely forcing herself to smile. What worried Zhang Feng was the cost of Meng Meng's treatment. Even if she went bankrupt, plus the donations from Meng Meng's school and classmates, it would be a drop in the bucket compared to the huge treatment cost. Just in order not to make her daughter sad, she never dared to show her inner emotions. Knock. Knock. The door of the ward was suddenly knocked lightly, and someone pushed the door and came in. It was a man and a woman. The man was tall and wore a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. The woman asked softly, "May I ask if Sister Meng Meng lives here?" The man was also carrying a fruit basket in his hand. "Are you looking for Meng Meng?" Zhang Feng was stunned, quickly stood up and said, "Yes, may I ask who you are?" The other party was very strange. In Zhang Fang's memory, there was no such person. Could it be a friend of Xiaoming? However, Meng Meng and several girls also looked at the person with curious eyes. They didn't know him either. The woman said, "Hello, Auntie, we are here to visit Sister Meng Meng." The man walked to the front of Meng Meng's bed. He put down the fruit basket first, and then reached out to take off his mask. "Hello, Meng Meng." Seeing the man's true face, Meng Meng suddenly opened her eyes, and her round face was full of disbelief. She covered her mouth with her hand, completely dumbfounded. The three girls sitting by the bed were also dumbfounded. One of the girls in a green dress shouted excitedly, "Lu! Lu Chen!" "It's me," Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's me." "Hello." It was Lu Chen and Lu Shi who came to visit Meng Meng. They took the high-speed rail from Hangzhou to Ningguan and rushed directly to the First People's Hospital without eating. Meng Meng blinked her eyes, and big tears suddenly fell down. She was not sad, but too happy and surprised. Lu Chen sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "I received an email last night and knew that you were sick. I happened to be performing in Hangzhou, so I came to see you. Are you feeling better now?" Meng Meng nodded hard and suddenly opened her arms to hug Lu Chen tightly. "Brother Lu Chen." Lu Chen let her hold him, reached out and patted her on the back twice to express comfort. Zhang Fang finally understood that the person visiting her daughter was her idol. Lu Chen. Zhang Fang was very familiar with this name. Her daughter often mentioned it. She was even chatting with her classmate just now. This was a big star. Zhang Fang couldn't help but panic. She quickly pulled over a chair and said, "Sit down, sit down." Lu Shi pulled her and said, "Auntie, don't bother. I have something to talk to you about. Is it convenient for you?" Zhang Fang nodded again and again. "It's convenient." Meng Meng held Lu Chen for more than half a minute before she let go with a red face. She asked, "Brother Lu Chen, who sent you the email?" This was what Meng Meng was most curious about. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "She said she was your classmate. Her ID is Rain Elf." Meng Meng and the other two girls turned their heads to look at the girl in the green dress. The latter lowered her head and raised her hand. She said timidly, "I admit that I wrote the email to Brother Lu Chen." She raised her head again and looked at Lu Chen with bright eyes. "I didn't expect Brother Lu Chen to come." This was what the girl in the green dress was most touched about. She had just sent a letter for help last night. Meng Meng said, "Little you shouldn't have hidden it from us. If you do this, are we still good friends?" The girl in the green dress said with a bitter face, "Little Meng, I know I was wrong." Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. These girls, who were 18 or 19 years old, were at the best age of their lives. He was more and more determined to help Meng Meng. A girl said excitedly, "I think little you has done a great thing. Otherwise, how can we see Brother Lu Chen in person? Hurry up, let's take a photo together." Meng Meng said with a smile, "Then you take a photo for me and Brother Lu Chen first." This small request, of course, Lu Chen unconditionally satisfied the four girls and took a lot of photos with them. He also took a few with his mobile phone. After taking the photos, Lu Chen asked about Meng Meng's condition again. Meng Meng's disease was temporarily under control. At present, conservative treatment was being used. If she wanted to be really cured, she would have to undergo many chemotherapy or bone marrow transplants. Speaking of this, Meng Meng's face added a little sadness. Lu Chen comforted her, "Sister Meng Meng, you don't have to worry. If you have any difficulties, everyone will help you. What you have to do now is to cooperate with the doctor and treat the disease well, okay?" Meng Meng nodded, "Okay, Brother Lu Chen, I'm really happy that you can come to see me." Lu Chen smiled. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and a white-haired old lady came in holding a child of about 3 or 4 years old. The former was still holding an intravenous drip in her hand. The needle was stuck in the wrist of the little patient. He opened his big black eyes and looked at Lu Chen curiously, and then climbed to the adjacent bed. Lu Chen saw that the old lady had some difficulty hanging the drip, so he quickly got up and helped her hang it on the hook beside the bed. The old lady was grateful, "Thank you." The little fellow asked, "Sister Meng Meng, who is he?" The little fellow had big eyes and a big head, but all his hair was shaved, and his skin was bare. He looked like a clever little monk. Meng Meng said with a smile, "This is my idol, Brother Lu Chen." The little fellow asked, "What's an idol?" Meng Meng replied seriously, "It's the person I admire the most, the person I like the most." The little fellow seemed to understand. Lu Chen thought he was very cute. He couldn't help but reach out and touch his head. "How old are you?" The little fellow replied cleverly, "Qingqing is 4 years old." Lu Chen glanced at his medical record and found that his illness was exactly the same as Meng Meng's. Meng Meng obviously liked the little fellow very much. She took out a big red apple from the fruit basket and stuffed it into his mouth. Such a small child. Lu Chen sighed secretly in his heart. He could see that the family situation of the little patient was not good. The old lady was dressed very simply. It was estimated that she could not afford the treatment. Fees like Meng Meng. There were too many people in the world who needed help. Lu Chen increasingly felt the weakness of personal strength. He had experienced the upheaval of his family, had experienced despair, and had worked hard to make a living, so he could understand the pain and bitterness of ordinary people when they faced difficulties. Now that Lu Chen had gotten rid of his predicament and realized his wish, he was willing to do his best to help others. Let's start with Meng Meng. After a few minutes, Lu Shi and Meng Meng's mother, Zhang Feng, came back together. There were still tears in the corners of Zhang Feng's eyes. Lu Shi nodded at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said to Meng Meng, "Sister Meng Meng, I'm going back. You stay here and treat your illness well. If there's anything, you can call me." He left his private phone number to Meng Meng. Meng Meng was very reluctant, but she was very sensible and did not make things difficult for Lu Chen. "Okay, goodbye, Brother Lu Chen." The other girls also said reluctantly, "Goodbye, Brother Lu Chen." "Goodbye," Lu Chen smiled and said to Zhang Feng, "Goodbye, Auntie." "Thank you." Zhang Feng's eyes overflowed with tears again, and she said excitedly, "Thank you." Just now, Lu Shi privately learned about Meng Meng's treatment from her, and then gave her 10,000 yuan. The most important thing was that Lu Shi promised on behalf of Lu Chen that she would find a way to help Meng Meng raise the treatment fees. Zhang Feng was really grateful. The relationship between Lu Chen and Meng Meng was originally just an ordinary relationship between a star and a fan. Lu Chen did not have any obligation to help Meng Meng, nor did he need to make such a promise. But not only did he come, he also sent money and hope. What Zhang Feng needed most right now was such hope. After visiting Meng Meng, Lu Chen and Lu Shi did not immediately leave the First People's Hospital. Instead, they found the attending doctor through the nurse on duty and asked about the treatment fee. The hospital told the two that in Meng Meng's case, a bone marrow transplant was necessary, and the total treatment fee was about 1 million yuan. The problem was that this kind of serious illness was not covered by ordinary medical insurance. Meng Meng did not purchase the corresponding serious illness insurance, so the part that could be reimbursed was very limited. In the First People's Hospital, there were several people in similar situations as Meng Meng. After leaving the People's Hospital, Lu Chen and Lu Shi did not stay in Ningguan City. They took the high-speed train back to Beijing that night. The next morning, Lu Chen came to Mukin crowdfunding company upstairs in the studio and found Li Mushi. After careful consideration, he decided to use crowdfunding to solve Meng Meng's medical expenses. Now Lu Chen was no longer the chairman of Mukin crowdfunding, so he must discuss this matter with Li Mushi and win the latter's consent. After hearing about Lu Chen's intention, Li Mushi didn't hesitate at all. "No problem. We can arrange for the project to go online today, and for this charity crowdfunding, we, Mukin Crowdfunding, will not charge any commission." The crowdfunding website was established by Lu Chen himself, and it was his business idea from the dream world. Since the beginning of the website's establishment, Lu Chen has never thought of vigorously developing in this area. A few days ago, he smoothly transferred most of his shares to the Li family, and then retired behind the scenes. Now, Li Mushi was really in charge of Mukin crowdfunding. As the founder, Lu Chen took tens of millions of earnings and 10% of the original shares, while Li Mubai was still a bitter business manager. Of course, what you get will inevitably be lost. After selling most of his shares, Lu Chen only had the right to suggest suggestions for the operation of the crowdfunding website. It was impossible to let the rising website only serve him. This time, Lu Chen wanted to carry out charity crowdfunding for Meng Meng through the crowdfunding website, so he must ask for help from Li Mushi. He was not worried that the latter would refuse such a request. Unexpectedly, Li Mushi not only agreed, but also treated it like a treasure. Charity crowdfunding. She asked Lu Chen with her eyes shining, "How did you come up with such a good idea?" Lu Chen was speechless. He just wanted to help Meng Meng, and didn't think of the impact on the crowdfunding website. However, Lu Chen already understood Li Mushi's idea. Li Mushi wanted to use this charity crowdfunding project to promote and publicize, and at the same time to enhance the popularity and reputation of the crowdfunding website, as well as a good reputation. In contrast, what was a few percent commission, with her shrewdness and the power of the Li family, it was estimated that she would inevitably use the media to hype it up. To put it bluntly, as long as it was properly operated, the crowdfunding website was likely to soar to the sky with the help of such a project. At that time, it would not be a problem for the valuation to increase several times. Lu Chen only thought about saving people, while Li Mushi thought about commercial interests. But he didn't have much aversion. Lu Chen didn't have moral cleanliness. If hype could save a life, what did it matter? Helping others on the premise of obtaining reasonable and legal benefits was actually better than helping others completely for free. It was more worthy of support. Li Mushi seemed to have seen through Lu Chen's thoughts and smiled. "Don't say that I'm cold-blooded and heartless. If this charity crowdfunding project can't be completed by then, I'll take care of the rest." Lu Chen admired, "Sister Mushi is wise." Li Mushi rolled her eyes and said, "Then ask your sister to help me." Lu Chen immediately interrupted her. "I'll send you the details of the charity crowdfunding project when I get back. Goodbye." This person really refused to give up his evil intentions. Lu Chen hurriedly ran away. He. Li Mushi looked at his fleeing figure and smiled like a blooming spring flower. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lu Chen posted a new blog post on his blog, Lu Chen FMX. This was his first post after saving the damsel in distress. And this blog post had nothing to do with the acid incident. The title of the blog post was, "As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world." In the blog post, Lu Chen told about Meng Meng's experience and called on everyone to contribute a little love. Therefore, he set up a charity crowdfunding project on the online crowdfunding website, with a fundraising goal of 1 million yuan. Each subscription was 1 yuan, and the fundraising period was 7 days. Lu Chen wrote in the article that he currently had a total of 9.7 million plus blog fans. As long as 1/10 of his fans were willing to donate 1 yuan, it would be enough to save Meng Meng's life. Unlike ordinary crowdfunding projects, this charity crowdfunding activity had no return, and the crowdfunding website would not charge any fees. Moreover, it would send people to supervise the use of charity funds to ensure that the funds were earmarked for special purposes, and the expenditure accounts would be made public to all donors at that time. In addition, Lu Chen also said that if the fundraising goal was not met by the deadline, he would undertake the rest to ensure that Meng Meng could be treated and continue her life journey. At the end of the blog post, Lu Chen attached a photo of him and Meng Meng and the address of the crowdfunding project. Due to the influence of the acid incident, Lu Chen's popularity in the Waves blog has always been high. The ordinary blog post he posted in Hangzhou the day before yesterday had more than 2 million plus comments. These comments were basically praises and applauds. Lu Chen's reputation in the blog could be said to be bursting. And the number of his fans has increased by a large margin, and he is very close to the 10 million mark. Therefore, when his new blog post was posted, it immediately received a lot of attention. Many people in the circle who followed Lu Chen quickly forwarded it. Among them were Tan Hong, Chen Fei and other big names in the circle. When Chen Fei forwarded the blog post, he also posted a screenshot of the subscription, and added a comment, "Come on, Meng Meng." The number of subscriptions she received was 50,000, which was a support of 50,000 yuan. This amount of money is undoubtedly a very small amount for Chen Fei. With her ability, not to mention 1 million, even 10 million can be easily taken out. But unless it is deliberately hyped up, most star artists will not be so generous. The reason is actually very simple. Rescuing one person is very likely to attract a group of people to ask for help. It is impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. At that time, there will be endless trouble. and even lead to a bad reputation. It sounds incredible, but the fact is that this is the case, and there has been a lesson learned. Therefore, as a public figure, it is necessary to be cautious in giving love. If it is a catastrophic event, such as an earthquake, then it doesn't matter to donate more, but if it is for individuals, it must be controlled. Unless it is a completely undisclosed anonymous donation, it is enough to express one's heart. This point, people in the entertainment industry basically understand, and if they don't understand, there will be people to teach them. Lu Chen used charity crowdfunding to help Meng Meng. A small part of the reason was that he was short of funds, but most of the reason was based on such common sense. The same is true for Chen Fei, who subscribed 50,000 yuan. Tan Hong had also raised 50,000 yuan, which was a great show of respect. Interestingly, Tian Tian, who was certified as the host of Zhejiang Satellite TV, subscribed 30,000 yuan. There is also the MSN girl group of Flying Stone Records, who also subscribed 20,000 yuan. In this kind of donation and love activity, there is a tacit unspoken rule in the circle, that is, the amount of donation is determined by one's status. The higher one's status, the more one will donate. If one's status is not high enough, donating more money than a big shot is actually a slap in the face. In this way, in addition to other star artists in the circle who have a relationship with Lu Chen or have little to do with him, they have actually supported more than 500,000 plus, directly reaching more than half of the fundraising goal. Most importantly, after the forwarding and support of these big celebrities, this charity crowdfunding project has been paid attention to by more and more people, triggering the so-called tidal effect. The number of users of the crowdfunding website is rising steadily, reaching or even exceeding the sum of the previous period in a few hours, and this is just the beginning. From the time Lu Chen posted his blog post at 7 o'clock in the evening to 12 o'clock in the short period of 5 hours, the number of support for the charity crowdfunding project on the crowdfunding website has exceeded 1 million. The goal that originally took 7 days to complete was completed in less than half a day. The official V of Lu Chen's fan group, the related post bars, forums, and fan groups are all in full swing. People's hearts are like a tide, and love is surging. Meng Meng is Meng Meng. I've read the article she wrote. I must support her. Sister Meng Meng has leukemia. If you can support her, go to the crowdfunding website to support her. Even 1 yuan will do. I supported 10 copies, the money for tomorrow's breakfast. The breakfast upstairs actually costs 10 yuan. It's too extravagant. I supported 20 yuan, the money for a day's meal. I wanted to change my cell phone, but I'll use the old one first. It's more important to save people. Lu Chen said it so well. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. I supported 100 copies. Sister Meng Meng, come on, 50 copies. More and more people joined the ranks of support, and even caused the upgraded crowdfunding website to experience a brief lag. The traffic reached hundreds of times the usual. Such a situation made Lu Chen, the initiator, stunned. He underestimated his influence and underestimated the number of kind people. There are still many good people in the world. Lu Chen had to contact Li Mushi and change the original plan. When the amount of fundraising for the project exceeded 1.2 million, the crowdfunding website issued an announcement, saying that part of the funds would be withdrawn in advance to pay for Meng Meng's medical expenses and help her complete the operation as soon as possible. For a disease like Meng Meng's, the earlier the treatment time, the better the effect of postoperative recovery, and it cannot be delayed. As for the time of the charity crowdfunding project, it will not change. The extra funds will be used to donate to other leukemia patients who are also in Ningguan First People's Hospital and are in urgent need of help. At 12:45 that night, Lu Chen posted another blog post. In his new blog post, Lu Chen first thanked everyone inside and outside the circle for supporting this charity crowdfunding project, and at the same time, posted an audio. The content of the audio was a song he wrote for this charity event. The name of the song is Dedication of Love. This is the call of the heart, this is the dedication of love, this is the spring breeze of the world, this is the source of life. There is no more desert without heart, there is no more wilderness without love, even the god of death is deterred, the flowers of happiness are blooming everywhere. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. As long as everyone gives a little love, the world will become a beautiful world. This song was played by Lu Chen on the piano. There was no arrangement or accompaniment, and the singer was Xianxia. It was not recorded in a professional recording studio. It was a hastily produced and synthesized work. But it was precisely this crudely produced song that touched countless people and made the next day's charity crowdfunding event reach a new peak. It did not decline because of the achievement of the expected goal, dedication of love. Lyricist, Huang Qishir/composer, Lu Shizhao. When the Meng Meng charity crowdfunding project went online, Lu Chen stayed in Mukin Crowdfunding Company. Under the control of Li Mushi, the new company has only been established for a month, and the number of employees has expanded to more than 100. The crowdfunding projects on the crowdfunding website have also soared from the initial one to dozens, showing vigorous vitality. But the protagonist of tonight's crowdfunding was undoubtedly the charity project proposed by Lu Chen. Mukin Crowdfunding Company gave strong support. And the effect of crowdfunding was beyond everyone's expectations. Seeing the amount of funds supported rising, the employees who stayed in the company to work overtime at night were stunned, and several technicians were even more busy and sweaty. The increase in data traffic was so fast that the server was a little overwhelmed. The number of registered members of the crowdfunding website has reached a surprising level. As the initiator, Lu Chen was surprised at first and then moved. He had to contact Li Mushi and ask the CEO of the crowdfunding website to hurry back to the company. Things are getting a bit big. Li Mushi was socializing outside at this time. After receiving the news, she decisively came back to preside over the overall situation. She didn't expect such a situation. But the outstanding graduate of the Wharton School of Business knew very well how much this would promote Mukin crowdfunding. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, Li Mushi made a request to Lu Chen to continue this momentum. There was no problem in completing the Meng Meng charity crowdfunding. It was just that after the project funds reached the target, everyone's enthusiasm for support would inevitably drop big, which was what Li Mushi didn't want to see. She hoped that it would last for a few more days, so that the influence of the crowdfunding website would inevitably spread to more places and be known and understood by more people, which was equivalent to making a super advertisement. In business, Lu Chen could fully understand Li Mushi's idea. If it were him, he would probably do the same. So, Lu Chen proposed to expand the scope of the fundraising, not only to help Meng Meng, but to benefit more leukemia patients, such as Xianxia, who was in the same ward as Meng Meng. He knew very well that the crowdfunding website was not a real charity, and for such a charity crowdfunding campaign, the first time was undoubtedly the best. If it ended in a hurry, it would be a pity. Lu Chen thought of Xianxia and other leukemia patients in Ningguan First People's Hospital who were in urgent need of help, so he called Xianxia. The cell phone was quickly connected, and it was Xianxia himself who answered the phone. "Lu Chen, what's the matter?" Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Lu Chen couldn't help smiling and said, "Fei, thank you." He thanked Xianxia for her support. The latter's blog repost undoubtedly expanded the publicity effect. In contrast, the 50,000 yuan was a trivial matter. Xianxia said with a chuckle, "It's nothing. That's what I should do." Yesterday, Tian called me and said that you didn't give her a chance to thank you, and you couldn't even stay for a meal. Did you go to see the sick little girl? Her voice was as soft and melodious as ever, and it gently tugged at Lu Chen's heartstrings. Lu Chen said in a low voice, "Yes, Sister Fei, I have one more thing to ask you for help." Xianxia asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Lu Chen replied, "I want to ask you to sing a song for me, tonight." Lu Chen thought about it. If he wanted to expand this project, he must have a publicity hotspot to attract more people's attention and support. Asking Xianxia to sing a song to thank his supporters was the best way he could think of. Of course, he was also relying on Xianxia's popularity. If it were other big stars, without that friendship, it would undoubtedly be very presumptuous to make such a request. But Lu Chen and Xianxia, he believed that this heavenly queen sister would definitely support him. Sure enough, Xianxia was interested. What song? So, Lu Chen sent the song he had just written, Dedication of Love, to her through QQ. The two communicated by video through QQ. Lu Chen returned to his studio, recorded the piano he had just purchased not long ago, and then synthesized Xianxia singing together. This was a completely amateur approach, just like two friends who were bored playing and singing, using a microphone to record and synthesize for fun. It just saved the trouble of professional recording, and the final product was undoubtedly very rough. However, Xianxia found it very interesting, and she was also surprised by Lu Chen's work. The lyrics of Dedication of Love were simple and easy to understand. The melody was soothing and warm, but the theme was very lofty, even with a strong theme style. It was perfect to match this charity crowdfunding event. What made Xianxia deeply impressed was Lu Chen's talent in music creation. This song was obviously not a work that had existed before, but the temporary idea created a possible classic, which really made people speechless. Lu Chen, after practicing singing several times, the Heavenly Queen sister even had the urge to run to Lu Chen's place immediately and crack open his skull to see how the brain structure inside was different from that of ordinary people. With the cooperation of the two, this song, Dedication of Love, was produced in a hurry. Lu Chen first published it on his blog, and then Xianxia also posted a new blog post. In this blog post, Xianxia told about the birth of Dedication of Love and the process of his cooperation with Lu Chen. He hoped that with this work, more people would pay attention to and care about leukemia patients and provide support to those patients who need help. The two people, one after the other, plus a song, immediately became a new explosive point on the blog. Although it was already midnight, thousands of people still forwarded the blog posts of Lu Chen and Xianxia, making the influence of this song, Dedication of Love, continue to expand, which in turn promoted the number of support for the charity crowdfunding project. At 7 o'clock the next evening, the charity crowdfunding project to help Meng Meng, leukemia patient, had been online for 24 hours, and the number of support exceeded 3 million. On the same day, the supervision representative sent by Mukin crowdfunding company had arrived at the First People's Hospital of Ningguan City, and soon determined the second recipient. That was Xiao Qingqing, who was in the same ward as Meng Meng. After receiving the news, the TV station in Ningguan City sent a reporter to conduct a live interview. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, on October 25, the sixth day of the charity crowdfunding project, Lu Chen's studio received an interview request from China Youth Daily for Lu Chen himself. China Youth Daily was founded in 1950 and has a history of 65 years. It is a central-level newspaper directly under the control of the Central Publicity Department. It takes promoting social progress and serving the growth of young people as its own responsibility and serves generation after generation of young people. It was precisely because of such a prominent status that China Youth Daily has always been in the top 3 in the national daily readership and popularity, and has a great influence in China. It was undoubtedly an honor to be interviewed by China Youth Daily. Without typical deeds or publicity points, it was impossible to get such an opportunity. Lu Chen attached great importance to this, and was even a little nervous. The process of the interview was not as serious as Lu Chen imagined. The two reporters sent by China Youth Daily were not very old, and they had a good understanding of him. The reporter's interview was completed in a very harmonious atmosphere. There were 3 main reasons why Lu Chen could attract the attention of this major central newspaper. The first was Lu Chen's talent in music creation. The reporter's focus was not on his debut album You Who Sat Next to Me, but the already well-known song I Love You China. Since Lu Chen sang this song at the National Day Party of Beijing television, it quickly spread all over the country. It was covered by many theme singers and appeared in many non-commercial party programs. It could be said that it was very popular. China Youth Daily asked Lu Chen about his creative motivation and inspiration. The second was the sulfuric acid incident in which Lu Chen bravely saved Tian, and the last was the charity crowdfunding project. Although it was the first time that he had been interviewed by such a big official media, Lu Chen, who had 3 life memories, quickly adapted. He was neither overbearing nor servile, and cooperated with the reporter to complete the interview. His maturity and experience made the 2 reporters from China Youth Daily look at him in a new light. On October 27, China Youth Daily published an interview article with Lu Chen on the 4th page with the title New Era New Youth as the main title. This article first briefly introduced Lu Chen's identity, and then focused on Lu Chen's deeds, praising him as a representative of the new youth in the new era and a model of newcomers in the entertainment industry. The article wrote that in today's entertainment industry, celebrity artists have endless scandals, and their image in the eyes of the public is constantly declining. They need talented, knowledgeable, and moral newcomers like Lu Chen to provide positive energy. This central newspaper's evaluation of Lu Chen was undoubtedly very high, which was equivalent to giving Lu Chen a layer of gold. Although the article was only a few hundred words, it could not bring direct economic benefits to Lu Chen, nor would it help Lu Chen increase many fans. Its impact on Lu Chen's position in the circle was limited. However, this article represented the mainstream official recognition of Lu Chen. Its publicity effect could not be bought with any amount of money, and to a great extent, it would affect Lu Chen's future development in more aspects. As the saying goes, a flower planted intentionally does not bloom, but a willow planted unintentionally becomes a shade. This was what Lu Chen did not foresee when he was determined to help Meng Meng. What made Lu Chen even more surprised was that after the interview by China Youth Daily, another great god was alarmed. A representative was sent to discuss with him. This great god was the Yanhuang Charity Association. The charity crowdfunding project to help Meng Meng, leukemia patient, ended on the 26th. A total of 4.7 million plus charity funds were raised. Because of the differences in individual diseases, it was expected to help 12 leukemia patients, including Meng Meng, who were in urgent need of help. Mukin Crowdfunding Company was responsible for the specific fund arrangement, management and supervision, account disclosure and other issues. Lu Chen no longer asked. And Yanhuang Charity Association sent a representative to find him, which had little to do with this project. The Charity Association came for Dedication of Love. Yanhuang Charity Association was established in 1990. It was a national non-profit public welfare social organization voluntarily participated by citizens, legal persons, and other social organizations who were enthusiastic about philanthropy. It has more than 500 member units in China. Compared with the Red Cross Society, Yanhuang Charity Association had a better reputation among the people. The representative sent by this charity was surnamed Suan, director of the Charity Association's External Liaison Department. Miss Suan, who was in her 40s, had a kind face, a soft voice, and a very cultured speech. On behalf of Yanhuang Charity Association, she hoped to get a non-commercial license for the song Dedication of Love from Lu Chen for the promotion and public service advertisements of the Charity Association. Lu Chen agreed without any hesitation. He never thought about making money with this song. Whether it was the Charity Association or the Red Cross Society, as long as they were willing to use it, they could use it freely without paying any fees. Yanhuang Charity Association, in addition to seeking the license for Dedication of Love, also hoped that Lu Chen could participate in the shooting of a public service advertisement. This public service advertisement would use Dedication of Love as the core theme, and invite a number of stars to participate and sing together, including Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chen Fei-er, Lu Zhonghan, Shi Rong, and other big figures. Including Lu Chen, there were currently 12 confirmed. To put it bluntly, in the invitation list provided by Suan, any one of them had more fame and status than Lu Chen. If he wasn't the original creator of Dedication of Love, he probably wouldn't be in the list at all. Suan also vaguely revealed that this also had something to do with Lu Chen's interview with China Youth Daily just now. And this was, of course, a good thing. Lu Chen couldn't think of a reason for his refusal at all, so he finalized it on the spot. According to what my sister said, the more reputation I have, the better. However, the filming of the Dedication of Love public service film couldn't start immediately. For a huge organization like the Yanhuang Charity Association, the preparatory work would definitely take a lot of time. However, Lu Chen's participation was already set in stone. Therefore, after the meeting with Suan, Lu Chen quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. Anyway, someone would naturally inform him when the time came, and as an independent artist, he was very free to arrange his time. At present, what Lu Chen was most concerned about was the debut album Not Yet Lovers released by Flying Stone Records MSN Beautiful Girl. In this new album, Lu Chen wrote 3 songs, including the title track, Not Yet Lovers. He was also in charge of supervising the production and acted in the music video of Not Yet Lovers. On the last day of October, as a warm-up for MSN's debut album, the music video and single of Not Yet Lovers began large-scale publicity on major TV stations, radio stations, and the internet, As the first girl group launched by Flying Stone Records in recent years, the company had high hopes for MSN's album. The cost of inviting Lu Chen to write and supervise the production alone exceeded 1 million yuan. Naturally, they would not drop the ball in the important publicity. It was said that Flying Stone Records had a publicity budget of up to 5 million yuan, therefore, it brought a lot of pressure to Lu Chen. The 3 works he wrote for MSN, including the title track Not Yet Lovers, were all selected excellent works, but it was actually difficult to accurately grasp the popular trend of the market and the tastes and preferences of fans. Some songs were obviously very good, but they just couldn't get up, while some catchy songs could be popular all over the country. Although Lu Chen was very confident, Flying Stone Records had spent tens of millions on SN's album. Once it failed, it would have a great impact on him. After all, the price of one of his works was as high as 350,000 to 400,000 yuan, which was completely at the top level. If the top price didn't achieve the desired effect, the reputation accumulated before would be severely damaged. Lu Chen's rise was so fast that it was unknown how many people in the circle were envious and jealous. Naturally, there were many people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself, and these words were told to Lu Chen by Chen Fei-er. Time entered November, and autumn was getting stronger. After returning to Beijing from Hangzhou, Lu Chen met Chen Fei-er for the first time in a Western restaurant in Beijing. This restaurant was very famous and had the qualification of a Michelin restaurant. Usually, it was impossible to book a seat. But for Chen Fei-er, this was obviously not a problem. On the surface, the meeting between Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er was to discuss the latter's new album, but both of them knew very well that this was actually a real date. It was just that no one had the intention to point it out. I'm reminding you, don't get carried away. After eating the dessert after the meal, a small cream cake, Chen Fei-er said to Lu Chen very seriously, many newcomers in the circle were carried too high all of a sudden, and then fell very badly and heavily. Lu Chen nodded. Recently, he had really been in the limelight. First, he saved people and punished criminals in Hangzhou, then he engaged in charity crowdfunding, and then he was interviewed by China Youth Daily. Any newcomer, as long as he had one of these, would inevitably be able to brush his face in front of the public. Lu Chen had been in the limelight 3 times, and it could be said that he had gained both fame and fortune. So far, the number of fans on his waves blog has officially exceeded the 10 million mark. The surge in fame brought real benefits. First of all, Whale TV was negotiating with Lu Xi to re-sign a contract with Lu Chen. Lu Chen's cooperation with Whale TV began half a year ago. The contract signed by the 2 sides was for 2 years. In addition to the reward income, there was an additional 500,000 signing fee every year. At that time, both parties were satisfied with the contract, but now it was no longer appropriate. Because the contract was no longer worthy of Lu Chen's fame and value, it wasn't that Lu Chen took the initiative to break the contract, but Whale TV felt that it was necessary to re-sign the contract. Lu Chen started with Whale TV and became famous through Singing China. Although Whale TV gave him good treatment, the returns that Lu Chen brought to Whale TV were also amazing. Not to mention the popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast room, his successful experience alone has allowed Whale TV to attract a lot of excellent anchor talents, and the number of registered members has been rising steadily. Although Whale TV could pretend to be deaf and dumb and wait for Lu Chen to complete the 2-year contract, in this way, the possibility of Lu Chen renewing the contract is almost impossible. The most important thing is that this contract has already been exposed, making Whale TV very passive. 500,000 signing fee. This joke is a bit big, therefore, in order to better cooperate between the 2 sides in the future, and in order to retain the golden signboard of Lu Chen, Whale TV offered a new contract to Lu Chen's studio. At present, Lu Xi is negotiating with Whale TV on behalf of Lu Chen, and it is estimated that the signing fee is at least 3 million. Lu Chen also intends to continue to cooperate with Whale TV for a period of time, but he will not give up the benefits he should get. In addition to Whale TV, there are a lot of people who want to sign endorsement contracts with Lu Chen, including several famous domestic and foreign brands. In addition, there are many performers and agencies who have come to the door, making Lu Xi very busy. As for other kinds of invitations, it is even more innumerable. The entertainment industry is a big vanity fair. Many artists who become famous overnight are easy to fall into the vortex of vanity and interests and are unable to extricate themselves. They gradually lose their original heart, and as a result, there are frequent scandals that lead to the destruction of their future. Xianxia doesn't want Lu Chen to become one of them. She deeply understands how complicated the entertainment industry is. Fortunately, Lu Chen is an independent artist. If he is in a large entertainment agency, he doesn't know how many open and secret arrows he will have to face. Regarding Xianxia's kind reminder, Lu Chen nodded and said, "I know, Sister Fei." To be honest, he has been a little complacent recently. Fortunately, there are always good teachers and helpful friends around him. While answering, Lu Chen stretched out his hand and wiped the remaining cream on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia suddenly froze, and her pretty face instantly flushed. In an instant, her beauty was indescribable. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so bold. Lu Chen himself didn't expect it either. It's just that his fingers caressed the skin. That kind of soft jade-like feeling made his courage soar. Lu Chen's hand fell and pressed on Xianxia's small hand. He looked at the other party, his eyes bright. Xianxia's eyes widened at first, and then under the gaze of Lu Chen, she shyly lowered her head. After a while, she probably came back to her senses and raised her head again to stare at Lu Chen. As if to say, "You're too bold." Lu Chen didn't want to let go and said bluntly, "Sister Fei, I like you." He wasn't a novice in love, and he didn't want to continue to hide his feelings for Xianxia, so he simply took this opportunity to directly confess. Xianxia's face blushed again, but she was after all not a teenage girl. Instead, she sighed softly and said, "Lu Chen, can you let me think about it?" She didn't deny that she also had a good impression of Lu Chen, but she really wasn't ready to start a relationship with a younger brother. Lu Chen nodded and retracted his hand. "Okay." Xianxia felt a little guilty. She held Lu Chen's big hand and said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chen didn't retract his hand. The two of them didn't say anything, but there was a kind of warmth flowing silently between them. The night outside the window also seemed to be a lot gentler. At night, on the lakeside of Hohai, the flow of people was like a tide. In the vast sea of people, Lu Chen and Xianxia walked side by side, bathed in the cool evening breeze and strolled along the lakeside. Both of them were properly dressed, especially Xianxia, who was completely different from her usual image, so none of the pedestrians and tourists who hurried past could recognize her. For star artists, it was really not easy to be able to walk and go shopping like ordinary people. There were many couples on the lakeside, either holding hands or sitting in each other's arms on the grass or benches. The air seemed to be filled with a sweet smell. In contrast, Lu Chen and Xianxia, who kept a distance of half a foot, seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Xianxia didn't speak and seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Chen wanted to find something to talk about, but he didn't know what to say. After all, in the restaurant before, he took the initiative to confess to the heavenly queen next to him, and he was still a little nervous. Just then, Xianxia suddenly stopped. She stood in front of an advertising screen. This kind of LED advertising screen with a width of about 2 meters was very common in parks and commercial areas. It mainly played daily life information, such as traffic, weather, etc., and commercial and public service advertisements. The advertising screen standing on the edge of the lakeside boulevard had just switched. The brightly colored screen showed the picture of 3 beautiful girls, who were wearing white school uniforms and snuggling up to each other, showing a sweet smile to everyone. In the middle of the picture, an eye-catching title was outlined in oil painting strokes, MSN. Not Yet Lovers. This was the first music video of the girl group of Flying Stone Records, MSN Beautiful Girls, and also the promotional film for their debut album. Since the day before yesterday, they have been the first to land in various media in Beijing and launched a huge warm-up campaign. Their singing floated out from the speakers hidden in the pillars of the advertising screen and into people's ears. "Why can I only talk to you all night? Why do I want to see you again after saying goodbye? Among my friends, you are the most special. You always make me feel very close and close. Why do you care about who goes shopping with me? Why do you worry about who flirts with me? You say you treat me a little more than others, but you don't say how much more. We're more than friends, but we're not yet lovers. We're so sweet, but we're annoyed. We're so happy and confused. What will we become in the future? I can't wait to know the answer. The sound effects of the speaker attached to the advertising screen were very ordinary. In jargon, it was just a sound. However, the beautiful melody, the sweet voice with a little sadness, and the exquisite and beautiful picture made many passers-by and Xianxia stop to listen and watch the music video of Not Yet Lovers. In the scene, the three girls were studying, living, running, and playing on campus. Then, the female lead, Mu Xiaochu, bumped into the senior, Lu Chen, and a hazy pure love unfolded. Fang Hui, the director of the music video, handled the picture very carefully. The constantly changing scenes made people feel as if they had returned to the campus of their youth. She showed the subtle feelings between the hero and the heroine just right. In particular, the heroine's pursuit and longing for a beautiful love made people's hearts beat faster. Lu Chen was fine. As the male lead, he had watched it several times. But Xianxia was fascinated. For some reason, Lu Chen, who was standing next to Xianxia, seemed to feel the throbbing of the heavenly queen's heart. Lu Chen couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. Xianxia's hand was a little cold. Her fingers, which were like spring onions, were evenly distributed and delicate like jade. When Lu Chen held her hand couldn't help but tremble, but she didn't break free. The two finished watching the video together. At the end of the music video, it was a shot of Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu gazing at each other affectionately. Mu Xiaochu's innocence and cuteness, and Lu Chen's handsomeness were fully displayed in this shot. Xianxia blinked and said, "Let's go." The two continued to move forward, but they didn't let go of each other's hands. As they walked, Xianxia suddenly asked, "This music video is good. Do you keep in touch with Xiaochu often?" She turned her head and looked at Lu Chen. Her eyes, which were hidden behind her glasses, were shining like bright stars. Lu Chen said, "Rarely. I think of her as a younger sister." Xianxia bit her lip and said, "You know what? In fact, I'm 28 years old this year. In order to make my debut in advance, my agent helped me change my household registration and lied about my age." Lu Chen, what? Xianxia was ashamed and annoyed. "If I had known, I wouldn't have told you. Only a few people know about this." She tried hard to break free from Lu Chen's hand. "Sister Fei, I was wrong." Lu Chen quickly grabbed her hand, stopped, stared at her and said, "In fact, I don't think age is a problem. Whether you are 30 or 28, I like you all the same." Lu Chen's eyes were gentle and sincere. He knew that Xianxia had a knot in her heart about the issue of age. After all, there was a gap between them. But he had never thought that age would be a problem. And Lu Chen also knew that Xianxia had never been afraid to talk about her age. She took the initiative to tell him this secret, which was undoubtedly a sign of trust, and, now that the relationship between the two sides had finally broken through, Lu Chen didn't want to let go and go back to the past. He really liked Xianxia. Xianxia struggled a few times to no avail, and her pretty face blushed with shyness. There was a trace of softness in her eyes, and she said, "You make it sound nice. I'm an old woman. If I say I like you now, I may regret it in the future." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "How can you be an old woman? Then what do I have to do to make you believe me, Sister Fei?" To be honest, no one would doubt Xianxia if she said she was 22 years old, let alone 30 or 28 years old. In the eyes of many fans, Xianxia, who had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, was an ageless girl. Lu Chen thought, is Xianxia jealous of Mu Xiaochu? This thought actually made him a little complacent, and he was even more unwilling to let go. Narcissistic plus shameful, Xianxia gave up struggling, thought seriously for a moment, and said, "Let go of me first, let's take it slowly." After all, she was not a teenage girl, and she would not be easily moved by sweet words. Even if her heartstrings were touched, she was still reserved and refused to completely open her heart. Lu Chen said, "Okay then." He reluctantly let go of Xianxia's hand, as if he was a child who had lost his favorite toy. Of course, he deliberately put on an act. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh, and reached out to hold Lu Chen's arm. "Let's go." Lu Chen asked, "Where are we going?" Xianxia tilted her head and said, "This place is very close to the bar pedestrian street, right? Let's go to Forget Worries Bar." Lu Chen, Chen Feier glanced at him, can't I? Lu Chen said with a smile, of course, there's no problem. I'll buy you a cup of burning, which is David's signature. Chen Feier nodded and said, if there is no one else in the future, don't call me Sister Fei anymore. Lu Chen was stunned, and then immediately smiled and said, got it, Feier. Chen Feier bit her lip and also smiled. Although it was not directly said, both of them knew that their relationship had broken through. They could never go back to the past. When they arrived at Forget Grass Bar, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although it was not a weekend, Forget Grass Bar's business was still very hot. There were basically no seats on the ground floor, and even the front of the bar was surrounded by many customers. Everyone drank, chatted, and listened to the singer on the stage. It was still the atmosphere that Lu Chen was familiar with. He squeezed to the front of the bar with Chen Feier and said to David, who was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, Brother David, give me 2 cups of burning. David glanced at Lu Chen and was stunned. This guy looked a bit familiar, and his voice was even more familiar, OMG. He quickly recognized Lu Chen. Lu Chen, why are you here? Ha ha ha. This fake foreigner laughed and said loudly to the customers in the bar, let me tell you a piece of good news, our boss Xiao Lu Chen is here. Everyone welcome him. Lu Chen owned 5% of Forget Grass Bar's shares, which was also his last tie with Forget Grass Bar. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had not been back for a long time. Lu Chen? Hearing David shout, the customers present couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile and stood up one after another. I haven't been here for a long time. What day is it today? What kind of wind is blowing? Lu Chen, we all miss you very much. Sing a song, a new song. Lu Chen quickly turned around and waved his hand, hello everyone, long time no see. The customers in Forget Grass Bar were all of high quality, whether it was old customers or new customers, many of them greeted Lu Chen in a friendly manner. There were not many onlookers, only a few customers came over to ask for autographs and photos. He satisfied the requests of these customers. The current Lu Chen was already a legendary figure in Forget Grass Bar and Hohai Circle. But no one knew that the woman wearing a long dress beside Lu Chen was the real superstar. Only David looked at Chen Feier and carefully asked, Lu Chen, this beautiful lady isn't also your sister, right? The last time Lu Chen brought Lu Shi to Forget Grass Bar for the first time, David ended up treating her as Lu Chen's girlfriend. He still remembered the lesson. Lu Chen smiled and said, this is also my sister. David couldn't help but roll his eyes. May I ask Mr. Lu Chen, how many sisters do you have? He chatted with Lu Chen while skillfully mixing a cup of burning and delivered it in front of Chen Feier. Beautiful and charming lady, please allow me to treat you to a cup of burning that I personally made. Saying that, he even pressed his left hand on his chest and made an elegant gentleman's bow. Chen Feier smiled and said, thank you. She took a sip of the wine and glanced at Lu Chen at the same time with a smile. As if saying, he is much better at coaxing women than you, Lu Chen smiled bitterly. At Nepenthe's bar, the atmosphere was at its best. Here, there wasn't the impetuous hustle and bustle of Sanlaton's bars. There weren't any gaudy and messy electronic songs and dances, and there weren't any revelry or roars of excessive drinking. Customers sat around the tables, chatting and laughing in low voices or enjoying the music. In the corner, couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other, and well-trained waiters walked in between them with plates in their hands. On the stage, a delicate and pretty female singer was playing folk songs. Those feelings, love, and those sad and melancholy lyrics were like a gurgling stream, flowing into people's ears and hearts. In front of the bar, Chen Feier finished her second glass of burning. She was a little drunk. This cocktail was called burning, which was a recipe developed by David himself. It was red like a flame, and it was as strong as fire. People with low alcohol tolerance would get drunk after drinking one glass. Chen Feier's alcohol tolerance was quite good, although as a singer, she couldn't drink too much to protect her voice. But as a person, the most important thing was to be happy. She was very happy that night, so she made an exception and drank a little more. This made Lu Chen a little worried. He leaned over and whispered in Chen Feier's ear, Sister Fei, let me send you back. Although up until now, no one had recognized her, it was hard to say if she was drunk. Maybe she would make the headlines tomorrow. Chen Feier turned her head, and the two almost touched lips. She didn't dodge, and said with bright eyes, "The atmosphere here is very good, I want to sing." Lu Chen slightly shrank back and asked, "You want to sing?" If she went on stage and sang, she would definitely be recognized. Chen Feier nodded seriously, yes. The song she wanted to sing was not for others, but for herself. Lu Chen couldn't help but look back. Seeing that Sister Zhang was still sitting in the corner, he thought for a moment and asked, "What song?" Although it was a date that night, Chen Feier's assistant and chauffeur cum bodyguard were actually there. When the two of them took a stroll after dinner, they followed them from afar. Of course, they were also in the bar now. As a celebrity, especially a big star like Chen Feier, if there was no one around him when he was out, it would be very troublesome if he was recognized, not to mention the danger. Chen Feier moved closer to Lu Chen's ear and whispered 2 words. This was the title of a song and one of the 3 songs Lu Chen wrote for her new album. Her breath blew into Lu Chen's ear. It was a little ticklish with the smell of alcohol. This made Lu Chen a little absent-minded, and he couldn't help but nod. It was as if he had been cursed. Lu Chen took Chen Feier backstage. Forget Worries Bar's resident and contracted singers were no longer the ones Lu Chen was familiar with. The Bionics had signed a contract with Light Rain Media and were now doing very well. Needless to say, Li Hong, Yi Jinyang and Wang Xiaoshui had already left. It was normal for a bar to have an iron camp and a flowing stream of soldiers. But now, the singers backstage basically knew Lu Chen and Lu Chen's identity. Seeing Lu Chen and Chen Feier come in, they all stood up. "Hello, Brother Chen." These singers obviously knew that Lu Chen came to Forget Worries Bar at night, so they were pleasantly surprised but not surprised. Lu Chen smiled in response and then said, "I'll be up next, I'll be collaborating with a friend." Hearing Lu Chen's words, some of the singers were surprised and some were very happy. One of the female singers smiled and said, "I've long heard of your name. We're really lucky tonight." She even looked at Chen Feier with envy and jealousy. In Hohai's circle, Lu Chen had long been a dreamlike story. Apart from Lu Chen's own career development, there are the Wandering Band, Sister Na, and the North Needle Band, which has just released a single not long ago, that has been held up by his hands alone. These people were the same as them, they were originally in Hohai. Now that they had soared, how could they not be envious? She also regarded Chen Feier as one of her peers, the very lucky kind. After a few minutes, the singer in front finished singing and Lu Chen and Chen Feier went on stage. He asked the waiter to push the piano out. Seeing this scene, the guests in the bar suddenly became excited. Lu Chen was going to sing. Today, Lu Chen was no longer the small singer in the bar. The number of times he came to Forget Worries Bar was getting fewer and fewer, so many old customers could only reminisce about the time when he played and sang on stage and bragged to his new companions. Today, it was a surprise for Lu Chen to appear here, but it was exciting for him to go on stage. Would Lu Chen come out with a new work tonight? One must know that Lu Chen had sung many original works in Forget Worries Bar. To be able to listen to Hatsune's new song was really a wonderful thing that was worth reminiscing about. Of course, although they were excited, everyone was still very polite and didn't make a racket. Instead, the bar became quiet. This was the reason why Lu Chen was willing to bring Chen Feier to Forget Worries Bar. It didn't matter much if he was recognized. Forget Worries Bar had also invited singers and artists in the circle to perform. He sat down in front of the piano and said to the microphone that had just been set up, "Everyone, long time no see." There was a sudden burst of boos in the bar. "You still have the nerve to say that?" Then they all laughed. Lu Chen also laughed. "I know I rarely come here now, so tonight I decided to make it up to everyone. I specially invited a friend to cooperate with me on a new song." It really was a new song. There was immediately a warm applause in the bar. Lu Chen got up and bowed to thank everyone, then made a gesture of invitation to Chen Feier. Chen Feier smiled sweetly and stood in the center of the stage, in front of the microphone. "Who is this?" Everyone looked at each other. No one immediately recognized Chen Feier, who was wearing glasses and had a makeup. Only a few people faintly felt that she was a little familiar. Of course, since she was Lu Chen's friend, everyone still gave her face and also applauded to show their welcome. Chen Feier said softly, "Thank you." She nodded at Lu Chen, indicating that they could start. Lu Chen sat down again and played the prelude. The pure piano accompaniment was very pleasant to listen to. At the beginning, it caught everyone's ears and made everyone silent. Lu Chen's piano level was very ordinary, but compared to before, after a period of practice, playing a relatively simple song was not a problem at all. The song was not complicated, but it was very fresh for the regular customers in the bar. In the past, when they saw Lu Chen, he was always playing the guitar. But soon, everyone's attention was all attracted by Xianxia. Because she began to sing. There are not too many people who want to see you but are still waiting. It is heartbreaking, broken into a river, walking forward alone in the vicissitudes of life, saying to live well, but no matter how busy I am, I can't quench the thirst of love. When I meet you, I don't say it's worth it, not worth it. When I brush shoulders, I help each other, being a passerby, walking forward alone in the vicissitudes of life, saying to live well, but no matter how busy I am, I can't quench the thirst of love, humming your song across the mountains and seas, riding the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me. From then on, the river is only a legend, heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed, humming your song across the mountains and seas, riding the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me. From then on, the river is only a legend, heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed. The name of this song was Sea of Faces. Xianxia sang it drunkenly and sang it a little carelessly, but her singing skills were impeccable, calm and not ostentatious. The poetic lyrics were sung leisurely, like the sounds of nature. It was a simple accompaniment and a simple singing, but it was like a clear spring that nourished one's heart. Inadvertently, one's impetuosity was washed away, and one's whole body relaxed, immersed in the artistic conception created by the singing. The bar was quiet, no one spoke or walked around, and all eyes fell on Xianxia. Xianxia sang very self-consciously and emotionally. Lu Chen wrote 3 songs for her, and the one that resonated with her the most was Woman Flower. But her favorite was Sea of Faces. Perhaps from an artistic point of view, Sea of Faces was not as good as Woman Flower and did not have the potential to become a classic, but she liked it. When Xianxia sang Humming Your Song Across the Mountains and Seas, she couldn't help but look back at Lu Chen. Her eyes were gentle. This was not the first time she cooperated with Lu Chen, but it was the first time she sang this song in public. She just wanted to sing it, here, at this time. Tenderness is sung by you, you are faintly seen on the other side, build a boat in the wind and never look back even if you want to conquer only the desert, cherishing is the rarest, loving you makes life vast, tenderness is sung by me accompanying you in the sea of faces without stopping. Humming your song across the mountains and seas, treading on the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me, from then on, the river is just a legend, heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed. At the climax of the chorus, Xianxia's voice was a little higher, and the characteristics of her voice were vividly displayed. The feelings contained in the song also became stronger. Finally, someone heard it, it's a bit like Xianxia. Not just a bit, but the more they looked, the more similar they looked. After being reminded, everyone had a feeling of enlightenment. When Xianxia sang for the second time, many people couldn't sit still. There was even a small commotion in the bar. Xianxia smiled and took off the glasses that covered her face. She felt so good. Then let's give everyone a surprise, there was no need to hide anymore. It was really a surprise. In the Forget Grass bar, it was as if a heavy bomb had exploded silently. Many people couldn't believe their eyes, the person who sang in front of them was actually Xianxia. Some people stood up and hurriedly sat back down, their faces flushed. Some girls opened their eyes wide and covered their mouths, and some secretly took out their mobile phones to take photos. But more people were still seriously enjoying the song. Because it was not easy to get, so they had to cherish it. Note, Sea of Faces lyricist, Hangchu/composer, Yan Qi. Among the bars in Hohai, Forget Worries bar was not the biggest, whether in terms of scale or reputation. But its business had always been good, and it had a group of regular customers. Before the boss, Qin Jianhao, opened the bar, he was also considered as a person in the circle. His connections and reputation were quite good, so he was able to invite a few celebrities to come over and raise the reputation and style of Forget Worries bar. However, the singers he could invite were basically second or third-rate singers or even lower, but for the customers, it was undoubtedly an extra surprise. Because Qin Jianhao never relied on invited people in the circle as advertising gimmicks, naturally he would not increase the price or even sell tickets. This was big difference compared to other people in the industry who used celebrities as money trees. So it was not unusual to see celebrities performing on stage in Forget Worries bar, but the situation at night was completely different, because the one on stage was Xianxia, a very high-status heavenly queen in the circle. Under normal circumstances, she would not appear in a small place like Forget Worries bar. In the entire Hohai, perhaps only Blue Lotus had the qualifications to invite her to visit, and it also depended on luck. But now, not only was Xianxia invited by Lu Chen, but she also sang an enchanting work. Her singing was so beautiful, so emotional. From now on, the river is only a legend, the heaven and earth melt, the stars swallow. When Xianxia finished singing the last two lines, when Lu Chen's piano accompaniment only left a lingering sound, the more than 200 customers in Forget Worries bar could no longer suppress their excitement and applauded in unison. Their enthusiastic cheers seemed to be able to tear the roof off, passing through the glass windows to the pedestrian street outside. Many pedestrians stopped and turned their heads to look over. Such a lively scene was very rare in a bar in Hohai. Lu Chen stood up, looked at Xianxia and smiled. Although there was no dialogue, everything was expressed without words. Xianxia very reservedly bowed slightly, and softly said, "Thank you, sing another song." A customer pleaded, even begged, "It's too good to hear." This kind of opportunity was too rare, his words resonated with many people, and the applause lasted for a long time. However, Xianxia had already had enough fun. She smiled, shook her head, and waved at Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew that she was about to leave and say goodbye to him. He nodded. Xianxia blinked her eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. Then, she turned around and walked down the stage with light steps. She was like a fairy in a dream, disappearing from the people's sight, leaving behind an incomparably graceful figure. Lu Chen didn't see Xianxia off, nor did he leave with her. Because her identity had been exposed, it was not appropriate for her to continue staying here. She came here together but left differently to prevent the boring scandal from happening again. After all, there were so many people at the scene who took out their phones to take pictures. The customers in Forget Worries bar were considered to be of good quality, but they still violated the rules of the bar in their excitement. Photography was not allowed here, but the waiters couldn't stop so many people from breaking the rules. Xianxia's charm was too strong, Lu Chen didn't need to worry about her leaving. Her assistant and bodyguards were all there, and there was also a small door to leave the bar backstage. Although there was a little regret, tonight was already very perfect for him. Lu Chen turned around and said to the disappointed customers, "Sister Fei has left, then I'll sing a few more songs." Everyone's disappointed mood was instantly reversed. One shouldn't be too greedy. To be able to hear Xianxia sing live, and it was a new work at that, was already a great fortune, and they couldn't ask for too much. Soon, Lu Chen was still there, and he wanted to continue singing, which was enough to satisfy their ears. Therefore, the commotion in the bar subsided in the blink of an eye, and the customers returned to their seats. There were also people secretly speculating that the relationship between Lu Chen and Xianxia was so good. Were the rumors between the two of them true? Is this true? At the same moment, in the Jinhui building, more than 10 kilometers away from Forget Grass Bar in Hohai, in an office of Cultivation Film and Television Production Company, Xianxia stared at the video on the computer screen with a look of disbelief. Cultivation Film and Television was a medium-sized film and television production company. It had been established for 15 years. It was a little famous in the industry and had invested in shooting many TV series with good ratings. Xianxia was one of the TV series directors signed by Cultivation Film and Television. This middle-aged and old man, who was about to reach the age of knowing destiny, was burly, had a loud voice, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and neatly combed hair dyed black. He had a very dignified aura. People familiar with director Yan knew that he paid great attention to his personal image and rarely lost his composure. But now, just watching a video, Xianxia seemed to have seen a ghost and asked, "Is it really not a stunt?" He had just finished filming this morning and came back from the location. In the evening, he went to the company to work overtime to deal with the accumulated work during this period. At the same time, he had to choose several actors from the database. As a result, his assistant recommended him the newcomer who had been in the limelight recently. The other party's name was Lu Chen. Yan Qingyi had no impression of Lu Chen. In the past 6 months, he had been busy with the filming of the TV series Urban Love, and usually had no time to pay attention to the gossip news in the circle. But the video given to him by his assistant made him have the most profound impact on Lu Chen in an instant. In the video, the scene of Lu Chen taking off his clothes and flying, and then kicking the assailant down with one blow was really too shocking. It made people feel very unreal, as if they were shooting a certain explosive action movie. Yan Qingyi didn't doubt the authenticity of the video. What happened in Hangzhou was so sensational that even if he was busy with work, he had heard about it, but it wasn't until today that he saw the video of the scene. He was shocked at once. Yan Qingyi's assistant said with a smile, "Boss, of course it's true. It was on the headlines of many newspapers, and it was on the top of the hot list in the Waves blog. It's still very popular." Yan Qingyi reached out with a wry smile and combed his hair. He sighed, "According to you young people, I'm really out of date. I really have to pay more attention to the internet." He also had a V account in the Waves blog, but he usually didn't use it. It was taken care of by his assistant. The assistant complimented, "Boss, you are not behind the times. You are still young." Yan Qingyi smiled and waved his hand. He didn't eat the assistant's flattery. He asked tentatively, "Guozi, do you want him to try the role of Qin Yaoyang?" The assistant replied frankly, "Yes, I think Lu Chen is very suitable for the role of Qin Yaoyang." As Yan Qingyi's most powerful and trusted assistant, Guozi is usually asked by some small stars and artists on the 3rd or 4th tier and even the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tier to get a role in Yan Qingyi's TV series. If the time is right and the role is right, Guozi doesn't mind recommending it to director Yan. He can get a lot of benefits and even extra enjoyment from it, which can be regarded as the biggest source of extra income. Yan Qingyi was actually well aware of it, but Guozi knew his limits very well. He never made his own decisions for him and never overstepped his duties as an assistant, so he was happy to pretend to be confused. If he didn't give his subordinates some benefits, who would be willing to work loyally? But the role of Qin Yaoyang was different. It was an important supporting role at the beginning of the 2nd season of Urban Love, which affected the ratings of the series to a certain extent, so he had to take it seriously. Urban Love was the focus of Audiobook film and television production company this year, with huge investment. The so-called weekend drama refers to the drama that is broadcast on Saturday and Sunday nights, usually 1 episode a night. After entering the new century, the domestic film and television industry has been greatly impacted by foreign culture. The popular fashion of Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea prevailed in China for a while, bringing great changes to the entire industry. The emergence of weekend dramas is a good example. It combines the characteristics of American and Korean dramas, is produced in the form of filming and broadcasting at the same time, and the number of episodes to be filmed is determined by the ratings. If the ratings are high and the audience likes it, then it will be filmed more. After the 1st season, there will be a 2nd season, a 3rd season. As long as the TV commercials sell well, it won't be a problem to shoot 10 seasons, but if the ratings are not good, it may be aborted after shooting 10 episodes, and there is no room for negotiation. For film and television production companies, shooting weekend dramas has its advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yan Qingyi is the director of Urban Love. So far, all 24 episodes of the 1st season have been shot and 18 episodes have been broadcast on TV. The ratings are not bad, at least worthy of the investors. Influenced by American dramas, the shooting of weekend dramas has high requirements and short-term capital investment. In order to control the risk, film and television production companies like Audiobook will bring in investors to share the pressure. Urban Love has been confirmed to start shooting, and the company has put forward higher requirements. The screenwriter has added more brand new characters in the new script, so selecting actors has become Yan Qingyi's main task now. He was worried that Guozi would lose his sense of propriety and bring trouble to his work. This is what director Yan can't stand. "Boss, I don't even know this Lu Chen," Guozi hurriedly cried out. "Isn't Qin Yaoyang's position as a young and handsome policeman? You see, Lu Chen's skills are very good, right? He is 100% trained in martial arts, taekwondo, or kickboxing, and he controlled the mouse and opened another video. Look at his personal image again." Guizi opened it was the music video Not Yet Lovers shot by Lu Chen and MSN. In this music video, Lu Chen plays the role of a college student who plays opposite Mu Xiaochu, which can be regarded as a natural performance. His sunny handsomeness, as well as his natural performance, made Xianxia's eyes light up. The director made a decision on the spot, then contacted this Lu Chen and asked him to participate in the audition the day after tomorrow. Xianxia felt that there was a temperament in Lu Chen that met his requirements. Chen Yaoyang is him. You're too unkind. As soon as Lu Chen picked up the phone, Chen Jianhao's angry roar immediately came from the phone. Lu Chen, he hadn't even eaten breakfast yet, and he was sprayed with a dumbfounded face. He asked in surprise, Brother Kenho, what's wrong? What's wrong? What do you think? Chen Jianhao said angrily, last night, you brought Chen Fei to Forget Worries bar, and you didn't even inform me. Do you think you're unkind? Last night, when Lu Chen and Chen Fei went to the bar, Chen Jianhao wasn't there. When he got the news and rushed over, not to mention Chen Fei even Lu Chen had already left. Big Boss Chen was unhappy in his heart, especially when he heard his old customers say how good Chen Fei's new song was. His heart was like a nest of wild cats scratching, and he was extremely unhappy. Chen Jianhao was a fan of Chen Fei. Although he wasn't a die-hard fan, crazy fan, or brainless fan, he was still a true fan. In the drawer of his room, he kept all of Chen Fei's CD albums. Missing such an opportunity really made him beat his chest and stamp his feet. At that time, he called Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's phone was turned off, so he called again this morning. Lu Chen said with a smile, Brother Jianhao, you really wronged me. Last night, it was Sister Fei who decided to go to Forget Worries bar. Even if I called you at that time, you wouldn't be able to get to the scene. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite Sister Fei to come over again. Of course, Chen Jianhao wasn't really angry. What he wanted was Lu Chen's words. He suddenly smiled, you're getting more and more promising now. Even Heavenly Queen Chen treats you differently. You too, cough cough. He wanted to ask if they were really hooking up, but he felt that it would be too much, so he swallowed it back down. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. We are friends, brother and sister. Chen Jianhao said. It's best if they're siblings. Otherwise, I'll be jealous. Remember what you said. Lu Chen was speechless and ended the call with Chen Jianhao. At this time, a man in a tight-fitting t-shirt with short hair walked over and asked, Lu Chen, let's practice a few moves. The 30-year-old man was called Wan Yong, and he was the coach in charge of fighting in the Borui Club. The Borui Club was the property of Li Mubai's family. When Lu Chen first came here, it was Li Mushi who brought him here. Later, she gave him a high-level VIP card so that he could use all the fitness equipment here for free. There was a fighting hall in the Borui Club, which was not open to the public except for the members. The coaches and some members of the hall came from the military and worked part-time in the security company owned by the Li family. This place was equivalent to a small training base for them. It would be a waste not to use it. With the help of his relationship with Li Mubai and Li Mushi, Lu Chen moved his daily exercise to the Borui Club, because it was easy for him to find martial arts partners here. The people in the fighting hall, including Wan Yong, admired Lu Chen's strength. Therefore, there was no shortage of people who humbly asked him for advice. And Lu Chen also brought some changes to the club's fighting hall, such as the wooden dummies erected next to the ring. This was specially ordered to practice Wing Chun. He paid for it himself, and anyone could use it. Lu Chen had his own ideas. He was now very familiar with Wan Yong, and they had a good relationship. Hearing the latter's challenge, Lu Chen did not talk nonsense and made an okay gesture. Wan Yong chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab onto the ropes of the ring, then abruptly leaped up. He was an upright veteran. He had honed his skills in the army and liked to compare notes with others. Unfortunately, in the Borui Club, there was no one who could match him. Li Mushi was very powerful, but Wan Yong had never been serious with her, and had always given in to this young lady. Wan Yong was actually quite depressed. It wasn't until the appearance of Lu Chen that he got back the feeling of fighting and could fight freely. Therefore, the morning's fight became a reserved program for the two. Lu Chen was just about to go up, but his cell phone rang again. This was the third call he received in the morning. Lu Chen shook his head, more or less understanding the helplessness of star artists. It was his sister, Lu Shi, who called him. Lu Shi told him a piece of good news. Altuang Film and Television Production Company just called and invited you to audition for the TV series Urban Love tomorrow. They said that there is a role that should be very suitable for you. TV series? Lu Chen's spirit was suddenly refreshed. What role? Of course, it's a male supporting role, playing a policeman, Lu Shi said. It's about 5 episodes. If it's popular, there's still a chance for a sequel. Lu Chen said decisively, no problem, I'll go to the audition. So far, Lu Chen has only shot a commercial and a music video in terms of performance. Although director Zhang Wendian, promised to give Lu Chen a role in his blockbuster film earlier, the film has not been officially started yet, and there may be some changes. There are really too many people staring at Zhang Wendian's blockbuster. Lu Chen intends to develop in the field of film and television. He intends to walk the path of film, television, and singing, but he has not found a suitable opportunity to cut in. Now that someone has invited him to audition, how can he miss it? And the role is a policeman, which is very much to his liking, Lu Shi said. I have agreed for you, and the other party has also sent the script. You'd better hurry up and prepare. The ratings of this TV series are good, and there will definitely be a lot of people competing. Lu Chen said, then I'll be back right away. He apologized to Wan Yong and then drove back to his studio. The script sent by Altuang Film and Television Production Company has been printed. In fact, it's just 2 thin pages of A4 paper. The main character involved is called Xianxia, and his identity is a young policeman who has just graduated from the police academy. He is kind, brave, and has good skills. The role positioning is very clear. In the plot of the script, Xianxia catches the thief who steals the heroin, and the two meet each other. The former is attracted by the latter and launches a passionate pursuit. The heroine also has a good impression of Xianxia, but her heart always remembers the hero who has just broken up with her, so a painful story unfolds. Of course, Comrade Xianxia can't get along with Pan Xia in the end. Lu Chen read it carefully and felt that the role was not very difficult. But he still made careful preparations. After understanding, the TV series Urban Love is still being broadcast on the city channel of Beijing Television. At present, the national ratings are 0.35% and the Beijing and Tianjin ratings are 1.9%, which is not bad. The first season of Urban Love is coming to an end, and the role Lu Chen auditioned for will appear in the first episode of the second season. So it belongs to an important supporting role. And Altuang Film and Television Production Company, which produced this TV series, has a good reputation in the industry, and the director Xianxia has a good reputation. It is definitely not a grassroots team. In short, it's a rare opportunity. It should be known that in Beijing, there are not only famous schools such as Beijing Film Academy, Chinese Opera Academy, and Beijing Arts Academy, but also a large number of actors and artists. An ordinary TV series is very popular. If the news about the role is leaked out, it will definitely attract a group of people to fight for it. Lu Chen knew that he was definitely not the only candidate for the audition, but he didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. At 9 o'clock the next morning, when Lu Chen arrived at Altuang Film and Television Production Company ahead of time, there were already 5 or 6 opponents sitting in the small room outside the conference room for the audition. What they have in common with Lu Chen is that they are all very young, good-looking, handsome, and full of confidence. When Lu Chen came in, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Someone obviously recognized him and frowned. But until Lu Chen found a seat to sit down, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Plus Lu Chen, there were a total of 7 people participating in the audition. Interestingly, Altuang Film and Television Production Company actually provided props and costumes for all the auditionees. That is, police uniforms, and all sizes are available. Lu Chen asked for a suit that fits him and changed in Altuang's dressing room. When he came out, the eyes of the little girl in charge of costume and props management in Altuang were shining. He's really handsome. Lu Chen was the tallest of all the people who participated in the audition, and his physique was very well proportioned. He was simply a natural clothes rack, and he was particularly stylish in uniform. At 9:30, the audition officially began. Lu Chen was ranked 4th. The first person who went in first came out after only 5 minutes, looking dejected and disheartened. His audition process was obviously a failure and was rejected on the spot. The second one went in and stayed inside for 7 minutes. He also came out with an ugly expression. The third one went in. Some of the young people who were still sitting in the room waiting were obviously nervous. Some bowed their heads in silence, some stared at the script in their hands, and even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. But there was a man with peach blossom eyes who looked very relaxed, leaning against the chair with his legs crossed, with a faint smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp. Lu Chen couldn't help but take another look at him. This man with peach blossom eyes had a feminine appearance. His age, appearance, and dress were in line with the popular young fresh meat. His skin was very white, with a hint of femininity. Probably noticing Lu Chen's gaze, he turned his head, and the corners of his lips evoked a cynical arc. As if to say, with me here, don't even think about it. Unfortunately, Lu Chen couldn't remember who the other party was. There were really a lot of people with similar appearances in the circle. Lu Chen, the third one, came out even faster. In just a few minutes, he was out. When he came out, he looked like a frosted eggplant. So it was the turn of Lu Chen, who was in fourth place. Hearing his name, Lu Chen immediately stood up, tidied up his uniform, and walked into the audition conference room. At this moment, his mood became very calm. Countless memories emerged in Lu Chen's mind. They were all memories belonging to Mo Ran. This powerful actor in the dream world is deep and introverted, strong-willed, and has outstanding talent. But his luck has always been bad, and he has never been a real protagonist. Although Mo Ran was very open-minded about this, Lu Chen knew that it was one of the biggest regrets in his life. As an actor who doesn't want to be the protagonist, Lu Chen once made a vow in his heart to help Mo Ran realize his long-cherished wish in his own world. So today's audition was undoubtedly an excellent start. His mind was full of thoughts, but his expression was calm and his steps were steady and powerful. Because Lu Chen knew that as an actor coming to the audition, the first impression left on the director was very important. He didn't want to deduct points in this regard. The conference room of Aochuang was not big. For the needs of the audition, the conference table had been readjusted, leaving enough space for the actors who came for the audition. Behind the long table sat 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, with paper and pens in front of them, and a digital camera next to them. 2 young men and women stood side by side. Lu Chen stood in front of the judges, first bowed to them, and then said, "Hello, Director Yan, hello, teachers, I'm Lu Chen, please advise me." Among the 4 judges, he recognized Xianxia, the director of Urban Love. After receiving the audition notice, the studio sorted out the corresponding information for Lu Chen. There was a photo of Xianxia on the internet, so he couldn't be mistaken. When Lu Chen came in, everyone's eyes lit up. Compared with the first 3 guys who were quickly eliminated, Lu Chen's appearance conditions were undoubtedly much better. He was tall and handsome enough. Wearing a police uniform, he had the kind of hot-blooded momentum of a generous man. In the jargon, with his style, if he acted in an anti-Japanese war film or a spy war film, he would be wearing the uniform of an underground worker, full of sunshine and righteousness. The most important thing was that Lu Chen's performance was calm and polite, not like a newcomer at all. Xianxia was very satisfied. He came to preside over the audition today, mainly to interview Lu Chen. Everyone else was just a foil, a necessary procedure. After all, the company and the investors had their own requirements. For example, the middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses sitting on the far right was the representative of the largest investor. Xianxia didn't have much of a good impression of this person and was a little worried that she would cause trouble for him. Similar things had happened several times already. However, Lu Chen was so outstanding that she had nothing to say. "Hello, Lu Chen." The director showed a kind smile, nodded and asked, "Have you read the script?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I've seen them all." Not only had he read the contents of the 2 thin pieces of A4 paper, but he had also memorized them. There were a few scenes that were part of the audition. "That's good," Xianxia pointed to the young man and woman standing next to the camera and said, "Then you can try it." The 2 of them will play the heroine and the thief respectively. Aochuang obviously attached great importance to this interview. Not only did they prepare uniforms, but they also had people to accompany them. In this way, the interviewee didn't need to be empty when performing, which was conducive to their own level. Lu Chen nodded, okay. The script had been in his mind for a long time, and he had repeatedly figured it out many times. Naturally, there was no problem performing on the spot. The assistant sitting next to Xianxia pressed the play button of a digital video recorder on the table. The sound of heavy traffic in the city immediately sounded in the conference room. The man and woman who accompanied the actor stood separately. The man was behind the woman's side, staring at the latter's bag. He slowly extended his hand towards the bag. The scene of this play was in the subway. The heroine was targeted by a thief, and the male police officer came to her aid. Because of this, the two became entangled and had emotional entanglements. At the moment when the thief made his move, Lu Chen, who was standing a few steps away, looked cold, and his dark eyes revealed a cold light, as if an eagle was staring at a fox, and the muscles of his whole body suddenly tightened. Good. Xianxia couldn't help but give Lu Chen a thumbs up in his heart. As the saying goes, an expert can be seen as soon as he makes a move. Xianxia has been a director for so many years, and his eyes for watching a play are undoubtedly more profound than his directing skills. What he was most worried about was Lu Chen's acting skills, because the latter was not a professional or even a real actor. Lu Chen was a newcomer singer who had just made his debut. Although Lu Chen has already shot commercials and MVs, in Xianxia's opinion, it was not worth mentioning at all. Although Urban Love is a youth idol film, this director Yen still has high requirements for the actor's acting skills. Just now, Lu Chen's expression, eyes, and seemingly subconscious movements made him realize that he might have picked up a treasure today. It felt so good. In the next step, Lu Chen turned sideways and approached the thief with a big stride. His right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the thief's hand that the latter had just retracted, firmly grasping it. Without waiting for the other party to react, Lu Chen's left hand had already grabbed his shoulder, and at the same time, his right leg swept across the knee joint. The thief was caught off guard and lost his balance in an instant. He was put to the ground by Lu Chen with a standard grappling movement, and his hands were firmly locked. Ah! The four judges exclaimed in unison. Because the script did not require actors to do this at all, after being caught, the thief would be twisted and pressed to the ground, unlike now, where he was completely helpless and was controlled by Lu Chen like a puppet. The thief classmate wouldn't really be hurt, right? In fact, their worries were superfluous. Lu Chen controlled his strength very well. Although the actor was restrained, he was not hurt at all. He just instinctively screamed. Lu Chen ignored the person who received the lunch box, took the wallet he had just stolen from the other party's hand, and half squatted down and handed it to the female lead. He smiled and said, "Miss, is this your wallet?" The female lead was completely stunned and didn't know how to deal with it. It took a while for her to wake up from a dream. She took the wallet handed over by Lu Chen with a red face and said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chen didn't continue to act, but helped the bitter thief up, helped the other party pat the dust off his body a few times, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, are you hurt?" The person who received the lunchbox shook his head and showed a look of admiration on his face. "You're so amazing." Lu Chen smiled and turned to face the judges. Xianxia was the first to raise his hand, clapped his hands, and clapped very hard. Lu Chen not only met his requirements for the role of Chen Yaoyang, but he was also extraordinarily excellent. Lu Chen's skill was not a special skill, but real kung fu. Not to mention that he was young and handsome, his acting skills were first class, and he knew martial arts. He was simply a perfect idol star. Xianxia firmly believed that Lu Chen was Chen Yaoyang. The director was even excited. According to Lu Chen's level, the scenes related to him could be stretched out for several episodes. The others also applauded. This didn't happen at all in the previous interviews. Xianxia put down his hand and said with a smile, "Very good, I think. What Xianxia never expected was that just as he opened his mouth to express his approval of Lu Chen, the investor representative sitting on the far right interrupted, "You are not very suitable for the role of Chen Yaoyang." As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was stunned, including Lu Chen. Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman with incredulous eyes. The latter reached out and lifted her gold-rimmed glasses, then smiled at Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, your appearance and acting skills are very good, and I like it very much, but you are too tall, not good enough for the female lead, and," after a pause, she continued, "you are putting too much pressure on the male lead, which is not conducive to the overall style of our show, so it's really a pity." Unexpectedly, he was rejected, and it was for such a reason. Lu Chen was speechless. This person was not denying his strength, but thought that he was too strong, so he overtook the main role. Such a strong reason made him speechless. And Yanqing's face turned blue. What bullshit reason? He chose Lu Chen. This was the effect he wanted. The ratings of the first season of Urban Love were ordinary. Although the second season was renewed to continue filming, in order to improve the ratings, there must be highlights or even explosive points. The role of Qin Yaoyang was exactly where the breakthrough point was, and an actor like Lu Chen was needed to shine. Moreover, Lu Chen's fame was not small, and he had nearly 10 million fans on the Waves blog. This was the guarantee of ratings. The representative of the investors actually thought that Lu Chen had overtaken the main role. His brain was simply flooded with water. If this was a movie, there would be a problem if the light of the supporting role was stronger than the protagonist, but as a fast-paced weekend show, a good supporting role would undoubtedly bring a sense of freshness to the audience. It was a good thing to have controversy and conflict. He said flatly, "Manager Gong, I don't think these are problems." The middle-aged woman still smiled. "Director Yan, then let's put it aside first and let the people behind us finish trying. If there is no more suitable one, then we can consider this Mr. Lu Chen, okay?" Yanqing finally understood. What bullshit pressure. It was clear that the investors already had a candidate. They were 100% waiting for the audition in the back. What was too much was that the other party did not discuss it with him in advance, and set him up at the critical moment. As for the reason, it was very complicated. But the world was big, the investment was the biggest, and it was easy to annoy the investors and replace the director. The first season of Urban Love had already been filmed, and Yanqing's importance to this TV series had not reached the level of indispensable. Unless the ratings of the first season were so high that people could not ignore his role. Yanqing couldn't help but be disheartened and said expressionlessly, "Whatever." This was the loudest protest he could muster. The judges were arguing. Lu Chen had eyes to see, ears to hear, and he wasn't stupid. How could he not understand? Director Yanqing undoubtedly appreciated and supported him, but this manager Gong obviously had other plans. And it was most likely a representative of the investors. Otherwise, Yanqing wouldn't be so helpless. It should be known that the power of film and TV series directors is usually very high. Although before Alchuang Film and Television Production Company, Lu Chen wasn't sure that the role belonged to him, and failing the audition and being rejected was one of the expected situations, but he was still a little upset. "Since the role has been decided internally, why bother asking me to come over? Is this interesting?" Of course, on the surface, Lu Chen still remained calm and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Director Yan, thank you, teachers." There was no need to lose his temper. The entertainment industry was never a fairy tale world. It was a very naive idea to expect everything to be fair and just. Only when you are strong enough to make people look up to you can you have the ability to make rules. Manager Gong smiled and said, "There is still a chance, please wait for our notice." In fact, she also had a very good impression of Lu Chen and understood that Lu Chen was completely competent for the role of Qin Yaoyang. But she knew better whose meal she was eating and who she was working for. So she could only say sorry. Yanqing watched with great regret as Lu Chen turned around and walked out of the conference room, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He said expressionlessly, "Next." When Lu Chen came out, the man with peach blossom eyes had just stood up. The two people's eyes happened to meet. Lu Chen saw a hint of pride and mockery in the other party's eyes. He knew in his heart that this was probably the internally decided candidate. After leaving Alchuang, Lu Chen returned to the studio. Seeing Lu Shi, his sister asked with concern, "How was the audition? Did you pass?" Li Feiyu, Chen Xian, and others also pricked up their ears. If Lu Chen could star in a TV series, that would be really great. He would develop in all aspects of film, TV, and song, and become a triple superstar. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I was rejected. They have already decided internally." Damn. His elder sister cursed, which was rare for her. How could they do that? She was really angry. Although Lu Chen can't be compared with the top stars on the same line, he first won the championship of singing China, and then his album sold well. The fans of Wave's blog are more than 10 million, and he can't be regarded as an ordinary person. In the end, he still couldn't resist the unspoken rules of others. He felt like he had been played badly. Lu Chen comforted her instead, "It's okay. There will be many opportunities in the future. The director actually thinks highly of me." Lu Shi rolled her eyes at him and asked, "How do you know they're not singing a duet?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He was not 100% sure, but Xianxia should be quite sincere. However, there was really no point in saying all this now. Lu Shi didn't want to continue hurting her brother, so she said, "I have some good news on my side." Lu Chen perked up. "What news?" Lu Shi said, "The new contract with Whale TV has basically been finalized." The new contract between Lu Chen and Whale TV has been negotiated by Lu Shi for some time. Now, there is finally a result. In fact, the difference between the two sides is not very big, and the desire to continue cooperation is very strong. The main problem is the signing fee and the length of the anchor. Lu Shi is working hard to fight for the greatest benefits for Lu Chen. The final result was to terminate the original contract and re-sign a new 1-year contract. Lu Chen will become the star spokesperson of Whale TV, with an endorsement fee of 3.8 million yuan after tax. In addition, the proportion of gifts has been increased by 5%. Lu Chen also has to participate in website-related promotional activities, and there are requirements for live broadcast time and exclusivity. Both sides are very satisfied with this contract. The endorsement fee of 3.8 million yuan, if added with personal income tax, is almost 5 million yuan. In fact, the endorsement fee for external publicity is 5 million yuan. Compared with Lu Chen's current value, this amount of money is definitely more than a lot, which is conducive to promoting his position. However, Whale TV will never suffer a loss. Lu Chen's miraculous rise in Whale TV has brought a lot of popularity resources to the platform, and has also attracted more excellent anchors to join. The effect of publicity and advertising is completely worth such a price tag. The most important thing is that Lu Chen's future development is limitless. It is definitely better to sign early than to sign late. It is a win-win situation. Hearing that there are millions of yuan in his account, Lu Chen is of course very happy. Some time ago, in order to pay off his family's debts and redeem his own villa, he sold his online crowdfunding shares along with a large part of the studio's liquidity. And the daily expenses of the studio are not a small amount. With this endorsement fee, there is no problem. Lu Chen plans to buy a larger house in Beijing before the end of the year. He still has to work hard to make money and make more money, therefore, Lu Chen quickly put the audition behind him and regarded it as a joke. However, things are not as simple as he thought. The next afternoon, when Lu Chen was practicing the piano in the studio, Lu Shi came over with a laptop. She angrily pointed out the web page opened on the screen to Lu Chen. What was displayed on the screen was entertainment news from a certain website. The content was that the second season of the recently popular TV series Urban Love was about to start filming, and the currently popular Little Fresh Meat artist Jiang Dongjun would play an important new supporting role. Originally, this kind of soft propaganda was very common and could be found everywhere in major entertainment media and websites, but this news also specifically mentioned Lu Chen, saying that Lu Chen also participated in the audition, and the director still chose Jiang Dongjun. His sister was simply filled with righteous indignation. "They are using you as a stepping stone and stepping on you to hype up." The same entertainment gossip news was not only on this website, but there were also many searches, including blogs, post bars, forums and other places, which were obviously premeditated hype. What a fuck, even a clay figurine has 3 points of anger, and Lu Chen was not an emotionless animal. How could he not be angry and annoyed when he was stepped on like this? Lu Shi asked, "Should we make a statement to fight back?" She was really angry. Lu Chen suppressed the anger in his heart, shook his head calmly and said, "No need." How to say it? He did participate in the audition and was indeed rejected. Could he say that the other party played the unspoken rules? Such a verbal war without any real substance would make people feel that they couldn't afford to lose. And it would also give the other party more opportunities to hype up. Lucy should understand the truth, but she was confused by anger. Even if it was a counterattack, it needed to be done in a more clever and powerful way. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Don't pay attention to them for the time being. I'll change to a new TV series." "A new TV series?" Lucy was stunned and asked, "Is there another crew looking for you?" "Of course not," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Sister, let's invest in a weekend TV series ourselves. What do you think?" Lucy suddenly opened her eyes wide. Invest in a weekend TV series ourselves? She felt that her mind was a little confused. Or was Lu Chen's mind confused? Shoot a TV series himself? How could it be so simple? Lu Chen explained, "Of course, I'll find a strong company to cooperate with. I'll write the script, I'll play the lead role, and I'll add a part of the studio's investment." Lucy was surprised. "You can write scripts?" Lu Chen smiled. He had experienced 3 lives in his dream, namely, the singer Su Bo, the actor Mo Ran, and the freelance writer Fang Mingyi, who had written scripts before. Moreover, there were many classic films and TV series and literary works in the dream world. Through Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fang Mingyi, they were so vivid and clear in his memory that he could completely reproduce them. At present, with his current situation, he couldn't make the best movies for the time being, but there was no problem with making a popular TV series, and there was also room for operation. Especially the format of shooting and broadcasting at the same time on weekends, which could control the cost very well. Originally, Lu Chen planned to accumulate some experience in his acting career first, and then consider making his own TV series or even movies, but now that he had encountered such a situation, he simply played it big. If he couldn't even play a supporting role, then he would be the lead role. Lucy was more and more unable to understand her brother, and her expression was a little strange. Lu Chen couldn't explain too much, so he said, "Don't worry, I won't mess around." Ring ring. As soon as his voice fell, the mobile phone on the piano stand rang. Lu Chen picked up the mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. He made a gesture to his sister that he was going to answer it. Lucy glared at him and left the room. It was his other sister, Sister Fei, who called Lu Chen. On the phone, Chen Feier asked bluntly, "Did you go to the audition for Alchuang?" Lu Chen didn't expect that even she knew about this. He said with a wry smile, "Yes." Chen Feier said with a smile, "Now you know the complexity of the circle, don't you? That Jiang Dongjun is predetermined, and the reputation of Alchuang's investors is not very good. If you really want to make a movie or TV series, I can help you recommend a few reliable friends." Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Chen Feier was obviously very concerned about his situation. Not only did she know about it in the first place, but she also went to inquire about the inside story. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Sister Feier. I may really need your help. I have a script in my hand that I want to shoot and I want to find a partner." Chen Feier asked curiously, "What script?" Lu Chen said, "I wrote the script myself, and it hasn't been written yet." Chen Feier said with a smile, "Then you write it for me first. If the story is good, I will help you recommend it." She obviously didn't believe that Lu Chen could write a good script, but her intention to help remained unchanged. Lu Chen was overjoyed. "That's great. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Chen Feier was reserved. "There are a lot of people who want to treat me to dinner. You have to show your sincerity, but not tonight." Lu Chen was not discouraged. Then tomorrow night, he was very sincere. On November 5th, Flying Stone Records' MSN Beautiful Girl Group officially released their debut album, Not Yet Lovers. The production and publicity cost of this album exceeded 10 million yuan. It was the annual blockbuster of Flying Stone Records. Online sales were exclusively authorized to partner QQ Music, and crowdfunding for CDs and peripheral products was launched on the crowdfunding website. The sales model of Not Yet Lovers could be said to be exactly the same as Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me, except that Flying Stone Records confidently advanced the crowdfunding project to synchronize with online sales, and invested a lot of money in publicity. You Who Sat Next to Me could be said to have created a new marketing model for music albums. Through this album, Lu Chen's studio not only earned an enviable platinum record certification, but also made considerable profits. In today's pop music world, it was already very difficult to make money by selling albums alone. The hot sales and big sales of You Who Sat Next to Me could be called an anomaly. It should be known that Lu Chen did not spend much money on publicity at all. The outside world estimated the profit of his album to be at least 3 million plus. This made people very jealous, and at the same time, it also made online crowdfunding a hot cake in the eyes of many entertainment agencies. After You Who Sat Next to Me, there were many albums and peripheral products that were pre-funded on the online crowdfunding website. Not Yet Lovers was not the second album to be pre-funded on the online crowdfunding website, but it showed a rainbow-like momentum at the beginning of the project. After the vigorous publicity of Flying Stone Records some time ago, the large-scale promotion of the MV of the title song, The Three Beautiful and Moving Young Girls, and the heart-pounding song Not Yet Lovers, made the girl group quickly popular in China and gained a large number of fans in advance. So at 7:00 p.m. on the 5th, when the album Not Yet Lovers began to be sold on QQ Music, the number of purchases simply increased explosively, and the crazy momentum made people in the circle stunned. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, it was past midnight, and the small conference room of Flying Stone Records was still brightly lit. More than a dozen of the company's middle and high-level personnel, including music director Xianxia, as well as the heads of the public relations department, brokerage department, marketing department and so on, gathered together. Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia and Ning Tian were also present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the large projection screen hanging on the wall. When the time displayed on the computer jumped to 0, and the sales figure of QQ Music website was fixed at 31525, a long and warm applause broke out in the conference room. From 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., the sales volume of Not Yet Lovers exceeded 30,000 in just 5 hours. Based on this growth momentum, breaking 50,000 sales on the first day would not be a problem, and if the reputation was good, the sales figures for the next 2 days were worth looking forward to, and it would be reasonable to surpass. Although it was impossible to break the first-day sales record of QQ Music's album, the sales of Not Yet Lovers had become a foregone conclusion, and the heavy pressure in the hearts of everyone present had disappeared. Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me made a lot of money and everyone remembered it. Being able to surpass this miraculous folk album in QQ Music not only represents a large sum of profits, but also a real popularity influence. Flying Stone Records never expected to earn back its costs by selling albums. The key lay in the brand of MSN. Once it became popular, it would represent a rolling source of money, a golden cash cow, and the start was so perfect. Lin Jijia leaned his tense body comfortably into the soft chair, with a happy smile on his face. He gestured to his assistant not far away. The latter understood and raised the champagne that had already been prepared in the ice bucket. Not many people knew how much pressure the music director of Flying Stone Records had been under recently. On the star brand he founded and led, MSN, he could be said to have bet on his career and reputation. With the success of MSN, Lin Jijia's position in Flying Stone Records was as stable as Mount Tai, and there was even the possibility of further improvement. With the failure of MSN, Lin Jijia could only retire in dejection. In this big gamble, he had already caught a royal flush, which was worth celebrating. Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia and Ning Tian hugged each other. They were smiling, and all of their eyes were red. During this period of time, they also made great efforts for this album. The three girls were also very clear how much resources and funds the company had invested in them. Now they could finally enjoy the joy of victory, pop a cork with white foam sprayed into the air, and the smell of champagne wafted in all directions. Glasses of wine were distributed to everyone. The executives of Flying Stone Records talked and laughed in a low voice, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Lin Jijia didn't get carried away by the temporary victory. He took a sip of wine and said to his assistant, "Open the comment area and see what the fans think of this album." Sales data was extremely important, but evaluation of reputation was also indispensable. If the evaluation was not high, it was normal for sales to plummet later. The assistant hurriedly held the wireless mouse and clicked on the comment area of the album Not Yet Lovers. Although the sale time was only 5 hours, there were already as many as 20,000 plus comments in the comment area. The most striking thing was the album's rating, 9.1, absolutely high score. Those who were qualified to rate and comment were all members who bought the album. Their opinions were very important to MSN. This high score instantly swept away the last trace of anxiety in Lin Jijia's heart. This album didn't disappoint me. I give it 7 points, and the 3 girls get it plus 1 point. The total score is 10 points. It's very good, especially the title song. I can't get tired of listening to it. Can't get tired of listening to it plus 1. This song, Not Yet Lovers alone, is worth spending 8 yuan to buy the lossless sound quality version. I like MSN, I like Not Yet Lovers, and I also like Where's Love exclamation point. My favorite is He Still Doesn't Understand. It's so well written and sung. Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love and He Still Doesn't Understand. There are only 3 good songs on this album. When this comment was selected by Lin Jijia's assistant, the 2 contracted writers of Flying Stone Records couldn't help but look a little embarrassed and a little ashamed. The 3 songs, Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love and He Still Doesn't Understand, were tailor-made works by Lu Chen for MSN. Needless to say, Not Yet Lovers was the title song, and the other 2 songs were also excellent works. At the beginning of the production of this album, Flying Stone Records had a lot of opinions about Lin Jijia's insistence on inviting songs from Lu Chen. The main objection was that Lu Chen's price was too high. 300,000 yuan for a song was simply a rip-off. In particular, the contracted writers of Flying Stone Records had the most complaints and disgust. But Lu Chen showed his value with the song Not Yet Lovers and suppressed all the objections. As a result, in the end, Lu Chen not only wrote 3 songs for MSN, but also joined the ranks of the producer. The remuneration paid to him alone was more than 1 million yuan. Now it seemed that the money was well spent. It wasn't that the works of the other writers in this album were bad, but compared with Lu Chen's songs, they were undoubtedly inferior. The quality was up to standard, but there was no potential to become popular. At this point, the paying audience had the highest judgment power. Did you notice? These 3 songs were all written by Lu Chen for MSN. Yes, I saw it in the lyrics. The lyrics and music are all Lu Chen's works. He is worthy of being the Prince of Music. Lu Chen plus MSN, perfect. Flying Stone Records is too evil. There's no single download, otherwise they would have just bought 3 songs. Seeing this comment, Lin Jijia couldn't help laughing. And many company executives looked at Lin Jijia with admiration, because it was Lin Jijia who decided to sell only the whole album and not the single retail. He had foresight. Selling a single retail could increase profits and make some members who were reluctant to spend more money buy it, but the sales of a single would not be counted in the gold record certification. Each person had their own opinions on how to choose. Lin Jijia's decision undoubtedly ensured the sales of the whole album, and the reputation was so excellent. Platinum record had already fallen into the bag, and they could also compete for the best new album or best girl group of the year. For a newcomer group, such a starting point really couldn't be higher. At the same time of complacency, Lin Jijia also felt regret. Originally, he invited Lu Chen to come over in the evening, but unfortunately, Lu Chen was too busy with his work and politely declined. Another regret was that he didn't ask Lu Chen to write 2 more songs at the beginning. That would have been really perfect. It was not a problem for the 3 songs, Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love and He Still Doesn't Understand to be on the original music chart, but it was a little lacking in momentum. It would be nice to add 5 songs. However, Lin Jijia was quickly amused by his own idea. At that time, he was under great pressure to invite Lu Chen to write 3 songs. 5 songs could not pass the company's approval in any case. But the former regret could be made up for. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and was ready to dial the number that he was already familiar with. But after thinking about it, Lin Jijia called all 3 girls from MSN. He handed the mobile phone to Mu Xiaochu and said, "Xiaochu, you call Teacher Lu Chen now and report the results to Teacher Lu Chen first. Then the 3 of you have to thank Teacher Lu Chen." Mu Xiaochu didn't think too much. He happily took the mobile phone and skillfully typed in Lu Chen's mobile phone number. This was Lu Chen's private number, and the call was filtered. Only his friends in his address book could get through. Su Jiejia and Ming Tian were not among them. Including MSN's agent, several senior officials of the company watched Mu Xiaochu, who was calling Lu Chen, and they all showed a knowing smile. Everyone knew that the relationship between Mu Xiaochu and Lu Chen was the best. With this relationship, would MSN's second, third, and more albums still be a problem in the future? When he received a call from Mu Xiaochu, Lu Chen was still in the studio. The original live broadcast room has been remodeled and purchased new equipment to become his exclusive workroom. However, in the evening, Lu Chen did not turn on the live broadcast, nor did he compose music. Instead, he was writing. He was writing a script for a TV series. As a graduate of Xianxia University's computer science department, Lu Chen was very good at using the computer, but he had never done such a thing as writing a book. Therefore, it was a fresh feeling. Even after midnight, he was still full of energy. Like many of his peers, Lu Chen used to read online novels. Domestic online novels have developed rapidly in recent years. Whether it was the number of authors or the number of readers, they were 100% the first in the world. Fantasy, Xianxia, urban, games, military, he had seen a lot of popular works, but he never thought that he would write one. However, in Lu Chen's memory, online literature in the dream world was also flourishing. The theme was similar, and there were many classic works which were engraved in his mind. They were as clear as engravings, and every word and sentence would not be wrong. Interestingly, among the 3 life memories, Mo Ran had read the most online novels. Not Fang Mingyi, who was a freelance writer. If Lu Chen did not embark on the road of music and moved these works in the dream world to online literature websites, it was estimated that he could also make a lot of money. Art is interlinked, and so is online literature. The script he was writing now was not a ready-made novel, but with the help of the memory of the TV series he had already watched, he rewrote the plot of the story, and carried out secondary processing and reorganization. As for the experience of writing the script, it came from Fang Mingyi. From yesterday to now, Lu Chen had written 5,000 words of the story outline, and 30,000 words of the first 2 episodes of the script. At the beginning, his speed was very slow, and he could only complete 1,000 words in an hour. However, after getting used to it, his speed increased, and today, he typed more than 20,000 words on the keyboard. At this speed, the script for a total of 20 episodes of the TV series would be completed within 10 days. He had just finished writing the 2nd episode when his cell phone rang. Lin Jijia. As soon as he saw the number displayed on the screen, Lu Chen immediately picked up the call. "Boss Lin, what are your orders?" After a period of cooperation, he now had a very good relationship with director Lin of Flying Stone Records. They could make some harmless jokes with each other and could be regarded as friends. A shy female voice came through the phone. "Mr. Lu, I'm Little Chu. Have you rested?" Mu Xiaochu. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment before he immediately smiled and said, "You're still working? What's the matter?" Mu Xiaochu was obviously relieved and said, "I'm in the company. Director Lin and the others are all there. He asked me to tell you that our album is selling very well." "Thank you." Lu Chen remembered that tonight was the launch day of MSN's Not Yet Lovers album. It was normal for them and the people of Flying Stone Records to watch the sales results. Yesterday, Lin Jijia also called to invite them. However, he was so busy writing the script that he had forgotten about this matter. Lu Chen said with a smile, "You're welcome. I'm doing things for money. I really want to congratulate you." Not Yet Lovers was a big seller. With the strength of Flying Stone Records, MSN was bound to soar to the sky. This was the advantage of having an organization and a backer. Unlike Lu Chen, who had to work hard on his own to win opportunities, he wouldn't go to an audition and be easily brushed off. But he would not regret the path he had chosen. After chatting with Mu Xiaochu for a while, Lu Chen hung up the phone. He was very clear about the reason why Lin Jijia asked Mu Xiaochu to call him to report the good news, which was also a good thing for him. The better Not Yet Lovers sold, the higher the value of Lu Chen's work. In the past, his price for a song was 100 to 200,000 or even 300,000, which scared away many people. Everyone thought that he was just a newcomer, but he dared to offer a top price. It was simply an exorbitant price. Except for Light Rain Media, who had tasted the sweetness, basically no one was willing to be taken advantage of. So, Lu Chen's works were really sold. However, the situation now was completely different. With You Who Sat Next to Me as the foundation, plus MSN's best-selling Not Yet Lovers, and Chen Fei-er's new album that would be released in a while. He had already erected a high status in the industry and planted the flag of his own name. The price could be higher, comparable to a big shot. This was not Lu Chen being greedy, but the price represented the status, and the status in turn determined the price. The two were not commensurate. Unless it was for other reasons, such as a favor, he would be laughed at. Ding dong! Just as Lu Chen put down his mobile phone and was ready to work harder on the script of the third episode, the doorbell rang. Who was it? He couldn't help but feel surprised. He got up and walked out of the studio to open the door. It was already past 12 o'clock. In the evening, only Lu Chen was in the studio, and there were no other employees. However, in this building, there were many people working overtime in other companies, and there were even many employees who lived in the office. Maybe it was a neighbor who came to borrow a bag of coffee. As a result, when Lu Chen opened the door, he was stunned by the person who appeared in front of him. Sister Fei? Although the other party had disguised herself and wore sunglasses in the middle of the night, Lu Chen recognized her at a glance. It was actually Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er was still carrying a big bag in her hand. She took off her glasses with a smile and asked, "Am I not welcome?" "Welcome, warmly welcome." Lu Chen suddenly shivered and quickly said, "It's just that it's so late. What did she come to his studio for?" Chen Fei-er shook the bag in her hand and said, "I know you're going to stay up late, so I brought you a midnight snack." Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but surge with warmth. From strangers to familiarity and then to closeness, the relationship between the two was getting closer and closer, and they usually kept in touch. The two had just chatted by QQ, so Chen Fei-er knew that he was working overtime alone in the studio. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that she actually brought the midnight snack in person. "I'm really touched," Chen Fei-er said with a smile. "Why are you silly? Won't you invite me in to sit?" "Come in." Lu Chen quickly took the bag in her hand, led her in, and closed the door. Chen Fei-er followed Lu Chen to the workshop, as if she didn't see anyone else. It was not the first time that Chen Fei-er came to Lu Chen's studio. She saw the document displayed on the computer screen at a glance, and her eyes lit up. "Are you still writing the script?" "Yes." Lu Chen put down the bag now, then moved a chair and asked her to sit down. "I just finished writing the second episode." Chen Fei-er asked, "Can you print it out for me to have a look?" Of course, there was no problem. The studio was equipped with a laser printer. Lu Chen printed out the story outline and the scripts of the first 2 episodes and showed it to Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er took the hot printing paper and said, "Eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold." Her eyes fell on the black and white words on the paper, and her eyes showed a curious look. 2 days ago, when she heard Lu Chen say that he wanted to write his own script and be the protagonist, Chen Fei-er thought that he was angry because he was rejected in the audition, so she didn't take it seriously. However, this thick stack of paper showed that Lu Chen was serious. This made Chen Fei-er very curious. What kind of story would Lu Chen write? She never knew that Lu Chen had talent in this area. But his lyrics had always been very good. Her mind was in a mess, but Chen Fei-er's attention was still focused on the draft paper. The first thing she saw was the title of the script. It was called Blue Love. This name is a bit special. When Chen Fei-er began to read the story outline, Lu Chen was eating the supper she sent. 2 McDonald's beef Big Macs, a large cup of strong coffee, and a box of fruit salad were enough for 2 ordinary people to share. If they ate at this time in the evening, they would probably turn into a lot of fat. But Lu Chen was different. He exercised a lot every day. The calories could be used up by tomorrow morning, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He ate it while it was hot. It only took Lu Chen 10 minutes to finish this full supper. After that, he went to the bathroom and rinsed his mouth with mouthwash. When he returned to the room, he found that Chen Fei-er's expression was not right. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Sister Fei, what's wrong?" Chen Fei-er's eyes were red. She shook the draft paper in her hand and said, "This story is very good." She had already read the outline and knew what the story was about. "I like it very much." Chen Fei-er stood up and stared at Lu Chen. She said seriously, "If we start shooting, I want to play Xianxia." "Ah?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. "Xianxia?" Xianxia was the female lead and the male lead sister. Chen Fei-er said, "Why not? Do you think I'm too old to play this role?" Lu Chen immediately raised his hands and surrendered, no problem. I can't ask for more. Regardless of age, Chen Feier's face was young enough, coupled with appropriate makeup, there was no problem at all in playing this role. And if she could join this TV series, she could save tens of millions in publicity fees. Most importantly, she could act with Chen Feier. Lu Chen felt that if he didn't agree, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Hearing his agreement, Chen Feier showed an intoxicating smile. She said softly, "Close your eyes." This is, Lu Chen obediently closed his eyes. In the next moment, he smelled an orchid-like scent. Shortly after, his left cheek was touched by something soft and moist. Then he heard Chen Feier chuckle in his ear, "This is my reward for you." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He immediately opened his eyes, stretched out his arms, and hugged the beauty in front of him tightly in his arms. This was unbearable. Lu Chen had never thought that one day he would be able to hold this goddess, who was loved by millions of people, in his arms. Chen Feier's figure was very good. She had long legs and a slender waist. She was as beautiful as jade. Hugging her was like hugging the whole world. It was extremely satisfying. Chen Feier didn't resist Lu Chen's bold act of molesting her. Instead, she leaned her face against the latter's broad chest. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, and her hands gently hugged his waist. The small workshop was shrouded in a faint and charming atmosphere. Everything was said without words. After a long time, Chen Feier suddenly raised her head and glared at Lu Chen. "Are you done hugging me?" Lu Chen chuckled and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Chen Feier's pretty face flushed, and her slender jade-like fingers twisted Lu Chen's waist hard, with a lot of strength. Lu Chen knew that this was the limit of what she could bear, so he reluctantly let go. After all, Chen Feier wasn't a teenage girl. She quickly recovered from her shyness. She flicked her disheveled hair and asked, "When will you be able to finish writing this script?" Lu Chen took her hand and sat down again. He said, "About 2 weeks. There were a total of 20 episodes of Autumn in My Heart. According to the average word count of 15,000 per episode, there were 300,000 words, which was equivalent to a novel. Subtracting the ones that had already been completed, the average speed of more than 20,000 words a day was undoubtedly amazing. But Lu Chen had the memory of the dream world, so it wasn't difficult for him to write the script. He just needed to make appropriate adjustments to the plot. After all, this was a Korean drama. Chen Feier was surprised. "That's too fast. By the way, why are all the characters in the show Korean names?" Although she was a diva in the music industry, she was no stranger to the film and television industry. She knew that writing a script was not an easy task. Lu Chen unexpectedly used more than 10 days to write a drama, and it was original content. Of course, Chen Feier was shocked. Also, there were the male and female leads and supporting roles in the drama, such as Yoon Jun-hee, Yoon Eun-hee, Han Tae-suk, Choi Shin-ae, and so on. Their names were all Korean style. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's very simple. If this drama succeeds, I want to return to Korea." Return to Korea, Chen Feier's expression suddenly became a little strange. She didn't expect Lu Chen's ambition to be so big. Domestic fashion culture, pop music, and TV dramas were greatly influenced by South Korea. For example, the popular Mary Sue dramas with handsome boys and beautiful girls were all influenced by South Korean dramas. In recent years, many popular Korean dramas have been imported into the country, and all of them have created very high ratings. The so-called retrograde trend was when domestic TV series went to Japan and Korea to compete for the market. The popular dramas that were successful in Japan and Korea were basically well-made historical dramas with huge investments, as well as dramas such as Xianxia dramas. There were a lot of youth idol dramas filmed in China, and there were also precedents of returning to Japan and Korea, but all of them failed in the ratings. The reason was very simple. These tricks were left behind by others. How could there be a market for them? Therefore, in Chen Feier's opinion, Lu Chen was really a little whimsical. Moreover, he wrote a very rare sadomasochistic drama. Nowadays, the most popular youth idol dramas were all happy comedies with a happy ending. Chen Feier liked this story very much. She had the accumulation and precipitation of life, and understood the power of tragedy. But the mainstream audience of youth idol dramas were young people with glass hearts. Seeing the main character being abused little by little, they might cry out that they couldn't take it anymore. For example, in popular online novels, there weren't many authors who wrote tragic stories. Those who wrote like that were so poor that they had to beg for food. Most of the people who liked sadomasochistic dramas were older housewives. They watched urban romance dramas such as Midlife Crisis, Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law Conflict, Urban and Rural Conflict, and so on. As a youth idol drama, Autumn in My Heart was really too sadomasochistic. Xianxia thought that this story was very good. She was willing to support Lu Chen to film it, and she even wanted to be the female lead. But she didn't have much expectations for the ratings. It would be a success if it could be broadcasted on television. Of course, Xianxia didn't want to crush Lu Chen's enthusiasm and confidence. She knew that Lu Chen had suffered during the audition last time. So even if he was stubborn for once, it didn't matter. Therefore, the Heavenly Queen said seriously, "I know the president of Korea's KGS television station. I can help." Xianxia had participated in many Sino-Korean and Sino-Japanese music concerts. Korea's third-largest television station, KGS, was the organizer of the Sino-Korean music concerts. She also had a lot of fans and popularity in Korea. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm just thinking about it. First, I have to film the drama. Just treat it as training." Actually, I didn't have much confidence at first. But now that Fayer is willing to be the female lead, I think it can at least increase the national ratings by 1 or 2 points, right? Xianxia was instantly amused by him. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You're so talkative." A national ratings of 1 or 2 points meant that it was a very popular drama. It wasn't the 80s or 90s anymore. She said, "Let me help you contact a capable film company. Since it's a weekend drama, there's no need to rush the script. You can write it while filming." The biggest feature of weekend dramas was that they were very flexible in production. After the first few episodes were filmed and aired, the story and characters could be modified according to the audience's response. Now that the domestic weekend dramas were very mature, those experienced film companies had a perfect production process. Coupled with high-tech post-production editing, other than the pay, the cost was big lower than before. What was really difficult was how to push the finished product into the market. First, there had to be a buyer. There were as many film and television companies in Beijing as there were hairs on a cow. It was unknown how many people worked in this industry, but the resources of the major satellite TV stations were very limited. Without sufficient connections, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to want to broadcast on the popular channels. Even if it was a web drama, the big websites with high click rates were also very picky. Of course, with Xianxia as the female lead, even if Autumn in My Heart was a sadistic drama, it would not fall to the point where no one cared about it. But the national ratings of 1 or 2 points were really unthinkable. Lu Chen held her hand and nodded. Although he didn't say thank you, his eyes were enough to explain everything. Without Xianxia's help, it would really be very difficult for him to find a reliable partner. After all, he was only a singer, not a famous actor. He didn't have his own connections in the film and television industry. If he rushed in without understanding the rules, it was too easy to be led into the ditch and end up with a dirty face. Lu Chen was not afraid of difficulties, but he would not refuse Xianxia's help. Because he had the ability to repay the favor. Autumn in My Heart was the beginning of his entry into the film and television industry. Being stared at by Lu Chen's affectionate eyes, Xianxia suddenly felt shy. She said softly, "Lu Chen, sing a song for me. I'll go back after listening to it." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay." Xianxia's eyes were shining. "I want a new song, one I haven't heard before." She had known Lu Chen for a long time, but she always felt that Lu Chen was very mysterious. Lu Chen was like a huge treasure house, and no one knew how much wealth was buried in it. It was this sense of mystery that attracted her, making her want to get close and explore the secret. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay." He took the guitar that was placed next to him and held it in his arms. Although it was not easy for him to perform well after a full meal, this song did not require too much skill. The name of this song is, he looked at Xianxia and said, Lu Chen sang a song for Xianxia. Lu Chen sang a song for Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but laugh. She leaned over and put her elbow on the table. Her right hand supported her cheek, and her long black hair cascaded down inadvertently. Lu Chen was almost bewitched. Fortunately, he had a little resistance to this sister. He coughed and played the prelude. I want to take you to fly everywhere, travel all over the world to see, no worries, no sorrow, free body and mind are happy. Forget the pain, forget the place, we set off together to wander, although there are no luxurious houses and beautiful clothes, my heart is full of hope. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look, this world is not so desolate. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look, this world is still bright. This song was called Xianxia's song in Lu Chen's memory. It had been covered by many famous singers in different styles, but the ordinary and simple tune had the same warm power to touch the deepest part of people's heart. Lu Chen sang this song for Chen Fei, singing the burning feelings in his heart. Simple accompaniment, soothing melody, no gorgeous performance, no deliberate skills, clean and pure, Chen Fei listened to it in a daze. Although she had not experienced the vicissitudes of life, she had seen the prosperity and noise of the world, but she never knew that in this chaotic world, there was such a simple and warm voice. This was the kind of voice that people could not help but stop, and make people yearn to travel freely like dandelions. Perhaps after many, many years, she may not have held hands with Lu Chen at that time, but she would never forget this late night, hearing such a song. The name of the song was, Lu Chen sang a song for Chen Fei. I want to take you to fly everywhere, travel all over the world to see, no worries, no sorrow, free body and mind are happy. Forget the pain, forget the sorrow, we set off together to wander, although there are no luxurious houses and beautiful clothes, my heart is full of hope. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look, this world is not so desolate. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look, this world is still bright. Note, Xianxia's song lyricist, Zhang Zishir/composer, Li Shouchuan Chen Fei had been in the music industry for more than 10 years, and she was no longer a naive girl. As a singer, she was extremely talented, and her natural voice had conquered countless fans. In addition to having a unique voice that countless singers dreamed of, Chen Fei's appearance was also first class. She was born beautiful and had never had a knife cut on her face. She was regarded as the leader of the pop music industry. But as an artist, she was luckier. Since her debut at the age of 15, Chen Fei's career as a star could be described as smooth. Although there were twists and turns, there was no danger. Now, not many people could shake her position in the music industry. It would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to move such a proud daughter of the heavens. First of all, Chen Fei was not short of money. There had been rumors in the circle that a certain rich man spent a lot of money to support her, but it turned out that it was completely malicious slander and rumors. Because a few years ago, she had an annual endorsement fee of nearly 100 million, and she didn't need to share with the agency to open her own studio, so she was not short of money at all. Moreover, Chen Fei had a private investment team, which had made a lot of achievements in investment. She could be regarded as a real rich woman. It was a joke to throw money at Chen Fei. As for fame, it was needless to say. There were only a few people in the circle who were higher than her. Perhaps it was lonely to be at the top. There had never been a man who could make Chen Fei really open her heart and accept him. Those so-called scandals were just hyped by others or the media. However, Lu Chen, with a song, knocked on the closed door of her heart, reminding her of the original innocent time. I want to take you to fly around the world to see, no worries, no sadness, free body and mind, how cheerful. Forget the pain, forget that place, let's set out to wander together. The simple but sincere lyrics, under Lu Chen's playing and singing, resonated with her soul. There was also a trace of affection. After Lu Chen finished singing, Chen Fei leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. After a long time, she said, "You gave me this song, so you can only sing it to me in the future. Is that okay?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "As long as you like it." Chen Fei smiled sweetly and turned her head to kiss Lu Chen's cheek. "Thank you." Lu Chen said, "It's late. I'll take you back." He was afraid that if he continued to be teased by this heavenly queen, he would not be able to control his bestial nature. At that time, it would be hard to say whether he would be a beast or worse than a beast. Chen Fei said angrily, "What? Do you really want to chase me away?" Lu Chen suddenly became angry. He opened his arms and hugged her. Then stay here with me tonight. Who's afraid of who? Xianxia giggled, shrank back and said, Sister Zhang and the others are waiting for me downstairs. You should also go home. After frolicking, Lu Chen sent her downstairs. After watching Xianxia get in the car and leave, he also returned to his residence. Tonight was undoubtedly wonderful for Lu Chen. His relationship with Xianxia has undoubtedly taken a big step forward. And Xianxia's efficiency was also extremely high. She quickly introduced a film and television production company to Lu Chen. This film and television production company was called Baolong Pictures. It was very famous in China. It had filmed excellent films and TV series such as The Winds of Beijing, 1,000 Miles in a Clear Sky, Great Shang and so on, and made many artists popular. The one who contacted Lu Chen was Zhu Mingyi, the deputy manager of the film and television production department of Baolong Pictures. The place where the two met was in the Avant-Garde Café in Beijing's New Era Art Park. The New Era Art Park in Beijing gathered a large number of well-known domestic film and television, music, literature, and art production units. Big and small companies and studios were as many as thousands. It could be called a gathering place of humanities. The headquarters of Flying Stone Records was in the New Era Art Park, and so was Baolong Pictures. The Avant-Garde Café was the most popular place for artists in the art park. There were cheap but delicious coffee and snacks, as well as free Wi-Fi, and you could sit for a whole day by ordering a cup of coffee. There was absolutely no waiter coming to drive people away. Because the atmosphere was excellent, many people in the park liked to discuss business with customers here. Zhu Mingyi was a middle-aged man with a lot of petty bourgeoisie feelings. He was in charge of the script at Baolong Pictures. Although his position was not high, his authority was not small. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Chen had a little fame in the circle, it was not easy to hand over the script directly to him, because the pop music world and the film and television industry were two relatively independent circles. Zhu Mingyi didn't need to sell Lu Chen's account. Under normal circumstances, when the average author sent the script over, it was first reviewed by his editor. Only the manuscript that passed the preliminary review would be in his hands. To be able to invite Zhu Mingyi out, Xianxia asked a friend to help him. Xianxia had nothing to do with Baolong Pictures. He was purely interested in the latter's strength. Zhu Mingyi was about 40 years old, wearing glasses and had an elegant demeanor. When he came over, he also brought a female secretary with him. Hello. Hello. When the two sides met, they shook hands with each other and exchanged a few polite words, saying that it was an honor to meet you for a long time. Towards Lu Chen, Zhu Mingyi's attitude was polite with a little indifference. Sitting in his position, he usually saw and knew a lot of big stars. Lu Chen was just a new singer, not enough to make him treat him seriously. In contrast, his female secretary was much more interested in Lu Chen. After sitting down, the deputy manager of Baolong Pictures asked straightforwardly, Mr. Lu Chen, do you have a script that you want to cooperate with our company to produce? Yes. Lu Chen nodded and handed over the outline of the script he had already prepared. Manager Zhu, this is the script I wrote myself. Please give me more advice. In addition to the outline, he has completed the first 4 episodes of Autumn in My Heart. He brought them all today, but the official script was not in a hurry to be sent over. First, Zhu Mingyi had to like the story, and then he could talk about it in detail. After all, this was not a commissioned production. It required in-depth cooperation with the other party and joint investment. Lu Chen couldn't do it alone. Therefore, in front of Zhu Mingyi, Lu Chen put his posture very straight, neither humble nor arrogant. In this circle, he was still a newcomer among newcomers. The water in the film and television circle was much deeper than that in the pop music circle. Zhu Mingyi took the manuscript and said with a smile, okay, I'll take a look first. He was still very satisfied with Lu Chen's attitude. The former showed enough respect. He didn't have the bad habit of many newcomers who had just become famous and knew how to behave. This made Zhu Mingyi a little interested in the manuscript. At present, Baolong Pictures was also looking for good scripts. Some time ago, they bought the film and television rights of 2 popular online novels at a high price. They were ready to hit hard in the next 2 years and fight for more shares and profits in the increasingly hot film and television market. As the deputy manager of the film and television production department, Zhu Mingyi, who was responsible for reviewing the script, was under a lot of pressure. Although he was not the final decision-maker, if he missed a good script or passed a bad one, he would be held responsible. Zhu Mingyi began to read the outline of Lu Chen's story. Whether it was a novel or a film and television script, the outline of the story was very important. Experienced people could judge the strength of the author through the outline, see whether the story had the potential to sell, and even how much budget it would cost to shoot it. He read it very carefully. But as he read, Zhu Mingyi frowned, and the frown became deeper and deeper, forming the character Chuan. His heart was obviously tangled. Lu Chen's mood couldn't help but become a little nervous, and he felt that the coffee in his mouth had become very bitter. The other party's expression didn't seem to be optimistic. Zhu Mingyi finished reading the outline in about 10 minutes. He put down the manuscript and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Lu Chen, how are you going to cooperate with our company for this TV series?" Lu Chen had already thought about this and replied without hesitation, "Manager Zhu, I hope that we can invest in a joint stock. If we can introduce a third party to invest, it's also fine. The specific terms of investment can be discussed in detail. As for the production, I will play the male lead myself, and the female lead and director are also suitable candidates. The other supporting roles can be recommended by your company or through public auditions." Zhu Mingyi listened to what he said at the beginning, but when he heard the latter part, his expression changed slightly. It was normal for a joint venture to share risks and profits. After all, Lu Chen was not an ordinary screenwriter. Coupled with his personal relationship, it didn't matter if he got involved. But he not only wanted to play the male lead, but also the director and the female lead. What did he think Baolong Pictures was? Was it an amateur team? Zhu Mingyi was secretly resentful, and his previous good impression of Lu Chen suddenly disappeared. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, Zhu Mingyi was very shrewd. Even if he was unhappy in his stomach, he wouldn't get angry directly. He thought for a moment and said politely, "Mr. Lu Chen, you were recommended by Sister Li. We are all friends, so I will be frank and honest. I hope you don't mind." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Please say it. I can accept any opinion." "That's good." Zhu Mingyi smiled and said, "In fact, the story content of the play you wrote is okay, but the plot, especially the ending, is not in line with the trend. The audience won't like it, so it must be changed. In addition, we have our own considerations for the director and the male and female leads. We can't make unilateral decisions. Moreover, in terms of investment, the proportion of our company's capital contribution will not be very high. I hope you can find a third party." And Lu Chen listened with a smile on his face, but he sighed secretly in his heart. Baolong Pictures was definitely out of the question. Lu Chen was very young, and he hadn't been in society for a long time. But he had 3 rich life memories, and his mind and vision were far higher than that of his peers. Therefore, Lu Chen could easily see the deep disdain and impatience in Zhu Mingyi's eyes. Obviously, the other party didn't really have the idea of cooperation, so he put forward various conditions to make him retreat. Unless Lu Chen could agree to all of them. But how was that possible? Zhu Mingyi's request was that Baolong Pictures would take full control of the production. The director and the main actors would be determined by them, and most of the funds would be solved by Lu Chen. He didn't want to take any risks. Lu Chen was not a fool. Not to mention anything else, he would not agree to changing the ending of the story. In fact, there was no talk at all. It was normal for such a situation to occur. Although he had a personal relationship, it was still Lu Chen who took the initiative to go to the door. Baolong Pictures was not an ordinary film and television production company. The so-called big shop bullying customers was nothing more than this. If Qin Feier came forward in person, it would have been much better. Unfortunately, she also asked a friend for help. It was obviously not enough to rely on Lu Chen alone. If he was an ordinary screenwriter and wanted to write a script to Baolong Pictures, he wouldn't even be able to see Zhu Mingyi's face, let alone talk about investment, director, and actors. The entertainment industry, including the film and television industry, was also strictly hierarchical, and the status determined the level. In this circle, he had no status at all. How could he make Zhu Mingyi treat him seriously? Lu Chen didn't feel angry or annoyed because of this. After all, his own requirements were also very high. It would be abnormal if the other party had no opinion. It was nothing more than asking for a sky-high price. But now, there was no room for negotiation. Lu Chen patiently listened to Zhu Mingyi's opinion, then pondered for a moment and said, "Manager Zhu, it seems that there is a big difference between us. Thank you very much for taking the time to see me." "Thank you." Business could not be done, but benevolence and righteousness existed. Even if there was a disagreement, there was no need to make a scene. Be polite and maintain a respectful attitude. Then the next time they met, everyone could still talk. Many rookies didn't understand this point and only realized it when they were badly battered. Lu Chen would never make such a mistake. What kind of person was Zhu Mingyi? He understood as soon as he heard it. On the contrary, he had a good impression of Lu Chen. He said with a smile, "You're welcome. Sisterly from Rainbow knows the boss of our company. If you have other good scripts in the future, come to me directly." The sisterly that Zhu Mingyi mentioned was the general manager of Beijing's Rainbow Brokerage Company. She was friends with Chen Feier. Chen Feier had introduced Lu Chen to Baolong Pictures through sisterly. Therefore, Baolong Pictures sent Zhu Mingyi over. But this favor was not important enough to make Zhu Mingyi put aside the issue of principle to accommodate Lu Chen. He didn't know that Chen Feier was the one pulling the strings. Fortunately, Lu Chen was very sensible. This way, both sides could step down with dignity. "Thank you." Lu Chen stood up and reached out to shake hands with Zhu Mingyi. "I hope there will be a chance to cooperate next time." Zhu Mingyi said with a smile, "You're welcome. Goodbye." The two sides said goodbye. Zhu Mingyi left with his secretary, while Lu Chen continued to stay. He wanted to call Chen Feier, but he didn't press the name in his mobile phone's address book. Lu Chen instinctively didn't want to trouble Chen Feier anymore. Or perhaps it was the pride of a man, but he didn't want to complicate the relationship between the two. He swiped through the address book to find Qin Jianhao's number and wanted to ask if Boss Chen was familiar with any film and television companies. "Hello, Mr. Lu Chen." Just as Lu Chen found Qin Jianhao's cell phone number, a greeting suddenly came from the side. It was very strange. Lu Chen couldn't help turning his head and saw a thin middle-aged man appear at his side with a smile on his face. This middle-aged man looked like he was in his 40s. He had dark skin and an unprepossessing appearance. He had small eyes, a flat nose, and a little buck teeth. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling of joy, but his eyes showed shrewdness. "May I ask who you are?" Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't know the other party at all. The middle-aged man stepped forward and extended his hands to him. "Hello, I'm Lu Yi, the business manager of Chanda Brothers Pictures. Can we have a chat?" Lu Chen quickly stood up and shook hands with the other party. "Hello. Manager Lu, please sit down." The name of Chanda Brothers Pictures was also very strange to him. There were too many film and television production companies and studios in Beijing. Especially in the last 10 years, the entertainment industry has exploded. Entertainment agencies and film and television production companies seem to have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, fiercely competing for a bigger and bigger market cake. What Lu Chen was curious about was why this person from Chanda Brothers Pictures took the initiative to find him. Lu Yi directly revealed the mystery. "I'm really sorry. I was sitting here just now and heard a lot of your conversation with manager Zhu Mingyi. I want to ask if I can see your script." Seeing that Lu Chen still had doubts, he said with a smile, "Look at me in a hurry. Let me introduce myself first." Of course, what Lu Yi introduced was not his own identity. As mentioned earlier, what he explained to Lu Chen was the Chanda Brothers Pictures Company where he worked. Chanda Brothers Pictures Company was established in 2010. It was a very young company in the industry, but it had already invested in shooting a number of films and TV series, and it also had dozens of contracted actors and artists. In terms of scale and strength, Chanda Brothers Pictures Company was much worse than Baolong Pictures, a veteran company. But it was not without advantages, that is, it was best at films and TV series with urban youth idol themes. Its youth idol drama My Heart is the Same, which was shot in 2013, once achieved a national rating of 1. 7%, which was also a small hit. It was also a coincidence that Louis came to the avant-garde coffee shop to wait for a client. As a result, he didn't wait for the client, but he heard the conversation between Lu Chen and Zhu Mingyi. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he was interested in Lu Chen's script and couldn't help coming over to ask. Louis said bluntly, "If it's those ordinary screenwriters, then I'm definitely not interested. There are 80,000 screenwriters in Beijing who can write scripts, but you are different," he said with a smile. "I've listened to your songs and bought your album on QQ Music. I believe in your talent." So that's how it is. Lu Chen suddenly realized that this person was still his fan. Most of his songs, especially folk songs, have a strong nostalgic color, so he has attracted a group of fans who have already entered the society and are in their 30s and 40s. These fans usually don't follow fans fanatically, but they are financially independent and free, which is an important part of Lu Chen's album sales of You Who Sat Next to Me on QQ Music. Since there was this origin, Lu Chen readily took out the outline again and handed it to Louis. To be honest, the business manager of Chanda Brothers Pictures was a little low, but it was always an opportunity that came to his door. While Louis was carefully reading the outline of Autumn in My Heart, Zhu Mingyi returned to the company. Baolong Pictures was in the art park, and it was very close to the avant-garde coffee shop. It was only 5 minutes' walk. When he returned to the company, he went straight to the office. He had just been notified of a meeting. Many of the company's top executives were already sitting in the conference room, including the deputy general manager, art director, brokerage manager, public relations manager, production manager, and so on, but the general manager hadn't come yet. Seeing Zhu Mingyi, the brokerage manager, who usually had a good relationship with him, asked with a smile, "Old Zhu, where did you go? There was no one in your office just now, not even the secretary, did you, hee." He showed a smile that all men understood, which made the other executives present laugh, and the atmosphere became very happy. Zhu Mingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Old Chen, you can squeeze me as much as you want." His female secretary was newly recruited. She was very beautiful, but she was assigned to him by the company. She was not his real little sweetheart, but in the eyes of others, it was inevitable that she was a little bit like that. Zhu Mingyi had to explain, "It was Mr. Wang who asked me to contact a newcomer, Rainbow Agent Sisterly. He wrote a script and wants to shoot a TV series. I just went over to talk about it." Old Chen asked curiously, "Who is it? What script? How did it go?" As the director of the brokerage department, he was particularly sensitive to new scripts, because once the company started shooting a new TV series, the first thing to consider was the artists signed by the company. Keep the goodies within the family. Baolong Pictures has recently made a big move, and the theme of this meeting was precisely related to this. Zhu Mingyi said, "It's a singer named Lu Chen. He's very young. He wrote about youth idols. He wants to be the male lead himself." He said it a little obscurely, but everyone understood when they heard it. The production manager said, "Lu Chen? I know, he's a singer who has been in the limelight recently, and has been rumored to be with Chen Fei'er. The video of him saving people in Hangzhou is popular on the blog." Well, Zhu Mingyi nodded and said, "That's him. I was a little interested, but the script he wrote was a sadomasochistic drama. The female lead died in the end, and he not only wants the male lead, but also wants to choose the director and the female lead himself." Old Chen suddenly sneered and said, "How is that possible? If Lu Chen was a big shot in the circle, it would be understandable and acceptable for him to make such a request. But Lu Chen was not. He was a real newcomer in the film and television industry. He was not even a newcomer. It was understandable that Lu Chen wanted to enter the film and television industry, but he also had to follow the rules. Young people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Zhu Mingyi spread his hands and said helplessly, "Yes, so I refused. I couldn't agree." The executives present understood this very well. If Zhu Mingyi agreed, it would be a joke, just treat it as a joke. Everyone, including Zhu Mingyi, quickly put the matter behind them. A lovely little sister was added to Professor Yun's family. 3-year-old Junhee and his father went to the nursery to see his sister Eunhee. When the nurse was not paying attention, the naughty Junhee swapped the sign of Eunhee and the neighboring child born on the same day. In this way, the children of the two families were swapped by accident. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed, and Junhee had grown into a handsome boy. His excellent painting skills had made him an influential figure in school. The 14-year-old Eunhee was smart and cute, and was deeply loved by her family. Brother Junhee dotes on his sister Eunhee, and the two siblings have a deep relationship. Mother Kyungho's care for her only daughter is even more obvious. A generous family environment, a gentle and careful mother, and an excellent brother, all these make Eunhee the object of envy of her friends at school. The paper is ordinary A4 paper, and the normal price is 5 cents. The song typeface printed by the laser is very high DPI, and every stroke is very clear. The typesetting is also very regular and rigorous, making people feel comfortable looking at it. The outline of the script was about 5,000 words long, and it filled 5 sheets of paper. Compared to the story itself, the cost of paper and printing was negligible. As the business manager of Chanda Brothers Pictures Company, there are many scripts that have passed through Liu Yi's hands. He deeply understands the value of a good script. Liu Yi was one of the founding members of the Chanda Brothers Pictures Company. He had followed Xianxia and Zhangde to conquer the world together. He had gone through hardships to the present in the capital city, a place of dragons and tigers. His experience and vision were not lacking. The name of the script given to him by Lu Chen is Autumn in My Heart. From the name, one can tell that it is an urban romance drama. Since Lu Chen is going to play the male lead, he must take the route of a youth idol. The beginning of the story is very interesting. The two girls were swapped at birth, and their fate will inevitably arouse the strong interest of the audience. As a business manager, Liu Yi naturally knows the company's business like the palm of his hand. Out of the needs of his work, he has seen at least thousands of movies and TV plays, and he has no impression that the same plot has been filmed. As a weekend play, the beginning has an attractive selling point. At present, the domestic film and television industry was developing rapidly, and the fever of IP was not subsiding. The great prosperity of the market also brought many problems, such as repetitive themes, imitation, plagiarism, and so on. If a TV series was a hit, imitators would definitely flock to it until a similar story pattern was completely ruined. The country's intellectual property laws did not have strict regulations on imitators, and there was no way to restrict them. They could only let the market mediate itself. Therefore, with a good story idea, it was equivalent to winning half the battle. Liu Yi was quite optimistic about Lu Chen's story. But as he continued to read, he soon understood why Zhu Mingyi was not interested in the script. What a sadistic love, such a style could be said to go against the trend and challenge the audience's taste. Generally speaking, if the quality of this kind of countercurrent work was guaranteed, it would either be a huge hit or a huge failure. The probability of the latter was much higher than the former. It wasn't that there weren't any film companies and directors who courted death, but they basically failed miserably. After so many years of development, the positioning of the TV series market was already very clear. The current youth idol dramas took the route of comedy, farce, and thunder. If you want to shoot a sadistic love story, then shoot a middle-aged drama. If you want to cross the line, you must have the awareness of failure and losing everything. After reading the outline seriously, Liu Yi felt a toothache. The risk was too great. Shooting this show was like gambling. If he won the gamble, he could make a lot of money. If he lost the gamble, the reason why Liu Yi didn't give up immediately was that, first of all, this was a weekend show, and the cost was easy to control. The method of shooting and broadcasting at the same time would not result in a situation where no one would care about it after shooting dozens of episodes. It was like writing an online novel. If the subscription was too low, it could be finished in advance. Of course, it definitely couldn't be left unfinished. In addition, the male lead, Lu Chen, was still very selling. Manager Lu's entanglement. Lu Chen clearly saw it and said with a wry smile, "I know, this theme is not easy to shoot." He also regretted that he didn't have a deep understanding of the domestic film and TV market before writing the script. If he had known that such a situation would happen, it would have been better to write you from the start. The production cost might be much higher, but at least it would be easy to find collaborators. However, the thought of regret only flashed in Lu Chen's mind. If no one was willing to invest in it, it was not a big deal for him to fully invest himself. Of course, this approach would lead to a big increase in cost and risk, and it was the last choice as a last resort. Louis said with a smile, the theme is a bit different, and the story is really good. I think girls should like it. After a pause, he asked, Mr. Lu Chen, if our company cooperates with you, what requirements do you have? Louis had just heard some of the dialogue between Lu Chen and Zhu Mingyi, but he didn't hear it very clearly. Lu Chen thought about it and replied, the requirement is joint investment. I can convert the script and remuneration into shares, and I don't ask for extra payment. In addition, the female lead has been determined, and I hope to recommend a director. Of course, the choice of director can be discussed again. It was the most common way to invest in films and TV series with multiple parties. Of course, Louis would not have any objection, and Lu Chen converting the script and remuneration into investment was also beneficial to the film and television production company, reducing the investment risk. It was just that Lu Chen not only wanted the male lead, but also the female lead and the director. He couldn't help frowning like Zhu Mingyi and asked, Mr. Lu Chen, which director do you want to recommend? Lu Chen said frankly, do you know director Fang Hui? I want to recommend her. Fang Hui was a well-known director in China. She was famous in the circle for shooting films and dramas that expressed women's delicate emotions. She had also shot many music videos and had extremely rich experience. Compared with the real big stars, she didn't have big sales and popular works, but her reputation had always been very good. The last time Lu Chen and MSN shot the music video of Not Yet Lovers, the director was Fang Hui. The final effect of this music video was excellent, and it was played by Flying Stone Records in major media. Therefore, the album sold so well on QQ Music. At present, the crowdfunding for the CD and peripherals was also in full swing. It was through this cooperation that Lu Chen had a very good impression of Fang Hui, and the two had a lot of communication. He believed that the latter could fully control the story and produce the effect he wanted. Otherwise, why would Lu Chen insist on this condition? Director Fang Hui. Louis suddenly said, I know her. Although I haven't worked together before, I've watched the TV series she made. Louis thought about it carefully. Lu Chen's recommendation was not unreasonable and reliable. Because Fang Hui's shooting style was very suitable for this autumn in my heart. Lu Chen explained, in fact, I haven't mentioned this to director Fang yet, and I don't know if she has time, so it's just a recommendation. If you have a better candidate, it can also be discussed. He originally wanted to discuss it with Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures, but the other party didn't give him a chance at all. Louis looked more sincere. Louis said with a smile, well, let's put this problem aside first. Who are you going to choose as the female lead? There was a rule in the film and television circle, that was, the investment was the biggest, and the one who paid the most money was the master. Whoever paid the most money was the master and would inevitably have the greatest right to speak. Lu Chen wanted both the male lead and the female lead. First of all, he had to invest. Otherwise, who would pay attention to the script alone? Louis was very curious about the choice of the female lead. Who was Lu Chen trying to support? He had finished reading the outline. The female lead in the play was undoubtedly the most brilliant and core character. An artist like Lu Chen, who became famous at a young age, also had money. If he wanted to please a girl, what could be more romantic and touching than letting her be the female lead in a TV series? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and said, it's Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er, Louis subconsciously read the name. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his face showed a look of disbelief. Which Chen Fei-er is it? Lu Chen smiled and said, the one you can think of. Louis was directly stunned. He was also a shrewd person, and rarely lost his composure like this. The news revealed by Lu Chen was really too shocking. Who was Chen Fei-er? She was a big star in the circle with tens of millions of fans, the heavenly queen of the music industry who had debuted for more than 10 years, but Louis quickly came to his senses and was so happy that his face turned into a chrysanthemum. If he had only 2 or 3 points of confidence in this TV series before, then now it had soared to 7 or 8 points. A TV series or a movie, whether or not there was a big star in it was a completely different thing. Although Chen Fei-er was not an actor, she had also made cameo appearances in several blockbusters. If what Lu Chen said was true, then this show would be Chen Fei-er's first time as the female lead. There would be a gimmick for hype. At least there would be no problem in selling it. It was nothing more than a matter of price. With the addition of Chen Fei-er, the biggest problem of Autumn in My Heart was weakened. As long as her fans could watch it, the ratings would be basically guaranteed. She was equivalent to a heavyweight, enough to be the key to victory. If Qian Brothers Pictures could take over the production of this show, there would be too many benefits. Even if they lost money, it was not impossible to consider. How could Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures miss this opportunity? The only answer could only be that the other party didn't talk to Lu Chen about this issue and gave up. Then Qian Brothers must not miss it. He really wanted to laugh, and was undoubtedly glad that he had enough patience and sincerity. Louis restrained his inner excitement and couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Lu Chen, on behalf of Qian Brothers Pictures, I hope to have a formal discussion with you about the cooperation of Autumn in My Heart!" Lu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay." He found that he really underestimated the influence of Chen Fei-er. If he had said it when talking to Baolong Pictures, it was estimated that Zhu Mingyi's attitude would have been different. Of course, Lu Chen was just thinking about it. Qian Brothers Pictures might be a good choice. Qian Brothers Pictures? That night, when Lu Chen returned home, he called Chen Fei-er and told him what had happened today. Autumn in My Heart was first declined by Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures, and then the people of Qian Brothers Pictures took the initiative to come to him. The twists and turns were similar to the story of a novel, so he naturally had to talk to the heroine. Chen Fei-er knew the name as soon as she heard the other party's name. The company opened by Zhang Qian and Zhang De. I've seen them at a cocktail party before. I heard that the two brothers are very loyal and have a good reputation in the circle. If the conditions can be negotiated, it's okay to let Qian De do it. Lu Chen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll ask your agent to come and talk with us. The TV series Autumn in My Heart did not involve many special effects, so the production cost was not high, but Chen Fei-er's salary was a problem. The salary of TV actors had always been a big problem. If it were written into a paper, it would at least be a thick stack. In the 80s and 90s, the salary of actors was very low. A few hundred yuan per episode, and even a few thousand yuan was a big shot. Nowadays, with the rapid development of the entertainment industry, the cake of the film and TV series market was getting bigger and bigger, and the salary of actors was naturally rising. Popular idols with appeal could easily be paid hundreds of thousands of yuan per episode, and it was not easy to hire them. For example, the big film and TV stars Gao Ge and Su Yuming were quoted more than 1 million yuan to the public, and the actual contract price was also very shocking. It was normal for a long TV series to be shot with a total salary of millions or even tens of millions. Calculating the total cost of a TV series, it was not strange that the actor's salary exceeded the cost of shooting, post-production, and publicity. Everyone was used to it. Especially for weekend TV series, the actor's salary was even more important, often occupying most of the budget. Of course, it was also possible to hire a newcomer, and the salary could be reduced very low, but how could the ratings be guaranteed? Who would be willing to buy it? Therefore, Lu Chen could only ask for a newcomer's price for Autumn in My Heart. Converted into investment shares, the proportion was basically insignificant, but Chen Fei-er was different. Her status was too high, but she had never shot a TV series, so the calculation of the salary was very complicated. Although Chen Fei-er did not lack money, he would be laughed at if he gave too much discount. He could not afford to lose face. If it was too high, the partners would definitely have objections, so they had to negotiate and come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Of course, the joint investment of Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er was more than enough. However, filming a TV series was not something that could be easily done by a film and TV series production company. There were many aspects involved. For example, the approval of the content of the script, the approval of the shooting permit, as well as the production and post-processing. If the film and television company only wanted to process the materials, those with the ability would basically not do it, and those without the ability would just mess around. Therefore, it was necessary to split the profits and let everyone benefit equally in order to ensure the smooth completion of the project. Otherwise, even if a film company accepted Lu Chen's work, even if they signed a contract, they could play some tricks during the filming process and increase the budget. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses. Nowadays, most of the movies and TV series had attracted investments from many parties, sharing risks and profits, and had long established a very mature process system. As a newcomer who had just entered the film and television industry, Lu Chen had no intention of challenging this set of rules. Not to mention him, even Xianxia could not act on his own, unless he opened his own film and television company. In this way, the partners were very important. Xianxia said, I originally had a good impression of Baolong Pictures. Since they don't know how to cherish it. Humph. The elder sister was obviously a little unhappy. She asked her friend to connect Lu Chen with Baolong Pictures, but she did not expect that the latter would refuse to cooperate. Lu Chen said with a smile, they also have concerns. After all, the theme is different from the mainstream. If I didn't pull you out, I guess Chanda may not be willing. Fair, your name is loud enough. What name is loud enough? Xianxia spat and said angrily, I'm not a Jianghu heroine. Hurry up and write the rest of the script. So far, Lu Chen had only written the first 4 episodes of the script, and according to the plan, there were still 16 episodes. Xianxia had a script manuscript, and she was not satisfied with it. In fact, Lu Chen's speed was already very fast. Every morning, he had to go to the Borui Club to practice martial arts and keep fit. He also had to go to Beijing Conservatory of Music to attend classes and study. He also had to find time to write the script. Every day, his schedule was full. For this reason, Lu Shi helped Lu Chen to push off a lot of announcements and made a lot less money. That is, he opened his own studio and was independent. Otherwise, if he signed with an entertainment agency, how could he get permission? He would have been crushed to death by all kinds of money-making work. Lu Chen scratched his head, I'll try to speed up. Xianxia said with a smile, I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Don't tire yourself too much, especially don't work too late at night. It doesn't matter if you're late. Lu Chen felt warm in his heart. It's just that Xianxia could afford to wait, but some people couldn't wait. The next morning, Chanda Brothers Pictures sent people to Lu Chen's studio to discuss cooperation. In addition to Lu Yi, whom Lu Chen already knew, Chanda Pictures also sent a vice president and a director, fully showing the importance they attached to this TV series. However, Lu Chen basically didn't care about this kind of business negotiation, and left it all to his sister to handle. Now the studio was running well, and Lu Shi's accumulated experience was getting richer and richer, which saved him a lot of trouble. Xianxia also sent his agent, and the representatives of the 3 parties sat down and began formal negotiations. There were some rumors in the entertainment industry, which had always been spread very quickly. And the rumors were confirmed by a blog post posted by Lu Chen in the Waves blog on November 10, the eve of the so-called Singles' Day. In this blog post, Lu Chen revealed a major piece of news to everyone, that is, a TV series he created and starred in would start shooting in the near future. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Since crowdfunding to help leukemia patients, Lu Chen has been very quiet. Except for the daily updates of his blog posts, he basically didn't make any news, which made his fans a little depressed. Even if it's just a scandal, there's always a topic to talk about. Now Lu Chen finally provided a topic. The response of fans was extremely enthusiastic, and the number of clicks and comments on the blog post kept rising. Relying on the 2 things of hero saving the beauty and helping fans, the number of Lu Chen's fans on the Waves blog has long exceeded the 10 million mark. As a newcomer singer who has just debuted, his move to develop into the film and television industry is really impressive, and naturally caused a heated discussion. Wow, Lu Chen is going to shoot a TV series. It's great. I've long said that our Lu Chen can rely on his face to make a living. Now the opportunity has finally come. Support, hurry up and shoot it. Weekly asking, who is the heroine? Has anyone chosen? Compared to the heroine, I'm more concerned about the script written by Lu Chen himself. Can you give me a spoiler? I have a hunch that this is a tragedy of dog abuse. Haha, tomorrow is Singles' Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday in advance. I'm also asking who the heroine is. On the evening of November 11th, Lu Chen updated his blog again and answered the few questions that his fans were most concerned about. First of all, the TV series he created is an urban romance theme, a youth idol genre. Second, the name of the TV series is Autumn in My Heart. Starting tomorrow, the blog will continue to update part of the story in the form of a novel. In the future, after the filming is over, the official book will be released. Finally, the heroine of Autumn in My Heart is confirmed to be Xianxia. If the news of Lu Chen shooting a TV series was said to have caused a heated discussion, then this spoiler blog post has undoubtedly caused a great sensation both inside and outside the industry. The reason is very simple: the music queen Xianxia will make her first appearance in a TV series as the heroine. There is no doubt about the authenticity of the news, because Lu Chen Xianxia are at the end of the blog post. The latter replied after only 10 minutes, "I'm looking forward to it," plus a smiley face emoji. Of course, Lu Chen didn't post these two blog posts on a whim, but it was a planned publicity warm-up. After the efforts of the three parties, the agreement to shoot Autumn in My Heart was basically reached. The script outline has been sent to the relevant departments for review in advance. Once it is approved, they can start shooting immediately. Due to the addition of Xianxia, Chanda Brothers Pictures attached great importance to this project. Not only did they make a lot of concessions on the agreement, but they also gathered elite personnel to form a shooting crew. Many staff members went to Jinling in advance. 90% of the shooting locations and scenes of Autumn in My Heart were completed in Jinling and Jinling Film City. Of course, Chanda Brothers Pictures did not have no requirements. One of them was that they hoped that Lu Chen and Xianxia would use their respective channels to promote in advance and attract powerful TV stations and video websites to compete for the premiere rights. This was not a crooked way, but a conventional method of film and television marketing. Many movies and TV series were sold off before they could even start filming, and they recouped all their costs. It was just that many single people were abused miserably because of this. What the F***ck, is this a public show of affection? Oh my goddess, my heart is broken. Ha ha ha, I originally guessed that the heroine would be Xianxia, and I guessed it right. Xianxia? I really didn't expect it. It seems that the previous scandal between the two may be true. What do you think? I'm really speechless. Lu Chen and Xianxia have a very good relationship. They are brother and sister. Don't you know? Xianxia as the heroine, is it a sibling love? Sibling love +1. Public opinion was like a tide, and Autumn in My Heart soon became a hot search term on Wave's blog. Jinhui Building, Alchuang Film and Television Production Company. Inside the office, Xianxia closed the web page that was opened on the browser and sighed heavily. What he had just closed was the page of the Wave's blog. What made the director sigh was the news that had been circulating on the blog in the past 2 days. That was, Xianxia was going to shoot a TV series, and the actor she was going to work with was Lu Chen, who had been rumored to have a scandal. This series, called Autumn in My Heart, has been hyped up before it started shooting. The scriptwriter was actually Lu Chen, a young man who rose rapidly in the pop music world and showed his ambition to develop in the film and television industry. Originally, Alchuang Film and Television could have signed him. Thinking of this, Xianxia was really helpless. He racked his brains to prepare for the shooting of the second season of Urban Love and chose Lu Chen as an important supporting actor in the new series. In addition to his appearance and strength and other factors, he also took a fancy to the latter's popularity among young people. The tens of millions of fans in Lu Chen's Waves blog could at least increase the ratings by a few tenths of a point. As a result, he never expected that he was made a fool of by the investors during the audition. He rejected Lu Chen and replaced him with the so-called little fresh meat, Jiang Dongjun, and took away the role of Chen Yaoyang. Xianxia felt that his face had been slapped swollen. During the shooting of the first season of Urban Love, he had a little conflict with the investors. He thought that this kind of work disagreement would not affect the cooperation between the two sides, but it turned out that he was still naive. For Jiang Dongjun, to be honest, Xianxia really disdained him. Apart from a feminine face, he had no acting skills and no strength. How could he play a handsome, brave and extraordinary policeman like Chen Yaoyang? Thinking that he still had to pinch his nose to shoot this TV series, he was really a little discouraged. As for Lu Chen's decision to shoot a TV series, director Yan secretly sneered. He knew that this was Lu Chen's powerful counterattack against Jiang Dongjun and the people behind Jiang Dongjun. Although Xianxia was not young, his attention to the internet was no less than that of young people. He knew clearly that Jiang Dongjun and his agency had stepped on Lu Chen in different media to hype up. The entertainment industry was just that. Sinister. Lu Chen had always ignored this and maintained his silence, not giving them any more opportunities to hype up. But his silence was obviously not because he was swallowing the insult and retreating, but because he was retracting his fist first. Then, it was a heavy blow. This punch was very beautiful. It directly pulled out a big shot like Chen Fei'er. The publicity effect was 100 times better than Jiang Dongjuan's little tricks. It was a slap in the face. What are you pretending to be? I'm too lazy to play with you. If you want to play, let's play it big. Yan Qingyi silently filled in the lines for Lu Chen. He could even guess that this Autumn in My Heart would probably compete head-on with the second season of Urban Love in the ratings. At that time, there would really be a good show to watch. As the director of Urban Love, Yan Qingyi was somewhat gloating. Although he has not seen the script yet, his intuition tells the director that with Chen Fei'er's participation, Autumn in My Heart is likely to be a hit and sell well, and Urban Love will be completely destroyed. Unless Urban Love staggered the time and did not collide with the other party. But is that possible? Yan Qingyi shook his head. Altwang Film and Television and the investors have already finished their preparations, and the publicity has also begun. There is no reason to postpone it. Yan Qingyi suddenly had the idea of giving up on continuing to direct. He didn't want to be a scapegoat. Compared with Yan Qingyi's lack of confidence, Zhu Mingyi, the deputy manager of Baolong Pictures' production department, was much more confident. He also saw the news that was spreading on the internet, but he didn't take it seriously. To be honest, Lu Chen actually invited Chen Fei'er to be the female lead in the play, which surprised Zhu Mingyi. If Lu Chen had invited Chen Fei'er out when he was talking at the time, it would still have been negotiable. Now that he has missed it, Zhu Mingyi didn't feel much pity. If his show can't succeed, it's the same with Chen Fei'er, Zhu Mingyi confidently said to his immediate boss, the deputy general manager and art director of Baolong Pictures. It's too cruel. The audience won't like it. Chen Fei'er's salary can't be low. The risk of our investment is too great. The most important thing is that Lu Chen's offer is very high, and I can't agree to it at all. The art director of Baolong Pictures, whose surname was Wu, was also an old fox who had been in the circle for a long time. He nodded and said meaningfully, if that's the case, then there's no problem. You know what to do. Zhu Mingyi smiled and said, Boss Wu, I understand. After Director Wu left, Zhu Mingyi sat back in his chair, picked up the teacup and took a sip. But he found that the tea was already cold. He frowned, and there was a layer of haze in his heart, which made him feel indescribably unhappy. This thing, it's true that people sit at home and disaster comes from the sky, Zhu Mingyi complained about Sister Li, the general manager of Beijing's Rainbow Brokerage Company. If the other party hadn't introduced Lu Chen, he wouldn't have been involved in this mess and upset. Zhu Mingyi's confidence in front of Director Wu was actually mostly pretended. Chen Fei'er's card was too unexpected. He suddenly regretted his attitude towards Lu Chen at that time. He really didn't pay enough attention to him. At the same time, in the Blue Court Cafe on the top floor of the Jinghua Hotel adjacent to the Blue Sky Entrepreneurial Park, Sister Li, who Zhu Mingyi was complaining about, was sitting with Chen Fei'er and Lu Chen. Sister Li's full name was Li Zhenjun. It was said that when she was a teenager, she came to Beijing from the inland countryside to make a living after graduating from junior high school. She worked as a waiter in a restaurant, swept the streets, sold insurance, and then seized the opportunity to squeeze into the circle. She started from a small assistant and finally became the general manager of a sizable brokerage company. Her life experience could be made into a long TV series. Sister Li was very fat. Her weight of more than 200 pounds made her whole body round. Her appearance was quite festive. When she smiled, she looked like a female version of Maitreya Buddha. She also wore a pair of small gold-rimmed glasses. In Beijing's circle, Sister Li was famous for her forthright and righteous character. She rarely treated the contracted artists of Rainbow Agency harshly, and if anyone wanted to leave, she would never deliberately make things difficult. But she was also very shrewd. She had a wide network in the industry, especially in the upper echelons. She was very successful in the circle, and not many people dared to look down on her. Of course, Lu Chen didn't dare to look down on her. His attitude was polite and respectful. Sister Lee had a very good relationship with Xianxia. She helped her a lot in her early years. Originally, Lu Chen was in contact with Baolong Pictures. It was this big sister who introduced them. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and in the end, it fell to Chengdu Pictures. Regarding this result, Sister Lee complained to Xianxia, "You should have told me earlier that you wanted to be the female lead. Then I wouldn't have introduced Baolong Pictures to you. You should have talked to China Film and China Television, right?" China Film and China Television were giants in the film and television industry. They were the real giants. Sister Lee wasn't bragging. She really had the means to approach China Film and China Television. Xianxia smiled and said, "Sister Lee, how could China Film and China Television like him? Even if the script is chosen, he has no chance as the male lead. I don't want you to owe me a big favor." In the eyes of China Film and China Television, there was indeed no small figure like Lu Chen. Xianxia was barely qualified. It was impossible for Lu Chen to raise conditions with these two giants. That would be meaningless. Good cooperation required equal qualifications. It was better to be a chicken's mouth than a cow's tail. Xianxia, of course, understood the principle. Sister Lee said with a smile, "You are so considerate of him. Are you two really in a relationship?" Xianxia suddenly blushed. "Sister Lee, we are just friends." Sister Lee smiled and shook her head. She said to Lu Chen, "Xiao Lu, Fei is so good to you. Don't let her down." What kind of person was she? How could she not see the ambiguous relationship between the two? Lu Chen could only smile bitterly. It wasn't good for him to agree, but it was also wrong not to agree. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Sister Lee didn't continue to pursue the matter. She said the purpose of meeting with Lu Chen this time. "Xiao Lu, I have read the script of Romance in My Life. I want a role. Is that okay?" Lu Chen said without hesitation, "No problem." He didn't ask which role. Previously, when Xianxia called him and said that Sister Lee wanted to meet him, she told him a lot of things. Therefore, Lu Chen knew that this big sister was one of Xianxia's benefactors in life. She had helped him a lot. Most importantly, Sister Lee had a lot of connections in the entertainment circle, which was very helpful to Lu Chen's career. Now that she took the initiative to make a request, if Lu Chen hesitated and was overcautious, not only would he lose points, but he would also embarrass Xianxia. His performance would be too bad. Sister Lee was very curious. "You agreed so quickly without asking which role it is. What if I want the male lead?" Lu Chen said casually, "If Sister Lee really wants the male lead, it's not a problem at all." Lu Chen wasn't pretending to be polite. He could write a lot of classic scripts. As long as he could open up the scene, he would have a chance to be the male lead in the future. Of course, he agreed so quickly because it was obvious that Sister Lee was joking. However, Sister Lee was very satisfied and happy. She said to Xianxia, "Fei, the boy you chose is really good. You have to hold on to him tightly. Don't let him run away." Xianxia covered his face with his hands. After Sister Lee made Xianxia so embarrassed that he couldn't face anyone, she smiled and said to Lu Chen, "Actually, I really want the male lead, but it's a young male lead. It's my son who has been clamoring to act, so this time I'll give him a chance." Lu Chen suddenly understood. The first few episodes of Romance in My Life required a young male and female lead. There weren't many scenes, but it was still very important. "This is my son." Sister Lee opened the saved photo on her phone and proudly showed it to Lu Chen. The teenager on the screen was sunny and handsome. He was 15 or 16 years old, the beginning of his youth. He looked full of vitality in his school uniform and had the temperament of a boy next door. Sister Lee obviously did not ask for the role randomly. Her son's appearance was really suitable for the role of the teenager Xianxia. He is currently studying at Beijing Film Academy affiliated high school. His results have always been good and he has taken basic acting courses. Sister Lee was full of pride when talking about her son, just like any mother. Her marriage was a story that was often talked about in the industry. When Sister Lee established herself in Beijing and started to expand her career, she met an artist who had been in trouble for a long time and fell deeply in love with him. This artist was handsome and had a lot of luck with women. Logically speaking, he would not be interested in Sister Lee. However, he married Sister Lee and had a child. He received the latter's wholehearted support. In the end, he rose to the top with a hit TV series and became a hot star. After he became famous, this artist proposed to divorce Sister Lee. Sister Lee readily agreed. Her only request was to have custody of her son. When others talked about it, they all felt it was unfair for Sister Lee and said that the artist was an ingrate. However, Sister Lee never mentioned anything wrong with her ex-husband. Instead, she put in a good word for him on many occasions. She felt that it was enough to have a very good memory of her life. Moreover, she had a son who inherited his father's good qualities. It was this optimism and open-mindedness that earned Sister Lee the respect of many people in the industry. Lu Chen has heard this story and admired the other party's character. The matter was finalized. Qian Brothers Pictures was very sincere in the cooperation. It was not a problem to get a supporting role for only 3 or 4 episodes. The cooperation agreement between the two parties was basically finalized. As long as the script passed the review, they could start filming immediately. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lu Chen began to update the novel version of Autumn in My Heart in the form of a long blog post on Inspire blog. Unlike other star artists who hired copywriters or professionals to polish their books, the novel version of Autumn in My Heart was written by Lu Chen himself. He only had the help of the studio to proofread the wrong words. This was an important means of early publicity for the TV series Autumn in My Heart. Although there was a great risk in revealing spoilers in advance, it could attract the continuous attention of a large number of fans. Using the huge platform of the blog, the advertising fees saved was not a small amount. On November 13, the outline of Autumn in My Heart passed the review of the relevant departments. On the same day, Lu Chen participated in the Beijing television station Variety Channel's celebrity interview program recording. He had been very busy recently. His daily work schedule was packed to the brim. Even at night, he had to sit in front of the computer and type out scripts and novels. He slept and rested for no more than 6 hours. Under such circumstances, many jobs were turned down, but some invitations could not be turned down, nor could they be turned down. For example, this celebrity interview program. Beijing television station had a total of 9 channels. Other than Department 1's Beijing Television, which was a satellite channel, there were 2 variety channels, 3 finance channels, 4 lifestyle channels, 5 film channels, etc. The Variety Channel's celebrity interview program was Beijing television station's Department 2's premium program. It had a history of 3 years. It was produced once a week, and had invited more than 100 celebrities from the entertainment industry. This program's ratings were quite high. The reason why Lu Chen could go on it was because he had a good working relationship with Beijing television. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he would not have been able to get on it. Like most variety programs, Celebrity Interview used a recording method. The recording location was Beijing television station's T5 Broadcasting Hall. Compared to the newly opened T1 Broadcasting Hall, T5 Broadcasting Hall was undoubtedly much smaller. It could only accommodate 300 audience members. The stage was not big, but it was more than enough to record a talk show. The host of the Celebrity Interview was called Mu Rong. She was a knowledgeable woman with a refined temperament. Her style of conversation was gentle and humorous. She never made the interviewee feel pressured. It was like 2 friends having afternoon tea and chatting together, talking about their troubles in life and work, or their feelings in life. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The star I invited to this program is a very special boy. He has extraordinary musical talent. He once won the championship of Singing China. His debut album was very popular, and all his songs were on the original music chart. He is regarded as the new hope of originality in the pop music world. He is also the founder of campus folk songs. He is Lu Chen. Under Mu Rong's slightly sensational introduction, the music of You Who Sat Next to Me sounded, and Lu Chen stepped onto the stage. Welcome, everyone. There was immediate warm applause in the studio. Many fans who were invited to the scene raised small signs with Lu Chen's name written on them and smiled very happily. As he walked, Lu Chen smiled at them and thanked them. Thank you. Of the 300 audience at the scene, half were Lu Chen's fans. These lucky fans registered through the internet and telephone, and finally were screened by Beijing TV station. The other half were ordinary enthusiastic audiences and TV station staff, commonly known as official support. Hello, Lu Chen. Mu Rong took the initiative to extend her hand to Lu Chen. Welcome to the celebrity interview. Lu Chen shook hands with her and said, thank you. It's my honor. The host was in her 40s, but because of good maintenance, she looked just in her early 30s. Her appearance was dignified, her makeup was exquisite, and her soft voice and smile made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. There were 4 cameras at the scene, and 3 of them were aimed at Lu Chen and Mu Rong. This was Lu Chen's first time participating in such a talk show, but he was not nervous at all. He sat down on the sofa very relaxed. Mu Rong smiled and said, Lu Chen, I think many of the audience might not know much about you. Can you first tell us how you embarked on the path of music? Usually, in such a talk show, the host's questions were preset. As an invited guest, Lu Chen had received the questions in advance, but for the effect and authenticity of the program, the host would also suggest additional questions, so he had to improvise. The first question was a conventional question. Lu Chen nodded and said, all right. Actually, it was really an accident that I embarked on the path of music. He gave a simple account of his experience, without deliberately exaggerating or embellishing it. What he said was what most fans knew. When he finished, Mu Rong continued to ask, then what plans do you have for your future? The first few questions were quite normal, and there was nothing special about them. However, Mu Rong quickly mentioned something interesting. She first showed everyone a video, which was played on the big screen LCD TV next to her. The content was the video of Lu Chen saving people in Hangzhou. After the short video of more than 2 minutes was played, there was another warm applause in the studio. Lu Chen's fans had seen this video, and many people had seen it many times. But now watching it again, it was still a thrilling feeling, and they could not help applauding and cheering for him. Mu Rong smiled and said, I think the most enthusiastic applause was from the girls. I believe that the girls will be very moved when they see this video. It let us know a really brave and admirable young man. There was suddenly laughter in the audience. Many girls covered their mouths and laughed. The camera gave a close-up shot in time. Mu Rong asked Lu Chen, at that time, you must have rushed to save people without thinking. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to move so quickly. Then, when you watched this video later, did you have any fear? Some reporters and media had asked Lu Chen what he thought at that time, but Lu Chen did not think at that time. As Mu Rong said, if he still thought about it, he would not have been able to save Tian at all. The host changed the angle of the question. Lu Chen replied, I was not afraid. I wanted to thank the cameraman for making me so handsome. His humorous answer not only made the audience laugh, but also Mu Rong showed her 8 white teeth. Mu Rong asked with a smile, did your family worry about you when they saw it? Lu Chen said, my mother was very worried, but she thought I did a good job and made her proud. Mu Rong said sincerely, you have a good mother. Lu Chen nodded and said, yes. There was another round of applause. Mu Rong said, when he was interviewed by reporters, I remember Lu Chen's words very clearly. That is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He has more ability than ordinary people like us, and he is also brave to take his own responsibility. We all know that Lu Chen's family has owed a lot of debts, but he is still willing to give his love. Please look at the following video, which was shot by our reporter in the Department of Hematology and Oncology of the First People's Hospital of Ningyuan City. Many leukemia patients were shown on TV. They were all helped by the crowdfunding project launched by Lu Chen, including Meng Meng. This fan of Lu Chen has successfully received a bone marrow transplant and is currently in the recovery stage. Because of the good effect of the operation, she will soon live like a normal person and enjoy a good life to the fullest. In the video, Meng Meng expressed her gratitude to Lu Chen on behalf of all the leukemia patients who were treated. She smiled and shed tears as she spoke. The applause in the studio lasted for a long time. It was very common for stars and celebrities to do charity activities, and the public was used to it. For example, Chen Fei-er, who spends millions of yuan on charity every year, was also awarded the title of China Philanthropy Ambassador, so she was officially recognized. And this honor also allowed her to ignore many of the rules of light and dark in the circle, which was equivalent to adding a layer of amulet. Therefore, many stars were very keen on doing charity to improve their status and reputation. Lu Chen donating money to sick fans was not something worth writing home about. But the charity crowdfunding project he launched to help Meng leukemia patients was extraordinary. The project ended on the 26th with a total of 4.7 million plus charity funds raised, and a total of 12 leukemia patients, including Meng, were in urgent need of help. Mucan crowdfunding company has published all expenditure accounts and follow-up funding arrangements on its official website. Through the dissemination of Wave's blog, what was originally Lu Chen's personal behavior, with the support of many celebrities in the circle, has become a charity activity participated by the whole people, forming a great social influence. It was precisely because of this that Lu Chen was interviewed by the central-level China Youth Daily. Mu Rong's interview with Lu Chen focused on this aspect. It was not only a different way to create a topic, but also a kind of political correctness. And Beijing television station's interview video with leukemia patients who have been helped is even more touching, and the effect of the program was highlighted. Whether it was Lu Chen's fans, ordinary audiences, or staff, the applause was warm and sincere. In their view, Lu Chen did a great thing. The significance was completely beyond his heroic rescue of Tian. Lu Chen put his hands together and modestly thanked the audience. He said sincerely, "I'm ashamed. In fact, it's a lot of warm-hearted people who really contributed. Without everyone's help, the crowdfunding activity would never have been so successful. In addition, I would like to thank big brother Tanhong and sister Chen Fei. They all donated a lot of money." Mu Rong said seriously, "In my opinion, this charity crowdfunding is telling us that there are countless kind people around us. When we need help, there will always be someone to lend a helping hand." Lu Chen nodded. "Yes." Mu Rong turned her head and said to the audience with a smile, "I've talked so much with Lu Chen, so now it's time to give the opportunity to our audience. Do any of you have any questions for Lu Chen?" The 45-minute celebrity interview program had been recorded for 20 minutes. The conversation between Mu Rong and Lu Chen was basically within the predetermined framework, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. For an interview program, this was definitely too serious and formal. Hence, there was the audience's Q&A session. There were no strict rules or restrictions on the audience's questions, which made it more interesting and interactive. The format of the recorded broadcast also ensured that no mistakes would appear on the television screen. As soon as Mu Rong finished speaking, more than 200 arms were raised. Mu Rong smiled and said, "The audience is very enthusiastic. Who should I choose to ask the first question?" She purposely pondered for a moment before saying, "Let Lu Chen choose for himself." Lu Chen laughed involuntarily and pointed big at a girl in a white dress sitting in front of him. The girl in the white dress looked like she was in her teens. She took the microphone from the staff and asked, "Big brother Lu Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Her bold and direct question immediately made the audience burst into laughter. Mu Rong also laughed. This question involves Lu Chen's privacy. In fact, it was not out of line. Topics that were out of line would naturally be cut in the post-production. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I did in the past, but I don't have one now. But I will definitely have one in the future." "Thank you." Everyone laughed and applauded. The girl in the white dress asked again, "Then can you tell us what kind of girl you like?" Her eyes were fiery. She did not hide her love and admiration for Lu Chen at all. She was that direct. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't thought about this question. In fact, liking someone is a kind of feeling. It's not about what kind of person the other party is. There is no perfect person." When answering this question, he could not help but think of Chen Fei. Did Lu Chen like Chen Fei? Yes. The girl in the white dress wanted to continue asking, but Mu Rong did not give her a chance. She asked Lu Chen to choose the next questioner. Lu Chen pointed to a boy. The boy stood up very excitedly and almost failed to catch the microphone that was handed to him. He asked, "Lu Chen, may I ask how you did the clothes flapping action in the rescue video?" Lu Chen did not expect that he would ask this question. However, there was nothing to hide. He replied, "This action is actually a move in traditional martial arts. It is called Overlord armor removal. As long as you practice more, you can also do it. The boy's eyes lit up. Can you demonstrate it again? Lu Chen, Mu Rong was considerate. Student, please watch the video. After all, it is not convenient to demonstrate it here. Thank you. This was an interview show, not a martial arts performance. His request was a bit too much. The boy also realized his mistake and was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Lu Chen helped him out. Well, next time I will take a video of practicing martial arts and upload it to my blog. He could understand the boy's curiosity. Which man did not have the dream of being a hero saving a beauty? The boy was grateful. Thank you. Then Lu Chen chose 3 more audience questions and answered them one by one. Finally, the microphone returned to Mu Rong's hand. She asked, Lu Chen, who do you want to thank the most for your achievements now? This was a very official question. When Mu Rong asked this question, many figures flashed through Lu Chen's mind. Su Bo, Mo Ran, Fang Mingyi, Qin Jianhao, Tan Hong, Qin Fei some came from dreams, and some from reality. In the end, there was only one name left in his heart. Lu Chen replied, the person I want to thank the most is my mother. Mu Rong's eyes were gentle. She asked softly, can you tell me why your mother is your mother? Lu Chen was silent for a moment and said, first of all, there would be no me without my mother, and I would not be sitting here today. Second, my mother taught me a lot of life principles. She taught me to be strong and independent. Although this was a TV show, when it came to this question, Lu Chen was still willing to bare his heart. The person he was most grateful to was his mother. Mu Rong quietly listened to Lu Chen and asked, then here, in our interview program, what do you want to say to your mother? Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, in fact, like most people, I'm not very good at expressing my feelings. I'll express it in a song to the person I love. Easterners were different from Westerners. The expression of their feelings was often very implicit. They would not often say I love you, but would only express it with action. Mu Rong's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. There was no need for her to encourage. The audience spontaneously clapped their hands. The staff on the scene sent a guitar to Lu Chen. Lu Chen held the guitar and tried it. After there was no problem, he said, this song is for my mother, its name is When You're Old. He gently plucked the strings and played the prelude. The studio immediately became extremely quiet. Everyone listened carefully to the sound of the piano and listened to the voice from Lu Chen. When you're old and your hair is white, you're drowsy. When you're old and can't walk, dozing by the fire, recalling youth. How many people have loved your youth and happy hours, loving your beauty, hypocritically or sincerely? Only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. When you're old and your eyebrows droop, the lights are dim and uncertain. The wind blows, your news, that's the song in my heart. This song When You're Old was adapted from the famous poem How You're Old by the Irish poet Yeats. The original poem was written by the poet to the lover he had never pursued in his life. The feelings were delicate and real. Now, after the adaptation, it was sung by Lu Chen to his mother. It also has the charm of touching the soul. The whole song was soothing and warm, with strong folk characteristics. There was no exciting climax, but it was meaningful and profound, extremely pleasant to listen to, and deeply infected all the audience present. Beauty is easy to grow old and youth is easy to pass away. It was the law of life. It was also human nature to love beauty and be reluctant to be young. And when a mother dedicated all her youth to her children, how could this feeling be repaid? When you're old and your hair is white, sleepy, and uncertain. When you're old and can't walk, dozing by the fire, recalling youth. How many people have loved your youth and happy hours, loving your beauty, hypocritically or sincerely? Only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. When I'm old and my eyebrows droop, the lights are dim and uncertain. The wind blows, your news, that's the song in my heart. When I'm old, I really hope I am singing this song for you. Lu Chen's singing, from soothing to high-pitched, full of emotion but not excited, like a cloud tide rushing up the snowy peak, immediately drifting away, gradually returning to calm, leaving a lingering sound. Until he put down the guitar, all the audience seemed to wake up from a dream and applauded desperately. Sitting across from Lu Chen, Mu Rong's eyes had already turned red. She rarely showed such true feelings in her own program, but Lu Chen's song really moved her. Mu Rong was already 40 years old and a mother of 2 children. Was there a child who would sing for her like Lu Chen? When you're old, only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. Note, when your old original author, Yates, adapted/composed, Zhao Zhao. This issue of Celebrity Interview was recorded for nearly 70 minutes. This meant that more than a third of the content would be cut and would not appear on the TV screen. But it didn't matter, When You're Old was enough to make this issue of Celebrity Interview very exciting. After the interview ended, Mu Rong even felt a little unsatisfied. She had supported hundreds of programs, and there were very few people who had the same feeling. Probably to make up for the regret in her heart, Mu Rong specially invited Lu Chen to a coffee shop near the TV station. She was not alone, accompanied by a deputy director of the Beijing TV station variety channel program team. The deputy director, surnamed Zhu, was a burly man from the north, with a straightforward personality and a loud voice. Of course, Director Zhu did not come out to chat with them. He had his eyes on the upcoming Autumn in My Heart. To be precise, Beijing TV Department 2 was quite interested in this TV series. In fact, ever since Lu Chen announced the shooting of Autumn in My Heart on his blog, and the news that Chen Fei-er would be the female lead, there were a lot of units interested in this weekend TV series. There were TV stations, advertisers, middlemen, and most of them were entertainment management companies. The former came to inquire about the price, while the latter wanted to play a role. Although Lu Chen was a pure newcomer in the film and television industry, with the golden signboard of Chen Fei-er, even if it was a bad movie, he could still get a lot of attention, and there was no lack of people willing to bet on it. At present, the scale of the domestic film and television industry was very large, and the number of TV series shot every year was rising steadily, reaching a quite amazing level. And of these TV series, at least 90% could not be broadcast on the provincial and central TV stations. Many of them could not even be seen by the city TV stations. They could only be put on the internet and rely on click traffic to make some money. The truly powerful online media also only picked the best products to promote. Therefore, it was really incredible for Lu Chen, who was not in the film and television industry and was a newcomer who had just made his debut, to suddenly write his own script, be the male lead, and find partners to shoot a TV series by himself. However, this kind of fooling around was so successful that it made countless people jealous and envious. In the final analysis, Chen Fei-er was the key. Autumn in My Heart was Chen Fei-er's first TV series. Relying on her golden signboard alone, she can save tens of millions of publicity and hype costs. It is very normal for Beijing TV Department 2 to be interested. Even now, by the opportunity of Star Interview to contact Lu Chen, it is already very reserved. However, Director Zhu had found the wrong person to talk to about this matter with Lu Chen. Autumn in My Heart was a project led by Lu Chen, but he left all the investment, publicity, and sales to his sister, Lu Shi. Therefore, when Director Zhu tried to inquire about the price, Lu Chen could only give him Lu Shi's contact number. Selling a TV series to a TV station was a very complicated matter. Generally speaking, according to the TV series, an episode could cost anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. There were too many factors that affected the price, such as the script, the actors, the director, the theme, and so on. It could also be sold to multiple TV stations for a premiere, or it could be an exclusive premiere, with different prices. In addition, if the ratings of the premiere were high, the price of the rebroadcast would be very high. There were many examples of the premiere not making money, but relying on the rebroadcast to make a lot of money. However, more often than not, many TV series were door-to-door sales, and they couldn't get what they wanted even if they were half sold and half given. Therefore, although Lu Chen couldn't promise Director Zhu anything, he was still very polite. Maybe he would have to beg him in the end. And Director Zhu also had his own reservations. His interest in Autumn in My Heart was not too great. If there was no Chen Fei-er to join, it would not fall into his sight at all. It's just that there are a lot of TV series now, but the quality or the works that can sell well are very limited. Beijing TV Variety Channel not only faces the competition of its peers, but also has to compete with other channels on the same station for resources. In addition to the eldest set of satellite TV, the second set of variety channels, the fourth set of life channels, the fifth set of film and television channels, and the eighth set of youth channels all have fixed TV series programs. Internal performance rankings are implemented between different channels. The higher the performance, the higher the reward, and the more resources will naturally be tilted. Therefore, the outsourcing of channel programs is everywhere, in order to save costs and improve efficiency. But saving is far from as good as open source. A good program or a TV series with high ratings can produce great benefits and bring huge profits. Now as not decades ago. The internal reform of the TV station has long been completed, and the competition mechanism is very mature. Although the variety channel is ranked second in Beijing TV, it is closely chased by the fourth and fifth sets, and there is a strong sense of crisis. Director Zhu is naturally under a lot of pressure. Buying a bad TV series and buying a good TV series have two different results, which are likely to lead to the position under his buttocks being shaken or stabilized. Therefore, he didn't put on any airs with Lu Chen. He was not disappointed that he didn't dig anything out of Lu Chen's mouth. He just wanted to establish a good relationship, and if it was really worth it in the future, he could take the lead. Under such circumstances, coupled with Mu Rong's cooperation, the communication between the two sides was very harmonious. At 8:30 p.m. on November 15, the new issue of Star Interview was broadcast on Beijing TV Variety Channel on time. This episode of the show attracted the attention of a large number of Lu Chen fans. Lu Chen has already issued an announcement on his blog, and the content of the show was broadcast on Whale TV that night. As a result, the song When You're Old became an instant hit, this new song by Lu Chen, which no one has ever heard before, and as a song written for his mother, it poked the tears of countless people. The video clip of playing and singing was forwarded by a large number of people on blogs. It was not uncommon to hear songs praising, and reminiscing about one's mother in China, but they were basically works with a preachy theme. Therefore, they were not very popular and were usually only sung at cultural performances of government departments or social groups. This makes When You're Old more and more precious. Its lyrics are not complicated. It can be said to be easy to understand. The melody is soothing and beautiful. The requirements for singing skills are not high, and it is easy to cover. The characteristic guitar playing and singing of folk songs are most suitable for dissemination, coupled with the emotions contained in the song, so it is regarded as one of Lu Chen's best works by many music critics and is strongly recommended on blogs. In the pop music circle, people once again saw the talent of Lu Chen. Lu Chen seems to have endless musical inspiration. He can always write beautiful works. He is obviously very handsome, but he never brushes his face to eat, he brushes his songs. Someone listed all of Lu Chen's works in the forum, including his own albums and songs written for others. None of them are mediocre, and any of them can be the lead or second lead of an album. The most outrageous thing is that so far, all of the works that have been officially released by Lu Chen have been on the original music chart, which is a record in itself. In the history of domestic pop music, there must be better singers or musicians than Lu Chen, but the average quality of their works has reached this level. Many people were amazed by this. The future pop music world will belong to Lu Chen's era. Such praise is definitely a bit too much for the current Lu Chen. Some people are amazed, some people are jealous, some people are disdainful, and some people take it to heart. However, the ups and downs on the internet have not affected Lu Chen for the time being, and he has no time to pay attention to it. On November 16, Lu Chen and Li Feiyu left Beijing together and came to Jinling to attend the opening ceremony of Autumn in My Heart, more than 300 kilometers away from Jinling, Kaiyuan District, Ningyuan City. In the second bedroom of room 201 of Building 7, Meng Meng is sitting on the bed and looking at the textbook in her hand. Her bone marrow transplant operation was very successful, and there was no obvious rejection reaction. In addition, her original physical fitness was good, so she was discharged from the hospital shortly after the operation to recuperate and undergo post-operative drug consolidation treatment. According to the doctor, as long as there are no accidents, her leukemia is basically cured. It is also because of the rapid development of science and medical technology. In the past, it was really a terminal illness, and even if the bone marrow transplant was successful a few years ago, the recurrence rate was very high. Now with new drugs and new methods, as long as there is no lack of treatment funds, there is a very high cure rate if the match is successful. And for this family, this is the best result. It's just that Meng Meng is a little depressed. Because of this serious illness, her schoolwork has been lagged behind. She probably needs to repeat for a year before she can take the college entrance examination. Otherwise, there is no hope of being admitted to the ideal school. Although Meng Meng's grades are ordinary, she still wants to work hard to go to college. Even if it is a very ordinary university. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and two girls wearing masks came in. Meng Meng, we are here to see you. Meng Meng immediately beamed with joy. The person who came was her best friend. She is very bored staying at home, but she can't go out in a short time, and her mother doesn't allow her to play with any electronic devices, even her mobile phone is confiscated. Therefore, the happiest time for Meng Meng is when her classmates and friends come to visit. This time, her best friends didn't bring her flowers or fruits, but a thick stack of printed paper. Meng Meng asked curiously, "What is this?" Her best friend said with a smile, "You will know when you see it." Meng Meng opened it and immediately saw the printed text on the first page of the manuscript. Autumn in My Heart, /author, Lu Chen. She opened her eyes in disbelief. This is a novel written by brother Lu Chen? Her best friend said with a smile, "Yes, the TV series is about to start, and Lu Chen is the male lead, and Chen Fei is the female lead. When you get better, you can watch it." Meng Meng clenched the manuscript in her hand, eager to get better soon. She believes that the novel written by Lu Chen and the TV series will be very exciting. When Lu Chen came to Jinling again, it was raining. The drizzle was like smoke and fog. This ancient and modern city was extraordinarily beautiful in the rain. It was gentle, elegant, and lingering, as if an elegant lady from the Tang and Song dynasties was quietly waiting for his arrival. It was hard to describe this feeling in words. Lu Chen stayed in the same 5-star hotel near the Jinling Film and Television City. The crew of Autumn in My Heart had already assembled in the film and television city a few days ago. They could start shooting as soon as the actors arrived. As one of the 3 major film and television cities in China, Jinling Film and Television City service facilities were in place. Any crew that came here didn't need to worry about food, accommodation, and travel. The film and television city would help solve the worries. Therefore, in the past, it often took a year or more to shoot 30 to 40 episodes of TV series. Now, it was normal to shoot 2 episodes a week for weekend shows. If special effects were not needed in the post-production, then it could be shot this week and appear on the TV screen the next week. The efficiency was very high. Of course, this was the ideal situation, because there were often all kinds of unexpected situations in the shooting work. Even if the TV station cooperated, they still needed to arrange the broadcast time in advance. In the hotel's business suite, Lu Chen first met Chen Fei, who came a day earlier than him, as well as Sister Li and her baby son, Zhang Juanji. In the TV series Autumn in My Heart, Lu Chen played the male lead, and Zhang Juanji played the role of his youth. This handsome boy had just turned 15 years old this year. He was 170 meters tall and looked at least 70% similar to his father. If he grew taller and bigger, he would undoubtedly be an idol that could charm thousands of girls. Sister Li was obviously very proud of her son. Zhang Juanji was very outgoing and didn't have the slightest shyness. When he saw Lu Chen, he immediately shouted in surprise. He put down the tablet he was playing with and ran over. He smiled and bowed to Lu Chen. "Hello, brother Lu Chen." Sister Li said, "How can you call him brother? You should call him uncle." Lu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Li, I'm not that old. Just call him brother." He nodded and smiled at Zhang Juanji. "Hello, Zhang Juanji." Zhang Juanji proudly made a victory gesture to his mother, and then said eagerly, "Brother Lu Chen, I want to learn martial arts from you, and I also want to learn guitar from you. You play the guitar so well, and I want to know how you got Sister Fei." Before he could finish, one of his ears was twisted by Chen Fei. The heavenly queen sneered, "Little Ji, you're being naughty again. It looks like I haven't taught you enough." Zhang Juanji grimaced and said with a bitter face, "Sister Fei, I know I was wrong." Chen Fei had a good relationship with Sister Li and treated Zhang Juanji like a younger brother. However, this younger brother of hers was very mischievous, and sisterly spoiled him a lot. Therefore, sometimes when she couldn't stand it, she would have to discipline him. Everything has its vanquisher. Zhang Juanji was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of Chen Fei'er. Lu Chen nodded. If you want to learn guitar from me, there's no problem. First, you have to act well. Chen Fei'er let go of his hand. Zhang Juanji rubbed his red ear, patted his chest and said, Brother Chen, don't worry. I've shot commercials and acted in plays. I promise I won't let you down. Lu Chen smiled and said, then it's a deal. Sisterly said seriously, Lu Chen, don't spoil him like I do. If he needs to be beaten, scolded. If he does something wrong, just criticize him. You don't have to consider my relationship with him. Although Sisterly doted on Zhang Juanji, it was not the kind of unrestrained doting. Zhang Juanji liked singing and acting, and was destined to enter the entertainment industry. Therefore, in this aspect, she was very serious in disciplining him. If a star wanted to stay in the industry for a long time, networking was very important. Although she could help her son, Zhang Juanji had to walk his own path in the future. No one liked a spoiled child, and the earth would not revolve around anyone. Therefore, this time, Sisterly used her relationship with Chen Fei'er to put Zhang Juanji into the crew of Autumn in My Heart. It was to pave the way for him and also to sharpen and train him. Lu Chen said with a smile, okay, but the key still depends on the director. Chen Fei'er said, let's go see director Fang together. The director of Autumn in My Heart finally fell on Fang Hui, who was recommended by Lu Chen. The partner, Chanda Brothers Pictures, originally coveted this position. They had signed several directors, but in the end they respected Lu Chen's opinion. In return, most of the other important supporting roles and small roles were signed artists under Chanda Brothers Pictures or candidates recommended by related stakeholders. There were at least dozens of roles in a TV series, and it was unknown how many people wanted to ask for a cameo with only a few lines, but they couldn't get it. The interests involved were great. Especially those TV series produced by big directors, they were simply the meat of Tang Xing. Originally, if it was just Lu Chen's own selfie, perhaps not many people would be interested. But since the news that Chen Fei'er would play the leading role was announced, and it became a hot topic on blogs, there were really too many entertainment agencies and actors calling Lu Chen studio. However, they were destined to be disappointed. This time, the fertile water would basically not flow into the fields of outsiders. The group left the hotel and went to the Kun Arts Village, which belonged to the film city. The Kun Arts Village of Jinling Film City was actually an apartment-style hotel for the crew to stay. Although the conditions were certainly not as good as those of a five-star hotel, the advantages were that all kinds of facilities were very complete, and the price was low. It was not the first time that Chanda Brothers Pictures had come to Jinling Film City to shoot, so they were very familiar with everything. They had already completed the preparation work. They booked 2 floors as the base camp of the crew, and they could start work at any time. In the conference room of the base camp, Lu Chen met director Fang Hui, as well as the actors who played the girl Enanxi, Han Taishi, Choi Xinai, Xin Yumei, and other important supporting roles. Fang Hui was also very happy to see Lu Chen. When she received a call from Lu Chen for the first time, inviting her to direct Autumn in My Heart, she couldn't believe it. Fang Hui and Lu Chen were not very familiar with each other, and they did not have a deep friendship. They had only worked together on a music video. Although after the shooting of the music video, they had said that they would work together again if there was a chance. But everyone knew that it was just a polite remark. Therefore, she was really very surprised, especially when she heard that the female lead of this TV series was Chen Fei'er. She felt as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. As a director, Fang Hui was a little famous in the film and television industry, but it was completely incomparable to the real big stars. Her status was equivalent to that of a second or third tier star. Some people would hire her, but they would not spend a lot of money and effort to hire her. And with Chen Fei'er's status, it was easy to find a director of the same level, so when she learned that Lu Chen was not joking, she did not hesitate to agree. She did not even mention how much the director's salary was. Such an opportunity was too rare, especially after reading the script of Autumn in My Heart. This feeling of luck was even stronger. Fang Hui liked this story very much. In addition to Fan Hui and the actors, there were also production directors, brokerage managers, assistant directors, cameramen and so on from Chanda Pictures, including Lu Yi, who had dealt with Lu Chen before. For this TV series, Chanda Pictures could be said to have sent out all the elites, and even suspended a TV series that was originally being prepared to shoot Autumn in My Heart with all their might. Lu Yi introduced the other actors to Lu Chen with great enthusiasm. The actress who played the young girl, Xianxia, was called Yi Mingmei. She was only 14 years old this year. She was slender and beautiful. She was still a student in the third year of junior high school. Her father had a good relationship with the boss of Chanda Pictures, so she was recommended to the crew. Compared with Zhang Juanji's lively and active personality, Yi Mingmei was undoubtedly a well-behaved girl. She spoke softly and softly. When she greeted Lu Chen and Chen Fei, she blushed and looked quite cute. Chen Fei liked her very much. He took her little hand and chatted with her a little more. Han Taishi, the first male supporting role, was a new artist of Chanda Pictures, Hu Yang, who had just made his debut. He was 2 years younger than Lu Chen. He dressed up with the temperament of a rich second generation, which was quite in line with the characters in the TV series. He belonged to the popular young idol. However, in front of Lu Chen and Chen Fei, Hu Yang did not have the slightest arrogance and was very polite and respectful. Because he knew very well who was really in charge of this crew. As for the actors who played Cui Xinai and Shen Yumei, they were also carefully selected by Chanda Pictures. They did not have much fame in the circle, but they all had rich acting experience. In addition, there were several less important actors, some were recommended by Sisterly, and some were relatives of Chanda Pictures. With the arrival of Lu Chen, the crew was really complete, and everyone had a small meeting first. The content of the meeting was mainly about tomorrow's opening ceremony and shooting work. In addition, they also talked about the premiere. Relying on the popularity stirred up on the internet, there were currently 4 or 5 medium-sized TV stations looking for Lu Chen and Chen Fei studio, as well as Chanda Pictures, in addition to big TV stations such as Beijing TV Station, Haijin TV Station, and Zhidong TV Station. The opinion of Chanda Pictures was to choose 2 strong and sincere first-run TV stations from them. It didn't matter if the price was low, but they must ensure that it was broadcast in prime time and the key to profit was on the replay. The crew meeting ended after more than an hour. Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Sisterly returned to the hotel, but he and Chen Fei quietly went out again. The sun was setting, and the sun was shining after the rain. It was the evening rush hour, and the roads of Jinling City were full of traffic. People were rushing home from work. No one noticed a bicycle speeding past on the side of the road. The bicycle was rented at the tourist service station. The deposit was 500 yuan, and the rent was 2 yuan per hour. The bicycle was fashionable and of good quality. It allowed people to carry people in the back seat, but it could only be driven on the dedicated lane. Because of the low rent and no risk of theft, this kind of public bicycle was very popular with tourists. Lu Chen pedaled the bicycle, carrying Chen Fei, facing the wind, no different from ordinary tourists. Chen Fei sat in the back, and the cool wind blew her skirt. She hugged Lu Chen's waist, and her head leaned against Lu Chen's back. The Queen of Sweet Song was wearing a scarf, and a pair of blue ink crystal glasses could not cover her stunning face, but it was enough to make passers-by not find out her true identity, so that she could enjoy the time alone with Lu Chen at ease. Such time was really rare, and as precious as gold. On the 10th anniversary of her debut, a reporter asked Chen Fei, "How long are you going to sing?" Chen Fei's answer was, "A lifetime." Unlike her brother Tan Hong, who gradually retired, she liked to sing and stand in the spotlight, because this was her dream since childhood, and she would never give it up easily. However, the more you gain, the more you lose. The glamour of a star is at the expense of private life. Even if she learned the skills of disguise, Chen Fei rarely had time to live an ordinary life. Fortunately, she met Lu Chen. Her life changed. She hugged Lu Chen tighter, and suddenly had a feeling of fear of losing him. Lu Chen did not understand, and asked, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something. What do you want to eat?" This time, his date with Chen Fei was the first time that no outsiders followed. Chen Fei's assistant and bodyguards did not follow. On the one hand, it was because of her insistence, and on the other hand, Lu Chen had enough ability to protect her, so there would be no problem. Moreover, Jinling was a very safe city. Even so, the two of them still had the thrill of secretly eloping. Chen Feier thought for a moment and said, I want to eat spicy hot pot. Do you know where I can get it? Mala Tang? Of course, Lu Chen didn't know where to eat it, but thanks to the great technology, he only needed to open his phone and search for the keywords, and soon found the nearest place to eat malatang. Following the guidance of the satellite navigation system, Lu Chen drove Chen Feier to the destination in half an hour. It was a very old street, and both sides of the street were lined with delicacies and snacks. There were all kinds of them, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. The street was bustling with people. Chen Feier held onto Lu Chen's arm. The two of them walked through the crowd like an ordinary couple, searching for their own delicacies amidst the various fragrances. They found the restaurant with a high reputation, and waited for more than 10 minutes before there was an empty table. Chen Feier chose more than a dozen skewers of her favorite foods: tenderloin, fried dough sticks, enoki mushrooms, coriander. 2 bowls of cooked spicy hot pot were quickly served. The spicy hot pot of this restaurant had a strong aroma, and the ingredients were fresh and clear. It really lived up to its reputation. Chen Feier ate with relish. She actually ate more than Lu Chen. After eating, it was already dark. Lu Chen took her back to the river for a walk. Because Chen Feier ate too much, she needed to digest the food. When they were tired, the two of them sat on a bench by the river and enjoyed the clear water in front of them. This place was far away from the bustling commercial street. Although there were pedestrians and tourists, it was undoubtedly a lot quieter. Most of them were couples. The air here seemed to be rippling with a romantic atmosphere. Chen Feier touched her belly and let out a low moan. She looked tired and satisfied. She looked like a little woman. Lu Chen laughed at her. Why do you eat so much? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache? Chen Feier tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. She murmured, when I was a child, I was very greedy. I liked the skewers cooked in the pot at the school gate. One time I was greedy and spent the money to buy textbooks. She paused. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, then what happened? Chen Feier said, then I was beaten by my mother. She slapped my butt with a bamboo ruler. It was so painful. At that time, I thought that when I grew up and made money, I would eat skewers every day, every meal. Later, when I really became rich, I knew that it was unhealthy to eat too much of this kind of thing. Just like spicy hot pot, I haven't eaten it for a long time. She narrowed her eyes and recalled the past. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, even when she talked about the pain. Lu Chen smiled. If I have a chance in the future, I will take you out to eat it. Chen Feier turned her head and said with a smile, thank you. She smiled happily. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful in the light of the roadside lights. It firmly attracted Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen stared at the beauty close to him. Suddenly, he couldn't help the impulse in his heart. He reached out and took off the sunglasses she was wearing. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips heavily. Chen Feier's lips were soft and fragrant, with an indescribable sweetness. The heavenly queen of the music industry suddenly opened her eyes wide and instinctively shrank back, but she could not escape. She moaned weakly, closed her eyes, and let Lu Chen take advantage of her. This was the first kiss between the two. After a long time, Lu Chen reluctantly separated because Chen Feier was almost out of breath. She leaned her whole body in Lu Chen's arms, closed her eyes, and breathed like orchids. He didn't know how touching it was. Chen Feier opened her eyes again, and there was a touch of shyness on her delicate face. She suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Lu Chen's neck. She took the initiative to give a kiss, as if she wanted to rub herself into Lu Chen's body. It was so hot that Lu Chen was about to melt. This kiss lasted even longer, the anxiety in Lu Chen's heart disappeared, and he was immersed in the gentle enjoyment. It wasn't until the sound of a car horn not far away that the two woke up. Chen Feier was embarrassed and let go of Lu Chen. She straightened up and said, "Let's go." The so-called bottom line was broken step by step like this. She was powerless to stop it. But she couldn't go on, or something would really happen. Lu Chen was a little regretful, but he still said, "Okay, let's go back to the hotel." He naturally took Chen Feier's hand, and his heart was extremely satisfied. Chen Feier let him hold her hand and said softly, "This is my first kiss, but it's not yours, right?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He really had nothing to say about this. The next day, the crew of Autumn in My Heart held a boot ceremony in Jinling Film City. The boot ceremony was not very grand, but because Chen Feier was the female lead, many media reporters came, and it almost turned into a press conference. The focus of the reporters was, of course, Chen Feier. Today, Chen Feier was in a very good state of mind. She was in high spirits and her eyes were smiling. She was bright and beautiful, and it was unknown how many shutters she had taken, which attracted the attention of the audience. In the face of the reporters' questions, she answered gracefully. A reporter from Entertainment Weekly asked, "Chen Feier, is it because of your relationship with Lu Chen that you are the female lead of this TV series? Are you in a relationship?" This question was probably what all the reporters wanted to ask. It was well known that the relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Feier was very good. There were even rumors about the two before. Although the two denied that they were in a relationship with a younger brother, the cooperation between the two inevitably made people's imagination run wild. Chen Feier smiled and pulled Lu Chen, who was standing next to her. She hugged him intimately and said, "I am very good friends with Lu Chen. As for being in a relationship..." She turned her head and asked Lu Chen, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, "Are you courting me?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, then replied very seriously, "Then I'll try." Chen Feier laughed. As the two of them sang along, they cleverly avoided the topic. The more they tried to hide it, the more people would guess and fabricate it. On the contrary, they calmly faced each other, which made it difficult for others to figure out the real details. This was the so-called fake is real, and the real is fake. After laughing, Chen Feier said, "In fact, after I read the script of this TV series, I took the initiative to ask Lu Chen to play the female lead, because I like the role of Yinun Hui very much, and I feel that it is very challenging." Chen Feier was not afraid to expose herself. "I play Yinun Hui in the TV series, and she is the younger sister of Yin Juanqi, who is played by Lu Chen. She was several years older than Lu Chen." However, Chen Feier had never been shy about talking about her age, so she took the initiative to reveal it before the reporter asked. Another reporter asked, "Mr. Lu Chen, how do you feel about acting with Chen Feier?" Lu Chen replied, "I don't feel anything, because I haven't acted in it yet." The reporter asked, "Do you feel pressured?" Lu Chen replied, "I didn't feel pressured at first, but after you asked, I suddenly felt pressured." Everyone laughed at once. Lu Chen's answer was very sophisticated, and he did not leave any loopholes for these reporters. A reporter asked Chen Feier again, "When will your new album be released?" Chen Feier replied, "Next month. In addition, I will also sing the theme song of this TV series, which may be included in the new album. In short, it will definitely give everyone a surprise." The opening ceremony was only the first half an hour of the ceremony, and the rest was almost a personal interview with Chen Feier. Even Lu Chen only got a few questions. But no one felt that there was anything wrong with this. To put it bluntly, the reason why Autumn in My Heart could get so much attention was that Chen Feier contributed at least 90%. After the opening ceremony, Autumn in My Heart officially entered the shooting stage. However, Lu Chen and Chen Feier did not participate in the shooting, because they did not have scenes in the first 2 episodes, so they did not need to stay here. The most important thing was that the two needed to return to Beijing to participate in a very important event. That was the shooting of the Dedication of Love public service advertisement of the Yanhuang Charity Association. The song Dedication of Love was put out by Lu Chen to thank those people inside and outside the circle who supported the charity crowdfunding project and was put on the Inspire blog. He never thought of seeking benefits or fame by relying on this song, there was no need for that at all. However, Lu Chen did not expect that the great god of Yanhuang Charity Association actually took a fancy to Dedication of Love, came to buy the license, and invited him to participate in the MV of the public service advertisement. Lu Chen directly gave a free permanent license. Later, Chen Feier told him that he did the right thing. Whether in China or abroad, there are many benefits for star artists to do charity or to establish a good cooperative relationship with authoritative charities. In China, the reputation of charity is like adding a layer of amulet to oneself, and people always look up to them. For example, Chen Feier herself has long-term cooperation and exchanges with Yanhuang Charity Association. Like Lu Chen, she will also participate in the public service advertisement of Dedication of Love. On the way back from Jinling to Jinling, Lu Chen and Chen Feier sat in the same car. Because the work later involved the arrangement of Yanhuang Charity Association, she revealed a lot of inside information. Last year and this year, there was a lot of trouble in the domestic charity world, which had a big impact on the image of the public. Although these were not all Yanhuang Charity Association's fault, as the top existence in the domestic charity structure, the association was also passive. The pressure from the top made them urgently need to carry out publicity and re-erect a good image. It was at this time that Lu Chen carried out charity crowdfunding through the crowdfunding website, which caused a great impact on the internet. His creation of Dedication of Love is very much in line with the taste of Yanhuang Charity Association. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall on Lu Chen's head? Looking at the list of stars selected to participate in the public service advertisement, Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chen Feier, Lu Zhonghan, Shi Rong, and so on are all big figures. Including Lu Chen himself, the final list was 15 stars, all of whom were more famous than him. Moreover, the director of this public service announcement was the famous director Xianxia. This 60-year-old director had filmed more than 20 movies and had won awards at international film festivals. He enjoyed a high reputation. Zhang Wentian, who Lu Chen knows, is also a big director, but compared with Xianxia, he is at least a little worse. Chen Feier said, "If you are chosen by director Yu to make a movie, you will really reach the sky in one step." Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. He knew that Chen Feier was joking, and he was also reminding him to take this job seriously. Even if he didn't earn a single cent, Lu Chen held Chen Feier's hand and said, "It's better for me to be the director and make a movie myself, and you'll be the heroine for me. Let's reach the sky together, okay?" Chen Feier felt sweet and said, "You still want to be a director? Alright then, as long as you can act in a movie, I'll be the female lead for you. You can't go back on your word." Lu Chen laughed. Chen Feier didn't take it seriously, but he was serious. However, it would take a long time for this idea to be realized. At present, his accumulation was too little. He had to take it one step at a time. Now Lu Chen was walking very fast. It was too easy to fall if he sped up and ran. The Mercedes-Benz carrying the two of them sped along the Jinjing Expressway and returned to the capital before dark. Chen Feier first sent Lu Chen back to the apartment. Although the two of them kissed in Jinling, because of career reasons, this relationship was not going to be public for the time being. Again, Lu Chen rose too fast, and his foundation and accumulation were not enough. Once the relationship between the two of them was made public, he would be under great pressure, which would seriously hinder the development of his career. The simplest was the media reporters. Those paparazzi would inevitably stare at him every day and disturb his peace. There had been precedents for this kind of situation, which was not what Lu Chen wanted to see. So at present, the two could only be dating in secret, and it would not be too late to make it public when the time was right in the future. Another very important aspect was that the separation of men and women in the entertainment industry was too common. There were really few who could stick to it for a long time. Even if they broke up in secret, it would not make a big deal. This was also the norm in the circle. On November 18, the second day after Lu Chen returned to the capital, he arrived at the scheduled place. Participating in the shooting of the MV of the public service advertisement Dedication of Love. The gathering point of star actors and singers was at the headquarters of Flying Stone Records. Lu Chen was also familiar with the place. In the VIP lounge, he met many famous people, such as Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chen Feier, and Lu Zhonghan. He also met Liao Jia, Shi Rong, and other big names in the pop music and show business for the first time. Yu Jianda was also present. The director, who was renowned both at home and abroad, was tall and sturdy. He had a square face, and his white hair was braided. He was wearing a gray shirt with an open collar, navy blue trousers, and black cloth shoes. He had a sage-like demeanor. It was said that this director Yu was a devout Taoist. When he was a teenager, he learned martial arts in Wudong Mountain. In the 1990s, he also made a movie called Wudong Mountain, which caused a considerable sensation in China. The time for the meeting was 9:30 in the morning, but just after 9 o'clock, all the stars were already in place. No star dared to act like a big shot in such a thing. Even if they were shooting movies or TV shows in other places, they would specially ask for leave to rush back to the capital, not to mention being late. That would cause public anger. It was still early, so everyone sat and chatted. The entertainment industry could be said to be very big, but in fact, it was also very small. Two characters who were originally not related to each other could have a close connection through a third party, and there were countless people who knew each other and had friendship with each other. Some of them were friends, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they met here, it was another surprise. Brother Tan Hong. Lu Chen first looked for Tan Hong. The singing superstar is now basically in a state of retirement. It is said that he will hold a farewell concert at the end of the year, announcing his official withdrawal from the pop music world. So since the end of the Singing China competition, Lu Chen hasn't seen Tan Hong again. But he has always remembered Tan Hong's help and support for him. Tan Hong smiled and patted Lu Chen on the arm and said, "Xiao Lu, long time no see. I've often seen your name on the blog recently. You've done a good job." He looked meaningfully at Chen Fei-er, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile, "I heard that Fei-er has been abducted to be the heroine now." "That's amazing." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Chen Fei-er's pretty face reddened, and she said angrily, "Brother Tan Hong." Tan Hong laughed and said, "No kidding, Xiao Lu, let me introduce you to some teachers." Among this group of people, Lu Chen is definitely a junior, and his status in the circle is far worse than theirs. If it were any other newcomer, encountering such a rare opportunity, they would probably have the cheek to strike up a conversation, and even flatter for attention, hoping to be able to say a few words with these big shots. To stay in the entertainment industry for a long time, networking is really important. Oftentimes, the big brother above leaks something out, and it's enough for the people below to eat their fill. Lu Chen was different from ordinary newcomers. Although his appearance was modest, he had a proud and unyielding character. He would never take the initiative to ingratiate himself with others. But with Tan Hong's introduction, the situation is completely different. "This is Liao Jia, Teacher Liao." Tan Hong first introduced Lu Chen to Liao Jia, a big brother in the pop music world. Liao Jia is very legendary in the circle. He was born in the early 1970s. Debuted in the late 1980s, and became popular in the 1990s because of rock and roll. He is one of the representatives of light rock and roll. Liao Jia has a very good relationship with the Black Ravens, a national rock band active in the late 1980s and early 1990s. They have released 3 albums with a total sales of more than 20 million, and are regarded as the mainstay of national rock and roll. Gao Yi, the lead singer and soul of the Black Ravens, is Liao Jia's mentor. Later, Gao Yi accidentally fell off the stage during the concert rehearsal, resulting in a serious skull injury, and eventually died in Chaoyang People's Hospital at the age of 32. Gao Yi's unexpected death is undoubtedly a heavy blow to national rock. The Black Ravens, which has always been a leading role, has since been unable to recover and disbanded 2 years later, leaving national rock fans with endless sorrow. Liao Jia resolutely took over Gao Yi's rock and roll banner, formed the Black Memory Band, released 2 albums, and also opened a national concert tour, and was regarded as the successor of national rock. However, because of the impact of the general environment, national rock quickly declined, and Liao Jia and the Black Memory Band were unable to turn the tide. At the beginning of 2000, the Black Memory Band almost disbanded. In order to survive and continue, Liao Jia changed to light rock and even love songs, and also wrote works for other singers. At that time, he was regarded as a traitor by many national rock fans, but he achieved greater success and established his position in the music industry. This big brother of the music industry is in his 40s this year. He is not very tall, and his appearance is very ordinary. He has small eyes and thin cheekbones, and his face is a little fierce. His face is bumpy, and he looks like a big brother in a black suit. "Hello, Teacher Liao." Lu Chen held out his hands to him. "I've listened to your songs since I was a child." When Tan Hong introduced him to Lu Chen, Liao Jia stared at Lu Chen with bright eyes until Lu Chen held out his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Hello. Liao Jia's hand is a little cold, the skin is very rough, and the knuckles of his fingers are very strong. Lu Chen felt his strength when he shook hands with him. Tan Hong said with a smile, Xiao Lu is very talented. Old Liao, please take care of him in the future and guide the newcomer. Liao Jia let go of his hand and said with a faint smile, since you said so, of course I have to give you face. Lu Chen politely said, thank you, Teacher Liao. He keenly felt that this big brother of the music industry in front of him seems to have a little hostility towards him. Of course, Lu Chen knows Liao Jia. He listened to Liao Jia's songs when he was in junior high school. To this day, the album Antarctica by the band Black Memory is still stored in his hometown. The latter's Ivy House and Old Guy are well-known rock classics. But meeting him in person, that is, today. So, Lu Chen was very puzzled in his heart. Why would Liao Jia be hostile to him? The other party has been on the road for more than 20 years, while he has only been on the road for a few months. The two sides have never had any intersection. Of course, on the surface, Lu Chen remained calm and polite, please give me more advice. Liao Jia's mouth twitched, you're welcome. It stands to reason that Tan Hong should be able to see something wrong, but he turned a blind eye and pulled Lu Chen to see Eugenda again. Director Yu, this is Lu Chen. Tan Hong introduced him to Lu Chen, the creator of Dedication of Love. Lu Chen hurriedly bowed and saluted, hello, Teacher Yu. Hello, hello. Eugenda said with a smile, you're really young and promising. This song is well written and full of energy. For this great director, this was already a rare compliment. Lu Chen was modest, thank you, Teacher Yu, for your praise. Eugenda said with a smile, I heard Brother Tian talk about you, saying that you are very talented in writing. Lu Chen knew that the brother Wen Tian mentioned by the other party must be referring to Zhang Wendian. The two are directors of the same generation, and it's normal to have a deep friendship with each other. It's just that he didn't expect that Zhang Wendian actually mentioned his name to Eugenda. This made Lu Chen feel a little flattered. In the entertainment industry, when it comes to status, the director is always at the forefront. The prestige and honor enjoyed by a great director like Eugenda is not comparable to that enjoyed by star artists. And only he can easily suppress more than a dozen top figures present. Eugenda's attitude towards Lu Chen is very good. I don't know if he really cherishes his talent. He also asked his assistant to give him a business card, saying that he can cooperate with him if he has the opportunity. This made the other star actors present look at Lu Chen. With the introduction of Tan Hong, Lu Chen has unknowingly gained a foothold in this small circle. Don't look at this small circle being formed temporarily. Everyone will go their separate ways after the shooting of the music video. Being able to be in it is a success. It's not easy to get the recognition of the members in the circle. It's really thanks to Tan Hong. Said, Tan Hong has always taken good care of, and has taken Chen. Like Chen Feier could still write songs, but Tan Hong was about to quit the singing world. The meeting was held at 9:30 sharp. The host was Eugenda. The great director briefly explained the content of the public service advertisement to everyone, as well as the work arrangements. He only spoke for 10 minutes, and then asked everyone to go to the recording studio. 15 star artists sang Dedication of Love together. Not only was the recording completed in the recording studio of Flying Stone Records, but even part of the music video content was also the same, filming the process of them recording and singing. Dedication of Love is a song with very low difficulty to sing. As a public service advertisement, it doesn't require much good singing skills, so it's basically passed after singing it a few times. Most of the work is actually post-production correction and synthesis. Tan Hong, Liao Jia, and Chen Feier one after another, and some are two or more together. In the end, all 15 people sang together, and the recording and video were completed simultaneously. At noon, everyone ate a boxed lunch at Flying Stone Records. Although these stars present are all very rich, no one is dissatisfied with a boxed lunch of dozens of yuan. After lunch, the team moved to the orphanage under the Yanhuang Charity Association to continue shooting. Stars, especially big stars, are always full of work. It's really not easy for so many people to squeeze out time to participate in the shooting of this music video at the same time, and it's completely free. Including Yu Jianda. To be honest, his biggest role is to calm the scene, not to direct. The Charity Association can understand this. The quality of this public service advertisement is not high. It's enough to embody the core idea of the theme. The participation of 15 stars is the biggest highlight. In addition, they were well prepared in advance, so the shooting in the orphanage went very smoothly. Director Yu personally directed the shooting, and it was all shot before the sun went down. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The rest is the post-production work. Such efficiency is simply outrageous, but it's normal for this kind of star public service advertisement. After the shooting, everyone took the bus back to Flying Stone Records, and then went back to their homes. When they came out, Lu Chen was thinking about whether to ask Chen Fei to have dinner together, but he was stopped by a young man in a suit and leather shoes. The other party had a crew-cut hair and sunglasses, and looked very capable. He said politely to Lu Chen, "Mr. Lu Chen, Brother Liao asked me to come over and ask if you are free in the evening. He wants to have dinner with you and have a chat with you. Do you think that's okay?" "Brother Liao?" "Liao Jia." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows, put the cell phone he had just taken out back into his pocket and said, "No problem." Under the young man's guidance, Lu Chen boarded Liao Jia's car. Liao Jia's car is a Jeep G790 off-road vehicle, which has a rough and solid appearance and strong power, and a price of more than 1 million. In the circle, Liao Jia is famous for his love of making friends and traveling. It is said that he once formed a motorcade with his friends across the no man's land in Xizjiang. He is a typical stubborn person. Seeing Lu Chen, the rock and roll big brother asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" Lu Chen was stunned, but nodded, "Yes." "That's good." Liao Jia reached out and patted the young man with a crew cut who had just sat in the driver's seat. "Shall we go to 4th Street?" He turned his head and said to Lu Chen, 4th Street's Sichuan cuisine is the most authentic. There is a restaurant that makes spicy crayfish very well. I haven't forgotten it since I ate it last time. This time it's a good time to eat. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Teacher Liao, your introduction is definitely correct." "Don't call me teacher." Liao Jia waved his hand and said, "It sounds too awkward. Just call me Brother Liao." Lu Chen said, "Okay, Brother Liao." Liao Jia smiled, "You must be wondering why I invited you over for dinner, right?" Lu Chen asked tentatively, "Brother Liao, do you have something to say to me?" He was really a little strange. When they first met, Liao Jia was a little hostile to him, but now it was gone. It seemed that Liao Jia just wanted to invite him to dinner and chat with him to get to know each other. But Lu Chen knew that things were not that simple. Liao Jia was definitely not out of his mind. Liao Jia said, "Let's go to 4th Street to eat and talk." Ring ring. As soon as Liao Jia's voice fell, Lu Chen's cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He said sorry, then took out his cell phone and answered it. "Lu Chen, where are you?" It was Chen Fei who called Lu Chen. Just now, under the watchful eyes of Flying Stone Records, it was not good for the two to secretly communicate, but now their hearts were connected. Lu Chen said, "I'm in the car." "Liao Jia, Brother Liao invited me to dinner." "Brother Liao?" Chen Fei's voice was a little strange, and immediately said, "Then you eat. Remember not to drink too much." Lu Chen didn't think much and replied, "Okay." After ending the call, Liao Jia suddenly asked, "Is the caller Chen Fei?" Lu Chen, he didn't expect Liao Jia's guess to be so accurate, or did he hear the voice? Liao Jia said with a smile, "You don't have to hide it. Brother Tan told me that you and Fei are dating." Lu Chen was speechless. It was impossible to hide the secret relationship between him and Chen Fei from everyone. The relationship between Tan Hong and Chen Fei was like that of brother and sister. It was normal to know something. It was just that Tan Hong actually told Liao Jia about this, which was a bit unusual. Tan Hong was definitely not the kind of person who liked to gossip. He vaguely understood. Liao Jia reached out and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Lu Chen, you are the luckiest person in the world. Do you know? In fact, I've liked Fei for a long time, and have pursued her for at least 10 years, but she has never taken me seriously. She only treats me as an ordinary friend." Sure enough, Lu Chen knew that there were many people pursuing Chen Fei. She had been involved in a lot of scandals. Although they were not true, it was enough to show that she had many pursuers. He didn't expect Liao Jia to be one of them, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. Can I say that I'm honored? Liao Jia laughed and said, it's true that I'm very jealous. Apart from you, she has never had any other boyfriends. I asked Xiaoli to invite you here because I wanted to see what kind of man could move Fei. There was a little disappointment in his laughter. Now it seems that you are definitely much more handsome than me. Lu Chen said lightly, Fei is not that shallow. Liao Jia's words made Lu Chen unhappy. What did he mean by much more handsome? Although it was true, he said it as if he was a gigolo, and Chen Fei took a fancy to this. Liao Jia said with a smile, that's right, your talent is better than mine. At least I can't write a song like In the Spring. Liao Jia had written many songs, but his real classic works were basically written by others. Lu Chen shook his head and did not explain. When two people get along, appearance and talent were all external conditions. The most important thing was the feeling between them. Without that feeling, no matter how handsome and talented Lu Chen was, he would not be able to move Chen Fei. However, he didn't need to say this to Liao Jia. Those who understood would naturally understand, and those who didn't might never understand. Apart from his identity as a singer, Liao Jia was actually an ordinary person. His emotions were no different from others. But he was right about one thing. Lu Chen was the luckiest person in the world. Simi Street was one of the few street stalls in Beijing. Due to the noise and pollution problems, Beijing had banned all-night stalls more than a decade ago. However, the people and tourists had such needs, so they reopened the night stalls in specific areas and regulated the management. It became the favorite place for foodies who knew the business. Many diners firmly believed that they could only taste authentic food in places like street stalls. The so-called big hotels and high-end restaurants only relied on face. Regardless of whether this view was correct or not, there was no doubt that the business on 4th Line Street was good, especially at sunset and dusk. The shops along the street were all lit up, and the rows of red lanterns looked especially festive and auspicious. The entrances of those street stalls and restaurants were filled with tables and chairs. There weren't many empty seats at mealtime. The air was filled with the fragrance of all kinds of delicious food. Steamed, boiled, stir-fried, fried. It made people feel that life was beautiful. Simi Street was a pedestrian street, so cars could only be parked in the parking lot outside. When they got out of the car, Liao Jia put on a pair of sunglasses and gave one to Lu Chen. Bring it along. People like us aren't ourselves anymore. Lu Chen pondered over the deeper meaning of his words and did not refuse his kindness. He put on his sunglasses. The stall that Liao Jia brought Lu Chen to eat at was called Old Zhu Sichuan Restaurant. Its main dish was authentic Sichuan cuisine, and it also sold spicy crayfish. Its business was even more prosperous than the stove in front of the door. But there was a small table outside reserved for them. Liao Jia naturally sat on the white plastic chair and said with a smile, Xiaoli knows the boss, so he called in advance to reserve a table. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found an empty table now. Xiaoli was the energetic young man with a crew cut. He was Liao Jia's assistant and driver, the kind of person who didn't speak much. Lu Chen sat opposite him and said with a smile, then let's have a taste of the chef's cooking. Xiaoli waved his hand and asked the waiter. He first asked for Liao Jia and Lu Chen's opinions before he began to order. Pickled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, duck blood curd, and 5 pounds of spicy crayfish. I want a big one. After Xiaoli finished ordering, Liao Jia asked Lu Chen, is there enough food? Why don't you order some that you like? Lu Chen said. That's enough. Thank you, brother Liao. Liao Jia said with a smile, you don't have to thank me yet. Since you're eating with me, you have to drink. How about some beer? Based on his usual temper, he would definitely make Lu Chen drink Red Star Erguotu the moment he caught him. However, although he was unhappy with Lu Chen, he still admired Lu Chen's talent in composing and gave him face. When Liao Jia first heard the song In the Spring by the Bionics, he was really shocked. Later, when he heard that it was written by a young man in his early 20s, he couldn't believe it. In this aspect, he admitted defeat to Lu Chen and had been looking for an opportunity to meet Lu Chen. In the end, before he even met Lu Chen, he found out about the relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Fei from Tanhong. At that time, Liao Jia really felt like he was in deep shit. In short, Liao Jia's thoughts were very complicated. It wasn't that he wanted to be jealous of Lu Chen or anything. He was not that narrow-minded, but he was really unhappy that he couldn't vent his anger. So, today, he took the opportunity to stop Lu Chen. The most important thing was that Liao Jia wanted to see what kind of man Xianxia chose was. Moreover, Tan Hong deliberately introduced Lu Chen to him, obviously hoping that the two could become friends. If one wanted to be Liao Jia's friend, one couldn't not drink. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, okay. Snap, Liao Jia snapped his fingers and said, buddy, bring us 2 more boxes of Budweiser. The 2 boxes of Budweiser were delivered first. Xiaoli skillfully tore open the seal and took out 2 bottles of beer, one for Liao Jia and one for Lu Chen. Liao Jia held the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and said to Lu Chen, come, let's have a drink first. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He also opened the bottle and clinked it with the other person's bottle. Cheers. He now had a better understanding of Liao Jia's temperament. The evaluation of Liao Jia in the circle was mixed. Unlike Tan Hong, who everyone respected, some people thought that Liao Jia was easy to get along with, straightforward, and didn't play dirty. Others thought that he was too arrogant and liked to scold people and lose his temper. Today, he really lived up to his reputation. Lu Chen knew that if this kind of person had a good temper, then they could become excellent friends. If they didn't, then no matter how you looked at them, you would hate them. Staying away from them was the wisest choice. If they couldn't afford to offend them, then they could avoid them. Liao Jia liked Xianxia and even pursued her, but in the end, he didn't succeed even after 10 years. If he could still smile and call Lu Chen brother, then Lu Chen would definitely hide as far away as possible. Now that he came to talk to Lu Chen directly, it was obvious that he was able to take it easy and didn't have any bad intentions. However, he was definitely still unhappy. Drinking with Lu Chen was just a way to vent his anger. At this time, if Lu Chen still hesitated and refused, not only would he lose face, but he would also be looking down on Liao Jia. Therefore, he happily drank a bottle of wine. Of course, Lu Chen's alcohol tolerance couldn't be compared to a real drunkard. However, drinking beer with a very low alcohol content, it probably wouldn't be a problem for him to drink until he was full. Also, this kind of hardcover Budweiser was only 330 milliliters, so the pressure was even lower. After each of them drank a bottle, Liao Jia was a little satisfied. Not bad, like a man. I hate those little fresh meats the most. They have oily hair and pale faces. Just looking at them makes me want to puke. Another bottle. Lu Chen drank 3 bottles with him without changing his expression. Liao Jia put down the empty bottle, let out a long breath of alcohol and said, awesome. Lu Chen laughed, opened another bottle and said, here's to brother Liao. It was impolite not to reciprocate. If people respect me a foot, I will respect them tenfold. Although Lu Chen has 3 rich life memories, he is far more mature than his peers, and calm in the face of trouble. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. If it was any other newcomer, they would definitely tremble in fear when facing a big brother like Liao Jia, not daring to go tit for tat. Lu Chen wasn't like that. He didn't ask for anything from Liao Jia, so he didn't have any fear in his heart. Since he wanted to drink, he couldn't let the other party control the rhythm. Liao Jia was a little surprised, but he didn't show any weakness. Without thinking, he opened a bottle and drank with Lu Chen. Another 3 bottles were drunk. The 2 only had a lunchbox at noon. In the afternoon, they were filming a music video at the orphanage, so their stomachs were already empty. After drinking 6 bottles of Budweiser, Liao Jia's face began to turn red, and he was a little tipsy. In contrast, Lu Chen's expression didn't change. He was still the same as before. He never showed his face when he drank, even when he was drunk. Liao Jia suddenly had a bad feeling because he couldn't judge Lu Chen's alcohol tolerance. People who drank were most afraid of meeting this kind of opponent. Getting Lu Chen drunk to vent his anger seemed to be a wrong choice. Fortunately, the hot dishes were served at this time. Liao Jia quickly said, let's eat first. The craftsmanship of Lao Zhu Sichuan restaurant was really good. The dishes were authentic, especially the fish with pickled cabbage and chili. The meat was so tender that it melted in the mouth. The four distinct flavors were sour, spicy, numb, and fresh. Lu Chen was full of praise for it. The spicy crayfish was also very good. A large basin full of peeled meat was eaten, and he simply couldn't stop. Because he couldn't figure out Lu Chen's background, Liao Jia no longer tried to compete with Lu Chen in drinking. Instead, he slowly fought a war of attrition, bottle by bottle. Even so, he didn't ask his assistant, Shaoli, to help him deal with Lu Chen. After drinking too much, Liao Jia's chatterbox also opened up, and he rambled on about a lot of things. It was all old events, mainly about rock and roll. He said that when he and the Black Ravens held a concert in the Capitol Workers' Stadium, tens of thousands of rock and roll fans roared in unison. Thinking about it still made his blood boil. Now he was making a lot more money than before, but he could no longer find that feeling. He didn't even dare to hold a concert, for fear of being scolded by the fans of National Rock. He was the traitor of National Rock. Lu Chen drank and listened more than he spoke. He could feel the hesitation and pain in Liao Jia's heart. For those former rock and roll singers, survival or death was really a big problem. Gradually, more and more empty bottles were placed on the table. Liao Jia's face was red from drinking, and his tongue was loose from talking. Lu Chen was also a little drunk. "Sir, would you like to order a song?" At this moment, a man and a woman came over. The man was still holding a guitar in his arms. The two looked in their early 20s, and they should be a young couple, dressed rather shabbily. There were countless Beijing drifting singers in the capital, and many of them performed on the streets. Those who had the ability to apply for a license to perform on land, and there were also such mobile singers, who were relatively of a lower level. Because this kind of wandering in the street was often not high level, and some of them were not even real singers at all. Liao Jia laughed. He took out a large bill from his pocket and handed it over. "There's no need to order a song. Lend me your guitar for a while, I'll sing it myself." This was Liao Jia's unruly side. If it were any other big shot, they would not do such a degrading thing. But it was also his true nature. The singing couple had probably never encountered such a thing before, and they looked at each other in dismay. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't damage your guitars." He had been at the bottom of society before, and he knew that the other party was worried that Liao Jia would damage their guitars when he was drunk. The other party's guitar was not too bad, at least 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. It was normal to cherish it. The young man hesitated for a moment, but he still let his girlfriend take the bill and took off the guitar himself. He was very worried about Liao Jia, who was dressed like a gangster boss, but Lu Chen was obviously trustworthy. Liao Jia took the guitar and skillfully tried the tuning. He muttered, "It's not even tuned properly, and you can still sing?" The young man suddenly blushed. Liao Jia ignored him, adjusted it, and then strummed the steel string. 4th Street was very lively at night, and the doors of the food stalls and restaurants along the street were full of diners. Liao Jia's temperament was different from ordinary people. He didn't care whether he would expose his identity in public or not. When he was drunk, he borrowed the guitar and sang on the spot. His style could be described as bold and unrestrained. However, there were very few rock singers who didn't know how to play the guitar, and rock singers had the highest number of guitar masters. Liao Jia's guitar playing was definitely at the master level. Without even using a guitar pick, a series of passionate notes poured out from his fingers. The original owner of the guitar was stunned, and it also attracted the attention of many diners around them. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. Because Liao Jia was talking about in the spring, but he added his own things in the prelude. This national idol definitely lived up to his reputation. "I still remember the spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair, no credit card, no her, no home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy at that time, although I only had a broken wooden guitar, on the street, under the bridge, in the field, singing the song that no one cared about." Liao Jia's singing was deep and hoarse. Because he had drunk a lot of wine, he couldn't give full play to his strength, and he didn't control his breath very well. But listening to him sing in the spring at the top of his voice in this bustling downtown still gave people a very shocking feeling. The diners on 4th Street had seen many singers in the food stalls, so they were already used to it. But they rarely saw the diners singing by themselves, and singing so well. If one day, I have no one to rely on, please leave me here, in that time. If one day, I leave quietly, please bury me here, in the spring. At the climax of the chorus, strong emotions gushed out. Liao Jia's face turned purple, and the blue veins on his neck and forehead bulged, as if he had exhausted all his strength. The sonorous sound of the guitar seemed to knock on everyone's heart. At this time, the passers-by all stopped, and some raised their mobile phones. Even Lu Chen was infected by his singing. After Liao Jia sang the first time, he nodded at Lu Chen, indicating that he should sing as well. Lu Chen replied with a ha and did not reject Liao Jia's invitation. He picked up an empty bottle on the table and held it upside down as a microphone, singing along with the accompaniment. Lu Chen was also a little drunk. His singing style of In the Spring was obviously different from Liao Jia's. It was not rough and hoarse, nor did it have the deep vicissitudes of life, but it contained the same burning emotions. I still remember those lonely spring days, when I didn't even have a beard, no Valentine's Day, no presents, no my cute little princess, but I don't think it's that bad, even though I only have illusions about love, in the morning, in the night, in the wind, singing the song that no one cares about. This wasn't the first time Lu Chen had sung In the Spring. Although he had sold the song to the Bionics, he still liked this song very much. However, from the first time he sang this song to the second time, his life had changed tremendously. The emotions of the song were also very different. He had more life insights that belonged to him, singing to his heart's content. Lu Chen ignored the gazes from the surrounding people and sang with Liao Jia. They were like two crazy people who had too much to drink. But a crazy person who could play the guitar so well and sing so well, perhaps he could only find one in Beijing. Awesome. After singing In the Spring, Liao Jia growled and picked up the beer on the table and drank it all in one breath. Clap. 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 There was uneven applause around, and someone whistled loudly. There were also foreigners among the diners who gave the two a thumbs up. Liao Jia put down the guitar and then returned it to the young man who sang. The young man took the guitar and asked tentatively, May I ask if you are that? Liao Jia was wearing sunglasses, but the sunglasses couldn't cover his whole face. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. Liao Jia laughed and said, You want to ask if I am Liao Jia? He, many people have asked me. In fact, I feel that I am more handsome than Liao Jia, and I sing better than him. The young man was speechless and lost interest in continuing to explore. He continued to sing with his girlfriend to make money. He thought about it and realized that it couldn't be Liao Jia, but the person in front of him could totally be on the celebrity impersonator show. Friend, sing another song. The young couple had just left when someone at the next table shouted, Sing a few more songs, I'll pay the bill. There were 5 people at that table, all young people in their 20s or 30s. They were all strong, like the trainers of a fitness club coming out for a meal. Some of them even had tattoos on their arms. These people also drank a lot, and the table was full of empty bottles. The guy who asked Liao Jia to sing another song had long hair, his breath reeking of alcohol, and his eyes were wandering. When he spoke, he waved his arms vigorously. Liao Jia was in the mood just now, so he borrowed the guitar and shouted a few times to vent all the depression in his heart. Now that he was in a good mood after shouting, how could he sing for others? He was not a singer. Come on, let's continue drinking. Liao Jia didn't even look at the other person and said to Lu Chen, Let's not stop until we're drunk tonight. F***ck. Before Lu Chen could answer, the long-haired young man was angry. He suddenly stood up with bloodshot eyes and shouted at Liao Jia, I'm giving you face by asking you to sing. Don't be so shameless. Xiao Li immediately stood in front of Liao Jia and said coldly, Friend, you've drunk too much. The long-haired young man had indeed drunk too much, so his rationality had dropped to the bottom. Without thinking, he picked up the bottle on the table and stepped forward to smash it at Xiao Li. As Liao Jia's personal assistant, Xiao Li was certainly not an ordinary person. Without waiting for the other person's bottle to hit him, he quickly kicked the other person's stomach. He could dodge if he wanted to, but Liao Jia was behind him, therefore, he could only fight back. The long-haired young man couldn't dodge in time. He staggered back with a muffled groan and bent over like a cooked prawn. However, he didn't fall to the ground. His expression became extremely ferocious as he roared, F***ck. The long-haired young man's physique was quite strong to be able to speak after being kicked in the stomach. It was also Xiaoli who controlled his strength. However, he obviously wouldn't appreciate it. Instead, he flew into a rage. Cripple him. The long-haired young man's 4 companions exploded at the same time and pounced at Xiaoli. Xiaoli's expression changed instantly. He had practiced kickboxing before. It wasn't a problem for him to deal with a few ordinary people, but these people were obviously not ordinary people. If 4 or 5 people surrounded him, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Xiaoli wasn't afraid of being at a disadvantage. Even if his limbs were broken, he would definitely be able to get them back later. However, if something were to happen to Liao Jia, his job would be completely ruined. Thinking of the serious consequences, Xiaoli gritted his teeth and charged forward instead of retreating. His idea was to stall the other party. As long as someone called the police, he would be safe when the police arrived. This was Beijing, and public security had always been good. The 110 police were dispatched very quickly. Plop, to Xiaoli's surprise, just as he took a step forward, one of the long-haired young man's companions suddenly lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The person who helped him was none other than Lu Chen. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Lu Chen stood up without a word and swept out with his right leg. He took down the guy closest to him first, causing him to lose his ability to fight. This guy was aiming for Liao Jia. The next moment, Lu Chen accelerated and charged forward like a hunting leopard. He suddenly turned sideways and slammed his shoulder into the second opponent, sending him flying. This unlucky guy crashed into his companion and even knocked over a table. The encirclement instantly collapsed. As for the long-haired young man, he recovered and flew into a rage when he saw the situation. He straightened his back and swung his fist at Lu Chen's face, using all his strength. Lu Chen stopped and turned around. He raised his right arm and pushed his elbow outwards to block the other party's fist. His left palm slashed out like lightning and hit the latter's throat. Ugh! The long-haired young man with an aggressive aura immediately rolled his eyes. His knees went weak and he knelt on the ground in pain. He covered his throat with his hand and vomited, but nothing came out. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen had taken down 3 people. Xiaoli seized the opportunity and punched another person in the face, knocking him to the ground. The last person was scared out of his wits. He scrambled to the street, leaving his companions behind. At that moment, the entrance of Old Zhu Sichuan restaurant was in chaos. Some people were screaming, some were laughing, some were calling the police, and some were taking pictures. Li Gu, I'll leave this to you. Lu Chen took care of his opponent and immediately ran away with Liao Jia, who had just grabbed a bottle of wine. Xiaoli kicked a guy who was struggling to get up and said without turning his head, "Don't worry." He could stay here and wait for the police to come, but Liao Jia and Lu Chen couldn't. Once their identities were exposed, they would definitely make the headlines tomorrow. There were already people taking pictures at the scene. Liao Jia was dragged to the street by Lu Chen, and his drunken brain finally sobered up a lot. He threw the bottle of wine in his hand into the trash can on the street and grabbed Lu Chen's shoulder. He panted and said, "Lu Chen, it's all thanks to you this time. I'll recognize you as a friend from now on." Lu Chen mixed into the crowd with Liao Jia and said slowly, "It's nothing. It's just a small matter." Helping Liao Jia was secondary. The most important thing was that he rarely let go and fought to his heart's content. Drinking, fighting. It had been a long time since he had such a good time. Liao Jia sighed and said, "Fei chose you for a reason. In any case, treat her well in the future. When you get married, I'll give you a big gift." Lu Chen was speechless. Lu Chen and Liao Jia didn't go far. The reason why they had to leave the scene was mainly because their identities were too sensitive. Even if it was self-defense, it was easy to be labeled as a drunken brawl by the unscrupulous media, which would damage their image in the eyes of the public. After Liao Jia sobered up, he took out his mobile phone and made several calls. In the end, he said to Lu Chen, "It's basically okay. Those guys are from a security company. They weren't hurt. They were all detained by the police. Xiaoli is already dealing with it. If there are photos and videos on the internet, you must not admit it." Lu Chen smiled and said, "I know that. Brother Liao, don't worry. Liao Jia reached out and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder heavily and said, "You're really good at fighting." He sincerely admired Lu Chen. Liao Jia had just graduated from junior high school and came out to mix in the underworld, so he was infected with the habits of the underworld. If he hadn't met Gao Yi, his teacher, it was estimated that he would be either buried in a ditch or squatting in a prison. When he was at the bottom, Liao Jia had fought with people more than once or twice, so when someone provoked him, he was not scared out of his wits. Instead, he grabbed a bottle and fought. His previous experience allowed him to see how strong Lu Chen was. The latter almost collapsed the opponent's main combat force in the blink of an eye. Although it was a sneak attack, there was no doubt that his strength was strong. Lu Chen was tall and handsome, but Liao Jia snorted. Lu Chen was talented, so Liao Jia had to look at him in a different light, but Lu Chen's fighting ability made him really admire and be convinced. This was the result of his character and life experience. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, Liao Jia said, "Lu Chen, we will be brothers in the future. If you encounter anything in the capital that you can't solve, just come to me." He patted his chest loudly. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally understood why people in the circle had such an evaluation of Liao Jia. Such a person may have a bad temper, but his heart was not bad. He was not like someone who smiled on the surface and stabbed in the back. Lu Chen said, "Brother Liao," ding-ling-ling. Just as he opened his mouth, his phone rang. "I'll take this call first." It was actually Chen Feier who called Lu Chen. The Heavenly Queen seemed to be very angry and asked bluntly, "Is Liao Jia with you?" Lu Chen, Chen Feier said, "Give him the phone. I have something to say to him." Lu Chen had no choice but to hand the phone to Liao Jia. "Yours." Liao Jia was surprised. "Who is it? Why would anyone call Lu Chen to look for him?" He could not figure it out. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Intuition told Lu Chen that Chen Feier must have found out about what had happened just now and was here to punish him. Wasn't this news spreading a little too fast? Liao Jia was not a fool. When he saw Lu Chen's expression, he immediately understood. Sister-in-law? Well, Chen Feier had become sister-in-law in his mouth. His expression changed. He waved his hand and said, "I won't take it. Just tell sister-in-law that I know I was wrong. I promise that such a thing will never happen again." Lu Chen was taken away by Liao Jia. If such a thing happened and it affected Lu Chen, Liao Jia would undoubtedly be the biggest responsibility. He was a veteran. Even if the fight was exposed, he did not need to care too much. Lu Chen could not. His original reputation was very good, and his career was on the rise. It was the time to accumulate popularity. Any flaw in his character could have a very bad impact. It was normal for Chen Feier to be angry. Not only did Liao Jia not pick up Chen Feier's call, but he also left. "I'm going to look for Shaoli. You can take a taxi back. I'll reimburse you after the fare. It's safe this way." Lu Chen was completely speechless. This guy was an old hooligan. In desperation, he could only say to Chen Feier, "Did you hear that? Brother Liao ran away. The monk can run away, but the temple can't run away." Chen Feier said angrily, "I will settle this debt with him. In the future, when you see him, take a detour." The Heavenly Queen nagged a lot to Lu Chen on the phone. She obviously did not like Liao Jia very much. She said that she was afraid that Lu Chen would be led astray by the latter and that he should be careful. Chen Feier even blamed Lu Chen. Why was he so impulsive? Lu Chen was speechless. In fact, Lu Chen felt that Liao Jia was not a bad person and could be friends. Of course, he would not say this to Chen Feier, who was in a rage. To be honest, this was the first time Lu Chen had seen Chen Feier so angry, even though it was over the phone. It was quite refreshing. After Chen Feier finished scolding, he probably felt that he was putting too much pressure on Lu Chen, so he asked softly, "Where are you now? Let me pick you up." Lu Chen quickly said, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I'll take a taxi home myself." Chen Feier thought for a moment and said, "Then go back and rest early. I will help you keep an eye on this matter." Lu Chen said, "Thank you." Chen Feier said softly, "You don't have to be so polite. I miss you a little." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, and his blood suddenly surged. Then shall I come to find you now? If he had known, he would have asked her to pick him up just now. Chen Feier smiled and said, "Go to bed early, good girl." She kissed him on the other end of the phone. Lu Chen was speechless. After leaving Siming Street, he stopped a taxi and went back to his apartment. The conflict that happened at the entrance of Lao Zhu Sichuan restaurant that night did not cause any ripples in or out of the circle. Some people posted photos of the scene on their blogs, mainly suspecting Liao Jia. But because there was no behind-the-scenes manipulator, coupled with Liao Jia's public relations, several blog posts disappeared silently. Top-level stars usually have a strong public relations team behind them, which has a great influence on the media. It is very easy to control such insignificant matters. For example, the account that posted the blog post was quickly blocked on the grounds that it was a stolen account and posted bad advertisements. And from beginning to end, Lu Chen's name did not appear. However, on the 5th day after returning to Beijing, on the evening of November 21st, he appeared in the banquet hall of Regent Hotel. Regent Hotel was a famous five-star hotel in Beijing. Lu Chen has been here more than once. The last time he came to this hotel was to attend the wedding of Qin Jianhao and Sister Na. And this time, he came to participate in the MSN Platinum celebration and fan meeting of Flying Stone Records. On November 5th, the MSN Beautiful Girl group of Flying Stone Records officially released their debut album, Not Yet Lovers. The album was sold simultaneously on QQ Music website and crowdfunding website. So far, in 17 days, the total sales of Not Yet Lovers has exceeded 500,000. The number of downloads and purchases on QQ Music website was more than 350,000, and the number on crowdfunding website was more than 140,000. Such a result was simply amazing. More than a decade or two ago, it was normal for A-list or even B-list singers and stars to sell hundreds of thousands of cassettes and CDs in more than half a month as long as the publicity was in place. The total sales of an album of those real superstars were often in the millions. But now, it was no longer possible. The great development of online media and entertainment industry had led to the proliferation of piracy. Even a big shot like Chen Feier has not sold more than 1 million albums in recent years. In fact, it was not easy to get the platinum record certification. As for those third and fourth tier singers, an album was at most hundreds of thousands, and they had to use other means. Tens of thousands or even thousands were normal. MSN Beautiful Girl Group was a girl group that was just launched by Flying Stone Records this year. It was a card played by this veteran record company in order to compete for the young people's market after it was transformed into an entertainment company. Because of several failures, Flying Stone Records invested a lot of resources and funds in the building of MSN. The cost of the album Not Yet Lovers alone was more than 10 million. This kind of spending was rare even in Beijing, where entertainment companies were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Therefore, in the eyes of people in the industry, it was normal for Not Yet Lovers to do well, and it was abnormal for it to do poorly. However, no one expected that MSN would be so popular. Not to mention the big seller of Not Yet Lovers, just the pre-funding on the crowdfunding website, the 688 copies of the limited peripheral package with the highest price of 1,888 yuan were all sold out. With this, Flying Stone Records could earn almost $1 million. Therefore, although many people in the circle questioned the amazing sales of Not Yet Lovers, Flying Stone Records still held a platinum commemorative conference with satisfaction and invited their peers and MSN fans to congratulate them. As the creator and producer of the title song of Not Yet Lovers, Lu Chen was of course also invited. Lin Jijia personally came to Lu Chen's studio to deliver the invitation. The music director of Flying Stone Records told Lu Chen that the results of Not Yet Lovers were real. Originally, the company had prepared the money to buy the chart, but later found that it was not needed at all. The sales volume on the first day was shocking, and even the people inside the company exclaimed in disbelief. This platinum record was full of gold and could stand up to any investigation, so the celebration was completely justified. Lin Jijia also told Lu Chen that the current price of MSN's commercial performance had exceeded 300,000 yuan, and the brand endorsement fee was at least 1 million yuan. In time, it would inevitably become the pillar of Flying Stone Records. Or more accurately, it would be a money tree. Therefore, Flying Stone Records hoped to establish a deeper cooperation with Luchen's studio. For the next album, Luchen even got a share, and it was a share of the sales. He was, of course, a VIP guest at this celebration. When he arrived at the banquet hall of the Regent Hotel, it was already noisy, and dozens of tables were full of people. The big stage in front was decorated with flowers, and the big LED screen was playing the highlights of MSN's MV shooting and their life records. The senior executives of Flying Stone Records were standing on the red carpet. Everyone's face was full of warm smiles. Teacher Lu. As soon as Luchen came in, someone immediately greeted him. At the celebration party of Flying Stone Records, there must be very few people who didn't know Luchen. It was normal for someone to greet him when they saw him. Now Luchen was also qualified to be called a teacher. He supervised MSN's debut album. That was how one's status was built up step by step. But Luchen didn't know the guy who greeted him at all. The other party was short and fat, with thin eyebrows, small eyes, a flat nose, and a bald head, which shone under the light of the room. He looked like a comedian who did crosstalk, but there was a big difference in his facial features. He walked quickly to Luchen, held out his hands, and said with a smile, "I'm so happy to see you." An authentic Beijing accent, Luchen shook hands with him subconsciously and said in a daze, "Hello, who are you?" The short and fat man immediately introduced himself, "I'm from Hongping Media, Old Wu." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone. And the one who interrupted him was none other than Lin Jijia. Behind the music director of Flying Stone Records were three beautiful girls with smiling faces, Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian. Luchen's attention was immediately distracted. Lin Jijia came over and said with a smile, "Luchen, this is Wu Xing, President Wu of Hongpeng Media." "President Wu, I have something to discuss with Luchen. Do you mind?" The latter two sentences were said by Lin Jijia to the short and fat man. He had a smile on his face, but there was not much smile in his eyes, and there was a bit of coldness. Strictly speaking, Lin Jijia's approach was against social etiquette. Even if there were any grudges, he shouldn't sweep the other party's face at his own celebration party. Everyone who came was a guest, but Luchen believed that Lin Jijia must have a reason. Without batting an eyelid, he withdrew his hand. Wu Xing was still smiling as if he didn't care at all. He said, "Of course I don't mind. You guys talk." He turned to Luchen and said, "Mr. Lu, let's talk later." Luchen smiled and nodded. In a situation where the truth was unknown, maintaining basic courtesy was the most appropriate choice. After Wu Xing left, Lin Jijia snorted as he watched him leave. He pulled Luchen to the side and reminded him, "This person is very dishonest. Very few people who work with him come out unscathed. His reputation in the industry is ruined, so it's best not to have any dealings with him." So that was how it was. Luchen nodded to show that he understood. He knew that Lin Jijia would not speak ill of others behind their backs. He reminded him out of kindness. However, Luchen was also very curious. "Then why did you invite him over?" Lin Jijia said helplessly, "Someone in our company is very familiar with him, so we gave him an invitation. The bigger the company, the more complicated the situation. The water in the entertainment industry was even more bottomless." Luchen smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid of offending him?" Lin Jijia said disdainfully, "Why should I be afraid of him? By the way, he has a very good relationship with Jean Hongwei." Jean Hongwei, Luchen hadn't heard of this name for a long time, but he would never forget it. The grudge between him and Jean Hongwei was very deep. Just this point alone was enough for Luchen to keep a respectful distance from Wu Xing. He didn't want to get involved with him. However, he had already remembered this person. Seeing that Luchen understood his good intentions, Lin Jijia was also happy. He waved and said, "Little Mu, come here." He called the three beautiful girls over. In fact, Mu Xiaochu had been following behind. Seeing Lin Jijia's gesture, they all stepped forward and stood in front of Luchen. They bowed and said, "Thank you, Teacher Lu." They were sincerely grateful to Luchen. Whether it was Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, or Ning Tian, they were all unknown students or newcomers a few months ago. Now, MSN has become a rapidly popular girl group. Not to mention the benefits, just walking on the street, the probability of them being recognized was 100%. Lin Jijie said that the person they needed to thank the most was Lu Chen. In the pop music industry, there has always been the saying one song becomes famous. A classic song can make a newcomer popular. Although there is still a need for publicity and packaging, there is no hard work to rely on, and hype can only succeed for a while. There are many girl groups like MSN who take the youth idol route in China. Flying Stone Records has set up too. However, most of the girl groups are either disbanded or struggling half-dead, and there are very few who really succeed. Some of the members of these girl groups are not worse than MSN, but they did not achieve the success of MSN. The reason, in addition to resource input, luck, timing, etc., was that the most important thing was that there were no good songs that could be sung in the streets. Good songs and good singers complement each other. The reason why the album Not Yet Lovers was so popular was that the promotion of Flying Stone Records contributed a lot, but more importantly, Lu Chen tailored and produced 3 songs for MSN, including the title song. From the evaluation of fans and listeners, it was Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love and He Still Doesn't Understand that made this album have the quality and potential of platinum and won the love of countless people. In the latest issue of the original music chart, all 3 songs were ranked in the top 20. Among the other works in the same album, only one barely squeezed into the chart, and it was still at the bottom. Lu Chen's star-holding skill can be seen at a glance. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why are you so polite? I didn't bring a red envelope." To participate in this celebration, Lu Shi sent a pair of flower baskets in the name of Lu Chen Studio, which were placed at the door. He was already very familiar with the 3 beautiful girls, and their relationship was very good after cooperation. There was really no need to be so polite. Mu Xiaochu and the other 2 straightened up, looking a little bashful. They looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Lu Chen was curious, "What's wrong?" Lin Jijie coughed and said, "It's like this. The children just had an idea, that is, to take advantage of this celebration to formally worship you as their teacher. What do you think?" Lu Chen was suddenly stunned. He hadn't been in the entertainment industry for a long time, but he still had a good understanding of the various rules in the circle. Whether it was in the pop music world or the entertainment industry, worshipping a teacher was a very serious matter. It was definitely not a joke. Both sides had corresponding responsibilities and obligations. If MSN worshipped Lu Chen as a teacher, then he and the 3 girls in front of him would be deeply involved. Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ming Tian bit their lips and looked at Lu Chen without blinking. Their eyes all showed a look of expectation, and some of their pretty faces showed a touch of shyness. To be honest, the temptation was really great. Lu Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "Brother Jijia, I regard Xiaochu and the others as my younger sisters. Let's forget about formally worshipping a teacher." He knew that the idea of worshipping a teacher was most likely Lin Jijie's idea, and it was probably a temporary idea. Otherwise, Lin Jijie would definitely have communicated with him in advance. This idea was actually very good, and it was good for both sides. With the relationship of master and apprentice, then for MSN's next album, Lu Chen had to do it even if he didn't want to, and he also had to ensure the quality and sales. Otherwise, he would lose face. On the other hand, with a disciple like MSN, Lu Chen's position in the circle would undoubtedly improve big. The more popular MSN was, the higher his position would be. For example, if others wanted to ask Lu Chen for a song, they didn't need him to open his mouth. They had to put forward a price tag first. The reference for the price tag was bound to be MSN. The most important thing was that the next time Lu Chen made an album for MSN, he would be able to ask for a share of the profits. Of course, correspondingly, Lu Chen would be more deeply tied to Flying Stone Records. And it was precisely this that made him decline Lin Jijie's proposal and not fall into the temptation of beautiful girls. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chen wanted to take the road of an independent and free big star. He didn't want to be tied down. Lu Chen's refusal was not unexpected to Lin Jijie. The music director of Flying Stone Records was more or less disappointed, because he really wanted to pull Lu Chen into his own camp. However, Lin Jijie didn't care too much. He just wanted to give it a try. It was a great thing to succeed, but he didn't need to be discouraged if he failed, and it wouldn't affect the relationship between the 2 sides. Lin Jijie even admired Lu Chen. A hot-blooded young man like him could actually resist MSN's plea. His will was really firm. Lin Jijia settled for the next best thing. Well, but you have to take care of a few younger sisters in the future. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother Jijia, just don't try your best to cheat me. None of the veterans in the entertainment industry were simple. Lin Jijia's character was very good, but he also had his own calculations, but he would not do things at the expense of others for his own benefit. Lin Jijia smiled. What are you talking about? Fei and I are good friends. How can I cheat you? The relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Fei could be hidden from outsiders, but it was not a secret to people in the circle. Everyone just had a tacit understanding. If anyone deliberately revealed it, they would offend more people. This was one of the rules in the circle. Lin Jijia had a good relationship with Lu Chen and Chen Fei, so it was no problem to make jokes. It was just that when Mu Xiaochu listened, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Lu Chen's love for her was completely the kind of brother's love for his sister, and nothing else was involved. She liked Lu Chen, but it was not that simple. Lin Jijia could see that when he asked MSN to acknowledge Lu Chen as their master, he actually wanted her to give up. This was unspeakable. Of course, the protagonist tonight was still MSN. At 7:30, the celebration party officially began. As usual, the senior representative of Flying Stone Records first came to the stage to give a speech. Fortunately, there was not much nonsense. The ceremony was quite grand and filled with a happy and festive atmosphere. The three beautiful girls of MSN appeared on the stage with warm music accompaniment and sang "Not Yet Lovers" to the guests at the scene. Compared with their inexperience when they were just formed, their singing and dancing skills had made great progress. After the song was sung, the audience burst into thunderous applause. The first girl group in the country was established in 2000. After more than 10 years of development, there were currently more than 20 girl groups active in the entertainment industry. Of course, only those with a little fame and strength were counted, and those teams formed by a few newcomers were not included. Although the domestic entertainment industry was developing rapidly and the market cake was getting bigger and bigger, the more so, the fiercer the competition, especially in the field where the market positioning was very clear, it had long become a Red Sea. A girl group had at least 3 to 5 members, and as many as dozens. For entertainment record companies, the resources and effort it took to make a girl group popular were undoubtedly far more than that of a single singer. Flying Stone Records made a heavy bet on MSN in order to bite off a big piece of cake in this market. Unlike most girl groups, especially those in Japan and South Korea, in the industry's view, the timing of Flying Stone Records' launch of MSN was not very suitable. They rushed into battle without full preparation and seemed too eager for success. Like the girl groups in South Korea, most of the members were carefully selected from the trainees of the brokerage company. They studied hard for several years and had a very solid basic skills. Even so, they may not be recognized by the market, and the elimination rate was very high. Among the members of MSN, Su Jiejia was still normal. She was originally a trainee, and there was no problem with her foundation. Ning Tian graduated from the Academy of Music, but after all, what she learned was different. As for Mu Xiaochu, he was even worse. He was a student of Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages, and only gained a little fame through singing China, and the others were not worth mentioning. Such a team should have needed at least a year and a half to be qualified to appear. But Flying Stone Records violated this rule. MSN had just been established and released its debut album, and spent a lot of money to package and publicize it, and it was also a great success. Therefore, many of the peers who were invited to support them came to enjoy the performance of the three beautiful girls on the stage with a mentality of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It was undeniable that after the promotional tour all over the country some time ago, the three girls had been trained. Their accompanying dancers' singing couldn't be said to be perfect, but at least it was pleasing to the ear. The cheers of the fans sitting in the banquet hall could almost overturn the ceiling. At this platinum celebration meeting, Flying Stone Records generously invited 280 members of the Mission Support Group, that is, real Iron Rice fans, to participate. Many members from other places even reimbursed their travel and accommodation expenses. It was worth mentioning that the other 70 participants were given to Lu Chen's fan club, Lu Jiejun. The reason was very simple. Since Lu Chen and MSN started to cooperate, Lu Jiejun had established a good relationship with the MSN support group. Lu Jiejun had long regarded Mu Xiaochu as Lu Chen's sister and affectionately called her little sister Xiaochu. With this relationship, coupled with a natural love for beautiful girls, Lu Jiejun contributed to a high proportion of MSN's album sales. If platinum record is a bright metal, then Lu Jiejun's contribution is indispensable, and for this, Flying Stone Records was not only happy to see it, but even vigorously promoted it. If it weren't for the limited reception capacity of the banquet hall of the Regent Hotel, the number of places would definitely be increased a lot. After the first song, Not Yet Lovers, was sung, Ning Tian asked with a smile, "Thank you, everyone. So which song do you want to listen to next?" In MSN, Ning Tian was the oldest. She was 20 years old and came from the Northern Conservatory of Music. She could be regarded as a real professional background. She had the best figure and was the most beautiful. She had been determined to be the captain of MSN. Fans liked her eyes the most. When she smiled, it seemed to speak, which made people involuntarily attracted. As soon as Ning Tian's voice fell, a fan immediately shouted, "Love." He still doesn't understand. Apart from Not Yet Lovers, there were basically only these two songs. There were almost no people who shouted about other songs in the album. And this also reminded those colleagues present once again that all three songs were created by Lu Chen. Many people looked at Lu Chen, who was sitting at the front, at the same time. Their eyes were very complicated. Although some people attributed the explosive sales of MSN's debut album, Not Yet Lovers, to the packaging hype of Flying Stone Records at all costs, and even said that the sales results were falsified and belonged to false prosperity, which would be exposed sooner or later. But for people in the industry who really understand the industry, this kind of sour grapes mentality was not worth mentioning. Flying Stone Records had indeed invested a lot, but without the three good songs tailored for MSN by Lu Chen, it would have been impossible to have such excellent results. Lu Chen's creative talent was beyond doubt. What people wondered was how far he could go on the road of originality. After all, in the past history of pop music, there were many examples of a sudden outbreak and then a quick silence. Exhaustion of inspiration, complacency, no desire to make progress, living on past achievements. Not many singers can maintain a long-term and vigorous creative state, and the same was true for professional writers. Many songwriters, after creating one or a few good songs, basically faded into the crowd. There was no more flash of inspiration, and they relied on their past reputation and basic skills to get by. Lu Chen should be different from them, but after a detailed analysis of Lu Chen's works in the past 6 months, everyone was surprised to find that his creative desire was strong and his inspiration was rich, which had reached an incredible level. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Chen was the most outstanding singer and songwriter in the domestic pop music world in the past decade. Even if his debut time was still very short, his accumulation in the circle was not enough, and there was a big gap between him and the real big stars, but in terms of creative talent alone, there were really not many people who could compare with him. One Song in the Spring, One You Who Sat Next to Me, and One Not Yet Lovers were the flags that Lu Chen had inserted in the pop music world, fluttering in the wind, making everyone look at him, and he was currently involved in the production of Chen Fei-er's new album, The Transformation of the Heavenly Queen. Once Chen Fei-er's album was successful, then Lu Chen's position in the circle would be unshakable. Everyone envied Lu Chen's talent. They were jealous of the cooperative relationship between Flying Stone Records and him. They hated why they didn't make a move earlier, otherwise, there might be a girl group similar to MSN under his banner. There were performers who came to the celebration party. It was said that the commercial performance price offered to MSN was more than 300,000. Flying Stone Records actually had no intention of agreeing, and it was estimated that the price would rise again. This sour feeling almost made people's teeth fall off from the sourness. There were also some quick-witted people who thought that they should find an opportunity to talk to Lu Chen later. Lu Chen didn't sign up with any entertainment agency. He opened his own studio. As long as he paid enough price, even if he couldn't get the same treatment as Flying Stone Records, it would be no problem to buy a good song, right? Unknowingly, Lu Chen's reputation has been built. On the stage, Ning Tian waited for the fans to finish shouting before she said with a smile, "Since everyone likes Where's Love and he still doesn't understand, shall we sing both songs?" This time, the fans were all satisfied. Good. In fact, she didn't need to say it. These songs were also going to be sung, but Ning Tian had other ideas. Everyone knows that your favorite songs were written by Big Lu Chen, so in the following song, he will accompany us. What do you think? Good. The fans were simply boiling. They shouted Lu Chen's name, Lu Chen Big. In local dialects, Dada had different meanings such as big brother, dad, uncle, and so on. However, the popular Dada on the internet was generally used to refer to an expert, a great person, or a great person. It was used to express unparalleled respect and worship for someone. Ning Tian called Lu Chen Big instead of teacher. On the one hand, it was to express this reverence and worship, on the other hand, it was to get close to the fans. The fans who came to this celebration, whether it was the MSN support group or Lu Jiejun, were basically young people. They happened to be the main force of netizens, so they felt particularly cordial when they heard this title. It was hard to refuse the so-called hospitality. Lu Chen had to stand up and wave to everyone. Ning Tian took 2 steps forward and stood on the edge of the stage. With a charming smile on her pretty face, she leaned over and reached out to Lu Chen. This was an invitation gesture. Fortunately, MSN took the route of youth and purity, not sexy and charming. Ning Tian's dress was very conservative. Otherwise, this would be a great show of spring, which would be a feast for everyone's eyes. The fans laughed, shouted, and applauded one after another. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing, and didn't refuse to hold Ning Tian's little hand. The stage of the banquet hall was not high. With his skill, he was easily pulled up by this beautiful girl. At this time, the staff pushed out the piano that had been prepared. A beautiful white grand piano. Lu Chen took the microphone and said to everyone, "I'm very happy to be able to attend MSN's Platinum celebration tonight. I've met so many friends. Well, the food is also very delicious." Everyone laughed. Lu Chen continued, "And what makes me happiest is that MSN has won the success they deserve, because in the process of cooperation, I saw how hard they worked and serious. I've seen Ning Tian sing until 12 o'clock in the evening in order to practice singing. I've seen Mu Xiaoqiu. Sister Xiaoqiu practiced dancing, and the soles of her feet were rubbed with blood blisters, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted. And Su Jiejia, the banquet hall became very quiet. Whether it was the senior management of Flying Stone Records or the invited peers, whether it was MSN's support group or Lu Jiejun fans, they all listened carefully to Lu Chen tell the story he knew. Really a story. It was precisely because of the lack of foundation that in the production process of Not Yet Lovers, the 3 girls really put in a lot of effort. Sweating and crying were commonplace, and injuries during the practice process were common. Not only Lin Jijia, but Lu Chen was also very strict with them. But the 3 delicate girls all persisted and did not delay the scheduled release time of the album. When others saw the success of Not Yet Lovers, they either said that it was because of the support of Flying Stone Records, or that Lu Chen wrote a good impression for them, or that it was easy for them to attract fans because they were young and beautiful. Only no one mentioned the efforts they had made. So at this moment, what Lu Chen wanted to tell everyone was that their success was not a fluke. Success comes from hard work. This was Lu Chen's praise for the 3 members of MSN, and it was also a spur for himself. With the memory wealth of a world, he could lie on it and eat until the end of time. He didn't need to pay much effort, and it was enough to exchange for money and honor that others couldn't earn in a lifetime. But Lu Chen's goal was never to be a moth. His efforts were no worse than anyone else's. He practiced martial arts every day, rain or shine. He tried to take time out of work to go to Jingyin to listen to lectures to recharge. In order to write the script, he often worked late into the night. What Lu Chen hoped was that if one day all the memories from the dream world suddenly disappeared, he could still rely on his own ability to make a name for himself, so that he wouldn't waste this wonderful life, and the story he told fell into the ears of different people, and naturally had different feelings. The senior management of Flying Stone Records was very happy because they got an excellent publicity material. The fans of MSN's support group and Lu Jiejun were moved when they heard it. But Mu Xiaoqiu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian couldn't suppress the feelings that were touched in their hearts. Ning Tian's eyes were red. She bit her lip and stuck out her chest. There was a trace of stubbornness in her proud expression. Mu Xiaochu lowered his head and leaned gently on Su Jiejia's shoulder, sobbing. And Su Jiejia was already in tears. They were the clearest about the efforts they had made. Even if they had won, they couldn't erase those unforgettable memories. After Lucien finished telling the story of MSN that he knew, he looked at the three girls in tears and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry to say so many unhappy things. Next, I will play He Still Doesn't Understand. I invite the three beautiful and brave girls to sing for us." There was an extremely warm applause in the audience, and everyone stood up. They were all cheering for MSN. The three girls were very embarrassed to wipe away the tears on their faces and hugged each other. Lucien sat in front of the piano. He brewed his emotions a little, and then confidently pressed the keys. Now Lucien's piano level had made great progress than before, and the prelude was played smoothly. The banquet hall quieted down again. Everyone returned to their seats and listened to the young girls sing. Ning Tian was the first to speak. "Why don't you understand my love for you? I really love you." This was a cutting-edge dialogue from He Still Doesn't Understand. "What do you want to say?" The cups were already empty. Closing his eyes, he felt a heavy snowfall in his heart. The weather was cold and the ground was frozen. Have we arrived? When love pays the bill, all that was left was the loneliness of each paying the bill. Why, when I opened the door he didn't stop me, he still did not understand. I still don't understand, he left because he wanted to be asked to stay. If I open my mouth, it's just the gentleness I want. He still did not understand. They would never understand. One hug can replace all. Love can definitely sway me. As a song sung by women, He Still Doesn't Understand was very different from the popular works of female groups in terms of style. There was a touch of sadness in the soothing affection, which could easily evoke the helplessness and powerlessness of love in people's hearts. Compared with the little sweetness of Not Yet Lovers, the theme of this song was more adult, but it was still liked by many fans and was considered the most durable work in this album. In the eyes of professionals, MSN sang well, but she didn't grasp the emotions and artistic conception expressed in the work very well. The reason was very simple. The lyrics of this love song mainly described the heartache of a woman who didn't know how to love a man. How could such an outstanding girl like MSN have such understanding and experience? The serious thing was that there were a lot of boys pursuing them, and the heartache was that they couldn't get what they wanted. However, among the three of them, Mu Xiaochu's emotions were more in place. If Su Jiejia and Ning Tian's emotional performance score was 4 or 5 points, she had at least 7 or 8 points, the full score was 10 points. What do you want to use? Melt this silence, sigh in the cold air around, turn into smoke and float away. All the past, roll into a snowball in my heart. I'm afraid that tears will flow before I speak. It's not that he doesn't give much love, it's that I don't know what I want. He still doesn't understand, he still doesn't understand. To leave is to be asked to stay. If I open my mouth, it's just the gentleness I want. He still doesn't understand, will never understand. A hug can replace all. Love can definitely shake me, save me at the first moment. After singing, the three girls held hands and bowed to the guests and fans under the stage to thank them. The applause was like a tide. They turned around and saluted Lucien again. The three girls were very clear that their success today was inseparable from Lucien. They all hoped that they could maintain such a friendship with Lucien forever. Lucien got up, smiled, and applauded. The three girls looked at each other and smiled with joy. Next, they sang the third song of the night, Where's Love? It was still accompanied by Lucien. Although there was no gorgeous arrangement of electronic music, this cooperation made the fans feel more real. Where's Love ended, and Lucien was ready to leave the stage. As a result, someone shouted from the audience, "Let's have another duet." Many people suddenly laughed and jeered, "Yes, let's have a duet." Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian looked at each other. The latter two held Mu Xiaochu on the left and right, smiled and pushed her in front of Lucien. Let Xiaochu and Big Lucien sing a duet. This was actually a program arranged for tonight, an Easter egg for the fans. The person who just shouted for a duet was, of course, a supporter of Flying Stone Records. For fans, the truth was not important. What was important was that they got a surprise and happiness. At this moment, in Whale TV, Lucien's live broadcast room, the number of online viewers has exceeded the 1 million mark. After re-signing with Whale TV, Lu Chen was no longer a simple online anchor, but a star spokesperson of Whale TV, and the treatment he enjoyed was vastly different from before. Like tonight's MSN Platinum celebration party, Flying Stone Records, Whale TV, and Lu Chen Studio had already communicated with each other, and Whale TV had obtained exclusive online live broadcast rights. Due to the continuous expansion of the online live broadcast market, entertainment agencies have long been eyeing this cake. Several websites are associated with a certain media company, focusing on cultivating their own internet celebrities, and then transitioning to the entertainment industry. In turn, some second and third-tier star artists, who originally disdained online anchors, have also become interested in online live broadcast. Individual stars have opened their own live broadcast rooms to gather popularity and fans. Lu Chen's success is an excellent example. He became famous on the online platform, completed a leap in his stardom with the help of the power of netizens, and still retains the identity of an online anchor. It is said that Flying Stone Records also intends to let MSN open a live broadcast room on Whale TV, and the two sides are in negotiations. The live broadcast in Lu Chen's live broadcast room in the evening was the beginning of the cooperation. When Mu Xiaoqiu was pushed out to sing a duet with Lu Chen, the barrage in the live broadcast room was instantly filled with messages. Ha ha ha, who came up with the idea of a man and a woman singing a duet? I want to give him a like. I guess it's little sister Xiaoqiu. Little sister Xiaoqiu is mighty. Little sister Xiaoqiu is the most talkative. I feel that she and Big Lu Chen are really suitable for each other. Sweat, brother and sister relationship, it's a brother and sister relationship. Why not sing a duet with MSN? Are you stupid? MSN has 3 girls. How can they sing a duet? Then why Mu Xiaoqiu? It's very simple. Little sister Xiaoqiu is Lu Chen's big sister. Su Jiejie and Ning Tian are godsisters. Sister plus one. The friendship between Lu Chen and Mu Xiaoqiu was first established when they participated in Singing China. At that time, Mu Xiaoqiu appeared in the live broadcast and sang a song. Lu Chen's fans all like this pure and lovely girl very much. They like her shyness, like her moving voice, and affectionately call her little sister Xiaoqiu. In their eyes, Mu Xiaoqiu is Lu Chen's sister. In contrast, Su Jiejie and Ning Tian are much worse, so when everyone sees Mu Xiaoqiu and Lu Chen singing a duet, they all take it for granted. Otherwise, they will be dissatisfied. Although it was a prearranged program, Mu Xiaoqiu, who was pushed in front of Lu Chen, still blushed. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then let's sing a song for everyone." Mu Xiaoqiu nodded vigorously, as if she was holding a little rabbit in her arms, excited. And a little uneasy. Because of this song, the two have only rehearsed it once, and she was afraid that she wouldn't sing it well. Lu Chen gave Mu Xiaoqiu an encouraging look and sat down in front of the piano again. This male and female duet was written at the temporary request of Flying Stone Records. Originally, Flying Stone Records wanted Lu Chen to choose someone else's song, but Lu Chen put forward a better idea. He will provide a new song for a male and female duet. Of course, Flying Stone Records was overjoyed and immediately said that they would buy the work. The big sale of Not Yet Lovers has made the veteran record company's confidence in Lu Chen reach its peak. Many of its singers have been ready to make a move and expressed the idea of cooperating with Lu Chen through their agents. Lu Chen has been busy with the filming of TV series recently, and it is impossible for Flying Stone Records to ask him to write many songs for himself. They are eagerly waiting for the right opportunity. Now that Lu Chen took the initiative to propose it, it was exactly what they wanted. The price was not a problem at all, and it was also an excellent gimmick to use at this celebration. Lu Chen once again played the piano, playing the prelude to his first duet work between men and women. Note, he still doesn't understand lyrics. Su Shizhen/composer, Wang Zhiping, Whale TV, Lu Chen live broadcast room. Since Lu Chen re-signed the endorsement contract with Whale TV, his live broadcast room has been upgraded at the same time. During the contract period, there is a Star Express on the home page, and he enjoys the best treatment on the website. MSN's Platinum celebration was broadcast live in Lu Chen's live broadcast room, and Whale TV advertised it early. Therefore, after the live broadcast began, the number of online viewers in Lu Chen's live broadcast room quickly broke through the 1 million mark. Although the current Lu Chen is far from being comparable to the big shots in the circle, he is definitely the biggest star from Whale TV. At present, the number of fans following him has reached more than 1.5 million. With the help of this popularity, Whale TV seemed to have recovered to its original peak state. Tonight's live broadcast of the celebration was undoubtedly the best proof. Especially when Lu Chen went on stage to perform with MSN, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room rose steadily: 1.5 million, 1.7 million, 1.9 million, 2.3 million. When Lu Chen was about to start singing with Mu Xiaoqiu, the number of online viewers exceeded 2.6 million. This was the highest number of online viewers in an individual live broadcast room since the opening of Whale TV, and it was also the highest record for Lu Chen. In just a few minutes, the total number of fish balls smashed exceeded 100t, although Lu Chen no longer relies on the live broadcast's reward share to make money, and the proportion of this part of the total income is getting smaller and smaller. He will undoubtedly share the most daily income tonight. Such a speed of making money is enough to make many third or fourth tier stars jealous, and no one will doubt that this is not the limit that Lu Chen can reach. The existence of a record is to be broken. The emotions of the fans were stirred to the peak. The barrage and fish balls were like a downpour. Of course, Lu Chen, who was at the scene, couldn't understand the excitement and noise in the live broadcast room, but the enthusiasm of the fans in the banquet hall was enough to make his mood rise, and his fingers pressing the keys were particularly powerful. He turned his head and sang with a smile to the shy Mu Xiaoqiu, "You are a song in my heart, a flower blooms in my heart." The name of the song was "You Are a Song in My Heart." Mu Xiaoqiu gathered his courage and looked into Lu Chen's eyes. He raised the microphone and said, "You are the song of my life. My longing will converge into a river." When she sang these two lines, the girl's eyes shone with bravery and determination. She liked Lu Chen. She also knew that Lu Chen liked her, but this kind of like had nothing to do with romantic feelings. Mu Xiaoqiu even knew that the relationship between Lu Chen and Xianxia was not ordinary. It was very likely that they were dating. However, Mu Xiaoqiu never thought of giving up. She first met Lu Chen at the backstage of Singing China competition. From the first sight, she had a good impression of him. Later, Lu Chen took care of her, which made her have feelings for him. It was just that at that time, Mu Xiaoqiu didn't have enough courage to take the initiative to confess, so it was wrong. But she still liked Lu Chen. So, she cherished the time she spent with Lu Chen, just like tonight's duet. What this song sang was Mu Xiaoqiu's inner voice. A girl's feelings were always poetry. You are a song in my heart, don't just be a passerby. Leave a song in my life, no matter what the outcome will be. I want to ask you, do you have feelings for me? Silence for too long, it will only make me make mistakes. You are a song in my heart, don't just be a passerby. Leave a song in my life, no matter what the outcome will be. This song You Are a Song in My Heart has a pleasant melody and is easy to remember. The lyrics are catchy and the style of the song is simple and fresh. The form of a duet between a man and a woman makes the whole song full of warm flavor, neither sad nor sad. It is very suitable for Lu Chen and Mu Xiaoqiu's age. Although the lyrics involve love songs are like this. With the relationship between the two, everyone will not have any misunderstanding, and will only feel that it is extraordinarily beautiful. In particular, the cooperation between the two is so tacit that it makes people jealous. Ning Tian and Su Jiejia were really jealous. Because they knew very well that this song was temporarily taken out by Lu Chen as a surprise for his fans at tonight's celebration, and he chose Mu Xiaoqiu as the female lead. Although they knew that Lu Chen and Mu Xiaoqiu have long had a sibling friendship, now that they saw the scene of the two singing to each other, they still felt envious from the bottom of their hearts. Why am I not the one accompanying Lu Chen? You are a song in my heart, a flower blooms in my heart. You are a song in my life, my longing converges into a river. I really want to ask you, do you have feelings for me? Silence for too long, it will only make me accidentally make mistakes. Accidentally make mistakes, you are a song in my heart. Don't just be a passerby, leave a song in my life, no matter what the ending will be. After singing the last sentence, Lu Chen raised his hands and smiled at Mu Xiaoqiu. At this time, silence is better than words. At this moment, the two really have a tacit understanding and completely understand each other's hearts. Mu Xiaochu likes, admires, and is sentimental to Lu Chen. Lu Chen cherishes, loves, and cares for her. Applause rang out from all directions, surrounding the two of them, lasting and enthusiastic. Lu Chen's live broadcast room completely exploded. The barrage completely blocked the window, densely stacked. What a beautiful song. It's so warm and romantic. I really hope that big Lu Chen can be with Sister Xiaochu. Sister Xiaochu is mine. No one can take her away. Ha ha ha, together, together. Can you sing it again? I still want to hear it. When are you going to release a new album or single? My player can't wait any longer. This is Lu Chen Big's first duet between a man and a woman, right? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Chen stood up and reached out to Mu Xiaochu. Mu Xiaochu was stunned at first, but she quickly understood. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly put her small hand into Lu Chen's big hand. Lu Chen's hand was very warm. The two of them held hands and bowed to Ready-Made and the fans in the livestream to thank them. The atmosphere in the banquet instantly reached the climax of the night. After the greeting, Mu Xiaochu suddenly became bold. She turned around and opened her arms to hug Lu Chen. Thank you, brother Lu Chen. Lu Chen was a little stunned, then he laughed involuntarily and hugged the girl. He gently patted Mu Xiaochu on the shoulder and said softly, "You sang very well." Lu Chen always knew that Mu Xiaochu had feelings for him. It would be a lie to say that he was not moved. But Lu Chen could only give her so much. And this extremely warm scene was immediately captured by the photographer at the scene. Many years later, when people recalled the story between Lu Chen and MSN, this classic photo would always appear. The two hugged for a moment, and Mu Xiaochu took the initiative to let go. Sing one more song. There were fans shouting under the stage, and they immediately got a response from the crowd, sing one more song. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. Singing one song was enough. It was MSN's platinum celebration in the evening. He couldn't steal the show, could he? Amidst the regretful sighs of many fans, Lu Chen returned to his seat. The celebration continued. Lu Chen's buttocks had just sat down when Lin Jijie came over and asked, "Did you write this song specifically for Xiaochu? Or was it in the original reserve?" Any songwriter, even if they didn't receive a business order, would definitely create something when inspiration came. Such a work was a reserve, and it would be released at the right time. That was why Lin Jijie had such a question. The relationship was very big. If Lu Chen wrote it specifically for Mu Xiaochu, then Flying Stone Records could consider releasing a single for Mu Xiaochu and set her as the sole core of MSN. If the MSN group was disbanded in the future, Mu Xiaochu would have the foundation to fly solo. And if it was just Lu Chen's reserve work, Flying Stone Records would buy it and not give it to MSN. They had been in the limelight recently, and it was time to give the company's singers and artists a chance. A love song between a man and a woman could support two stars. Such an example was not uncommon. More than 20 years ago, there was a couple of singers who relied on a love song that everyone was familiar with to get to the present, and they could still receive commercial performances from time to time. Lu Chen understood Lin Jijie's meaning. He thought for a moment and said, "It's not specifically for Xiaochu. Since I promised to give it to your company, it's up to you to arrange it yourself." He felt that it was not appropriate for Mu Xiaochu to take on the pillar of MSN now. It was actually very reasonable for Flying Stone Records to determine Ning Tian as the captain of MSN. The two had different personalities. Lin Jijie said with a smile, "Then I know, you really treat Xiaochu." He shook his head, with a hint of banter on his face. "Aren't you afraid that Fei Er will be jealous?" Lin Jijie and Chen Fei Er were very good friends, and now he was also very good friends with Lu Chen. He knew the most about the relationship between the two. So he could tease them a little. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Director Lin, I regard Xiaochu as my younger sister." Lin Jijie smiled and said nothing. Wasn't it a very simple thing for a sworn sister to become a love sister? Mu Xiaochu's affection for Lu Chen could be seen by anyone. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had Chen Fei Er. Of course, he wouldn't ask too much about the affairs between young people, but just kindly remind them. MSN was now the cash cow of Flying Stone Records. The next time was the time for the three girls to interact with their fans, as well as the live lottery and so on. The lively celebration party didn't end until 10 o'clock in the evening. On the third day after participating in MSN Platinum celebration party, Lu Chen left the capital and returned to Jinling. Because the second episode of Autumn in My Heart had been filmed, the third episode would soon be filmed. And he would officially make his debut in the second half of the third episode. Note, You Are a Song in My Heart lyrics, Ding Xiaowen/composer, Wang Liham. The weekend drama Autumn in My Heart, jointly invested by Lu Chen Studio, Chen Fei Studio, and Qianda Brothers Pictures, started shooting on November 17. Lu Chen returned to Beijing with Chen Fei after attending the opening ceremony on the 17th. They left Beijing on the morning of the 23rd and returned to Jinling. The TV series had been shooting for 6 days, and the first 2 episodes had been shot. Relying on the modern mature film and television production system, the shooting speed of TV series was very fast, especially for weekend dramas. It was normal to shoot 2 episodes in 6 or 7 days. Many low-cost web dramas could even shoot 1 episode a day. The efficiency was simply unimaginable for previous practitioners. However, shooting 2 episodes of Autumn in My Heart in 6 days still worried Lu Chen. Could he achieve the quality he wanted in such a short period of time? The memory from the dream world made Lu Chen take the high-speed train back to Jinling with an uneasy mood. He couldn't wait to see the first version of the finished video, which was the so-called original film in the industry. Nowadays, film and television production had long abandoned film, and all used high-specification, high-quality digital cameras. The original film referred to the unedited content that was shot in the early stage of the film and television series. It did not go through post-stage dubbing, soundtrack, special effects, etc., and it was a semi-finished product. The original film completed post-processing and became a finished film before it could be released on the market. However, by watching the original film, one could basically see the quality of the film and television series, as well as the level of the director, actors, and the entire crew. Lu Chen's doubts disappeared after watching the first 2 episodes of the original film. Director Feng Hui was worthy of her reputation in the circle. The opening episode of Autumn in My Heart was very interesting. Using the ancient city of Jinling as the background, it fully showed the youth of the male and female protagonists. The director combined the feelings between non-blood siblings and the twists and turns of the story that was destined to become a tragedy, forming the basic background of the overall situation, which made people want to continue watching. In a hospital, 2 babies were born on the same day, but because of a child, Xianxia, the identity nameplates of the 2 children were swapped. The 2 babies began 2 completely different lives. The baby from a rich family went to a single mother's family, while the baby from a single-parent family went to a rich and happy family and grew up happily. This was where the prologue to the story began. The 2 babies, who had been transferred, had unknowingly lived in 2 completely different families for 14 years. But because of a traffic accident, Professor Yun realized that the daughter he had raised for 14 years had a different blood type from his own. After further investigation, they found out that the hospital had made a mistake, causing the 2 babies born that day to be swapped. However, after discussing it with Miss Azine, they wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but the heavens played tricks on them. Professor Yin's real daughter, Cui Xinai, had been living a very hard life in a single-parent family. When she found out that she was a rich daughter, she decided to leave her single mother, who had raised her for 14 years, and go to the rich Professor Yin's family. Cui Xinai was jealous of Yun Eunhui, so she decreed that Yun Eunhui would have to live the same miserable life as before. Knowing that she had to return to her biological mother, Eunhui could only watch her beloved adoptive parents and brother immigrate to the United States. When Lu Chen arrived at Jinling, the filming of the 3rd episode had already begun. According to the script, he would appear at the end of this episode. After the first 2 episodes had passed the review, they would immediately enter the post-production stage. Since there weren't many special effects, the post-production process would also be very fast. When Lu Chen wrote the script for Autumn in My Heart, he didn't completely copy the memory of the dream world. He made appropriate adjustments to the plot and settings to make it more in line with the reality. In addition, he also had to write a suitable theme song for Autumn in My Heart. Therefore, Lu Chen's work would be very busy. Therefore, He simply booked a long-term business suite in a hotel near the film city until the filming of a total of 20 episodes of Autumn in My Heart was completed. According to the average shooting speed of 2 episodes a week, he would need to stay here for almost 2 months. Li Feiyu also came over, and Lu Chen rented a single room for him. The cost of renting the hotel was included in the cost, and there were specific provisions in the contract, so there was no need to save. On the afternoon of the 23rd, Chen Feier also arrived at Jinling. Compared to Lu Chen, the Queen of Music's daily schedule was basically full, but in order to film Autumn in My Heart, she pushed back a lot of originally scheduled activities and rushed over in advance. If she calculated the benefits and costs, the benefits she received from Autumn in My Heart might not be able to make up for the loss during this period of time. However, Chen Feier was very happy, because in the next 2 months, she would be with Lu Chen. She lived in the same hotel as Lu Chen, and the room was next to Lu Chen's. When she came to Jinling again, because she knew that she would be staying for a long time, Chen Feier brought a lot of bags and a lot of assistant bodyguards, and there were 3 cars. When she settled down in the hotel, it was already dark. However, she didn't rush to eat dinner, but first knocked on Lu Chen's door. As soon as Lu Chen opened the door, the beauty threw herself into his arms with a fragrant wind. He hurriedly hugged Chen Feier, and at the same time, closed the door quickly, so as not to be seen by others. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't appear here. The hotel had received countless stars, so it was very good in terms of security. Even the pervasive reporters wouldn't be able to sneak in and harass them. However, it was always right to be careful. The two were still in the stage of a secret relationship, so it couldn't be exposed for the time being. Chen Feier put her arms around Lu Chen's waist, looked up and asked with a smile, "Did you miss me these days?" As a mature woman, once she let go of her heart, she was bold and enthusiastic, like the sun at noon, emitting a light that people didn't dare to look directly at. Lu Chen felt that his heart had been melted, and he said, "Yes." He lowered his head and kissed Chen Feier's red lips. The two had already broken through this boundary. But Chen Feier giggled, turned her head and didn't let him succeed. She said angrily, "You still have the nerve to say that you miss me. May I ask who is singing a love song with another girl in public?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Lin Jijia was right. Chen Feier was really jealous. He explained, "I think Xiaochu is a younger sister. Didn't you already know that?" Chen Feier snorted and said, "You think Xiaochu is a younger sister, but Xiaochu doesn't think of you as a brother. Do you think I don't know?" She hummed softly, "I really want to ask you, do you have any feelings for me?" It was a section of You Are a Song in My Heart, and the lyrics and intonation were very accurate. Chen Feier stared at him, "You wrote it, right?" At the MSN Platinum celebration party that day, she received a gracious invitation from Flying Stone Records. Chen Feier didn't go, because on the one hand, she had work arrangements, and on the other hand, her identity was not very suitable. But she saw the video of the celebration party later. She watched it on a blog. Of course, Chen Feier knew that Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu had no ambiguous relationship, but watching the two singing affectionately on the stage and this song, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. She had endured it until now to vent it out. Fortunately, she didn't watch the live broadcast of Whale TV, otherwise she would have exploded directly. And fans were shouting for Lu Chen to be with Mu Xiaochu, but not many people mentioned her name. In fact, apart from the coat of the Heavenly Queen, Chen Feier was not much different from an ordinary woman. If you like someone, you have to occupy him alone, and you can't allow others to share him. Lu Chen didn't explain and directly kissed her to stop her mouth. This time, he succeeded. Chen Feier was caught off guard. She resisted, but her strength was not as great as Lu Chen's. She could not resist, so she had to accept her fate. But soon, she began to cater to him with enthusiasm. After a few minutes of deep kissing, Lu Chen reluctantly let go. Chen Feier's delicate face was flushed, and her whole body was soft. Looking at Lu Chen, who was somewhat triumphant, she said angrily, "Don't think that's it. You have to write a love song for me to sing. I want to put it in the new album." Chen Feier's new album has received enough work so far. In addition to the 3 songs written by Lu Chen for her, the other 9 songs were written by famous artists, and there was no problem with their quality and style. If it weren't for the shooting of Autumn in My Heart, she could start recording this important album. At this time, if she changed to a love song sung by a man and a woman, it would undoubtedly disrupt the plan. But she didn't care. She was so capricious, Lu Chen said with a smile, no problem. I'm thinking of writing a theme song for Autumn in My Heart. Chen Feier's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a good idea. Do you have any inspiration? Lu Chen said, yes, but first I have to discuss it with you to see if it's suitable. The theme song of a TV series was not particularly important, but a good theme song could definitely add a lot of color to the TV series, and it had an advantage in publicity. Many classic theme songs of TV series were still sung today. This idea was a temporary idea. Although it was intended to make Chen Feier happy, it was also an objective need. Most importantly, it would be an excellent publicity point. The only problem was which love song to choose, which love song would be more suitable for Autumn in My Heart. In his memory, there were many love songs sung by a man and a woman. Chen Feier was happy. She and Lu Chen starred in the TV series, and the theme song with Lu Chen would be put in the album. The relationship between the two was naturally very close. Be gentle, it hurts a little, can you be a little bit heavier now, So comfortable. A strange voice rang out in the room. It was so charming and soft that it could make one's blood boil. Chen Feier was lying on a leisure-soft chair, her starry eyes were half closed, her pretty face was flushed, and countless fine beads of sweat oozed out of her crystal-clear jade-like forehead, which glittered under the illumination of the indoor lights. She bit her red lips tightly, and her slender and graceful body twisted unnaturally, as if she was holding back something. Lu Chen raised his head and asked with a smile, my kung fu is good, right? Chen Feier opened her eyes, and there was a flash of shyness and sweetness in them. She nodded and said, you're amazing. Her sincere praise made Lu Chen feel that his hard work was not in vain. He put down Chen Feier's little feet and said, there is nothing wrong with your other internal organs, but your stomach is a little bad. It's best to find an old Chinese medicine practitioner to prescribe some Chinese medicine to nourish your stomach. Also, remember to eat regularly. When Chen Feier came over, she was a little tired and not very energetic. Out of pity, Lu Chen personally gave her a foot massage and found that the area corresponding to her stomach had a strong reaction. In fact, it was normal for celebrities to have a bad stomach. Although they looked glamorous on the surface, they often had to work very hard behind the scenes. If they encountered a harsh entertainment agency, they would have to risk their lives. An irregular diet was really a child's play. There were even celebrities who passed out from exhaustion from running a series of jobs. Although Chen Feier opened her own studio and worked for herself, she was in the entertainment industry. Many times, she had no choice but to work hard. It was inevitable that she would be tired. Chen Feier nodded obediently and said, I usually do yoga. I'll go to Tongren Medicine Hall when I go back to the capital. She moved her body lazily and said, I really want to sleep. Then sleep here with me. Lu Chen stood up, reached out his hands and picked her up, ready to send her to his bedroom. A standard princess carry. Chen Feier revealed an intoxicating smile and said softly, I'd better go back. Although she said that, she shrunk herself into Lu Chen's arms, as if she was a kitten begging for love, making people reluctant to abandon her. Lu Chen couldn't help lowering his head and gently pecking her pretty face, saying, go to sleep, I'll tell Sister Zhang. Chen Feier closed his eyes, a smile still on his face. On the way from Jing City to Jinling, she only had a casual dinner. She was really tired now. She just wanted to lean on Lu Chen's arms and have a good sleep. She didn't have to think about anything else. He didn't even bother to take a shower. Ding ling ling. Lu Chen had just placed Chen Feier on his bed when the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. He quickly picked it up. Hello? The call was from the front desk of the hotel. Lu Chen said a few words to the other side and then hung up. Chen Feier asked, what's wrong? She was so confused that she could hardly keep her eyes open, and she didn't hear clearly what Lu Chen was saying to others. Lu Chen smiled bitterly. It's Sister Li. She brought Zhang Juanji here and wants to see me. This 5-star hotel, which often received all kinds of stars, was very strict. The floor where he lived had comprehensive security. Visitors needed to get permission to come up to avoid being harassed by paparazzi and fans. Ah. Chen Fei suddenly woke up and her sleepiness disappeared. She sat up and said, Sister Li is here. Sister Li was Li Jinjin, the boss of the Rainbow Agency in the capital. Zhang Juanji was her only son and the protagonist of the first 3 episodes of Autumn in My Heart, Young In Juanji. Otherwise, if someone else came over, it would be okay for Lu Chen to politely refuse. He had to give face to Sister Li. Chen Fei had a very good relationship with Sister Li. Although they were not close friends, they were real friends. So when she heard Sister Li running over, she subconsciously felt guilty. In fact, how could Sister Li not know the relationship between Chen Fei and Lu Chen? She just didn't know that Chen Fei was lying on Lu Chen's bed at this moment. Otherwise, she would never run over to be a third wheel. Chen Fei said in a panic, I'll go back first. If she was seen by Sister Li now, she would be so ashamed. Lu Chen shook his head and held Chen Fei in his arms. Why go back? Sister Li is not an outsider. We don't need to sneak in front of her. Let's see her together. Lu Chen's thoughtfulness made Chen Fei feel touched and sweet. She said, okay then. She knew and fell in love with Lu Chen. In fact, there had always been a knot in her heart. That was, she was much older than Lu Chen. She was worried that if her feelings were exposed, it would cause others to criticize her. She was fine with it, but Lu Chen was under a lot of pressure. Lu Chen's words just untied the knot in her heart. Even if she didn't have the idea of announcing her relationship for the time being, at least in front of an acquaintance like Sister Li, she really didn't need to deliberately hide it. Even so, she still pushed Lu Chen out. You take care of Sister Li first. I need to freshen up. Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. He went outside to the living room and soon heard the doorbell ring. Lu Chen opened the door and saw the 2 visitors. He greeted them warmly, good evening, Sister Li, hello, Xiaoji. Zhang Juanji was very polite. He saluted and said, hello, brother Lu Chen. Sister Li said with a smile, Lu Chen, sorry to disturb you. You didn't rest, did you? Lu Chen said with a smile, not at all. Sister Li, please come in. After entering the living room and the 3 of them sat down, Lu Chen asked curiously, Sister Li, you didn't stay in the hotel? Sister Li replied, no, I stayed with Xiaoji in the crew's dormitory. She explained, the main thing is to let him experience the group life in the crew, so that he can be independent in the future. Lu Chen nodded. What a pitiful parent. Seeing Sister Li, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of his own mother. He would find time to go back again. Sister Li took the portable thermos from her son's hand and handed it to Lu Chen. She said, I knew you were coming today, so I cooked a pot of ginseng and wolfberry chicken soup in the dormitory in the afternoon. It was very nourishing. Lu Chen was surprised. He took it and said, thank you, Sister Li. You are really, a pot of ginseng chicken soup was not worth much money, but it showed her intention and sincerity. Sister Li said with a smile, you're welcome. I'm good friends with Fei. She often drinks my soup. Of course not. As soon as she finished speaking, a coquettish voice came from the room. I haven't drunk Sister Li's soup for a long time. Sister Li was stunned. She turned her head and said in a tone of disbelief, Fei? Who else could it be but Chen Fei? The heavenly queen appeared in front of the bedroom door with a smile. She had just washed her face and was full of energy. Her long hair was tied casually behind her with a rubber band. She was still very beautiful without any makeup. Sister Li, you are so biased. You make soup for him but not for me. Sister Li was a little shocked, but when she came to her senses, her eyes showed a teasing look. She said, you too, Chen Fei was in Lu Chen's room like this. Was there a need to say more about their relationship? Sister Li was ready to tease them. Unfortunately, she did not come alone. Her son, Zhang Juanji, was by her side. Those inappropriate words could not be said. Zhang Juanji did not think too much. When he saw Chen Fei, he jumped up happily. Sister Fei. Chen Fei walked over and touched his head. Little Ji, have you been naughty recently? Zhang Juanji said with a bitter face. Sister Fei, good boy. Chen Fei held back her laughter and sat down next to Lu Chen. She hugged his arm naturally. Sister Li was very curious. Are you two planning to make it official? Chen Feier shook his head and said, no. Sister Li, you also know that it's not suitable for us to make it public now. We'll talk about it in the future. Of course, there's no need to hide it in front of you. She looked at Lu Chen with tender and sweet eyes. That's what Lu Chen said just now. Sister Li sighed in her heart. As someone who had been through this, she knew that Chen Feier had completely fallen in love. Although she did not know whether the relationship between the two of them could last, she also wished for it in her heart. Sister Li said to Lu Chen very seriously, Lu Chen, Feier is a good girl. There are really not many people in the entertainment circle who can be as clean as her. You must cherish her. Lu Chen said, I understand, Sister Li. Zhang Juanji interrupted and said, Sister Feier, if brother Lu Chen bullies you, I'll beat him up for you. He wasn't very young. He understood a lot of things. Treating Chen Feier was no different from treating his own sister. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chen Feier teased him. Your brother Lu Chen is very good at fighting. You can't beat him. Zhang Juanji thought for a moment and said, I can learn if I can't beat him. Brother Lu Chen, can you accept me as your disciple? Chen Feier laughed so hard that he covered his mouth with his hand. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll teach you, so that you can beat me? Sister Li said with a smile, don't listen to Xiaoxi's nonsense, but I really hope that he can learn something from you. He also wants to sing after filming. Can you give him some advice? Zhang Juanji said, Brother Lu Chen, I also want to make a record. Sister Li said, he has loved music since he was a child. He can play the guitar and the piano, and he can also play the violin. He wants to be a big star like his father, and he wants to be better than his father. Zhang Juanji was annoyed. Mom, don't mention him. Sister Li said with a smile, okay, I won't mention him. So that's how it is. Lu Chen understood a little and felt quite touched. The story of Sister Li and Zhang Juanji's father was well known in the circle. Very few people could be as open-minded as her. To put it bluntly, many men did not have the same breadth of mind and bearing as Sister Li. However, she truly loved her son dearly. If Zhang Juanji wanted to act, she would find him. If he wanted to make a record, she would come to him. She was not afraid of wronging herself. End of chapter 247. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.